I told you, this child is not suited to be a ninja, yet you insist on sending him to the Ninja Academy. In a remote house in the Hidden Leaf Village, a woman with a fierce appearance spoke impatiently. Opposite her sat a seemingly honest man. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly replied, I, too, desire for him to live a peaceful life, but as you know, in a ninja world, lacking strength means one cannot control their own destiny. Furthermore, with his parents being ninjas, he should have inherited their ninja genes. Shaking his head, he continued, who would have thought that this child would possess such poor physical abilities? Yet if he continues down this path, even if he becomes a ninja, he will be a low-ranking one without any future, merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. The fierce woman clearly did not wish for the child to continue his studies at the Ninja Academy, her tone stern. After pondering for a moment, the honest man suggested, why not consider the child's opinion? The woman nodded, conceding, that is reasonable after all. He is already 7 years old and should be capable of understanding. Not far away, a small figure was practicing physical techniques by kicking a tree stump. He could hear the conversation between his uncle and aunt, and he understood that despite her fierce appearance, his aunt was indeed a good person. However, he pondered how one could seize their fate if not as a ninja in the impending era of great change. This is indeed a tragedy that in truth, the slender boy was named Ito Masaru, not originally from this world. Upon first hearing his name, he instinctively felt a tightness in his chest, relieved that he was not the unfortunate one facing a grim end. He vividly recalled that he was about to attend a gathering organized through a QQ group. The event stipulated that all attending men would share the costs, while women would be free. Seeing this rule, the single Ito Masaru eagerly signed up. As it was a gathering, he took his time preparing at home, washing and styling his hair, and naturally arrived late. However, as soon as he entered the private room of the restaurant, he was met with cheers from everyone inside. Finally, a boy has arrived. To his dismay, he saw a table full of girls, with him as the sole male. While he mourned for his wallet, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in the world of Naruto. Initially, Ito Masaru was quite exhilarated. After all, it was the Naruto universe, his favorite anime from his past life. He was thrilled at the prospect of meeting the invincible Naruto, the cool and aloof Sasuke, and the laid-back Shikamaru, all of whom filled him with joy. Moreover, this world was filled with extraordinary powers, vibrant, destructive ninjutsu, mysterious and elusive genjutsu, and solid, powerful taijutsu. At that moment, he envisioned leveraging the information he possessed to reach the pinnacle of success and become the savior of the world, a thought that excited him immensely. However, Ito Masaru soon confronted a stark reality. This body was utterly useless. As his uncle and aunt had pointed out, its innate talent was dismal. If he persisted, he could at best become a low-ranking ninja, and with a focus on taijutsu, he might just scrape by as a mediocre chunin. In times of peace, being a low-ranking ninja, undertaking drank missions in the Hidden Leaf Village, would allow him to sustain himself, albeit without wealth. Yet, was there truly peace in the Naruto world? Even in Boruto's era, dangers loomed. Moreover, the current timeline coincided with Naruto's first year at the academy, and Ito Masaru was a classmate of Naruto and his friends. With approximately 5 years until the plot commenced, and merely 9 years until the start of the Shippuden series, without the strength of a jounin by then, he would undoubtedly become fodder in the Fourth Great Ninja War. I do not wish to be cannon fodder. Yet why is this body so talentless? Ito Masaru's parents had perished years ago during the Nine Tails invasion, both elite chunin whose potential promised a future as special jounin. Logically, one would expect their child to possess commendable talent. Yet Ito Masaru's abilities were so dismal that he felt ashamed, had he not consciously begun training his body at a young age. Even gaining entry to the Ninja Academy would have been a struggle. Masaru, take a break, your uncle and aunt wish to speak with you, his uncle called out from a distance, ceasing his training. Ito Masaru understood their intent. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenges ahead on the ninja path, he was determined to pursue it. In his previous life, he had been inconsequential. In this life, he refused to remain so. Approaching them, Ito Masaru's uncle began, Masaru, you see. No need to say more, uncle, Ito Masaru interrupted, Continuing, I am truly grateful for your care during this time. I understand what you wish to convey, but I must assert that I will not abandon the path of a ninja. Now that I am 7 years old, coupled with the village's compensation and my parents' savings, I believe I can take care of myself. Bowing respectfully, he added, "Once again, thank you for your kindness." Without waiting for a response, he promptly left, heading towards his home. Interestingly, his residence was not far from the Uchiha compound, merely a street away, making him a neighbor of Sasuke. Speaking of Sasuke, during his year at the ninja school, he had forged strong bonds with these future protagonists, particularly with Naruto, who regarded Ito Masaru as a brother. As for the others, aside from his good relationship with Sasuke, he had also become familiar with the rest. He had already devised a plan. If he could not become a powerful ninja, he would rely on these strong allies, which was far better than living as an ordinary civilian, drifting through life aimlessly. Upon returning home, he prepared himself a dinner and continued training for a while before getting ready for a bath and bed. At his young age, he could not engage in overly strenuous activities. However, as he lay in bed, eyes closed and ready to sleep, a voice resonated in his mind. Energy levels sufficient main god system activated. Chapter 2. The main god system. Ito Makoto was taken aback, swiftly rising to his feet and scanning his surroundings, questioning whether he was witnessing a ghostly apparition. After a prolonged moment, he managed to calm his racing heart and cautiously inquired, "System?" At that juncture, the voice he had just heard echoed within his mind. "The main god system has been activated. Do you have any queries, host?" Queries? This was monumental. How had this entity manifested within his consciousness? And what purpose did it serve? Could it possibly be his golden finger? Main god system, can you assist me in becoming stronger? For the main god system, this was a trivial matter. Yes. Ito Makoto clasped his hands tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. If his understanding was correct, this was indeed his golden finger, a means to rapidly enhance his strength. The mere thought of gaining power, thus alleviating the fear of becoming a mere cannon fodder in the years to come, filled him with an inexplicable exhilaration. What must I do to grow stronger? It is quite simple. As long as you possess sufficient source points, you can strengthen yourself. Source points? Ito Makoto was utterly perplexed, completely oblivious to the nature of this concept. The source refers to the essence of a world. As long as you possess it, becoming stronger is a straightforward endeavor. What the system deemed simple left Ito Makoto in a state of confusion. I have minimal education, do not deceive me. If I possessed such exalted essence, would I still be troubled by how to grow stronger? The essence of a world was undoubtedly unattainable for someone of his current strength, which was scarcely that of a low-level ninja. Moreover, if he could obtain such essence, he would undoubtedly be among the elite of the world. Individuals who would not fret over how to grow stronger. Are you truly certain that I possess the ability to annihilate worlds? I believe you may have misunderstood. The acquisition of essence does not solely involve world destruction. Oh, Ito Makoto replied, intrigued. Then enlighten me. What other methods exist for obtaining essence? The formation of a world is inextricably linked to its essence. Similarly, everything birthed within that world contains a measure of this essence. The distinction lies in the quantity contained within various entities. By obtaining these entities and submitting them to the system, you shall acquire essence, or source points. In addition to submitting certain items, you may also alter the narrative of the world. Generally, worlds imbued with extraordinary powers develop their own world consciousness, akin to a divine will. In an unseen manner, they orchestrate events beneficial to their existence. By altering these events, essentially the narrative, the world consciousness will utilize essence to rectify these changes, ensuring a return to its original course. As a result, the system can acquire essence during the rectification period when the world consciousness inadvertently reveals essence. The more events you alter, the greater the narrative shifts, resulting in a larger harvest of source points. However, narrative alterations come with limitations. Certain changes may be beyond the world consciousness's ability to rectify. Beyond its capacity to rectify? Indeed. For instance, if you were to eliminate the third Hokage, the world consciousness would be unable to amend that situation. It cannot simply appoint someone else as Hokage. If Tsunade were to assume the position prematurely, a cascade of subsequent events would be disrupted. Ito Makoto nodded in agreement, recognizing the system's wisdom. The intricacies of narrative are such that altering even minor details can lead to vastly different outcomes. Naturally, he could disrupt trivial matters, as their rectification would be relatively simple. What if the narrative collapses? Then it simply becomes considerably more challenging to acquire source points through narrative alteration. Ito Makoto, possessing a normal level of intelligence, grasped the essence of the system's explanation. To obtain source points through narrative alteration, he should avoid exceeding certain limits. The specifics of that threshold would depend on his actions. By the way, system, can all items from this world yield source points upon submission? Yes, however, only the first of any similar item will yield source points. Understood. Nodding, Ito Makoto emerged from his bed, opened a cabinet, retrieved a bowl, and mentally declared, submission. Ding. Submitted a common bowl, acquired source points, 0.001. Source points obtained. Exchange shop activated. Before he could voice his dissatisfaction regarding the meager quantity of source points, the system had already activated the exchange shop. Suppressing his urge to complain, he redirected his focus to the shop. Reincarnation eye, one of the three great ocular techniques, known as the strongest eye that governs life and death, requires source points, 10.000.000. Out of stock, perfect sage body, the strongest physique in the Naruto world, requires source points, 10.000.000. Out of stock, Tails Beast Chakra of the 10 Tails, directly become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, requires source points, 10.000.000. Out of stock. Four-limbed technique, gather chakra in the limbs, transforming oneself into a beastly form. Increases grip and attack power, requires source points, 10. Narikajijin technique, forces the opponent to witness their deepest fears, delivering a mental blow, requires source points, 10. System, could you elucidate why all the high-grade items are out of stock while some D-grade ninjutsu are available for exchange? You have yet to submit any items. It is entirely normal for the shop to be out of stock. I apologize for not having enough items to submit. Ito Makoto's words were laced with frustration. According to conventional logic, his lack of submissions should mean the shop was devoid of goods, thus preventing him from making exchanges. The system's reasoning was sound. However, if he could submit those items, would he not use them himself? Why would he need to exchange them in the shop? I understand your thoughts, but you must recognize that utilizing items obtained personally is far less secure than those acquired through the shop. What do you mean? Ito Makoto inquired, furrowing his brow. Literally. Consider if you were to acquire the first Hokage's cells, would you dare to use them yourself? Reflecting on the original narrative, where Orochimaru's experiments with the first Hokage's cells resulted in only one survivor, Yamato, he understood the peril involved. I believe I comprehend your point. So, items exchanged from the shop are absolutely safe for me. For instance, if I were to acquire the first Hokage's cells from the shop, I would perfectly possess the first physique without a hint of risk. Precisely. Likewise, if you exchange for certain ninjutsu, you will instantaneously master them, disregarding chakra attributes. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ito Makoto remained silent, once more perusing the items within the shop until he spotted the bowl he had just submitted. Common bowl, an exceedingly ordinary bowl. Requires source points, 0.002. This system is outrageous. The buy-in and sell-out ratio is indeed double. Nevertheless, considering that items from the exchange carry no adverse effects, the prospect of painless acquisition, in that light, the double ratio becomes somewhat acceptable. Chapter 3. The onlookers after a night of diligent research. Ito Makoto had roughly grasped the functions of this flawed system. It was indeed a flawed system because its capabilities were incomplete, and most importantly, it could be upgraded. To quote the system itself, the previous host was a fool, employing a brute force approach to confront the world, which led every world he traversed to end in devastation. Over time, such actions had provoked the ire of formidable beings across the realms, ultimately resulting in his annihilation, leaving the system with only a fragment of its core. To restore all functionalities of the system, monetary investment, source points, was required for upgrades. Once upgraded, the system could not only randomly unlock potent abilities, but also facilitate world traversal and the recruitment of other reincarnators with ease. At the current stage, without submitting ninjutsu, he could only exchange for some unlocked D-rank ninjutsu. For heaven's sake, he was essentially a defective product. Nevertheless, while Ito Makoto grumbled outwardly, he was inwardly elated. He was grateful to the previous foolish host. Without him, he would never have acquired this golden opportunity. With this golden finger, he harbored the hope of becoming stronger. Thus, in pursuit of that hope, he had submitted everything he could gather in recent days, be it wood, paper, or even refuse. Anything that could be submitted was turned in. I will never ask you to treat me to ramen again, Ito Makoto. Please, stop rummaging through garbage bins, Naruto thought. Watching Ito Makoto scavenge through bins along the streets after school, he felt a pang of guilt, believing it was his request for ramen that had led to Ito Makoto's poverty, forcing him to resort to such means for survival. Please, don't look so remorseful. This isn't your fault. Just promise me you won't dig through garbage anymore. It's filthy. Fine. Having exhausted the potential finds in the bins, he figured continuing to search would yield little, so he agreed. Really? However, seeing Naruto still lost in guilt made Ito Makoto roll his eyes. Honestly, even if I were to starve or die of thirst, I will never rummage through garbage again. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted something intriguing. After some searching, he acquired 0.006 source points. Rummaging through garbage is rather amusing. Days passed, and through Ito Makoto's relentless efforts, he realized he had nothing new to submit to the system. Yet, his source points were a meager 5. Sighing, he lamented the slow accumulation of points after all his hard work. Dear host, do not lose heart. Even the tallest building starts from the ground. You have already acquired 5 source points. How far can the next 5 be? Although such encouragement was offered, time was of the essence. He recalled that the Uchiha massacre night was fast approaching. In search of new items to submit to the system, he had scoured Konoha village. And now he sensed a growing tension in the air. Initially, he had no particular thoughts on the Uchiha massacre. What could a weakling like him do? A mere genin could easily handle him, let alone the likes of Obito and Itachi Uchiha. However, things had changed. With the system at his disposal and source points in hand, he began to entertain notions regarding the massacre. Of course, 5 source points were still insufficient to grant him any notable power, not even allowing him to exchange for D-rank ninjutsu. So what gave Ito Makoto the audacity to consider the Uchiha massacre? Was it courage inspired by Liang Jingru? Certainly not. The source of his newfound bravery lay within the system itself. The exchange mall was not entirely devoid of stock. As a first-tier system, it still offered intriguing items for exchange, such as peculiar skills. Onlooker, one-time personal skill, requires source points. 6. Effect, watermelon, cantaloupe, honeydew, bitter melon. Pumpkin, any type of melon consumed will greatly reduce one's presence, even evading detection by electronic devices. P.S. Depart immediately after consumption. PS2. This skill can only be exchanged once. This skill was akin to an invisibility technique. As long as one continued to consume melons without interruption, they would remain undetected. With the skill, Ito Makoto would dare to venture near the Uchiha to pluck eyes. Unfortunately, he was still 1 point short of the 6 required. That single point felt elusive. Oh foolish host, have you forgotten you also possess the body replacement technique? Ito Makoto suddenly realized, a light dawning upon him. He had overlooked the obvious. Without hesitation, he submitted the body replacement technique and gained 1.5 source points. Now, with 6.5 source points, he exchanged for the onlooker skill, leaving him with an excess of 0.5 source points. Fortune favors the bold. Whether this works out remains to be seen. Ito Makoto was reluctant to take risks, but the world compelled him towards them. Following the typical path of cultivation would take an eternity before he could afford his first D-rank ninjutsu. With both parents being common ninjas, they left behind nothing of value. The only technique he could learn was the body replacement technique. To learn other ninjutsu, he would have to wait until graduating from the ninja academy or rely on merits to exchange money to purchase, or seek a powerful ninja as a mentor. Those were the only normal avenues available. As for thievery, that was out of the question. If Naruto were not the protagonist, would he have been able to steal that sealing book? Even the authenticity of that sealing book could be questioned. Perhaps it was all orchestrated by the third Hokage. Thus, to avoid becoming cannon fodder and to ensure the next few years were not squandered, Ito Makoto had no choice but to take risks. I won't ask for much. If I can just obtain a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, I would be satisfied. After acquiring the Sharingan, he would buy a pair of sunglasses, allowing him to copy others and Appo's ninjutsu and submit them to the system. However, he could not afford to relax. The more source points, the better. He was eager to acquire that skill. No one below me. One-time personal skill. Requires source points. 100. Effect. Upon declaring, this person is not beneath me, the strength of both parties will be forcibly equalized, bringing them to the same level. This was a legendary technique from the great Nya, practically defying the heavens. If he encountered a powerful foe, at the very least, he could hold out until his allies arrived or wear the opponent down. In any case, Ito Makoto was intensely coveting this skill. Chapter 4. The night of the Uchiha massacre. At present, within the confines of the system's marketplace, only 2 unique skills are available. However, Ito Makoto harbors the belief that as the system evolves, an increasing array of such extraordinary abilities will emerge. Yet, the prospect of upgrading the system lies in the future, for he currently lacks the abundance of source points to squander. Upon awakening, a new day dawns. As Ito Makoto departs for school, he becomes increasingly aware of the oppressive atmosphere enveloping the village, understanding that the fateful night of the massacre is imminent, likely within the next day or 2. During his classes, he keenly observes Sasuke, noting that there appears to be no discernible change in him. This is hardly surprising. His acute awareness of the village's stifling ambience stems largely from his adult soul and his foreknowledge of impending events, which allows him to perceive the underlying tension. Sasuke, on the other hand, is but a child. If he were to sense the atmosphere, it would be as if the higher echelons of Konoha had resorted to self-immolation. During the lunch break, Ito Makoto, Sasuke, and Naruto find themselves atop the school building, sharing a meal. Abruptly, Ito Makoto speaks up. Sasuke, it has been a while since we've walked home together. Shall we do so after school? Sasuke responds readily. Sure, I'd like to go home with you both. Upon hearing this, Naruto, unable to contain his enthusiasm, interjects, Hey, I want to join too. Ito Makoto retorts, Fool. The reason Sasuke and I are going home together is that it's on the way. Your house is not along that path, so stop making a fuss. No way. I want to go with you. With a swift motion, Ito Makoto delivers a playful punch to Naruto's head, asserting, Fool, I said no means no. Okay. However, inwardly, Naruto seethes with frustration. Damn it. Why can they go home together and I cannot, when we are all friends? Of course, Naruto merely vents his frustrations. He holds great value for his friendships with Ito Makoto and Sasuke and would never provoke them. His only lament is the distance of his home from theirs. Had it been on the same route, the 3 of them could have walked home together every day. With Sasuke's unequivocal agreement, Ito Makoto feels a sense of relief. After school, Naruto dashes off, likely to the river for fishing once more. Meanwhile, Ito Makoto instructs Sasuke to wait at the school as he needs to use the restroom. Sasuke, unsuspecting, obediently waits at the school gate. Rather than using the restroom, Ito Makoto discreetly bypasses Sasuke and heads to a nearby vegetable market, purchasing over 20 large cucumbers before returning to school. Hey, why does your backpack look so much bigger after your restroom visit? Sasuke inquires. Oh, nothing. Just put a few things inside. Now, let us not waste time and head home, Ito Makoto replies. Upon hearing restroom and putting things inside, a sudden realization dawns on Sasuke, prompting him to create some distance from Ito Makoto, eyeing his backpack with a look of disdain. Ito Makoto, puzzled by Sasuke's reaction, wonders why he is staring at his bag. After a moment of contemplation, he retorts, You idiot. It's not what you think. If it were, would there be any foul odor? Just as he finishes speaking, Sasuke cautiously inches closer to the backpack, inhales, and, confirming there is no unpleasant smell, breathes a sigh of relief before resuming a casual stride alongside Ito Makoto towards home. On their way back, Sasuke appears relaxed, while Ito Makoto remains on high alert, ever wary of potential ninja ambushes. Clutching a cucumber in his left hand and a piece in his mouth, he resolves that at the slightest hint of danger, He will activate the skill known as Onlooker. No skill, no matter how exceptional, supersedes the value of one's own life. At this moment, he feels akin to a gambler, clutching the last of his chips, engaged in a high-stakes wager. Should he win and offer enough Sharingan, he would embark on a path of prosperity. Should he merely break even with no gains, there remains a chance to recuperate, albeit at a slower pace. A loss, however, would leave him with nothing, leading to his utter demise. Sasuke, do you feel like there are suddenly fewer pedestrians on this road? Ito Makoto queries. Really? Sasuke glances around, and indeed notices a scarcity of people. Is there a problem? To Sasuke, the decrease in foot traffic poses no issue. Perhaps the adults have returned home to prepare meals, or maybe they simply chose to remain indoors today. He cannot fathom why Ito Makoto would raise such a question. Haha, no problem, just found it a bit odd. This is anything but normal. Oh no, today is the night of the massacre. Luckily, I am astute enough to have prepared in advance. Ito Makoto recalls that on the night of the massacre, Itachi Uchiha awaited Sasuke's return, perched atop a telephone pole. Consequently, the majority of his attention is now fixated on the distant pole. At the slightest hint of abnormality, he will activate his skill. How strange. Why are there no pedestrians on this stretch? After a few more minutes, Sasuke murmurs in confusion. Suddenly jolted from his thoughts, Ito Makoto surveys his surroundings. Realizing they are nearing the Uchiha compound, yet the telephone poles stand eerily vacant. Ito Makoto feels an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He recognizes the folly of his assumptions. What manner of being is Itachi Uchiha that a mere student like him could ever hope to detect? Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Should he encounter Itachi, he would scarcely have time to activate his skill before succumbing to Genjutsu. Fortunately, thanks to Sasuke and Appo's inadvertent reminder, Ito Makoto discerns the gravity of the situation. He resolves that they cannot proceed any further. The Uchiha compound is drawing near, and even if he activates his skill now, the cucumbers in his backpack should suffice. Sasuke, I just remembered I left something with Naruto. Since your home is nearby, let us part ways here. All right then, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. With that, the two bid farewell, Sasuke continuing on his path while Ito Makoto swiftly retreats, turning into a narrow alley and muttering, Onlooker skill, activate. Simultaneously, he begins to chew the piece of cucumber in his mouth, emerging from the alley to discreetly trail Sasuke from a distance. As a prestigious clan within Konoha, the Uchiha family's residence is expansive. Upon entering, Sasuke begins to sense that something is amiss. Typically, upon returning home, he would encounter relatives engaged in conversation or teaching their children. Yet now, he finds himself surrounded by an unsettling silence, devoid even of a single soul. Suddenly, he feels as though someone is watching him from above. He glances up, only to find an ordinary telephone pole. Increasingly unsettled, Sasuke begins to run, eager to reach the safety of his home, the one filled with his parents and brother. Chapter 5. The Great Harvest. As Ito Makoto followed Sasuke while munching on cucumbers, he clearly observed a shadow crouching on a nearby telephone pole. The moment Sasuke glanced up, the figure vanished, and he collapsed limply to the ground. It was evident that the figure was none other than Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's fall was easily explained. He had already succumbed to a Genjutsu when he looked up, running home. Witnessing his parents' tragic demise and discovering his brother's true nature were all manifestations of the illusion. It seems the massacre has commenced. I wonder if I can acquire Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan. Watching Sasuke, who lay unattended on the ground, Ito Makoto couldn't help but admire Itachi's audacity. He showed no fear of a passerby executing Sasuke. Should the host take this opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Sasuke? If he does, the host would undoubtedly amass a substantial amount of source points. Then the storyline would collapse, and acquiring story points would become significantly more challenging. I suspect the world's consciousness would regard me as an enemy, much like your previous host, who recklessly brought about his own demise. Oh well. Ito Makoto, being of sound intellect, would never resort to such a foolish method of harvesting points. Furthermore, Sasuke was his friend, which made the notion even more repugnant. Shaking his head and disregarding the fallen Sasuke, Ito Makoto continued on his path. Not long after, He was met with piercing screams and the destructive sounds of various jutsu being unleashed. Goodness, this scene was absent from the anime. With my frail limbs, a single attack jutsu could easily spell my end. Makoto had underestimated the resistance the Uchiha clan was putting up on the night of the massacre. He had assumed they would offer no resistance and would be swiftly dealt with, allowing him to simply collect Sharingan. However, their fierce defiance caught him off guard. Realizing the danger of recklessly entering the battlefield, he understood that even his near invisibility might not spare him from the collateral damage of ninja techniques. It appears I must proceed with caution. Resolute, Makoto began to advance cautiously, his vigilance at its peak. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he avoided the chaos of jutsu, ultimately arriving beside the body of a slain Uchiha. System, how do I submit the Sharingan to you? Surely, you don't expect me to gouge out this person's eyes. Fear not. Simply place your hand over the corpse's eyes and silently recite the submission. Following the system's instructions, Makoto complied. Beep, submitted one pair of 1 Tomo Sharingan, gained source points, 100. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, a smile crept onto Makoto's lips. He hadn't anticipated that a single Tomo Sharingan would yield such a reward. What about 2 Tomo? And 3 Tomo? How much for a Manjiki, which surpasses the ordinary Sharingan? Ha ha ha, I am destined for wealth. After a moment of silent laughter, Makoto continued to tread cautiously. Soon, he encountered not just one but a multitude of Uchiha corpses. Scanning the vicinity for threats, he excitedly approached and began submitting the Sharingan. Beep, submitted one pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan, gained source points, 1000. Beep, submission invalid as the marketplace already possesses 1 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sharingan. After submitting a pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan, Makoto attempted to submit more, only to be informed by the system that the marketplace no longer required those eyes. It was then that Makoto recalled he could only gain source points from the first submission of a particular material. Subsequent submissions yielded no rewards. Damn it! How could I have forgotten such an infuriating detail? So, I can only gain source points by submitting 3 Tomo and Manjiki Sharingan? Indeed, host. With a sigh, the sight of so many Sharingan without any source point gain left Makoto in a sour mood. Yet, the prospect of 3 Tomo and Manjiki sharing awaited him. Lifting his spirits once more, steeling himself for a fresh start, he suddenly had an idea. Looking at the corpses, Makoto pondered for a moment before recommencing the submission of Sharingan. Host, even if you submit numerous 1 Tomo and 2 Tomo Sharingan, you will not earn even the slightest source point. I know. Then what is your intention now? Humph, if I cannot possess it, then neither shall anyone else. According to the anime, the Sharingan produced on the night of the massacre was partially taken by Obito, and another portion fell into Danzo's hands. Makoto harbored a strong disdain for Danzo, viewing him as despicable and treacherous, the architect behind many of the dark deeds in the Hidden Leaf Village. For someone like him, Makoto would not hesitate to create a bit of trouble. As he wandered about, he had amassed a considerable number of Sharingan, including 3 Tomo. Now, only the Manjiki remained. To his knowledge, only 3.5 individuals possessed Manjiki Sharingan: Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Fugaku. The half individual was Hitaki Kakashi. Since Obito and Appo's right eye had become a Manjiki, it was illogical that Kakashi and Appo's left eye, which was also from the same pair, had not upgraded. The only reason was that Kakashi himself was unaware that his own Sharingan had already evolved into a Manjiki. Among these individuals, Makoto believed he had the best chance of acquiring Fugaku's Manjiki. Having visited Sasuke's home a couple of times, he thought if the door was closed, he would find a way to scale the wall. Fortunately, the door was ajar, allowing Makoto to slip inside with ease. Ignoring the corpses in the front yard, he ventured further, realizing his supply of cucumbers was nearly depleted. He needed to hasten his pace. With determination, he made his way to the backyard. Upon reaching Fugaku's bedroom, he encountered a dilemma. What on earth? The door is closed. How am I supposed to get in? Should he simply open the door? What if Itachi was still inside? His current state gave him almost zero presence. Almost zero did not equate to zero if he were to pull the door open and Itachi was still there. he would undoubtedly be discovered, as the sound of the door opening would be far too conspicuous. If he refrained from opening the door, how could he gain entry? Breaking a window? The same logic applied. It would be too noisy. If he couldn't enter, how could he acquire the manjiki? With his cucumbers running low, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing restlessly. Just then, the door creaked open on its own, revealing Uchiha Itachi. Makoto, facing Uchiha Itachi directly, nearly had a heart attack. Thankfully, Itachi seemed oblivious to his presence and simply walked past. Phew, teetering on the brink of death is truly exhilarating. With Itachi gone and the bedroom now vacant, Makoto hurried inside to submit Fugaku's eyes. Beep. Submitted 1 pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Gain source points. 100,000. Yes. A windfall. Just as my cucumbers are running out, I must make my escape. Chapter 6. Redemption and System Upgrade. Upon returning home, Ito Makoto was brimming with excitement. After ensuring his safety, he hastily inquired of the system, "How many source points do I currently possess?" The host currently possesses 111,601. 5 source points. Wasn't it 111, 101? 5. How did I gain an additional 500 points? The extra 500 source points were a result of the host surrendering a substantial number of Sharingan, which prevented Danzo from acquiring enough for his purposes during this incident. Without Sharingan, Orochimaru would not engage in any transactions with Danzo. Hence the host's alteration of a minor plot led to this unexpected gain. Well, I certainly didn't anticipate such a stroke of good fortune. Ito Makoto had submitted the Sharingan with the mindset that if he couldn't possess them, neither should that old scoundrel Danzo, and he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. System, I wish to redeem my points. With over 110,000 source points, Ito could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the exchange. First, I shall redeem the technique not below me. Redemption successful, source points consumed, 100. Next, he opted for the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Redemption successful, source points consumed, 50,000. Wait, why did it cost 50,000? Ito exclaimed, bewildered. Shouldn't the buy-sell ratio be double? Why is it suddenly 5 times? In shock, he realized he had initially assumed only 20,000 source points were required to acquire the 3 Tomo Sharingan, only to discover it was, in fact, 50,000. Host, did you not notice the line at the bottom of the shop? Line. Prompted by the system, Ito glanced at the bottom of the shop interface and saw the words, "The final interpretation rights belong to this system." Ito was furious. The consequences were hardly dire. What was the use of his anger towards the system? Currently, he felt utterly powerless against it. I'm not angry. Anger is detrimental to my health. Besides, I still have over 60,000 source points. No anger. No anger. I'm not angry at all. Does the host still wish to redeem the 3 Tomo Sharingan? The system's voice was like adding fuel to the fire as Ito struggled to regain his composure. What choice did he have but to grit his teeth and proceed with the exchange? Confirm redemption. The experience was markedly different from redeeming a special skill. After all, the eyes are organs of the human body, and their transformation inevitably caused some physical discomfort. Thus, when Ito confirmed the exchange for the Sharingan, a searing pain coursed through his eyes. Ah, my eyes, my mesmerizing and deadly 8-star, 8-diamond eyes. Ito cried out in agony. Thankfully, the soundproofing of his home was adequate. Otherwise, the neighboring residents would surely come to discuss life and ponder why flowers were so red. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, and soon it subsided. Just as he was about to open his eyes and inspect himself in a mirror, the system interjected once more. It would be best for the host not to open his eyes just yet. Why? Activating the Sharingan requires chakra. Since the host does not possess Uchiha blood, he cannot freely toggle the Sharingan. With the current amount of chakra, activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan would likely lead to immediate exhaustion. Upon hearing this, Ito realized the implications. He recalled Kakashi, who also lacked Uchiha lineage and could not freely control his Sharingan, having to cover his eyes with his forehead protector during battles. Does this mean I will be blind from now on? Are you a supreme god system or a deceptive one? Why didn't you mention such a critical detail earlier? You didn't ask, The system replied timidly. Hmm? Facing Ito's growing fury, the system sheepishly suggested. There is a remedy. Simply redeem Uchiha Bloodline. Bloodline? I don't recall surrendering that. Is it something you provide? Have you forgotten? The Sharingan you surrendered contained Uchiha DNA. After system optimization, it naturally birthed the Uchiha Bloodline. What is so surprising about that? And what are the source points for surrendering the bloodline? Why haven't I seen any credited to me? Please, that was DNA. Extracting a bloodline from DNA doesn't come without cost. You should consider it fortunate that I didn't deduct source points from you. Ito was unsure if the system was right, but the situation was dire. And even if the system was taking advantage of him, he had no recourse. Fine, redeem the Uchiha bloodline for me. Very well. The Uchiha bloodline has levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, ultimate, and supreme. Which would the host like to redeem? Without a doubt, these bloodline levels corresponded to the progression from one Tomo to the eternal Sharingan. Alright, I will redeem the advanced bloodline. Advanced Uchiha bloodline redemption successful. Source points consumed. 50,000. With the successful redemption, Ito could finally activate the Sharingan at will, yet, considering his chakra reserves, he wisely refrained from doing so. After this exchange, Ito felt it was quite worthwhile. The Uchiha bloodline not only served as the key to activating the Sharingan, but also significantly enhanced his innate potential. Before redeeming the bloodline, during the Shippuden era, Ito could attain Chunin levels solely through taijutsu. Now, he could confidently claim the status of a respectable jonin based on his comprehensive abilities alone, without relying on physical techniques. Of course, he understood the necessity of diligent training. He could not afford to be complacent. After expending just over 100,000 source points, Ito had acquired the 3-Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha bloodline, and the technique not below me. With a solid foundation of strength, all he now lacked were chakra and ninjutsu. The level 1 system provided a few D-grade ninjutsu, but aside from these, he could only redeem others by surrendering more. However, these D-grade techniques seemed rather impractical. The four-legged technique, a unique secret art of the Inuzuka clan, would certainly raise suspicions if he attempted to use it. Then there was Narakujin technique, a genjutsu that, without sufficient chakra, would barely affect a mere chicken. Most of these D-grade techniques felt rather useless to him. Holding over 10,000 source points, yet having no usable ninjutsu to exchange was quite the irony. Host, would you like to consider a system upgrade? Ah, the system can be upgraded. Ito slapped his forehead, realizing how he had overlooked such a significant detail. Upgrading the system not only unlocked random ninjutsu, but also enhanced its functionality. If he wished to traverse worlds and recruit reincarnators in the future, upgrading the system was essential. System upgrade. System upgrade successful. Source points consumed. 10,000. Goodness. This system should no longer be referred to as a supreme god system. It ought to be called the penny pinching system. From a substantial sum of 110,000 source points, only a few hundred remained, leaving Ito both amused and exasperated. Chapter 7. New Features System. How does the upgrade feel? It feels quite good. Well, it must be excellent. Enough chit-chat. Tell me what new features have been added since your upgrade. The system remained silent, instead presenting before Ito Makoto a series of newly added features, highlighted with a red circle. Can I now exchange for some C-rank ninjutsu? Unquestionably. These additional C-rank ninjutsu available for direct exchange without submission were indeed the result of the system's upgrade. Ito Makoto held no lofty expectations for C-rank ninjutsu. After a cursory glance, he shifted his focus elsewhere. His anticipation lay firmly with the special skills. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for the special skill bystander, he would not have expedited the system's upgrade so swiftly. With a mere thought, he displayed the special skills shop. Ah, 2 new special skills have appeared, quite nice indeed. By the way, system, does this mean that every time the special skills refresh, there will be 2 added? Since there were only 2 special skills when the system was at level 1 and now, after an upgrade, it had only refreshed with 2 once more. Ito Makoto surmised that the quantity of special skills added after each upgrade would consistently be 2. Correct. Nodding in agreement, Ito Makoto began to scrutinize the 2 special skills. Searing. Personal permanent skill. Requires 200 source points. Effect. Any entity defined as I affected by this skill will experience a persistent illusion of burning pain. The duration of the skill depends on the power comparison between both parties. PS. On my eyes, why must they be harmed? PS2. The skill's cooldown period is 1 week. The name of this skill may seem underwhelming, yet its true efficacy is remarkable. Imagine two evenly matched opponents in combat. Suddenly, one experiences an excruciating burning sensation in their eyes, though they may not close their eyes. A momentary lapse in concentration is inevitable, revealing a vulnerability. The subsequent events, well, you can infer the outcome. Ito Makoto was quite pleased with this skill. The source points required for exchange were minimal, though the 1-week cooldown suggested it could only be utilized in critical moments. Having been satisfied with the first skill, he turned his attention to the second. Cute Deception. Personal permanent skill. Requires 300 source points. Effect. When the caster is perceived as ambiguous, they can successfully blend in. PS. Be cautious when using this skill to match your image. Otherwise, it may yield random adverse effects. PS2. Frequent use on the same individual may result in failure. PS3. The skill's cooldown period is 1 day. After reading the description of this skill, Ito Makoto stroked his cheek, muttering to himself, given my age and looks, surely it won't backfire. Indeed, the primary application of this skill is among children. After all, a grown man with unkempt feet can never exude a cute aura, regardless of his appearance. This skill, while having a short cooldown, seems only usable in specific scenarios and not frequently. Pleased with both special skills, Ito Makoto immediately exchanged for them. Sigh, only 5 source points left. It feels like I've regressed overnight. Shaking his head, he mused that one must let go of the old for the new to arrive. As long as he continued to stir up trouble, source points would not be a scarcity. Oh, system, what is the deal with that feature? I recall there was no shop tab before, right? Indeed. This is a new addition following the system upgrade. Each time skills level up, a new feature will emerge. Understood. Ito Makoto had long been aware that the system would eventually incorporate functions such as traversing other worlds and recruiting reincarnators. However, he did not anticipate the emergence of new features at the second level of the system. Let me see what this new feature entails. Upon opening the Function tab, he found only one feature displayed. Enhancement, System Exclusive Function. Effect, by consuming some source points, certain ninjutsu skills can be enhanced. The higher the ninjutsu rank, the more source points required. PS. Enhanced ninjutsu skills may become stronger or weaker. The advent of ninjutsu enhancement signified that Ito Makoto's plans could proceed smoothly. Indeed, his self-imposed goal was to rise from mediocrity to brilliance. Only by becoming a genius in the eyes of others could he acquire vast amounts of ninjutsu. The simplest route would be to become a disciple of the third Hokage. It is well known that the third Hokage holds the title of Ninjutsu Doctorate, from A rank to D rank. There is not a ninjutsu he does not master. As long as he could become the third Hokage's disciple, would he ever lack ninjutsu? Of course. Not everyone could become a disciple of the third Hokage. At the very least, the prodigies from noble families would never be accepted, leaving only commoners like Jiraiya and Orochimaru as viable candidates. Do not mention Tsunade, as the apprentice of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. The third Hokage undoubtedly required support from certain families upon assuming office, making the Senju clan, one of Konoha's largest families, the best option. Thus, taking Tsunade as a disciple was not merely the third Hokage's choice, but a necessity. Their paths simply did not align. Tsunade primarily employs medical ninjutsu, contrasting with the well-rounded prowess of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Were it not for Orochimaru's later necromancy, his resistance to illusions would not have been so lacking. As for Jiraiya, while others may deem him mediocre, is he truly so? Could a mediocre individual comprehend Sage Mode? Even the genius Orochimaru could not achieve that. Could a mere mediocre person manage? Thus, it is not that Jiraiya is mediocre, but rather that others fail to recognize his genius. Similar to Rock Lee, can one truly label him as mediocre? A diligent genius is still a genius. From all this, one can glean the criteria for the third Hokage's discipleship. First, a commoner with a clean background. Second, an extraordinary genius. Ito Makoto qualifies as a commoner. His father perished for the village, ensuring his clean background. The only challenge he faced was in proving himself an extraordinary genius. Ito Makoto believed that if he followed the proper steps and had enough source points, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a genius, yet standing out as extraordinary posed a dilemma. Now, with the introduction of the enhancement function, he could truly distinguish himself. However, shouldn't T enhancements improve skills? Why might they also diminish? That is relative. For instance, if the host enhances the fireball technique, originally released from the mouth, and it instead becomes emitted from a different orifice, can you truly say it has weakened? Indeed, one cannot assert it has weakened. Unexpected methods of release may yield remarkable results, but from that particular orifice, it seems future battles may require a different approach. All right, I understand. Goodness. It appears this enhancement function must be used judiciously. I absolutely refuse to emit fireballs from that orifice, you rascal. Chapter 8. Focus. A month has passed since the night of the Uchiha clan massacre, and the ninja school has now entered its vacation period. During this month, Sasuke Uchiha has transformed into a different person, exuding an icy demeanor. He rarely engages in conversation with anyone other than Ito Makoto and Uzumaki Naruto. This cold exterior has captivated the girls, who admire him with exclamations of how cool he appears, while the boys, in contrast, perceive Sasuke as pretentious. Believing he is merely putting on a facade now that his family has been annihilated, and they feel compelled to teach him a lesson. Thus begins the anticipated moment of retribution. Those foolish boys, even with the Uchiha's downfall, are not worthy adversaries for Sasuke. Are they, Naruto? Indeed. Only I can stand as Sasuke's rival. Those weaklings do not deserve to confront him. Naruto, no offense, but with your current skills, it seems you are on par with those weaklings. Damn you, Makoto. Take this, water release, great wave. By the riverside at dusk, Ito Makoto and Uzumaki Naruto are fishing. While Makoto is genuinely focused on catching fish, Naruto manages to blend fishing with playfulness. Stop messing around and catch some fish. I've already caught several. While it seems you haven't caught a single one. Damn it, I will catch a big fish for sure. Well, good luck with that. I'm heading ashore. In truth, Ito Makoto's purpose for being here is not solely to fish. He aims to practice the application of chakra, specifically walking on water. This secluded spot, away from prying eyes, was chosen to avoid interruptions. However, to Makoto's dismay, Naruto's keen senses soon led him to this location. Therefore, when Naruto is present, Makoto refrains from practicing, eager to avoid Naruto's incessant requests for instruction. Indeed, Makoto has imparted some tips on water walking to Naruto, but alas, Naruto's chakra control is so abysmal that he has never succeeded. Each time he touches the water, he sinks, leading to Naruto's constant complaints about Makoto's alleged secrecy. What can Makoto do? He feels quite hopeless. He cannot reveal to Naruto that it is the nine tails within him that disrupts his chakra control. If he were to utter such a truth, he would surely find himself in the interrogation department of Konoha, aware that numerous Umbu are always safeguarding and monitoring Naruto. To avoid Naruto's nagging, Makoto has chosen not to practice whenever Naruto is around, as he has already mastered the skill. It must be said, the advanced Uchiha bloodline is remarkably advantageous. Not only does it amplify the quantity of chakra he can refine, but it also allows for exquisite control, making him feel as though he is swimming in water. Makoto, do you see that figure? Is it Sasuke? As Naruto, still by the river, points to the distance. Makoto squints and confirms that it is indeed Sasuke. Yes, it is Sasuke. Should we go greet him? Naruto scoffs, forget it, with his arrogant attitude. I have no desire to say hello. Then I shall go. Go ahead, go ahead. For the sake of tonight's dinner, I must continue fishing. Despite his words, Naruto's expression reveals that he is not entirely focused on fishing, as he frequently glances toward Makoto and Sasuke. Sasuke strides swiftly. By the time Makoto leaves the riverside and steps onto the path, Sasuke is already close behind. Hey, Sasuke, are you here to join us in fishing? Upon hearing this, Sasuke glances at Naruto, who is still fishing, before turning to Makoto. I have some questions to ask you. Come with me. Makoto is taken aback but quickly responds. Of course, let me inform Naruto. He turns and calls out, Naruto, I'm going with Sasuke to another place. We'll be back shortly. All right, you two go ahead. Naruto replies loudly. Let us go. Sasuke nods and leads the way silently. Not far along, they turn a corner and arrive at an abandoned house. Makoto, answer me honestly. Why did you suddenly leave that day? That day? The night of the Uchiha massacre? Makoto furrows his brow at Sasuke's inquiry. He had indeed realized that his abrupt departure was a significant flaw, yet he had assumed that with time, Sasuke would have forgotten. However, it is no surprise that Sasuke has not overlooked it. With his entire family slaughtered and the perpetrator being his beloved brother, he is likely to scrutinize every detail. I mentioned that I left something with Naruto, so I had to turn back to retrieve it. Can Makoto reveal the truth to Sasuke? Certainly not, at least not now. It is clear that the Umbu are undoubtedly tailing Sasuke. In fact, not only Sasuke, but there have also been Umbu shadows following Makoto throughout this month. Were it not for the system's reminders, he would have remained oblivious. If there are Umbu following a mere bystander like Makoto, it is only reasonable that they would also be shadowing Sasuke, the primary figure involved. Thus, unless Makoto wishes to court death, he will not divulge even the slightest hint of information. Makoto, I consider you my best friend. If you know anything, you must tell me. Sasuke remains suspicious of Makoto, convinced he harbors knowledge. Yet Makoto maintains an expression of ignorance, making it difficult for Sasuke to press him further. Moreover, at this stage, Makoto believes it is best for Sasuke to remain uninformed. Even if Sasuke were to learn the truth, what difference would it make? With his current abilities, he can only bully ungraduated students. Should he encounter a true genin, he would likely falter. If he cannot even handle a genin, how could he confront Itachi Uchiha or Danzo, or challenge Konoha? Given Sasuke's temperament, if he were to uncover any truths, he might indeed confront Danzo. In silence, Makoto ponders and gently advises, we are still young. At this time, we should focus on enhancing our strength. Strength? Sasuke clenches his fists, appearing dissatisfied. Precisely, strength. If you possessed formidable power, would your family have met such a fate? With great strength, you could investigate the matter yourself rather than come to me with questions. Therefore, the most crucial task for us now is to elevate our abilities. You are right. Strength is the key to mastering one's destiny. Sasuke departs promptly, leaving with clear intent. Whether it is good or bad for Sasuke to shift his focus to strengthening himself, Makoto is uncertain. However, considering that in the original narrative, Sasuke graduated at the top of his class, it is likely he would strive for excellence regardless of Makoto and Appo's counsel. Or so he hopes. Shaking his head, he dismisses these troubling thoughts and returns to the riverside to encourage Naruto to continue fishing. That night, in the Hokage's office, after a day spent reviewing documents, the third Hokage has yet to return home, as he is currently awaiting something. Report. Enter. The door opens, and a masked Umbu steps inside. Any unusual occurrences today? None. The target continues to act as usual, spending time with Ita Makoto. The third Hokage ponders for a moment before inquiring, and what of Sasuke? Sasuke is also behaving normally. Aside from encountering Ita Makoto briefly, he has remained at home. Saw Ita Makoto? Did they exchange any words? Sasuke inquired why Itachi suddenly turned away that day, on the night of the massacre. How did he respond? Itachi claimed he had left something behind with Naruto and merely returned to retrieve it. However, according to his colleagues, Itachi had not visited Naruto at all that day. The third Hokage squinted his eyes and murmured, could there be something amiss with Itachi? Go fetch Itachi's records. I wish to review them once more. Yes. The Umbu turned and departed, seemingly to procure the documents. Meanwhile, the third Hokage sat alone in his office chair, a pipe clenched between his teeth, silently contemplating various matters. Chapter 9. The improvement. A month has elapsed. On this day, the ninja school finally commenced, and Ito Makoto successfully advanced to the second year. After a period of rigorous training, he is now capable of utilizing the Sharingan to replicate ninjutsu. Of course, the activation of the Sharingan lasts only a fleeting few seconds. But that brief moment suffices for him to copy a relatively uncomplicated ninjutsu. Given the current timeline, it is likely that Sasuke has already mastered the Great Fireball technique. He plans to seek an opportunity to replicate it after school today. The Great Fireball technique is often regarded as a benevolent technique within the world of Naruto. Having appeared at the very beginning of the series, it is remarkable that throughout the narrative, it has never resulted in the death of anyone. Hence it is referred to as a benevolent technique. Of course, this notion is purely whimsical. Classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, its destructive power rivals that of some weaker B-rank techniques, making it one of the most lethal techniques within the C-rank category. Coincidentally, after the system upgrade, the Great Fireball technique was not among the newly unlocked C-rank ninjutsu, but if he manages to copy and submit it, Ito Makoto stands to gain a significant amount of source points. Over the past 2 months, apart from submitting Naruto's DNA to unlock the Whirlpool physique, Ito Makoto has not submitted anything else. During this period, all his source points have been acquired through trivial matters. For instance, he informed Naruto that stepping on water could enhance chakra control, and noted that the relationship between Sasuke and Naruto was not as antagonistic as depicted in the original work. These minor incidents yielded scant source points. Insignificant events provided him with mere fractions of a point, while relatively important occurrences granted him only a few points. Though small, these accumulations have led him to amass a total of 15 source points, sufficient to exchange for a D-rank ninjutsu. However, the D-rank techniques unlocked by the system appeared to lack practical utility. Upon further examination of the system's unlocked D-rank ninjutsu, the most useful options were the four-limb technique and Naruto technique, one physical and one illusionary. Ultimately, Ito Makoto decided to exchange for the four-limb technique. Four-limb technique, gather chakra in the limbs, transforming oneself into a beast-like form. Enhances grip and attack power, requires 10 source points. Ito Makoto found this physical technique quite useful. While the grip enhancement was debatable, the increase in attack power was undeniably beneficial. However, 2 issues needed addressing. First, this technique was exclusive to the Inuzuka clan. Second, Ito Makoto was reluctant to move on all fours like a beast. How could he resolve these concerns? Naturally, he would rely on the system's modification feature. System, how many source points are needed to modify the four-limb technique? It requires 5 source points to modify a D-rank ninjutsu. Ito Makoto felt a pang of frustration. You must have calculated this perfectly, knowing I have exactly 5 source points. The final interpretation rights belong to this system. How ruthless of you. Fortunately, his source points were just sufficient. Otherwise, he would have to wait for some time to modify it. Upon confirming the modification, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Four-limb technique, modified gather chakra in the limbs, enhances foot speed and hand attacks. P.S. The host may rename this technique. Indeed, the modification feature produced by the system was remarkable. After the modification, the technique no longer required him to move like a beast, allowing him to revert to a more human mode of action. The enhancement of both hands and feet was perfectly balanced. As for the loss of grip, it was inconsequential. With the modifications, the combat form and enhancements have changed. Calling it the four-limb technique seems inappropriate. Let us rename it to limb enhancement. Understood, host. Today marks the first day of school, and as it is the second year, the class will undergo a practical assessment, marking the students' inaugural participation in such an evaluation. Hey, Makoto. Upon entering the classroom, Ito Makoto was greeted by Naruto's exuberant voice. Wow, you all arrived so early? He smiled at Naruto before passing by his seat to sit between Sasuke and Naruto. Have you heard? There's going to be a practical assessment shortly. I'm sure everyone in the class is aware. Well, it's written clearly on the blackboard at the entrance. Apart from the first years, all other grades will have a practical assessment. As Ito Makoto's class is an elite second-year class, they are the first to participate in the assessment. This time I will definitely defeat you and Sasuke. Do you really think you can beat me? Don't you have a sense of reality? Perhaps due to Naruto's loud voice. The other students in the classroom turned their attention to him, creating an instant atmosphere of silence and awkwardness. Ultimately, it was a member of the Hyuga clan who broke the silence, but his words left Ito Makoto feeling quite displeased. You loser. If you think you can beat Ito Makoto, you might stand a chance, but Sasuke Uchiha must be defeated by me. Another individual lacking self-awareness. Believing Naruto could actually win against him? Realistically, if Naruto did not harness the power of the Nine Tails within him, even 10 Narutos would pose no threat. After all, he had trained his body for 3 or 4 years. Not to mention, he now possessed a technique to enhance his limbs. Naruto had intended to retort, but was restrained by Ito Makoto's gesture, indicating he should remain calm. After glancing at the silent Sasuke, Naruto relented. Seeing this, the Hyuga clan member assumed Naruto was intimidated, wearing a smug expression. Hey, what is there to be proud of for scaring a loser? Ito Makoto found it hard to watch. Had the Hyuga clan deteriorated to this extent? Before long, the classroom returned to its usual clamor. A short while later, a Chunin teacher entered the classroom, uttered a few cliché phrases, and led all the students outside to the training ground. The Chunin teacher then began to read from a prearranged list. First match, Orochimaru versus Extra A. Shikamaru, appearing lethargic, sauntered onto the field as if lacking motivation. Hey, Shikamaru, you're not going to concede right away, are you? Initially, Shikamaru did contemplate conceding to expedite his exit. In his view, practical assessments were less appealing than a nap. However, with Ito Makoto revealing his intentions, he felt embarrassed to concede outright. Ultimately, after a lackluster battle resembling a lazy game of rock, paper, scissors, Shikamaru triumphed over Extra A. Truly, as the eldest son of the Nara clan, to be defeated by you is worth it in this lifetime. Seriously? What does it say about your life if losing to Shikamaru is such an honor? Can you, Extra, not be so dramatic? The second match featured Sasuke Uchiha against Extra B. This battle held a bit more intrigue, as Sasuke was not merely going through the motions. His performance, though somewhat immature, exuded the grace befitting a Uchiha heir. Perhaps inspired by the scene-stealing antics of supporting actor A, supporting actor B also wished to express some sentiments. However, much to their dismay, the Jonin instructor promptly summoned individuals to escort them away. Chapter 10. White Eyes in the Ninth Group. Ito Makoto faced off against Hinata Kaneo. Hinata Kaneo was the one who had just mocked Naruto. Makoto, help me take him down, Naruto urged Ito as he heard the next matchup. No problem, Ito replied, feeling equally displeased with Kaneo. Although this class was an elite one, it seemed inappropriate for someone who had never appeared in the original story to ridicule others simply because he belonged to the Hinata clan. After a brief inspection of the ninja tools provided by the school, Ito felt satisfied and made his way to the arena. Are both sides ready? The middle-ranked teacher, serving as the referee, confirmed as the two arrived at the center of the stage. Ready. I'm good to go. Very well. The teacher raised his right hand and then waved it downward. The match begins. In an instant after the teacher's voice fell, Ito swiftly flipped his hands and launched 2 shurikens at Hinata Kaneo. Swish. Kaneo, maintaining a calm demeanor, effortlessly deflected the shurikens with his kunai. How despicable. Launching a sneak attack. With the shurikens blocked, Kaneo appeared quite pleased with himself. Despicable? Please, I only struck after the teacher announced the start. Otherwise, you think. Before he could finish his sentence, it hurled 2 more shurikens. You bastard. This time, Kaneo's earlier calm was disrupted, and he awkwardly dodged to the right. However, having seized the initiative, it had charged forward, determined to engage in close combat. Having lost the upper hand, Kaneo found himself unable to retaliate against Ito's onslaught and could only evade left and right. Ito, having trained extensively, possessed one of the best physical skills among his peers. His strength and speed were formidable. Most of his contemporaries could hardly last a few rounds against him in a spar. Yet, Kaneo was not an ordinary opponent. He belonged to the prestigious Hinata clan of Konohagakure. Foolish of you to challenge me in taijutsu. If you had relied on ranged attacks like shurikens, I might have struggled. But now you are merely courting disaster. Enough of your bluster. Focus on your defense, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of my punch. After the initial chaos, Kaneo gradually began to recover from his disadvantage. Despite their fierce exchanges, they were still in a sparring match. Their strikes and speed were simply more vigorous than those of lesser opponents. After more than a minute of relentless attacks, Ita began to feel fatigued. Bang! Once again, his powerful blow failed to break through Kaneo's defenses. Ita quickly retreated to catch his breath. Are you a turtle? So resilient. Taking a deep breath, Ita began to mock his opponent. Your strength has surprised me. I admit, you are far stronger than the others, but defeating me is out of the question. Kaneo was also feeling the strain. After enduring such sustained pressure, the burden of defense weighed heavily on him. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Ita doubted Kaneo possessed any significant techniques. At their age, even Niji Hinata had not yet mastered the gentle fist. Without the gentle fist, Kaneo was hardly a formidable threat. Wait, had he overlooked something? You will see. Kaneo replied, closing his eyes. 2 seconds later, he suddenly opened them wide. Byakugan, activate. What? I thought I had forgotten something. Turns out it was the Byakugan. The Byakugan, a bloodline limit possessed by the Hyuga clan, granted almost 360 vision, allowing one to perceive the flow of chakra in their surroundings. It also provided distant sight and the ability to see through objects, including the opponent's chakra network and tenketsu points. Utilizing chakra, the Byakugan could magnify vision to observe things up to a kilometer away, surpassing even the Sharingan in its clarity. Great, this is troublesome. Ita never anticipated that Kaneo would awaken the Byakugan. Although the difficulty of awakening the Byakugan was considerably lower than that of the Sharingan. Most clan members typically awakened it around the age of 10, while Kaneo had done so at merely 7 or 8. A true prodigy. However, why did this character not appear in the original work? Had he fallen midway? Shaking his head, Ita cast aside his distractions. With Kaneo having awakened the Byakugan, he realized that even he could risk losing if he was not careful. He did not wish to lose, not for the sake of his plans, nor for the duel itself. Let us commence the second round. With that, Kaneo charged at Itu. There were no elaborate tactics. It was a straightforward clash. With enhanced perception, Kaneo could see every movement Ita made clearly. Facing Kaneo's relentless assault, Ita struggled to keep up. The pressure was even greater than what he felt against Sasuke. Fortunately, while Kaneo could perceive Ita's movements, his physical capabilities did not match his newfound sight. Despite knowing where Ita would defend, he was always a fraction too slow. One attacked furiously while the other defended desperately, leading to a stalemate. Offense often held the advantage, and if this continued, Ita feared he would ultimately lose. Prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Realizing this, Ita decided to risk taking a hit to create an opening. Thus, he employed a mutually damaging tactic. You aim for my right side. Fine, then I'll strike your left cheek. Bang. Oof. Ita took a hit, but unfortunately, his punch aimed at Kaneo's left cheek was evaded. Seizing the moment, he quickly leaped back. Give it up. With the Byakugan, you cannot win against me. Humph. Ignoring him, Ita interlocked his thumbs, with his left thumb on top, forming a hand seal. Indeed, he was preparing to use forelimb strengthening. Initially, he had not intended to use it, saving it for midterms or finals against stronger opponents. He never expected Kaneo to be so formidable. Now, with the Byakugan activated, Kaneo would likely pose a challenge even for Sasuke. Chapter 11. The first step of a genius. What is Ito Makoto doing with those hand seals? Could he be attempting some sort of ninjutsu? Don't be ridiculous. Ito Makoto can hardly be expected to wield such techniques, considering his family is not one of the prestigious clans of Konoha. Nonetheless, what is the purpose of his hand seals? On the sidelines, his classmates were baffled by Ito Makoto's actions. Hinata Kuno, you have forced my hand. Behold my ultimate technique, limb enhancement technique. This is not about Ito Makoto being overly dramatic. Rather, he believes that if he is going to use this technique, it is better to announce it openly than to leave everyone in confusion. This way, others will understand his intentions rather than view him as a fool playing with hand seals. Let us determine the victor. At this moment, Hinata Kuno began to feel the pressure. The chakra consumption of the Byakugan is less than that of the Sharingan. However, he is merely an underclassman, and his chakra reserves are likely insufficient. If Ito Makoto continues to prolong the confrontation, he risks deactivating the Byakugan due to chakra depletion. As it stands, Ito Makoto appears intent on establishing a clear winner. With the Byakugan still active, Hinata Kuno felt no fear facing Ito Makoto's direct approach. Bang! Fool! I have seen through your tricks. As their fists collided, Hinata Kuno taunted. In response, Ito Makoto ignored the provocation and threw another punch. To the right, you say? I have already seen through. What? Hinata Kuno's pupils dilated as Ito Makoto, who had been in front of him, suddenly vanished. By the time he realized it, his right shoulder had already been struck. With the blow to his shoulder, he was sent flying to the left. The supervising Chunin, witnessing Hinata Kuno and Appo's unexpected defeat, could not contain his astonishment at Ito Makoto and Appo's speed. The explosive burst of speed was comparable to that of certain lower-ranked ninjas. Ito Makoto was unconcerned with the Chunin's thoughts. After employing the limb enhancement technique, his hand strikes and foot movements rivaled those of skilled lower ninjas. In other words, disregarding other factors, Ito Makoto's speed and strength were already at the level of a lower ninja. What would happen when a second-year student faced a lower ninja? Undoubtedly, it would result in a one-sided beating, even with Hinata Kuno and Appo's Byakugan. Bang! Hinata Kuno managed to block Ito Makoto and Appo's frontal assault, yet it proved futile. He was still knocked back. Previously, Ito Makoto had used his footwork to maneuver around Hinata Kuno's side. This time, he relied on sheer hand strength. What good is keen insight if it merely allows you to perceive his movements and defend against them? Strength reigns supreme. Stop it. Just as Ito Makoto was relentlessly pummeling Hinata Kuno, reveling in the thrill of combat, the Chunin could no longer bear to watch and intervened to halt the brutal onslaught. I hereby declare the victor, Ito Makoto. Hooray, Makoto has won. After the announcement of his victory, Ito Makoto calmly exited the arena. Naruto rushed over, eager to congratulate him, while Sasuke merely stood to the side, a faint smile gracing his lips. To have so thoroughly bested a member of the Hyuga clan, I imagine you might be courting some trouble. During the interval between matches, the Chunin approached Ito Makoto and whispered, "Thank you for your concern, teacher. I believe I can handle it." After giving Ito Makoto a long look, the Chunin departed to announce the next match. In this practical examination of their admission, Ito Makoto undoubtedly became the center of attention among his classmates. Neither the dashing Uchiha Sasuke, the Byakugan-wielding Hinata Kuno, nor the quirky Uzumaki Naruto could rival Ito Makoto's spotlight. Many were astonished by the strength of Ito Makoto's limb enhancement technique, which allowed him to so decisively overpower Hinata Kuno. Ito Makoto was quite pleased with his classmates' discussions. This was the desired effect. After all, this was his first battle as a genius, and it simply would not do to create a stir of lesser magnitude. After school, as he walked home, Ito Makoto glanced at Naruto, whose face resembled that of a swine, and felt a sense of exasperation. "Naruto, why are you following me when our paths do not align? Makoto, if you teach me that enhancement technique, I won't follow you anymore." Clearly, Naruto had lost his practical assessment match and, to add insult to injury, had his already less than handsome face beaten into a state reminiscent of a pig. "I told you, this technique requires a high level of chakra control. You can't even walk on water properly. With your level of chakra control, it's impossible for you to learn it. You haven't even taught me yet. How do you know I can't learn?" Ito Makoto facepalmed and gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. To dissuade Naruto and expedite his journey home, he decided to cut through the matter with decisive clarity. "You really want to learn, don't you?" "Yes, I must learn." "Very well then." Ito Makoto led Naruto to a secluded spot where they would be able to engage in some clandestine activities. "All right, there's no one around. If you want to learn, remember what I'm about to say." "Yes." Naruto appeared quite enthusiastic, yet Ito Makoto felt little motivation. "Now, the principle of this technique is as follows. Gather chakra in your limbs, precisely distribute every strand of chakra, then XXOO, followed by OXX, and finally, the hand seal is the child seal. Did you get that?" "Sure, I've noted it down." "Thank you, Makoto." You actually remembered?" Ito Makoto was somewhat suspicious. Had Naruto suddenly improved his memory? Just remember, if you wish to practice, it's best to do so at the entrance of Konoha Hospital or the Hokage's office. "Why? You fool." Ito Makoto gave Naruto a light smack on the head. With your chakra control, practicing elsewhere will surely lead to chakra conflicts. If you aren't in those two locations, no one will come to your aid. Ito Makoto's reasoning was sound. Practicing at the hospital. No matter how much the staff disliked Naruto, they would never allow someone to perish within their premises. Similarly, near the Hokage's office, as soon as Naruto approached, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the third Hokage. Would the third allow Naruto to come to harm? Clearly not. Remember my words. Yes, I understand. I'm heading home now. Makoto, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. At the home of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen examined the intelligence recently delivered by the Umbu regarding Ito Makoto at the Ninja Academy. The limb enhancement technique. How intriguing. Come forth. Swish. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? Inform the Hyuga clan that I have my own plans for this child, and instruct them to behave themselves. Understood. Chapter 12. The Art of Illusion. As days passed, Naruto indeed did not master the four limbs enhancement technique. Fortunately, he heeded the advice of Ito Makoto and practiced in front of the Konoha hospital. When he collapsed on the ground, writhing as if seized by convulsions due to the chaotic chakra within him, no one came to his aid. Ultimately, it was an elderly medical ninja who took Naruto to the hospital for treatment. Had Naruto perished in this manner, Ito Makoto would likely have been deemed a public enemy. Throughout this period, Ito Makoto remained vigilant, suspecting that the Hyuga clan might seek retribution for his actions, especially after he had bested a promising member of their family, leaving him in a pitiable state. Given the narrative conventions he had encountered in past literature, he was certain that the Hyuga clan would come for him. Yet, nearly a month had elapsed without any confrontation from them. In light of this, he resolved to stir the pot himself. At present, aside from his unique skills, he only possessed the four limbs enhancement technique, which was scarcely sufficient for one who aspired to be a prodigy. The question remained, how should he instigate trouble? The plot had not yet reached its critical juncture, and with his youth and lack of influence, he appeared ill-suited to orchestrate significant events. Reflecting on this, he realized that if he could not create chaos in the storyline, he should focus on acquiring more ninjutsu. Since obtaining the Sharingan, he had yet to replicate a single technique. Currently, he could maintain the use of his three-tomo Sharingan for approximately 5 to 6 seconds, a duration ample enough for copying ninjutsu. Who among his acquaintances possessed any techniques? Naruto? He lacked even the basic harem jutsu, let alone the ability to perform a Rasengan. Sasuke? He was uncertain whether Sasuke had mastered the Great Fireball technique. Shino? Insects seemed of little use to him, and the Sharingan could not replicate them. Hinata? What could he even copy? The Byakugan? Kiba? Forget it. Even if he could use the four legs technique, it would be of no practical benefit to him. As for the Inuzuka trio, their techniques were secretive, and it was uncertain whether they would even demonstrate them to Ito Makoto. Thus, Sasuke remained the only viable option. Sasuke, may I ask you something? What is it? As they walked home after school, Ito Makoto discreetly inquired, have you mastered the Great Fireball technique? At this, Sasuke furrowed his brow, but refrained from questioning how Ito Makoto knew. Instead, he replied, I just learned it a while ago. Really? Ito Makoto exclaimed with delight, envisioning the practical applications of his Sharingan. Could you demonstrate it for me? I'm currently low on chakra, so my fireball won't have much potency. That's all right, as long as you can perform it. Very well, follow me. Sasuke led Ito Makoto to a lake within the Uchiha compound. This location was a stone's throw from Sasuke's home, reminiscent of the spot where Itachi had once learned the Great Fireball technique. Wait, let me put on my sunglasses to avoid being blinded by the light. As Sasuke began to form hand seals without hesitation, Ito Makoto quickly interrupted to don his sunglasses. Having prepared for this moment, Sasuke had grown accustomed to Ito Makoto's eccentricities. After all, wearing sunglasses was far more normal than scavenging for trash. Are you ready? Sasuke asked, noticing Ito Makoto's sunglasses. Ready, Ito Makoto affirmed, giving a thumbs up. Sage, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, rat, fire style, Great Fireball technique. Sasuke formed 6 hand seals in approximately 3 seconds, indicating his recent acquisition of this ninjutsu. After completing the seals, he inhaled deeply and exhaled forcefully, releasing a fireball with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. No wonder Sasuke claimed his current fireball lacked lethality. In the original story, the fireball he produced was at least 3 meters wide, and later, Itachi's fireballs exceeded 5 meters. Compared to the future, this fireball was merely a slightly enlarged flame, possessing limited destructive capability. Regardless of its lethality, I've successfully copied it, Ita Makoto thought, wearing his sunglasses as he discreetly recorded the technique, converting it into 100 source points. Cool, Sasuke. Does that mean the more chakra you have, the larger your fireball becomes? Indeed. That's amazing. I can't wait to see you unleash a fireball the size of 100 meters. Sasuke smirked, abandoning the notion of spitting on Ita Makoto, and replied, Do you need anything else? None at all. I'll head home now. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. In theory, any ninjutsu he copied could be utilized without needing to exchange it through the system. However, the ninjutsu acquired through the system disregarded his chakra attributes, while self-copied ninjutsu required consideration of his chakra type. Ita Makoto had yet to ascertain what type of chakra he possessed, so even if he learned the Great Fireball technique, he would be unable to use it. What if his chakra was water-based? Would he then expel fireballs or merely spit? This was a better-case scenario. If his attributes caused chakra chaos, the consequences would be dire. He had successfully deceived Sasuke. Perhaps in a few days, he could trick other classmates as well. Unfortunately, the others were not as easily swayed as Sasuke. After contemplating, he accessed the shop and exchanged 5 source points for the D-rank Jinjutsu, the art of nailed vision, subsequently enhancing it. The art of nailed vision, enhanced, the user can determine the content of the illusion, inflicting psychological distress on the opponent. Note, the illusion's content must not surpass the D-rank limit. Originally, the art of nailed vision simply forced the opponent to confront their deepest fears. However, after enhancement, it allowed for custom content, significantly increasing its versatility. The limitation of not exceeding D-rank posed a considerable challenge. Just as ninja missions were categorized by danger, D-rank missions were deemed quite safe. D-rank Jinjutsu followed the simplest rule: one must not physically contact the target. In the realm of Jinjutsu, touching the opponent, even for the lowest-ranking ninja, would prompt immediate recognition of the illusion, thereby dispelling it. This was the unfortunate predicament of D-rank Jinjutsu. However, customizing the illusion's content? While it may not inflict severe harm on higher-ranked ninjas, it could certainly serve to annoy them. How about a mermaid in the sewer, slowly torturing someone in a vomit chamber? Care to explore? In an instant, Ita Makoto's imagination ran wild. Chapter 13. Sarutobi Kinoamaru in the blink of an eye. 3 years have swiftly passed like flowing water. The current Ito Makoto has now ascended to the 5th grade. Throughout these 3 years, he has employed a monetary strategy to invite Akimichi Choji for several barbecues, ultimately persuading him to demonstrate the multi-expansion jutsu before him. By leveraging Shikamaru's aversion to trouble, he managed to coax him into using the shadow imitation technique. Once, utilizing Sasuke's charm, he successfully replicated Ino's mind-body switch technique. Most importantly, he exploited the truth behind Hyuga Hizashi's demise to successfully copy Hyuga Niji's 8 trigrams 32 palms. These secret techniques can only be replicated through the Sharingan, where one comprehends the principles and submits them to the system. However, he himself cannot wield them directly. Wishing to utilize them? Certainly, but one must redeem them through the system. Ito Makoto does not possess an abundance of source points, thus he refrains from redemption. Currently, he possesses a mere 233 source points, having already exchanged the rest for other ninjutsu. Relying solely on body enhancement technique would not suffice to earn him the title of a true genius. At present, his ninjutsu repertoire includes Fireball Jutsu, Water Clone Technique, revised, and Mind Decapitation Technique, revised. His taijutsu consists of Body Enhancement Technique. His Jinjutsu includes Nightmare Technique, revised. His physique, Uchiha, advanced. Uzumaki, advanced. His bloodline, 3 Tomo Sharingan. Among his newly acquired abilities, he finds the Uzumaki physique particularly satisfying, as it not only accelerates chakra cultivation, but also significantly enhances chakra recovery compared to the average person. With these skills, he is nearly invincible among the Genin, capable of contending even with weaker Chunin. At the very least, should he be unable to defeat them, he can certainly escape. Now, with only a year remaining before the plot unfolds, his reputation as a genius has spread throughout the Ninja Academy. Even the higher echelons of the village have heard of his famed name. However, it is unfortunate that not only has the third Hokage not taken him on as a disciple, but Ito Makoto has barely crossed paths with him. He is still too young, and his thoughts are overly simplistic. Sighing, Ito Makoto grew anxious. If he did not devise a plan soon, time would slip away from him. Lifting his gaze towards the Hokage office building in the distance, he sighed once more and turned to leave. Ouch! Due to his distraction, Ito Makoto failed to notice his surroundings and inadvertently collided with someone as he turned. "Excuse me, little one," he politely apologized upon realizing he had bumped into a child, extending a hand to help the child up. "Who is a little one?" To his surprise, the child did not appreciate the gesture, instead rising on their own and kicking Ito Makoto's left leg. Ito Makoto's eye twitched slightly, but he refrained from anger. After all, it was he who had knocked the child down. However, this child was truly unlovable. "Since you're fine, I'll be on my way." "Wait a moment." Just a few steps away, the child called out to him. "Is there something else?" Ito Makoto was reluctant to engage with this impolite child. "You knocked me down, and now my bottom hurts. So, I want you to carry me." "Little brat." Ito Makoto approached the child, looking down at him as he said, "First, I already apologized. Second, I am under no obligation to carry you. If you want someone to carry you, go find your parents." The child remained silent, and Ito Makoto noticed that their shoulders were shaking slightly, as if they were crying. "Hey, it was just a fall. Does it hurt that much?" "None of your business." "You jerk." Well, it seemed that Ito Makoto could no longer ignore the situation, as a crowd had gathered around, whispering and pointing, seemingly accusing him of bullying a child. Ito Makoto felt utterly exasperated. He was only 11 years old himself, just a child. Was it really fair for them to say such things about him? However, he could not bring himself to abandon a weeping child, so he turned his back to the child, crouched down, and said, "I'm truly afraid of you now. Hop on." "I don't want to." "Ugh, this brat is getting stubborn. Get on quickly, I have things to do." The child sniffled a couple of times, but eventually climbed onto Ito Makoto's back. "Are you going home?" "No, I'm going to see my grandpa." "Where is your grandpa?" "I'll take you there. Go this way." As Ito Makoto followed the path indicated by the child, he increasingly felt that something was amiss. "Hey, are you sure this is the right way?" Of course. When Ito Makoto reached the end of that path, he realized exactly what was wrong. This is the Hokage office building. Could it be? "Hey, what is your name, little brat?" "I'm not a little brat. My name is Sarutobi Kanohamaru." Sure enough, Sarutobi Kanohamaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, and the nephew of Sarutobi Asuma. No wonder Ito Makoto had seen him crying when he mentioned his parents. Arriving at the entrance, Ito Makoto set Kanohamaru down and said, "All right, you've reached your destination. Go inside by yourself." "Thank you, big brother." Huh. Young Kanohamaru was quite adorable back then. Watching Kanohamaru enter the Hokage office building, Ito Makoto prepared to leave. It was a rare day off, and he wished to relax. Wait a moment. Just as he had taken a few steps, a masked ninja appeared before him. "The Hokage wishes to see you." Ito Makoto was utterly bewildered, unsure why the third Hokage would want to meet him. Did he think he had bullied Kanohamaru since he had seen him crying? Surely not. With a face full of questions, Ito Makoto entered the building. The interior decor was unremarkable, quite ordinary, and the ANBU ninja led him directly upstairs to the Hokage's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Reporting, "Ito Makoto has arrived. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave now." Yes. As it turned out, this was Ito Makoto's first visit to the Hokage's office. Glancing around, he did not spot Kanohamaru. "Ito Makoto, is it?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." There's no need to be so tense. Though he said so, how could Ito Makoto not feel nervous? The venue for their meeting was not the Ninja Academy, but the Hokage's office. This difference in location implied a shift in their conversational roles. While in school, Ito Makoto could regard him as a kind old grandfather, but here, the surrounding environment constantly reminded him that he was in the presence of a legendary ninja, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Please, sit down so we may talk. There was an empty chair placed 2 meters in front of the desk. He could not tell if it had been prepared for him or if it was always there. Chapter 14. Blending and Aging. Is it all right if I call you that? Of course, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage took a leisurely puff from his pipe and said, Achung, do you know that I have been paying attention to you for quite some time? Paying attention to me? Ito Achung suspected this was related to his association with Naruto. Although he had not noticed anyone observing them from the shadows, he was acutely aware that the third Hokage would undoubtedly assign someone to protect or monitor Naruto. After some contemplation, Ito Achung realized that the conventional method of apprenticeship was likely futile. He had already demonstrated combat prowess rivaling that of an average nin. Yet the third Hokage had not taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Consequently, to achieve his objectives, he had to resort to risky maneuvers. Is it because of Naruto? Upon hearing Achung's response, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. What do you know? At that moment, Achung felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. He understood that the third Hokage was exuding his formidable presence. Though aging, the Hokage's aura was not something Achung could easily contend with. With a steady gaze against the mounting pressure, Achung pointed towards the Hokage rock outside the window and softly remarked, Don't you think Naruto bears a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage? To avoid revealing his knowledge of the Nine Tails, he had to pivot the conversation towards the fourth Hokage. However, upon reflection, if Naruto were to dress appropriately, he might indeed resemble the fourth Hokage quite closely. The third Hokage sighed, setting down his pipe. He looked at Achung and inquired again. So you think Naruto is related to the fourth Hokage merely based on appearance? At that time, I didn't ponder too deeply on it. I merely found it curious why Naruto was so widely disliked. The animosity directed towards him seemed utterly inexplicable, prompting me to seek an understanding of why he elicited such disdain from so many. However, after getting to know him better, I found Naruto to be a genuinely kind person. Although he occasionally engaged in mischievous antics, it was merely a cry for attention. With such a disposition, why would he attract so much animosity? This led me to wonder if there was some underlying truth to it. By chance, I discovered that Naruto had Umbu protection, which was even more astonishing. Why would someone so disliked have Umbu protection? What merit did he possess to warrant such guardianship? Thus, I concluded that he must be the son of a significant figure, someone whose circumstances led him to be reviled by the entire village. As far as I know, the only individual in our village with golden hair was the fourth Hokage, which prompted my bold conjecture. Indeed, your conjecture is quite audacious. After uttering this statement, the third Hokage fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Ito Achung felt a surge of anxiety. He needed to take this gamble. If he succeeded, he would become the third Hokage's disciple. If he failed, he would likely face expulsion from the village. After all, the information he had revealed was not particularly noteworthy. Regarding Naruto, although his claims were somewhat far-fetched, they held a semblance of coherence. Furthermore, even if the third Hokage doubted him and sought to exploit this matter, he possessed unique skills. Aside from Naruto, it appeared there were few matters capable of capturing the attention of Konoha's upper echelons, or the third Hokage himself. Wait, there was another incident. On the night of the Uchiha massacre, he had departed from Sasuke's vicinity not far from the Uchiha compound. This fact would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Even for the third Hokage, he could not allow the Hokage to remain oblivious to the events of that fateful night. Casting a glance at the still pensive third Hokage, Ito Achung decided it would be best if he spoke up first. Excuse me, Lord Hokage. What is it? May I inquire if you believe in prophecies? Prophecies? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, withholding judgment. Yes, prophecies. At times, I receive fragments of events from the future. Oh, continue. The third Hokage's frown persisted, but it was evident he was intrigued by Achung's claim. I recall that the first time I received a fragment of the future was while walking home with Sasuke after school. Suddenly, I was beset by visions of corpses, many corpses, each adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem. coupled with the eerie atmosphere of that day, with hardly a soul in sight. Especially near the Uchiha compound, I instinctively wanted to stop Sasuke from returning home and urged him to accompany me instead. However, when I attempted to call him, I sensed a chilling danger, an icy breath of death that stifled my voice. Consequently, I concocted an excuse and returned home alone. After speaking, Aiching glanced at the third Hokage, aware that his account contained several inconsistencies. Should the Hokage reflect upon it, he would likely uncover many flaws. However, there was no time for such contemplation. Aiching continued, "Then, the second instance occurred during my second year. I witnessed a colossal raccoon made of sand wreaking havoc, causing buildings to collapse in its wake. Even here, Aiching hesitated, cautiously gauging the third Hokage's reaction. Even what? Even the Hokage building was trampled by that giant raccoon. What? The third Hokage was taken aback. He understood that the so-called sand raccoon was, in fact, Shikaku. When the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts, Shikaku had been given to Tsunagakure. In recounting this, he had initially presumed that the Jinchuriki had lost control and was rampaging through the village. The sudden twist left him astounded. "Are you certain this event transpired in Konoha?" "Yes, indeed," Aiching affirmed. "I saw both the Hokage building and Hokage rock." "Can you pinpoint the time?" As it was a fragmented event, I cannot specify the timing. Do you have any further prophetic insights?" None beyond these two instances for now." "Very well. I shall take my leave. You may go now." At this moment, the third Hokage's mind was in turmoil. Regardless of the veracity of Aiching's claims, they warranted serious consideration. In his heart, the third Hokage leaned towards believing Aiching and Appo's account of the first event, the Uchiha massacre, because at that time, Aiching had no reason to suddenly depart. When Aiching had first interacted with Naruto, the third Hokage had already begun to take an interest in him. Aiching's life was rather mundane, aside from attending the ninja academy. He trained at home or spent time with Naruto and Sasuke. Thus, in terms of intelligence, Aiching had little access to influential figures. Hence, his sudden departure that day could be rationalized as a reception of future information. Given that the first incident was reasonable, it was not far-fetched to believe Aiching had the ability to foresee events. At this moment, the third Hokage remained unaware that during his contemplation, Aiching had invoked a special skill, blending in, permanent personal skill. Effect: when the subject is presumed ambiguous by the caster, successful blending occurs. Note: this skill must align with one's persona, otherwise, it may yield random adverse effects. Note 2. Frequent use on the same individual increases the likelihood of failure. Note 3. The skill has a cooldown period of 1 day. Chapter 15. Early Graduation. Makoto Ito understood that the words he had spoken were riddled with flaws. However, he found himself powerless, for he possessed some peculiar skills. According to the system, these abilities were intricately connected to the laws governing the world. The power system within the Naruto universe lacked any capabilities to resist such laws. Thus, at this moment, the third Hokage's mindset gradually began to lean towards accepting what Ito had claimed. "Very well, if you assert that, then I shall place my trust in you." Ito scoffed at the Hokage's words, for had it not been for his clever deception, he would likely have been dispatched to the interrogation department by now. "Hokage-sama, there is something I wish to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate." "Speak freely. I wish to take you as my master." The desire to apprentice under the third Hokage was a plan Ito had devised several years prior. He simply had not found the opportune moment to act upon it. And now, it presented itself as an exquisite opportunity. "To take me as your master?" The third Hokage, upon hearing Ito's request, did not immediately reject it. Instead, he took up his pipe, inhaled deeply, and replied nonchalantly, "Explain to me why I should accept you as my disciple." "Quite simply, I yearn for strength. The ninja world is fraught with peril, and I am but a commoner. My parents were merely Nin and have perished while safeguarding Konoha. According to my unpredictable foresight, the future of Konoha will also be laden with danger. I possess no avenues left to grow stronger. I desire power. For even if I were to perish in battle for Konoha's sake, I would not wish to fade into obscurity like mere cannon fodder." Ito's words were skillfully articulated, directly referencing the loss of his parents due to Konoha's struggles. Otherwise, he would have had at least his parents to guide him. Currently, he had no relatives who were ninjas, and his only path to strength lay through unconventional means. It was evident that the third Hokage was an excellent choice. After listening, the third Hokage did not grant an immediate affirmative. Instead, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "You must understand that upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, Konoha assigns a CH Nin or J Nin instructor to guide you. How can you claim there are no channels for growth? Assigned instructors after graduation? Please, spare me." Ito retorted. In the original narrative, let alone other classes, even the illustrious Team 7, led by Kakashi, showcased the inadequacy of such guidance. After a confrontation with Zabuza, what exactly did Kakashi teach beyond the basics of tree climbing and water walking? He had only taught Sasuke the Chidori during the CH Nin exams. As for Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage and Kakashi's apprentice, he had received no guidance in his youth, and even after becoming his J-Nin instructor, Kakashi failed to teach Naruto anything substantial. Kakashi, renowned as the copy ninja, was said to have replicated thousands of jutsu. Surely, sharing a few C-rank wind techniques with Naruto would not have been a cumbersome task. Moreover, Ito firmly believed that Kakashi knew how to perform Rasengan. The principles of its training were relatively straightforward. Thus, while one protagonist mastered Chidori, the other learned nothing at all. Little Sakura, too, was left behind. Had Tsunade not discovered her latent talent and taken her as a disciple, she would have remained ineffectual until the very end. Hence, Ito held a deep-seated disdain for the notion of post-graduation instructors. Rather than mentors, they resembled mere captains of ninja squads. Hokage-sama, forgive my ignorance, but I am unaware of any formidable ninja who emerged from their training under a school instructor. Might you enlighten me? The third Hokage fell silent, contemplating. It seemed likely, perhaps, that such individuals were indeed rare. The emergence of a figure like Minato Namikaze among commoners was already a miracle, and that miracle was a result of Jiraiya's selfless tutelage. Other than him, it appeared no other commoner had achieved greatness. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, the third Hokage understood the choices inherent to human nature. The assignment of CH Nin or J Nin to teach Genin was more of a hierarchical duty than a true mentorship. Given this hierarchy, what right did others have to impart jutsu? Teaching was a matter of personal choice. Withholding instruction was simply a duty, and on this front, the third Hokage could not impose his will. Thus, should he accept Ito as a disciple? The third Hokage remained contemplative, while Ito, fearing the opportunity, might slip away. Added fuel to the fire. Hokage-sama, regardless of whether you accept me or not, I am determined to grow stronger. I believe that the Ninja Academy has nothing left to teach me, so I hereby apply for early graduation. Early graduation? The third Hokage was taken aback. In the peaceful era that Konoha had enjoyed for so long, it had been ages since anyone had applied for an early exit. Are you certain you wish to graduate early? Indeed. Very well, follow me. I wish to see what credentials you possess to make such a bold claim. The third Hokage did not refuse Ito's request for early graduation, for many prodigies had indeed graduated ahead of schedule, Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, to name a few. However, given the current era of tranquility, Ito's application for early graduation would not be a simple matter. The Hokage intended to assess Ito's true capabilities. If he merely achieved the standard of a typical genin, there would be no grounds for graduation in such peaceful times. As they descended the stairs from the Hokage's office, they chanced upon Konohamaru, who was playing merrily, chasing after a small ball, his face beaming with joy. "Grandpa, big brother, where are you headed?" "Grandpa is taking him to the training ground behind the office. Would you like to join?" "I want to come," exclaimed Konohamaru, tossing aside the ball and rushing to cling to Ito's leg. "Big brother, carry me." "Carry you? No way." Ito was reluctant to acquiesce to Konohamaru's request. Yet upon witnessing the boy's innocent grin, he sighed and knelt down. "All right, hop on." "Yay." Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, the third Hokage pondered thoughtfully. Not long after, they arrived at the Hokage's exclusive training ground. This arena, located behind the Hokage's office, was modest in size but sufficient for practicing fundamental skills or engaging in light sparring. Upon reaching the training ground, Ito instructed Orochimaru to stand aside. He could hardly bear the boy while preparing to battle the third Hokage. However, if it came to that, it would not be without merit, in a sense. Carrying Orochimaru would provide a perfect defense, as the Hokage would not dare unleash his full force against a child. Nonetheless, as entertaining as the thought was, the third Hokage was no fool. He would not grant Ito such an opportunity. Come now, young one. Let me see what qualifications you possess to assert such a claim as early graduation. I shall demonstrate to Hokage-sama. With that, Ito's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 16. The battle against the third Hokage. Very well, let us commence. The third Hokage stood calmly in place, even without donning his battle attire, indicating that he perceived no threat from Ito Makoto. You may make the first move. Indeed, Ito Makoto posed little danger. At present, he was merely a nin. And even with the power of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he could only be considered an elite nin, far from the level of a nin. A Kage-level shinobi facing off against a nin, even the weakest of Kage would not need to exert themselves significantly. Then I shall not hold back, Lord Hokage. With that, Ito Makoto swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, Ito Makoto created a multitude of clones, occupying 3/4 of the training ground's modest area. Oh, a clone technique? How intriguing. Observing the seemingly solid clones, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared quite interested. It is well known that Konoha's shadow clones, while physical, share chakra. The more clones produced, the greater the chakra consumption. Hence, the likes of Naruto, who could create dozens or even hundreds, was a rarity, as most shinobi do not possess such vast reserves. Thus, gazing at the seemingly tangible clones, the third Hokage felt a sense of curiosity. In truth, this shadow clone was merely a modified version of the water clone. In the original narrative, the water clone required 3 ninjas to perform. However, after systematic enhancement, it could now be executed by a single individual, and the resulting clones appeared more like physical entities, effectively confounding adversaries. Regrettably, these seemingly corporeal clones bore no true offensive capability. Their multitude served only to mislead, lacking any real power. Yet the third Hokage remained unaware of this, providing Ito Makoto with an opportunity, not a chance to win, but an opportunity to strike at the third Hokage. Amidst the numerous clones, Ito Makoto concealed himself, exploiting visual blind spots to seek an opportunity for attack. Though he donned sunglasses, he refrained from activating his Sharingan. The burden of the 3-tomo Sharingan was still too great for him. He needed to utilize every ounce of chakra effectively to inflict any damage upon the third Hokage. As Ito Makoto moved, the clones followed suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained vigilant, wary of an unexpected turn of events. At that moment, one of Ito Makoto's clones circled behind Hiruzen and delivered a swift kick to his back. Such a feeble attack could hardly faze Sarutobi Hiruzen. He spun around, executing a roundhouse kick, which caused the clone to dissipate. With the vanishing of this clone, all the others erupted into chaos, launching a barrage of strikes at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The third Hokage's expression remained unchanged. Upon striking the first clone, he understood that, despite the apparent multitude, none possessed any true combat capability. They were merely illusions, easily dispelled. Against such illusions, Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from employing ninjutsu, and instead relied on his taijutsu to evade, dispatching one clone after another with a single punch. This minimal exertion hardly warranted a bead of sweat from him. As the clones disappeared one by one, Ito Makoto seized the moment. Most of his clones were engaged in attacking Sarutobi Hiruzen's left side, while only a few remained on the right, serving merely to obscure his vision. Then, Ito Makoto executed his first offensive ninjutsu with remarkable fluidity. Fire style, fireball technique. Upon the casting of this technique, a fireball of approximately 4 meters in diameter hurtled toward the third Hokage, incinerating the few remaining clones in its path. Ito Makoto took a deep breath, pausing momentarily. Even for him, unleashing such a fireball proved somewhat taxing. Boom. The fireball hit its mark, successfully striking Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in that instant, all of Ito Makoto's clones vanished without a trace. Ito Makoto did not harbor the illusion that a mere fireball could defeat the third Hokage. So after a brief respite of 2 seconds, he leaped away from his original position. As he departed, a hand emerged from the ground below. It was the mind's eye decapitation technique. Having failed to grasp his target, Sarutobi Hiruzen surged forth, charging directly at Ito Makoto. Ito Makoto remained unfazed. He activated the body reinforcement technique and began to circle the training ground. It would be foolish to engage in close combat with the third Hokage. However, even with the enhancements from the body reinforcement technique, his speed was still insufficient to outrun the third Hokage, and as he felt himself being pursued, he had no choice but to turn and unleash another fireball at Sarutobi. This time, the fireball was notably smaller, measuring just over 2 meters in diameter. As the fireball approached its target, Sarutobi Hiruzen opted to evade to the right. Ito Makoto anticipated this maneuver, swiftly forming hand seals once more. Earth style, swallow you into the earth technique. This was essentially a modified version of the mind's eye decapitation technique, wherein instead of the caster burrowing underground, a pair of arms formed from earth emerged from below to pull the opponent down. Sarutobi Hiruzen was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated that Ito Makoto possessed such a technique. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch at the earthy arms. While the modified technique was indeed convenient, the strength of the earth hands was dictated by chakra. It was absurd for Ito Makoto to think he could drag a Kage-level shinobi down with this technique. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was not pulled underground, his expression reflected a certain admiration. I did not expect such remarkable performance from one so young. No wonder you dared to apply for early graduation. At this moment, Ito Makoto was gasping for breath, despite having utilized only a few techniques. The pressure he felt was immense. Facing a seasoned Kage as a mere nin was certainly no easy feat. To inspire the third Hokage's interest in taking him as a disciple, he had to demonstrate his utmost capabilities in this battle, or all would be for naught. So, Lord Hokage, have I passed? Graduating early from the Ninja Academy is possible, but to have me accept you as a disciple, you still have a ways to go. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite satisfied. Despite Ito Makoto's simplistic tactics, it was likely that any other nin in his place would have already fallen victim. Nevertheless, he remained hesitant about accepting Ito Makoto as a disciple. Is that so? It seems I must unleash my trump card after all. Gritting his teeth, Ito Makoto spoke with determination. Oh, do reveal any further techniques you possess. If they can affect me, I may reconsider taking you on as a disciple. Does the Hokage truly keep his word? Of course. Then, allow me to borrow the Great Illusion Technique, which is a modification of the Naraka Realm technique. Chapter 17. The Art of Great Illusions. In this chapter, the practitioner possesses the ability to dictate the content of the illusion, delivering a psychological blow to their adversary. In essence, the caster can tailor the illusion based on the circumstances. Ito Makoto, having been bombarded with diverse information from his previous life on Earth, does not hold the inhabitants of the ninja world in high regard. As he observes Sarutobi Hiruzen, who falls prey to the technique without resistance, he muses on the effectiveness of such illusions. Within the illusion, Sarutobi finds himself wandering the bustling streets of Konoha rather than the training grounds. Suddenly, a figure dashes out from the side. Sarutobi instinctively prepares to defend himself, only to discover a stunningly attractive young woman. With her appearance, a plethora of other alluring ladies seem to materialize in the alleyway. They come in various forms, voluptuous, petite, and even a dominatrix, each clad in tempting attire, bikinis, tight swimsuits, sailor uniforms, exposing everything one could desire. Dear, shall we indulge in some fun? One sultry lady coos as she wraps her arms around Sarutobi's. Another, a petite girl, shyly adds, if it's this esteemed gentleman, I wouldn't mind either. The atmosphere is charged with flirtation, as one exquisite woman offers Sarutobi a cleansing foam with a wink, while another urges him to be more assertive. Sarutobi, caught in this perilous yet pleasurable predicament, finds himself lost in enjoyment, dismissing thoughts of his duties as Hokage. Oh dear, my chest aches. Feel for yourself, One seductive lady places his hand on her ample bosom, overwhelming him with softness, causing his blood to rush and his nose to bleed profusely. Watching this scene unfold, Ito Makoto chuckles, noting Sarutobi's utter lack of resistance, reminiscent of his encounters with Naruto's harem techniques. Just as the ladies prepare to strip down for a more intimate engagement, the illusion shatters with a pop. Sarutobi, still dazed and grinning, fails to immediately comprehend the abrupt change. Clearing his throat, he remarks, cough, Ito, your illusion is indeed impressive. Ito, with a knowing smirk, inquires if the Hokage is satisfied. Sarutobi admits to being quite pleased, but laments the brevity of the experience. Ito shrugs, explaining his chakra reserves are insufficient to extend it. Well then, our tests are complete. Let us return to the office, he suggests. Wait, Hokage-sama, have I passed? Ito asks anxiously. From now on, you shall call me master, understood? Sarutobi replies with a smile, lifting Konohamaru as he departs. Ito beams with joy, affirming, yes, master. Konohamaru, bewildered by the events, can only sense the happiness radiating from both men. Back at the office, Sarutobi entrusts Konohamaru to a tutor, the sunglasses-wearing Ebisu. Ito, how should I arrange your training? Sarutobi muses, still uncertain about his recent decision. I will follow your guidance, master. Ito responds eagerly. Sarutobi contemplates, your foundation is solid, yet you lack chakra reserves and experience in ninjutsu. For now, stay by my side to learn new techniques. The next day, news spreads through the higher echelons of Konoha that the third Hokage has taken Ito Makoto as his disciple. Reactions vary. Some see it as a natural progression given the absence of the legendary Sannin, while others ponder the implications, especially in light of the Hokage's lineage. Notably, Danzo, who would have opposed such a move had he not been incapacitated, harbors his own ambitions. I envy you, Ito, a classmate remarks after the announcement. As Ito concludes his final day of school, he prepares to embark on a new journey under Sarutobi's mentorship. You needn't envy me. I believe in you. Your efforts will surely lead you to greatness. Ito encourages Naruto, who is filled with determination to become Hokage. Sarutobi observes the camaraderie of the youth, a bittersweet smile on his face, hoping they will continue to share such joy in their future endeavors. Chapter 18. This blade of mine is coated with poison etching. After a month of studying the ninjutsu scrolls, do you have any new thoughts? For an entire month, Ito Makoto had been under the tutelage of Sarutobi Hiruzen. During this time, aside from the initial days spent explaining the application of chakra, Hiruzen had allowed him to immerse himself in the scrolls. Ito Makoto had built a solid foundation. After a few days of instruction, Hiruzen realized that he no longer needed to teach the basics. He simply handed over some scrolls of common ninjutsu for Ito to study independently, inviting him to inquire whenever he faced difficulties. To Hiruzen's astonishment, Ito Makoto had scarcely approached him with questions throughout the month. He initially assumed that Ito was too shy to ask, so he decided to test Ito's progress. The results were surprising. Not only had Ito mastered several techniques from the scrolls, but his execution of ninjutsu was far from that of a novice. Over the course of the month, Ito Makoto had significantly enhanced his abilities. When fully unleashed, he could rival some of the J-nin. However, Hiruzen was unaware of Ito's Sharingan, which led him to believe that while Ito had grown stronger, he still fell within the realm of the Ch-nin. Having completed his ninjutsu accumulation, Ito understood that further enhancement, barring extraordinary encounters, would require diligent practice. As time passed, with increased chakra and combat experience, his strength would naturally rise. Yet, Hiruzen recognized Ito's eagerness to grow stronger, and the gradual approach might not suit him well. Thus, he summoned Ito to the Hokage's office, eager to hear his thoughts. In terms of ninjutsu, I believe I've accumulated enough. The only concern lies in the amount of chakra and combat experience. Chakra can only be amassed gradually, but regarding combat experience, what are your thoughts? Speak freely. Master, I wish to join the Umbu. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Unit, was established by the second Hokage. Members are elite ninjas carefully selected from the village, primarily tasked with protecting the Hokage and preventing external threats to the village. Occasionally, they undertake reconnaissance and assassination missions, which are often perilous or mundane, such as guarding key suspects. Due to the nature of their missions, members wear white masks resembling animals, and all details regarding their tasks are kept confidential. The Umbu operates directly under the Hokage, with orders relayed through squad leaders managing teams of 4 or 5. Ito Makoto had long contemplated the Umbu. He desired to strengthen himself, and the paths were clear: either increase his chakra or gain combat experience. Since there was no option to exchange for chakra, it became evident that gaining combat experience was his only viable path to immediate strength. Given the current peace, with no large-scale wars, joining the Umbu was an excellent opportunity to gain that experience. Umbu, you say? Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette. He had initially considered hiring AJ Nin specifically to spar with Ito to enhance his combat experience. While this would be safe, it would not expose him to the true terror of life and death. Reflecting on the strong ninjas of the world, each had been forged through real battles, having faced the harrowing specter of mortality. Thus, if Ito wished to grow stronger quickly, the Umbu indeed presented a commendable option. However, Hiruzen felt a twinge of reluctance. After a month of companionship, he had grown fond of his astute, talented disciple. The Umbu, after all, carried risks. Achung, the missions of the Umbu are fraught with danger. Are you certain you wish to proceed? I am certain, master. Seeing the earnest determination in Ito's eyes, Hiruzen found no reason to dissuade him. With a sigh, he acquiesced. Very well, I consent to your joining the Umbu. Thank you, master. Ito Makoto had not anticipated such a swift agreement from the third Hokage. He had intended to employ some charm to sway him. However, it appeared unnecessary. Though you will join the Umbu, it will be as a special member. Special member? What does that entail? Nothing much. I considered your unique situation. Your joining the Umbu is primarily to gain combat experience and insight into the ninja world. Therefore, I believe a year should suffice. True Umbu members cannot simply depart after a year, Hiruzen explained, exhaling smoke nonchalantly. So this special membership means you are watching over me? Of course. You are my disciple. If I don't look after you, who will? Then I thank you, master. All right, you can officially join tomorrow. I will arrange everything. I hope you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, master, I shall not let you down. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Go prepare well. Upon returning home, Ito Makoto quietly accessed the system. During his ninjutsu accumulation, he had exchanged some highly practical techniques using his source points. Even after these exchanges, he still possessed a substantial amount of source points. Hiruzen had been quite generous, aside from certain forbidden techniques and clan secrets. All the ninjutsu he knew was documented in scrolls. Consequently, Ito found himself with numerous source points remaining after his exchanges. System, initiate an upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Shortly thereafter, the system upgrade was complete. Ito promptly opened the system to examine the changes. Typically, when advancing from level 2 to level 3, the system would randomly unlock some B-rank ninjutsu. However, Ito had already illuminated nearly all the B-rank icons, so this upgrade did not yield any new B-rank ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Ito was unconcerned. His primary interest lay in the newly added special skills and functionalities of the system. Without hesitation, he navigated to the special skills section to explore the new abilities. My blade is coated with potent poison, a personal one-time skill requiring source points, 1000. Effect: using a butterfly knife as a medium, upon uttering the corresponding command, the wielder will uncontrollably touch the blade with their tongue. P.S. Lick. Chapter 19. Random items, lazy fish, collective permanent skill, requires source points, 10,000. Effect: using sofas and chairs as mediums. Maintain a specific posture to accelerate the recovery of one's consumption. Effect 2. When together with recognized companions in the depths of one's heart. Adopting the same posture can also facilitate recovery. P.S. The effects pertain to stamina, spirit, energy reserves, etc. While laziness has its merits, excessive idleness is not advisable. After perusing the descriptions of the two new skills, Ito Makoto felt immense satisfaction. The enticing skill aside, He could not ascertain the potency of the poison nor whether it could affect formidable foes. If it merely induced a mild case of diarrhea, that would be rather ludicrous. The second skill, however, was undoubtedly a recovery skill. Although the required posture was somewhat peculiar, its benefits overshadowed any shortcomings. Worst-case scenario, he could carry a sofa with him. Most importantly, this skill had implications for a group. Ito Makoto was undeniably pleased with the first collective skill. Having reviewed the special skills, the next focus was the system's newly unveiled feature, random items. The system shop will periodically present items from other worlds. The description was brief, merely a single sentence. Yet the implications were profound. The current system shop only allowed for the exchange of items from the Naruto world, and without unlocking certain features. Ito Makoto had to submit items himself to facilitate exchanges, a setup that proved quite irksome. Now, with the introduction of random items, he could look forward to acquiring goods from other realms. Ah, what a splendid feature. If I could obtain the bloodline of Majin Buu, wouldn't I be invincible in the Naruto universe? Host, do not indulge in daydreams. Even if the Buu bloodline appears in the shop, your current source points are insufficient for such an exchange. Damn it. Are you a supreme system or merely a cash-grabbing one? Why must everything require source points? Have you not heard the adage? No investment, no gain in strength. One day, I shall use source points to crush you. After venting his frustrations, Ito Makoto began to investigate the random items available this time. Upon opening the random shop interface, a spacious screen displayed only 2 items. Shizuka S. panties from the Doraemon universe, a treasured item cherished by Nobita. Exchange price, 1 source point. Hair dye technique, capable of achieving any color. From grandma gray to forgiving green. Exchange price, 10 source points. P.S. Items refresh every month. System, I believe we need to have a serious discussion. After reviewing the items, Ito Makoto took a deep breath and remarked, I want to complain about the limited selection of just 2 random items, considering special skills follow a similar pattern. The exchange period seems reasonable as well. However, could you elucidate the nature of these 2 items? Initially, Ito Makoto maintained composure, but by the end, he could no longer suppress his rising ire. He felt as though the system had played him for a fool. Where was the promised Buu bloodline? That hair dye technique was trivial, although a technique nonetheless. But what on earth was that Shizuka S. panties? I am not some perverted gentleman. Host, please remain calm. The emergence of random items is, as the name suggests, entirely unpredictable. With countless items across the multiverse, it is improbable that every selection will be of use to you. Hence, it is essential to maintain a calm perspective. So, you mean to say that the next random item will likely be equally absurd? Perhaps. As the vast multiverse contains far more useless items than useful ones. Damn it, what use is this pathetic system? Other supreme beings can traverse worlds at will and recruit reincarnators, while I am stuck here needing to level up. At level 3, and still unable to traverse worlds. What a useless system you are. System, I apologize for being so inadequate. After expressing his frustration, Ito Makoto gradually regained his composure. Since random items could not be relied upon, he resolved to exchange for ninjutsu or similar skills. Previously, he had exchanged for combat techniques, specifically ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Now, with a fresh batch of source points, he decided to invest in his physical constitution. Indeed, that was the focus. Presently, he possessed Uchiha Physique Advanced and Vortex Physique Advanced. The former corresponded to the Sharingan. Without the appropriate physique, he could not exchange for higher-level Sharingan. The latter enhanced chakra, significantly boosting both cultivation speed and storage capacity. Enhancements in offensive capabilities were mere tactics. Investing in physique was foundational. Without hesitation, after expending a considerable amount of source points, Ito Makoto successfully completed the exchange. However, he found himself unable to acquire the Manjiki Sharingan due to a lack of source points. The points he had obtained from Sarutobi were now entirely depleted. The following day, awakened by the radiant sunrise, the earth shimmered anew, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds, heralding the arrival of a fresh day. Youth often leads to serendipitous encounters. Kakashi, let us engage in our XXXXTH duel. exclaimed Guy, flashing his impeccably white teeth and adopting an exaggerated tone. Not a chance, replied the languid Kakashi tersely. Indeed. True to form, his rival rejected the challenge with such alacrity. Guy clenched his fists, feigning tears. Each morning, ninja-seeking missions would gather at the Konoha Daily Affairs Management Office, located on the first floor of the Hokage's office building, to select their desired tasks. Kakashi had also come to procure a mission. It was inescapable. He had been so engrossed in reading that he had neglected his mission obligations, and upon finishing his novel, he realized he was nearly out of money. A.J. Neen. Reduced to financial woes due to an obsession with novels, one could not help but marvel at Kakashi's peculiar circumstances as Guy's destined rival. The two stood in the hall, perusing tasks that suited their capabilities. Kakashi's selection criteria revolved around monetary compensation. As for difficulty, he was confident in flawlessly executing any mission that was not ranked S. While browsing tasks, Kakashi inquired, "By the way, Guy, didn't you just finish a mission? Are you truly that desperate for money?" In contrast to Kakashi, Guy prioritized self-improvement in his mission choices. His first consideration was whether the task would enhance his skills. For someone with no ninjutsu abilities, developing his physical prowess was paramount, even when undertaking missions. Chapter 20. B-Rank Mission. Foolish Kakashi, I undertake missions solely for self-improvement. Money is but a fleeting notion to me. Is that so? Kakashi remained noncommittal. While the two deliberated on their tasks, an Umbu operative approached them and stated, "Jonin, Hatake Kakashi, Jonin, Might Guy, the third Hokage requests your presence." Both Kakashi and Guy exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to why the third Hokage summoned them. Despite their confusion, they followed the Umbu to the third floor, to the Hokage's office. "Come in. Lord Hokage, I have brought the two Jonin." "Very well, you may leave." The Umbu retreated, and the third Hokage turned to the duo, inquiring, "Do you currently have any active missions?" "Guy and I were in the midst of selecting a mission, so we do not have one at present." The third Hokage nodded and continued, "Good, I have a mission to assign you. Do you have any objections?" It was not in their interest to refuse a mission personally assigned by the Hokage. Furthermore, a task from the third Hokage was bound to be significant. Larger tasks typically entailed higher risks, which in turn promised greater rewards. Excitement sparked within Kakashi and Guy as they wondered what kind of mission awaited them. "Come in." The Hokage did not disclose the details of the mission immediately. Instead, he called out to the door. The door creaked open to reveal a ninja clad in Umbu attire, their face obscured by a white cat mask, leaving only the mouth visible. It was evident from the attire that this individual was indeed part of the Umbu. Kakashi felt perplexed. When did the Umbu begin collaborating with regular ninjas on missions? Hadn't they always operated independently? Moreover, the newcomer appeared rather diminutive. Was this due to some specialized training? Or was their youth the reason? A child? Could it be yet another prodigy? As a former prodigy himself, Kakashi had joined the Umbu at a young age and was well acquainted with their operations. The newly inducted Umbu member, codenamed Shenlong, would be joining them for this task. Although Kakashi found the Hokage's arrangement puzzling, he refrained from questioning it and simply accepted. "Shenlong, these are your teammates for this mission, Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy." "I am aware," Shenlong interjected. The copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, renowned for having mastered over 1,000 jutsu, and Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha, also an elite jonin. What beast? A rare creature, truly an unappealing little imp. Upon hearing Shenlong's words, both Kakashi and Guy realized that his small stature was not due to any secret technique, but rather his age. Prodigies were not uncommon in Konoha, and as long as the mission was unaffected, they paid little mind to whether he was a prodigy or not. In truth, the Umbu operative Shenlong was none other than Makoto Ito. He had arrived at the Hokage's office early that day, eager to embark on his Umbu career. However, the third Hokage seemed to be deviating from the norm. When Makoto had rushed to urge the Hokage to assign him a mission, the Hokage merely suggested patience, stating he would introduce two teammates. Makoto had assumed his companions would be fellow Umbu members, only to find they were Kakashi and Guy. "This mission is quite straightforward. You will work together to eliminate a band of mountain thieves. The mission is classified as B rank. Makoto was satisfied with this task, as beginning his career with a B-rank mission meant he wouldn't have to contend with overly formidable opponents, nor would he face excessively weak foes. B-rank was just right. However, while he felt content, Kakashi and Guy were less so. Are you jesting? Two elite jonin typically undertake A-rank missions, and now we are assigned a B-rank task with a third member? They found the arrangement somewhat absurd. Kakashi and Guy's dissatisfaction was evident, with Guy boldly declaring, "I must decline this mission." Being unwilling to accept did not equate to being unable to refuse. As jonin, they possessed the authority to decline standard missions. Guy's rejection momentarily stunned Makoto, but he quickly reconsidered, acknowledging that having two elite jonin accompany him on a B-rank mission indeed felt like an overestimation of his abilities. Lord Hokage, since Guy-senpai is unwilling to accept the mission, I believe it is best not to press him. The third Hokage took Makoto's suggestion to heart and did not compel Guy. Once Guy saw the Hokage had acquiesced to his refusal, he departed alone. And you, Kakashi? Do you intend to decline the mission? Me? Kakashi squinted thoughtfully, aware that this mission was essentially to serve as a guardian for the Umbu member Shenlong. Given his age and the fact that he had joined the Umbu at a young age, it was reasonable to assume he possessed considerable strength. By Kakashi's estimation, this task would likely be manageable, and the Hokage's decision to include him was likely a precautionary measure. A task that was both easy and financially rewarding was one Kakashi welcomed. I have no objections, Lord Hokage. Very well. This task will be undertaken by the two of you. Shenlong will primarily be responsible for the action, and Kakashi, you understand my intent, correct? Understood, Lord Hokage. Indeed. It was to be a caretaker role. For Makoto, having an elite jonin as a guardian did not present an issue. After all, this was his inaugural mission. Although his abilities were up to par, he had never taken a life, and should anything unforeseen arise during the mission, it was prudent to have someone experienced to assist him. Since there are no objections, prepare yourselves. The sooner you complete this mission, the better. Understood. Yes, Lord Hokage. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Makoto turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Do you have anything you need to prepare, Kakashi-senpai?" "I have little to prepare. Just a trip to the bookstore to acquire a few volumes." "Books? Perhaps that renowned title, Intimate Paradise?" "Intimate Paradise? Well, that book is quite famous. How about you lend me a few copies during our journey?" To be candid, Makoto was genuinely curious about this book. He wished to discover what allure it held that captivated Kakashi so profoundly. Children should not indulge in such inappropriate literature. Kakashi cast a knowing glance at Makoto, adding, "Should I lead you astray, I fear the Hokage would have my head." "Huh, it seems you have already discerned my identity." Indeed, Kakashi had seen through Makoto's true nature. If there were any prodigies emerging recently, Makoto Ito was undoubtedly one of them. To assign two elite jonin as guardians suggested an unusual status. Considering these two factors, Makoto was the only one who fit the bill. Impressive, Kakashi-senpai. You saw through it at a glance. I wonder if Guy-senpai is aware. None who ascend to jonin are foolish. Guy is simply more naive, but not dim-witted. Makoto said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 21. B-rank? A rank? The bustling marketplace echoed with the sounds of vendors calling out, as throngs of people surged and flowed through the streets. After 2 hours of relentless travel, Ito, Makoto, and Kakashi arrived at the residence of their mission client, Ueda Castle. The estate of the castle lord, Ueda Toki. Contrary to the seemingly leisurely pace of ninjas depicted in anime, where they merely leap between trees, the reality is far swifter. In comparison to the real world, while not as fast as a high-speed train, their speed surpasses that of an ordinary automobile. Thus, after 2 hours, they had ventured quite far from the hidden leaf village. The situation unfolded as follows. Last month, a merchant caravan was ambushed at Ueda Mountain, located at the border of the Land of Fire. Not a single soul survived the attack, and all their possessions were stolen. In the days that followed, similar incidents occurred in the same area, though fortunately, some managed to escape. Subsequently, I dispatched troops to eradicate the bandits, only to find our entire force annihilated. It is due to this dire circumstance that I beseech the ninjas of the Leaf to eliminate these brigands. The castle lord wields absolute authority in his domain. second only to the daimyo of the land. The recent incident within Ueda's territory has severely tarnished his reputation, and seeking the help of ninjas was a last resort. If this matter can be resolved favorably, it may indeed turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Ah, you dispatched an army only to see them all perish? Lord Ueda, I fear you may be concealing something from us, Ito Makoto remarked, casually stroking his teacup while gazing outside with an air of indifference. The sight of a young lad feigning nonchalance was almost comical. However, Ueda Toki did not find it amusing. Instead, he appeared somewhat anxious as he stammered, "No, no. I assure you, I am not hiding anything. In fact, I only recently learned that those bandits were actually ninjas in disguise. I am uncertain of their numbers." In the world of Naruto, missions are categorized into 5 ranks. D rank, trivial tasks, such as picking up trash or locating lost pets, with no danger involved. C rank, simple missions, such as acting as a bodyguard or clearing out minor threats, which may involve encounters with bandits devoid of ninja presence, posing slight danger. B rank, standard missions, again involving bodyguard duties and the elimination of threats, but with the presence of ninjas. The danger level is moderate. A rank, missions that pertain to national or village interests, such as protecting important figures or combating ninja forces. These carry a higher degree of risk. S rank, classified national issues, including assassinations of key individuals or theft of confidential documents, which present significant danger, excluding super S-rank missions, which are rare. It is evident that Ito Makoto's assignment merely involves eliminating a faction that includes ninjas, even if the ninjas are few or of lesser strength. Ueda's claim that the bandits consist entirely of ninjas elevates this task to a rank. Does Lord Ueda mean for us to combat a band of ninjas rather than the ordinary bandits you initially described? Ito Makoto inquired. Yes, that's likely the case. Ueda Toki replied, perspiration beading on his brow as he felt the pressure from Makoto's scrutiny, compounded by Kakashi's imposing presence nearby. I am not trying to conceal anything. We truly only just discovered this, and had yet to inform you, Ueda Toki insisted. Noticing Ueda's palpable tension, Ito Makoto grinned slyly and declared, "We accept this a rank mission to eliminate the bandits comprised of ninjas. However, we require additional compensation for our services. I trust you have no objections?" Upon hearing Makoto's words, Ueda Toki exhaled in relief, promising, "Rest assured, I will provide the compensation for an A-rank mission. And I will also add an extra 200,000 Ryo as a reward for your efforts." With the matter of remuneration settled, Ueda Toki expressed confidence in their abilities. "You can leave everything to us," Makoto assured. "However, we will need some time to gather intelligence, so we shall be residing here for the next few days. I hope this will not inconvenience you. It is an honor to host you both," Ueda responded warmly. With that, Makoto bid farewell and stepped outside. Throughout the exchange, Kakashi remained silent, allowing Makoto to take the lead. As a disciple of the Hokage, Kakashi believed it essential for Makoto to grasp fundamental principles, and he refrained from interjecting, intending to let Makoto grow through the experience. Even if Makoto faltered, Kakashi was there to support him. However, he was pleasantly surprised by how adeptly Makoto handled the situation. He seemed less a youth and more a seasoned adult. After exiting the meeting room and reaching the accommodations provided by the Lord, the two settled in. Kakashi broke the silence, asking, "How do you plan to tackle this mission?" Based on the information from Ueda Toki, the bandits have decimated a city's army, suggesting their combat strength is formidable, possibly including J-level ninjas. J-nin, do you want me to engage? Kakashi inquired. "No, let me try first. If it proves too challenging, then you can intervene," Makoto replied. Both understood that while they were technically partners on this mission, it was primarily Makoto's responsibility to see it through, with Kakashi serving as a safeguard to ensure his safety. Given the potential presence of high-ranking ninjas, Kakashi felt compelled to confirm whether Makoto needed assistance. "Of course, I do not wish for you to intervene just yet. We haven't even encountered the enemy. How can we ascertain our capabilities? I have no intention of confronting them head-on. Instead, we shall employ cunning. They are likely unaware of our presence and oblivious to our strength. This evening, we will scout and look for opportunities to administer a surprise." Administer a surprise? Kakashi echoed, intrigued. Indeed, observe this, Makoto said, producing a small vial filled with powder from his bag. What is that? Kakashi inquired, eyeing the contents curiously. With a mischievous grin. Makoto replied, this is purgative powder. Purgative powder? ISNT that meant for treating digestive issues? Kakashi exclaimed, wide-eyed in astonishment. Consider this. Kakashi-senpai, just a tiny bit of this powder can alleviate constipation. Imagine what an entire vial could do. You mean to? Kakashi's voice trailed off, realizing Makoto's intent. Precisely. I aim to leave those bandits incapacitated. A sudden chill ran down Kakashi's spine as he realized the unconventional application of a medicinal substance as a poison. The absurdity of it struck him. Using purgative powder as a means to debilitate foes was a notion he had never encountered in the ninja world. It seemed the people of this realm were indeed refreshingly naive. Yet, is one vial sufficient? Kakashi questioned, concerned about the quantity. Who said I possess only one? Makoto retorted playfully, unfurling a small storage scroll from his belongings. Instantly, 5 additional vials filled with the powder appeared on the table. Watch as I bring down that rabble. Makoto exclaimed with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing by, began to feel an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Chapter 22. The trap. As the sun began its descent in the afternoon, it was time for dinner. Akita Yama and Nanako, residents of the vicinity, found themselves in a rather precarious situation. The benevolent lord of the city had spared them from excessive taxes, and although life was challenging, there was a glimmer of hope for the future. They had saved a modest sum, dreaming of starting a family and settling in a relatively safe ninja village. However, their fate took a dark turn when they were ambushed by a band of mountain bandits 2 weeks prior. Initially, they feared for their lives, but fortune smiled upon them. The bandits lacked a cook, and thus the couple found themselves thrust into the role of preparing meals for their captors. Sighing heavily, Akita Yama expressed his concerns while cooking. When will this torment end? Hang in there, Ayama. Someone will surely come to rescue us. Nanako replied with a sense of optimism. But haven't you heard? They even defeated the Lord's army. Who could possibly save us? Akita lamented. Though Nanako was hopeful, she was not naive. The bandits had no reason to fabricate lies to deceive them. Their culinary skills were hardly on par with the likes of the famed Kei Wang. Just then, 2 figures appeared behind them, swiftly covering their mouths. Shoo, don't scream. We're here to rescue you, they whispered. Fear flickered in Akita and Nanako's eyes. They barely comprehended the words and nodded vigorously. Do not shout or speak loudly, understood? With that, Akita noticed the grip on his mouth loosening. It was none other than Makoto and Kakashi. As an elite jonin, Kakashi had no trouble infiltrating the area, and Makoto followed suit seamlessly. They navigated to the kitchen without incident. Makoto had anticipated a more tumultuous infiltration, but it had turned out to be unexpectedly easy. This bandit group of ninjas was not as skilled as he had imagined. Without looking back, just add this powder to the food. When the bandits sit down to eat, find a place to hide, Makoto instructed, placing a vial containing the powder on the stove. Remember, it must be somewhere secluded. Following their departure, Nanako cautiously asked Ayama, what should we do now? Holding the vial, Akita fell silent for a moment before resolutely stating, we will follow the instructions given by those 2. We must add the powder to the food. Our fate hinges on this. With determination, Akita and Nanako continued preparing the meal, maintaining their composure despite the chaos surrounding them. They were aware that panic would only invite disaster. Sir, here is today's meal, they announced. The bandit camp, numbering over 50, required diligent effort to feed. Despite the exhaustion, they pressed on, knowing that their predecessor had met a grim fate due to delays in meal preparation. Today's dishes look appetizing, remarked a bandit, his face obscured by a mask, as he surveyed the 2 dishes and soup with satisfaction. You 2 have been here long enough. The chief has granted permission for you to dine with us, he continued, leaving Akita and Nanako stunned. They quickly waved their hands in protest. No. We cannot dine with you esteemed gentlemen. Under normal circumstances, Akita would not have dared to refuse such an offer, but now, the food was tainted. They were uncertain of the effects of the powder, but it was unlikely to be benign. Enough chatter. This is the chief's decision. Do you dare defy him? The bandit barked. And no, of course not. They stammered, unable to decline any further. The masked bandit nodded approvingly and summoned others to assist in serving the meal. They exited the kitchen, making their way to the hall where most of the bandits were gathered to eat. The chief, a pale and slightly ghastly young man, sat at the head of the table. You two should sit in the corner and eat, he instructed. Lacking any means to resist, they complied. Sitting on the floor and placing their meal before them, caught in a dilemma of whether to eat or not. Noticing their unease, the chief laid down his utensils and inquired, "Why aren't you eating?" Esteemed chief, it's our first time dining with such esteemed company. We are merely a bit anxious, they replied. Is that so? The chief mused, glancing at the meal. Everyone, put down your utensils. To ease our cook's nerves. Let them eat first. The underlings exchanged glances, puzzled, but obeyed the chief's command. As they turned to watch the visibly anxious Akita and Nanako, Akita felt his heart race under the scrutiny of so many eyes. He swallowed hard, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and hastily shoveled food into his mouth. The chief observed as Akita finished his bowl, nodding slightly before allowing everyone to resume their meal. How long do you think it will take for the effects to manifest? Two scarred bandits outside the hall speculated. I'm not sure. The poison isn't particularly swift. It may take a while, one replied, revealing themselves to be Makoto and Kakashi. Utilizing transformation techniques, they had disguised themselves as bandits to blend in. As for the original two bandits, they had been swiftly dealt with. Kakashi incapacitated one, while Makoto eliminated the other. Isn't the first time killing supposed to be disorienting? Why do I feel nothing? Makoto rolled his eyes. Everyone reacts differently. Perhaps you are just naturally cold-blooded, Kakashi remarked dryly. Meanwhile, the faster eaters in the hall finished their meals and exited to allow others their turn. Seizing the moment, Akita and Nanako slipped out as well. However, as they stepped outside, the familiar voice echoed in their ears. Remember to find a safe place to hide. Akita shivered but did not look back, pulling Nanako along as they moved forward. Shortly after their departure, those who had eaten more slowly began to feel ill. My stomach hurts. I need to go, one exclaimed. Wait for me, another called, as a wave of discomfort swept through the group. What is happening? Is this contagious? I feel it too. Enough talking. Hurry up. We need to get to the restroom. Their destination was clear, the outhouse, and they rushed forth. In the entire gathering of over 50 individuals, there are inevitably one or two whose digestive systems are delicate, prone to disturbances. However, when more than 30 individuals simultaneously suffer from such ailments, it seems rather exaggerated, unless the leader, gazing solemnly at the remnants of the meal on the table, pondered, could it be that everyone has been poisoned? Poisoned. With this thought, the leader bellowed, bring me someone. Yet, at that moment, no one heeded his call. He remained the sole occupant of the hall, while the others had all rushed to the restroom. It was at this juncture that he too began to feel a subtle ache in his abdomen. Slamming his hand on the table in exasperation, he exclaimed, Damn it, leave me a spot. Chapter 23. A sight unbearable to behold. Don't you think your actions are a bit excessive? Kakashi remarked calmly as he observed the throngs of bandits rushing towards the outhouse. Excessive? Just wait. There is something even more outrageous coming. Ito Makoto shrugged, displaying no concern. You mean? Indeed, I've placed explosive tags in the outhouse. Goodness, that's quite malicious. Even Kakashi was taken aback by Ito's audacity. Let me make it clear, you can't pull such stunts in Konoha. Kakashi expressed a hint of apprehension towards Ito's reckless behavior, which involved not just drugs, but explosive defecation as well. Rolling his eyes, Ito scoffed, Are you an idiot? If I dared to do something like this in Konoha, the old man would surely kill me. Boom. As they spoke, the sound of an explosion erupted from the outhouse. Shall we go take a look? You can go if you wish. Ito reconsidered. The aftermath would undoubtedly be a horrific sight, and he preferred to keep his eyes untainted. By the way, this task can't be so easily completed, can it? This is the easiest B-rank mission I've ever undertaken. Kakashi, now bored, was engrossed in reading his novel. I doubt it will be that simple, Ito replied. Without lifting his gaze, Kakashi casually responded, Oh, why do you say that? Could you at least look up with your own eyes? The bandit leader is glaring at us from not far away. Why do you think that is? Upon hearing this, Kakashi put away his novel and looked up to see the bandit leader clutching his stomach, his face pale with rage, staring intently at them. Their relaxed demeanor amidst such chaos was indeed problematic. Even if they hadn't been poisoned due to lack of food, standing idly while chaos ensued around them was rather foolish. It's all your fault. I suggested we relocate, but you insisted it was too troublesome. Now look, real trouble has arrived. Huh, I'm not afraid of trouble. Besides, it's not my problem, Kakashi retorted nonchalantly. Damn it, you're not the one facing him head-on. So of course, you're unbothered. At that moment, Kakashi had already warned Ito that the leader was a mean-level ninja, having encountered him during a previous mission. Who are you? The leader bellowed in fury at the two nonchalant figures. Calm down, calm down. What if you get too agitated and let something slip? Damn it. You're going too far. Water release, water shockwave. The leader, provoked by Ito's words, wasted no time launching an attack. A water sphere surged toward them as they quickly dodged, causing the transformation technique to dissipate. Hatake Kakashi? The leader recognized him immediately, readying his kunai in defense. Oh, Araki Dairo, it seems you remember me, Kakashi greeted with feigned indifference. You scoundrels! What have I done to Konoha for you to use such vicious methods against me? Araki Dairo, filled with indignation, seemed to believe he was the victim while Kakashi was the villain. Unfortunately, this is a mission and the current situation is not my idea. Kakashi pointed at Ito. This guy is the mastermind. Umbu? Araki Dairo was too focused on Kakashi, whose reputation instilled fear, momentarily overlooking Ito. An elite J-nin from Konoha? It seems Konoha holds me in high regard. How about we strike a deal for my release? Absolutely not, Ito replied coldly. So, there is no room for negotiation? Very well, according to the rules of the ninja world, let us settle this with a one-on-one duel. No foul play. Forget the ninja world rules, and forget the duel. Araki Dairo, you've come to the wrong place. Fire release, great fireball technique. Ito, uninterested in further dialogue, launched an attack directly, as expected of a J-nin. Despite being in a compromised state, Araki skillfully dodged the fireball. You're pushing me too far. Is this what forces me to unleash my ultimate technique? Ultimate technique? Kakashi, now alert, prepared for the potential reversal of fortune that could arise from a J-nin's ultimate move. Rat, dog, dragon, mouse, dog. I'm off. Araki began forming hand seals. But Ito realized too late that it was merely a ruse. His true intention was to flee. Ito and Kakashi were momentarily stunned by this unexpected maneuver. Damn it. Is this guy a fool? Ito couldn't help but ridicule, having initially thought Araki was a cold-blooded individual, only to discover he was more of a jester. Kakashi, you know this guy, why didn't you warn me? Seeing Araki attempt to escape, the two immediately switched to pursuit mode. I don't know him well. We had a conflict during a mission last year. Back then, he seemed more stoic, hardly spoke. Who would he thought he'd changed so much in a year and even turned rogue? Never mind, he dared to toy with me. I must make him pay. Using the moment of their distraction, Araki managed to put some distance between them, but his condition was deteriorating. His stomach ached terribly, and he had to be cautious or risk an uncontrollable release of organic material. As he fled, he struggled to prevent an embarrassing disaster. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Water release, cannonball. Despite his weakened state, Araki was still a J-nin, and Ito found it impossible to catch up. As for Kakashi, he was merely an escort, tasked with protecting Ito rather than aiding in the pursuit. Seeing that he could not keep up, Ito began to hinder Araki's speed. Vacuum bullets and cannonballs spewed from his mouth like they were free, and the effects were evident. Finally, after relentless effort, he caught up to Araki. Too esteemed J-nin, I merely wish to relieve myself and expel the toxins from my body. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly? I am a J-nin too. Being suffocated by excrement is a blow to my dignity. Now that Araki was cornered, he resorted to a pitiful plea. Enough, you shameless fool. Today, you shall meet your end. Wind release, pressure damage. Ito had no desire to engage in further banter with Araki and unleashed his ultimate move, though only a B-rank technique. The destructive power of this signature wind technique was formidable. With a mighty shout, a colossal wind formed into a cannon that bore down on Araki. As the tempest surged like an overwhelming cannon, Araki attempted to evade, but, given the proximity and his poor condition, he had no choice but to withstand the onslaught. Boom! A tremendous whirlwind erupted, consuming everything in its path, causing the ground to tremble and crack open, leaving a fissure several meters long, an astonishing sight. Yet, in the face of this chaos stood Araki Dairo, his body covered in bizarre markings, unyielding. Upon closer inspection, the technique, though dramatic, had not inflicted significant harm. But why did it smell so foul? Ah, you scoundrels, this is your doing. Kakashi, I shall renounce my humanity. With that, I roared in fury and charged at the two of them. Goodness, what a foul stench. Surely, you must be in a dire situation. Die, die, die. Oh, great one with the unfortunate predicament. I cannot contend with you. Kakashi, you take the rear. I shall make my escape first. How absurd. Who would dare take the rear? The balance of power shifted in an instant. Chapter 24. The damned Kakashi. Kakashi, think of a way quickly. Ito Makoto shouted at Kakashi during their escape. No, I am merely a caretaker. The trouble you've gotten yourself into must be resolved by you. Kakashi firmly rejected, accelerating ahead of Ito. Damn it! Ito cursed inwardly, astonished that Kakashi, as a jonin, could be so shameless, positioning himself in front of him while fleeing. Is your escape really this practiced? Ahaha, don't run, Kakashi. And you too. Umbu, let us have some fun together. Who the hell wants to play with a guy covered in filth? Ito regretted not having eliminated the bandit leader earlier, which would have spared him this embarrassing predicament. Kakashi, you bastard, aren't you going to help? No. You created this mess, you resolve it. Rest assured, I will ensure you do not perish. Damn it, that is what you said. With no other choice. Ito realized that continuing to run was futile. He could not outrun the bandit leader, and it was only a matter of time before they caught up. I certainly do not wish to battle alongside a filthy individual. Observe my water release. Ito suddenly turned mid-flight, unleashing a torrent of saliva towards Araki, forming a small lake in the forest. This was the water release technique known as Great Waterfall Technique. Originally intended to lift vast amounts of water high into the air and engulf opponents like a waterfall, its destructive power rivaled natural disasters. After systematic modifications, the technique could now be expelled from the mouth, creating a water wave akin to a shock wave that inflicted significant damage on adversaries. This was the only A-rank ninjutsu Ito had exchanged for. Due to the considerable chakra required, Ito had initially hoped Kakashi would utilize some water release techniques to wash Araki. However, seeing Kakashi's lack of initiative left him with no choice but to execute this technique. Damn it, this was meant for the little panda later. But I guess I'll use it on you first. With a mighty shout, he charged towards Araki, stepping on the water. At this moment, Araki had been struck by the sudden surge of water, and the muddiness on him was washed away, leaving Ito without any psychological burden. You've got guts. Daring to challenge me in taijutsu. Araki, seeing Ito approach, advanced instead of retreating, confident that as a jonin, he would not be outmatched by a mere child from the Umbu. Ito's taijutsu had not yet reached the jonin level, but with the enhancement of limbs reinforcement technique, he could still hold his ground against Araki. Ito's choice to engage in taijutsu was born out of necessity, despite having exchanged for the Vortex Physique Ultimate. His chakra reserves were still limited. This was also why he was reluctant to use the Great Waterfall Technique. After executing it, he would lack the chakra to perform B-rank techniques, and forcing it would deplete his chakra, leaving him powerless. His strategy was to use taijutsu to hold Araki at bay while gradually recovering chakra, as his vortex physique allowed him to restore chakra at a significantly faster rate than others. For a brief period, the two exchanged blows, engaging in 20 rounds. However, Ito was caught off guard and was kicked by Araki, landing on the surface of the nearby lake. Ahahaha. Araki laughed maniacally, not pursuing Ito further. Relishing his victory. Do you think you're Yagami? If it weren't for my lack of chakra, I would have knocked you into next week. Seems you've already made quite the mess yourself. The conflict between Ito and Araki did not affect Kakashi, who leisurely perched on a tree, engrossed in a novel. Don't you think his current state is peculiar? Ito mused internally. Kakashi was unaware of the strange mark on Araki, oblivious to its significance. It was undoubtedly Orochimaru's cursed seal. This seal could unleash tremendous power, but also forcibly siphoned energy, leading to severe erosion of the user, making it a double-edged sword. At this stage, Orochimaru's seal was evidently imperfect, as the mark on Araki was chaotic and devoid of any aesthetic appeal. What terrible luck to encounter this on my first mission. I wonder if I will face Orochimaru later? Reflecting on it, Ito concluded that the seal was likely a haphazard creation by Orochimaru. Otherwise, Araki, being a jonin, would have been a significant asset to the Sound Village. Since Orochimaru had not recruited him, it was clear he was merely a test subject. As a test subject, Orochimaru would probably not pay him much attention. If Ito managed to eliminate him and erase all traces, he doubted Orochimaru would connect it back to him. Come on, Kakashi. That's short umbu. Why aren't you continuing? My fists are itching for action. Araki taunted Ito and Kakashi, who had not retaliated. Such taunts were trivial for Ito and Kakashi. Now aware that Araki had likely lost his sanity after activating the curse seal. Thus, Ito chose not to engage further with him. However, combat was inevitable. This interlude had allowed him to recover some chakra, enabling him to use a B-rank ninjutsu without losing his combat effectiveness. He needed to consider which B-rank technique to employ next carefully. As Ito contemplated his options, Araki, displaying a sudden surge of intelligence, decided to take the offensive, recognizing Ito's inactivity. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With swift movements, Araki closed the distance between them, unleashing a water dragon that surged towards Ito. Ito swiftly dodged, but the destructive force of the water dragon obliterated the surrounding trees. Damn it, he can use water release? Kakashi, why didn't you inform me? Well, you didn't ask. Damn Kakashi, I'll settle this with you later. Had he known earlier that Araki could perform water release, Ito would not have used the Great Waterfall technique. In a water-rich environment, water release techniques would not only be amplified but also conserve chakra. Gazing at the small lake beneath him, Ito felt a sense of regret for having created an opportunity for Araki. Chapter 25. Mastering the Water Dragon Bullet Technique. With the Water Dragon Bullet Technique, Araki, infused with a cursed seal, unleashed the jutsu with reckless abandon, as if chakra flowed freely without restraint. Meanwhile, Makoto found himself in a dire predicament, desperately dodging the relentless barrage of water dragon bullets. The situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. This cannot continue. I must retaliate. Resolute, he swiftly formed hand seals. Water release, 5 sharks, modified. Concentrated chakra at the tips of his fingers, channeling it into the water, transforming it into 5 formidable sharks that launched themselves towards Araki. While these sharks were mere constructs of chakra, initially driven only by instinct to attack, they had been modified to bear a chakra thread on their backs, connecting them to Ito's fingers. In this moment, the sharks resembled puppets of Ito, obedient to his commands. This ninjutsu is rather intriguing, Araki observed, bracing himself against the oncoming 5 sharks, adopting a hard stance. As a shark bit into him, he retaliated with a punch, easily dispersing the chakra-based creature. However, due to the connection between the shark's chakra and Ito's, the instant the sharks dissipated, it could expend some chakra to resurrect them. The chakra required for this revival was significantly less than that needed for the initial summoning. With his powerful Uzumaki lineage granting him extraordinary recovery abilities, it was clear that if Araki continued to engage recklessly, he would ultimately be drained by Ito. Is this guy out of his mind? Knowing full well the sharks are chakra constructs, why does he not target me, the originator, but rather attack the sharks? Kakashi, perched on a tree and engrossed in a novel, seemed either to be raising the difficulty of the battle for Ito or merely offering an unintentional commentary. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Thanks, Kakashi. Araki, hearing Kakashi's words, shook off the shark's bites and charged toward Ito. Damn it, Kakashi, you traitor. Once we return, I will report you. Ito cursed under his breath, hastily maneuvering the sharks to defend against Araki's assault while evading his attacks. with a sudden impact. It was caught off guard and struck by Araki, sending him sprawling back like a truck had hit him. The lake began to recede, and soon the battlefield was left with only a few scattered puddles, remnants of the earlier small lake. As the 5 sharks dissipated along with the lake, a stark comparison emerged. Despite taking a kick and a punch, it had merely spat out a few drops of blood, while Araki, plagued by the curse mark and the earlier bites of the sharks, appeared bloodied and somewhat lethargic, his condition evidently worse than Ito's. Lethargic? I could slap myself for not realizing this sooner. Knowing that the cursed seal would greatly erode the user's physical condition, why did he persist? Why not play it safe? Regret washed over Ito as he activated the shadow clone technique. As a technique that did not necessitate a physical form, it consumed little chakra, allowing Ito to create thousands of clones, leaving both Kakashi and Araki bewildered. Hey, the quantity of shadow clones is a bit excessive, isn't it? Without activating his Sharingan, Kakashi could not differentiate between the real and the illusions, mistakenly believing Ito was employing the shadow clone technique. What does it matter how many there are? I am not intimidated. Araki roared, summoning yet another water dragon bullet without a care. Is that all you can do? Ito taunted from within the safety of his clones, further provoking Araki. Look at you, as a J-nin, reduced to relying solely on a single water dragon bullet. Are you certain you deserve the title of J-nin? If I were you, I would have long sought solitude in the mountains. A J-nin so pitiful, lacking decent equipment, and reduced to plundering from the common folk. TSK. Are you perhaps a counterfeit J-nin? Henceforth, I shall refer to you as the counterfeit ninja. Counterfeit ninja? Counterfeit ninja. At this moment, Ito transformed into a relentless chatterbox, resembling a nagging presence that incited a desire to silence him. Even Kakashi felt overwhelmed, akin to a swarm of flies buzzing incessantly in his ears, let alone the already diminished Araki. Enough. Stop your incessant prattling. Come out and face me in a final showdown. Araki bellowed, abandoning ninjutsu in favor of physical combat against Ito's clones. I refuse to come out. I will drive you to madness. Araki, overwhelmed, clutched his head and screamed in frustration, clearly unable to withstand the verbal barrage any longer. What an opportunity! Seeing Araki expose such a glaring opening, Ito seized the moment. He concentrated chakra into his right hand, slowly forming a small, spinning ball of chakra. Witnessing the chakra sphere in Ito's hand, Kakashi removed his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan. Receive my technique, Rasengan. The Rasengan, a technique that concentrates and rapidly spins chakra to create a massive tearing force, was designed to breach defenses and inflict severe damage upon the foe. The resulting chakra sphere, about the size of a palm, could not only inflict surface damage but also temporarily disrupt the opponent's chakra flow. However, Ito's Rasengan was not yet perfected. The sphere in his right hand was merely a facsimile. According to the 4 stages of mastering the Rasengan, this was only the 3rd stage, capable of causing superficial damage to trees but insufficient to penetrate them. Thus, this Rasengan was a mere prototype. Of course, Ito did not expect this half-formed Rasengan to inflict significant injury upon Araki. He merely intended to exploit its properties to disrupt his opponent's chakra. For an ordinary individual, this incomplete technique would likely hold little effect, but one must not forget that Araki was currently in a cursed seal state. Orochimaru's cursed seal was derived from J-Go's chakra, which inherently contained natural energy. In essence, the cursed seal functioned as a budget version of Sage Mode. Sage Mode is undeniably a powerful combat state, yet it possesses its vulnerabilities. For instance, disrupting the balance of chakra within the body could lead to petrification. Thus, inheriting the potent destructive capabilities of Sage Mode, the cursed seal bore its weaknesses as well. Now, prepare to be petrified. Chapter 26. The Good and the Bad Spirits in the Grove. The maple leaves had turned a fiery crimson, resembling unquenchable flames. After a fierce battle, the leaves had fluttered down, carpeting the ground in vibrant hues of red. Witnessing such a picturesque scene, Ito Makoto felt a pang of reluctance to disrupt it. Kakashi, who had descended from the tree, approached Ito Makoto, quietly observing the petrified figure of Araki Dairo. After a moment of silence, Kakashi could not help but inquire, "Why is he transformed like this?" "I do not know," Ito Makoto replied, aware that revealing the truth behind Araki's petrification was not an option. Was it possible that Ito Makoto, having watched anime, understood that Araki's state was merely the manifestation of a cursed seal? Upon reflection, wasn't there another ninja in Konoha possessing a cursed seal? Surely, Kakashi had witnessed her enter that state at least once. Then again, considering her disdain for the cursed seal, it was likely that she had abandoned its use since Orochimaru's departure, leaving Kakashi and the others in ignorance. "All right, the mission is complete. When shall we return?" Kakashi asked. "Just a moment," Ito Makoto replied as he began to form hand seals. Wind release, vacuum bullets. With 3 vacuum bullets unleashed, the stone-like form of Araki was reduced to rubble, which Ito Makoto swiftly scattered with wind release. Great breakthrough. Allowing the fragments to fall throughout the grove. "Let us depart." Having obliterated the remains, Ito Makoto and Kakashi returned to the hideout, systematically eliminating the remaining henchmen who had survived the explosion. Now, this ninja faction that had perplexed Ueda Castle had been utterly dismantled. Even if a few remnants remained, they posed no threat. Ueda Castle could handle them on its own. Interestingly, while searching for leftovers in the hideout, Ito Makoto noticed the absence of Akita Yama and Nanako, leaving him uncertain whether they had hidden themselves well or had been found and brutally dispatched by the thugs. Who knows? Upon returning to Ueda Castle, the Lord promptly prepared a lavish feast upon learning that the troublesome faction had been eradicated by Ito Makoto and Kakashi. He invited several singers and dancers to provide an extravagant welcome. During the banquet, Kakashi admired the dancers, while Ito Makoto found little to appreciate. After consuming a modest meal, he excused himself. After a refreshing bath and reflecting on his shortcomings in battle, he retired for the night, confident in the presence of Kakashi, ensuring a sound slumber. On the 3rd day, after bidding farewell to the Lord, Ito Makoto and Kakashi set forth on their journey home. This time, they chose not to traverse the treetops, but instead walked steadily through the forest. "Kakashi, do you think our reward for this mission will be classified as B rank or A rank?" "Probably B rank," Kakashi replied, uncertain, as he had never encountered such a situation before. "Why not A rank? We faced a ninja faction of Jonin-level strength. Perhaps it's due to the limited funds provided by the client." Kakashi shrugged, opting to speculate rather than dwell on uncertainty. Surprisingly, his reasoning held some merit. "Damn it. Had I known this would be a scam, I should have insisted on Ueda Castle covering the price difference yesterday," Ito Makoto lamented, feeling a sting as he recalled that the reward for a B-rank mission was 150,000 Ryo, while an A-rank would have guaranteed 500,000, or perhaps even more. My money during his time at the Ninja Academy. He had spent extravagantly to foster connections with various peers and learn their techniques, depleting much of his savings. Only when one is devoid of wealth does the value of money become apparent. This return would at least yield half the reward. Several tens of thousands would be quite considerable for him now. Yet, the thought of missing out on hundreds of thousands left his heart aching as if it had been cleaved apart. Just to inspect a specimen, unexpected gains emerged. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. In the middle of the path stood a figure with a ghostly pale visage, devoid of color, and a pair of yellow snake-like eyes radiating a disquieting glimmer. The raspy voice seemed capable of freezing all existence. "It's been a long time, Kakashi." "Orochimaru." Kakashi's pupils contracted as he swiftly drew a kunai, adopting a defensive stance. "What brings you here?" Kakashi inquired cautiously. "I merely passed by to check on one of my experiments," Orochimaru replied, licking his lips nonchalantly. "Damn it, how unlucky." Ito Makoto realized that the experiment Orochimaru referred to was none other than Araki Dairo. However, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, it seemed he was unaware that Araki had already been dealt with. And there's another Umbu here. It appears Konoha has birthed yet another prodigy? Before Kakashi could respond, Ito Makoto interjected, "The tides of time bring forth new talents, while the old fade away. Orochimaru, you have grown antiquated." Orochimaru, unfazed, responded with an eerie smile. It seems my absence from the ninja world has allowed some to forget my terror. With that, he elongated his neck, lunging forward. Damn! Ito Makoto had been on guard since Orochimaru's arrival, but the sight of his grotesquely elongated neck startled him nonetheless. Clang! While Ito Makoto flinched, Kakashi remained composed, fully aware of Orochimaru's nature. As Orochimaru attacked Ito Makoto, Kakashi intervened with his kunai, halting the assault. With the attack thwarted, Orochimaru retracted his neck, returning to his human form. Kakashi, are you attempting to thwart me? Orochimaru observed Kakashi's readiness with a bemused expression, not the slightest bit angered by the interruption. I'm sorry, but I am a ninja of Konoha, and my companion here is also from Konoha. I cannot stand idly by while you make your move. A ninja of Konoha, is it? Orochimaru tilted his head back, gazing into the sky with a wistful expression. I used to be a ninja of Konoha myself. Then, in a surreal display, Orochimaru twisted his head 360 degrees, adopting a bizarre posture as he addressed Ito Makoto. Little junior brother, would you care to join me? Damn, Orochimaru knows who I am. Ito Makoto was genuinely startled. He had not anticipated Orochimaru's awareness of him. Ah, it must be Kabuto who provided the information. Ito Makoto ground his teeth, contemplating how to deal with Kabuto upon his return. It was utterly unforgivable that this individual had led him to encounter Orochimaru so swiftly. Each individual possesses the right to choose. I am currently living quite well in Konoha. Why would I wish to join you? Konoha is decaying, sooner or later. You will tread the same path as I. Silence. I, Ito Makoto, would rather perish than follow your path. What merit lies in adopting Orochimaru's path? To transform oneself into something neither human nor ghost, the only potential benefit being immortality. However, with his current system, does the issue of immortality even matter? Chapter 27. The Two Who Flee Humph. I detest your kind of hypocrisy and ignorance. Ito Seiji rebuffed Orochimaru, leaving the latter visibly humiliated. With a sullen expression, Orochimaru reiterated, I shall grant you another opportunity to rephrase your words. Go to hell, Orochimaru. Although Ito Seiji was uncertain of the implications behind his own gesture, he was well aware that it was far from a compliment. At this moment, he felt a mix of emotions. After all, he was facing the formidable Sannin, Orochimaru, not the previously encountered inept ninja. His singular desire was to devise a means of survival. Even if Kakashi joins us, it remains the same, he mused. As tensions escalated, Kakashi turned to Ito Seiji and said, when the fight breaks out, I will hold Orochimaru back while you make your escape. It was evident that Kakashi spoke from the heart. He had activated his Sharingan, prepared to fight at any moment. In truth, Ito Seiji was deeply moved, yet it was of little consequence. He harbored doubts about Kakashi's ability to restrain Orochimaru unless he unleashed the Manjiki Sharingan. Rest assured, I possess a trump card. What kind of trump card? You fail to grasp the sheer terror that the name Orochimaru evokes in this ninja world. I understand, I certainly do. Observing Kakashi's grave demeanor, Ito Seiji opted for silence. Have you reached an agreement? Orochimaru inquired with an air of impatience. Once you have, I shall take action, he continued, exuding an aura befitting a boss surveying mere underlings. Wait. As Orochimaru prepared to strike, Ito Seiji called out hastily. What is it? Orochimaru regarded him with curiosity. Well, Orochimaru, allow me to present you with a treasure. With that, he produced a small knife from his ninja tool pouch and tossed it to Orochimaru. The latter, unconcerned, caught the knife nonchalantly. At that moment, Ito Seiji shouted, Orochimaru, I declare to you, he faltered. Orochimaru, this knife is coated with potent poison. With the command uttered, his skill was activated. Kakashi, run. As the skill commenced, Ito Seiji urged Kakashi to flee. Kakashi, initially bewildered, quickly regained his composure. Being an exceptional ninja, he wasted no time and dashed away. What the hell? Run so fast. You promised to protect me. Give me back my gratitude, you bastard. The two bolted away, but Orochimaru did not pursue them. Instead, he found himself in a peculiar state, holding the knife Ito Seiji had thrown. Leaning in closer with evident reluctance. Orochimaru thought to himself, why do I feel compelled to approach this knife, despite being told it is poisoned? And why do I have an inexplicable urge to lick it? Despite his disdain, he found his head inching closer to the knife, his body betraying him to the rules of the skill. Then, he extended his tongue. I lick. You employed some sort of ninjutsu. Why isn't Orochimaru chasing us? Kakashi asked as they fled. Not pursuing? Orochimaru is merely pausing. If we do not escape quickly, he will be upon us in no time, Ito Seiji retorted, rolling his eyes and urging Kakashi to hasten their flight. With such powerful ninjutsu, even if Orochimaru catches up, you can just use it again, right? Are you kidding? I can only use this ninjutsu once in my lifetime. Don't let my current state fool you. I am gravely injured. If you keep prattling on, I might just die right here. Do you believe me? Damn it, Ito Seiji thought, bewildered by Kakashi's newfound loquacity. Kakashi shot a skeptical glance at Ito Seiji, observing that he appeared physically intact. How could he claim to be on the verge of death while still engaging in banter? However, Kakashi also recognized the validity of Ito Seiji's words. Such potent ninjutsu surely came with its own repercussions. Without hesitation, Kakashi scooped Ito Seiji into his arms and accelerated their escape, moving even faster than before. Say, can I change positions? This Princess Carrie feels rather embarrassing. Kakashi ignored him, sensing an impending danger and focusing solely on their flight. As Ito Seiji glanced around, he spotted a green creature sprinting towards them. Kakashi, hurry. Orochimaru is closing in. Upon hearing this, Kakashi nearly dropped Ito Seiji in shock. So soon? You may have reacted nonchalantly, but that does not erase the fact that you nearly tossed me away just now. My bad. My bad. It's a natural response to dire news. Ito Seiji replied with a smirk. Oh, do you think I believe you? Just as he was about to retort again, Kakashi solemnly declared, rest assured, I will never abandon a comrade. Absolutely not. Ito Seiji fell silent. Knowing Kakashi's history from the anime, he held no doubts about his sincerity. You two are quite swift. Little junior brother, care to enlighten me on the nature of that ninjutsu? Even I fell victim to it, and I find myself quite intrigued. Ito Seiji cursed inwardly. The so-called poison merely turned Orochimaru green and was entirely ineffective. With Orochimaru gaining ground, Ito Seiji suggested, well, big brother, seeing as you cannot withstand this technique, why not let us go? Not a chance. Unless you teach me that technique, I shall not let you pass. Seeing the glimmer of excitement in Orochimaru's eyes, Ito Seiji realized the futility of his predicament. However, he was entirely unaware of the distance of that skill. As a law-based technique, it would elude Orochimaru's comprehension. Even if Ito Seiji were to explain it, why go through all this trouble? Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Nonsense. Just tell me, and I will certainly comprehend. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, I am determined to study every ninjutsu. I cannot let such an intriguing technique slip away. With a sudden burst of energy, Orochimaru dashed ahead of Kakashi, blocking their escape. Give up. You cannot flee. Little junior brother, just reveal the nature of that technique, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you understand. Understand what, you green creature? Chapter 28. A blinding sight. They say that to navigate life, one must adorn oneself with a touch of green. However, Orochimaru's current state transcends mere embellishment. He is entirely engulfed in green. This stark realization indicates that not only is Orochimaru managing to survive, but he is thriving, an ironic cause for celebration. Well then, Orochimaru, you have compelled me to this. Oh, are you about to employ that technique once more? Hurry, for my anticipation is unbearable. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open, brimming with desire. Shadow clone technique. Alas, that technique was beyond Ito Makoto's capacity. Instead, he opted for the shadow clone technique. Cradled in Kakashi's arms, Ito unleashed every ounce of chakra he possessed, resulting in a veritable swarm of clones that resembled a dense colony of ants from above. Faced with this multitude, Orochimaru's hope dwindled into despair. The sheer number of clones became trivial against his level of prowess. No matter how many there were, they remained mere fodder. Junior brother, I offer you one more chance. Utilize that technique that incites my ire, or I shall become exceedingly displeased with dire consequences. Dire consequences? Kakashi mused, bemused. With so many clones, how could he discern the original? If there was ever a time to flee, it was now. Ita Makoto declared this, yet Kakashi remained skeptical. Could they truly escape? Was the title of Sannin merely a fade? Certainly not. Orochimaru, Ita bellowed, a blinding sight. The skill activated, and a horrified scream echoed from Orochimaru. Ah, my eyes. Why must you harm my eyes? For Orochimaru, his eyes were among his most vital organs. Without them, how could he conduct his studies on various ninjutsu? Hearing the cries, Kakashi, maintaining a considerable distance from Orochimaru, inquired, what has happened to Orochimaru? Itu, having exhausted all his chakra, lay languidly in Kakashi's embrace and replied, nothing of consequence. Merely a blinding sight, akin to being doused with pepper juice. Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Then let us hasten our escape. I have no desire to find myself ensnared by Orochimaru should your technique falter. Ita lacked the strength even to roll his eyes, his head heavy with fatigue. Yearning for slumber. I shall obliterate Konoha and seize you for myself. Orochimaru's roar reverberated in the distance, prompting Itu to mentally curse his fate. Orochimaru's plan for Konoha's downfall. Could it possibly be aimed at me? What a disheartening thought. As he pondered, fatigue overcame him, and he succumbed to sleep. When Itu finally awakened, night had fallen, and he found himself in a cavern within a colossal tree. Kakashi, what is the situation? Were we not supposed to have arrived in Konoha? I feared that Orochimaru might pursue us, so I took a longer route. We shall endure for the night, and tomorrow we will return to Konoha. Kakashi's foresight was commendable. He had chosen to navigate the longer path to mitigate risk. After a lengthy slumber, Ita's spirits were not particularly high, and he found himself unable to drift back into sleep. Thus, he began to reflect on their encounter with Orochimaru and their subsequent escape. The more he considered it, the more miraculous it seemed that Orochimaru had not pursued them. Despite the multitude of shadow clones, if Orochimaru had truly unleashed his full power, he could have dispatched them in an instant. Do not be deceived by the prowess of the blinding sight technique. It was merely pepper juice in the eyes, a condition that an ordinary person could endure with sheer determination, not to mention Orochimaru. Logically, the combination of shadow clone and blinding sight could only delay Orochimaru for a mere 5 minutes, and it doubted Kakashi's ability to escape within that time frame. What is Orochimaru's true essence? A serpent. When it comes to tracking prey, serpents are notoriously fierce. The only plausible explanation was that Orochimaru had been in a compromised state at that moment. Was the poison not a mere ruse, but rather genuinely effective? Imagining Orochimaru poisoned and unable to utilize ninjutsu, reduced to mere bluster, Ita pondered whether the true purpose of the poison was to incapacitate one's ability to perform ninjutsu, akin to a sealing technique. Damn it, how foolish of me. If that is the case, Kakashi cannot contend with Orochimaru in his normal state. But against an Orochimaru stripped of ninjutsu, it would be a grave misjudgment indeed. However, all of this was contingent upon the poison functioning as he suspected. If it did not thus, Ita felt a sense of relief, having evaded Orochimaru's pursuit. One must not be overly greedy. A tranquil life is indeed a blessing. As dawn broke, painting the sky in vibrant hues, Itu and Kakashi stood at the entrance of Konoha, observing the orderly comings and goings of the villagers, feeling as though they had traversed into another realm. Just yesterday, they had faced the relentless pursuit of Orochimaru, burdened by immense pressure. Now, standing at the village's threshold, they found solace in their newfound safety. Entering the village, Itu gazed upon the pristine streets, where children frolicked nearby, and remarked, "Ah, we have finally returned. I never anticipated that a mere mission within the land of fire could prove so perilous. Truly, the village is a sanctuary. The outside world is fraught with danger." Even Itu, a shinobi of considerable strength, recognized the perils beyond the village, let alone the common folk. Many citizens aspired to amass enough resources to reside in a larger ninja village. "Come, let us report on the mission's outcome," Kakashi suggested. Unperturbed by the gravity of their earlier encounter, Having undertaken numerous missions, he had faced more formidable challenges than merely encountering Orochimaru. The pair made their way to the Hokage's office without obstruction. Typically, reporting on a mission would require a visit to the mission reception. But this task was directly assigned by the Hokage, necessitating their presence in the Hokage's office for the final debriefing. Once Kakashi had recounted the entirety of their mission, the third Hokage, lost in thought while puffing on his pipe, seemed to be contemplating something profound. "Master, are you unwell?" Ordinarily, a B-rank mission poses minimal danger, yet who could have anticipated that the bandits would be a ninja organization, elevating the threat level dramatically? Thankfully, Kakashi and I were sufficiently strong to ensure the mission's success, but encountering someone like Orochimaru was entirely unforeseen. A simple B-rank mission had escalated to the difficulty level of an S-rank task. What a tremendous ordeal. After concluding his report, Kakashi departed, leaving only the third Hokage and Ito in the office. In public, as a disciple, Ito felt an obligation to uphold the Hokage's dignity, yet in private, he enjoyed a cordial rapport with the third, often exchanging playful banter without fear of reprimand. Chapter 29. Akai and Shaoli, who would have anticipated that a B-rank mission would culminate in such an outcome? The third Hokage exhaled deeply and continued, "I must say, you have quite the talent, being able to single-handedly slay a Jonin-level adversary." At the mention of this, Ito Masaru raised an eyebrow. It is indeed rare for someone so young to achieve such a feat in the context of modern peace. Speaking candidly to his master, Ito confessed, "It was merely luck. Had that fellow not fallen prey to my poison, I cannot guarantee I would have triumphed in a direct confrontation." Reflecting on that battle, Ito considered that had Araki activated his cursed seal in a normal state, without resorting to any special techniques, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to prevail. After all, Araki was no novice. His experience in combat far exceeded that of Ito, who was still a true beginner. Enough modesty. Given your capabilities, I am confident in allowing you to undertake missions independently this year. The third Hokage took another puff from his cigarette, feeling greatly reassured by Ito's performance during this mission. "But I prefer not to work alone," Ito replied. "Not only is solitary work rather lonely, but I am still a novice. What if I were to encounter unforeseen difficulties? I truly need an experienced ninja to guide me." Having read numerous novels, Ito often found it foolish when protagonists, for various reasons, undertook missions alone, insisting on a sense of fair competition despite their privileged backgrounds. Without the protagonist's halo, many would have met their demise. Given my lack of experience, I believe it best not to undertake missions alone. The third Hokage squinted, seemingly lost in thought before he nodded and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Orochimaru?" He was concerned that Ito, having interacted with Orochimaru, might be corrupted, despite acknowledging Ito's mature mindset. "Orochimaru," Ito replied with a smirk, "he is your beloved student. You ought to know him better than I do. Why ask for my opinion? Let us not overthink it. Consider it a casual conversation." Ito was well aware of Orochimaru's actions and maintained a neutral stance regarding these matters. It was undeniable that Orochimaru possessed an immense personal charm as a villain. Yet a villain remains a villain, and no amount of justification could erase his experiments on human subjects, especially given that the material was sourced from his own village. Had he utilized subjects from other nations, the third Hokage likely would not have exiled him from Konoha. I do not yet know enough about Orochimaru, so if you wish for my opinion, I would deem it perilous. The third Hokage was unaware that Ito had already learned of Orochimaru's past, and thus feigned ignorance to divert the conversation. Perilous? Certainly, based on his words and his capabilities, Orochimaru is undoubtedly a dangerous figure. Is that all? Ito shrugged, stating, "I have made it clear that I do not know Orochimaru well, so my opinions are limited." The third Hokage pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. You may take your leave and rest. I shall inform you of your next task. Then I shall take my leave." Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Ito found himself at a loss for what to do next. Return home to rest? That seemed unnecessary, as he felt quite energetic and had no need for rest. Seek out friends for leisure? At this hour, they were likely still in the Ninja Academy, and given his current status as a temporary member of the Umbu, it was not appropriate to engage with his former companions. After contemplating for a while and finding no suitable activity, he decided to head to the forest for training. With that thought in mind, Ito changed into a more casual outfit and made his way toward the depths of the forest. However, upon entering, he soon heard voices nearby. As he approached, he discovered that Mike Guy was training Shaoli once more. Ito had no desire to unravel why Shaoli, who should have been in the ninja academy, was training with Guy. He was there to train himself, and if he were to be entangled with the two, it could become quite troublesome. Just as Ito prepared to retreat, the keen-eyed guy spotted him. Without hesitation, he hurled a kunai in Ito's direction. "Who goes there?" Catching the kunai, Ito, somewhat exasperated, stepped forward and said, "Please, do not mind me. I did not mean to intrude. In fact, I was just about to leave." Upon recognizing Ito, Guy relaxed and laughed heartily. "What brings you here? Have you completed your mission?" Ito sighed inwardly, recognizing that those who attain the rank of Jonin are certainly not simpletons. "Mission accomplished, and since I have exchanged pleasantries, I shall take my leave." With that, Ito attempted to slip away. However, Guy was not so easily deterred. "Please wait a moment." He pulled Shaoli over to stand before Ito, addressing him earnestly. "I would appreciate it if you could train Shaoli, huh?" "Me?" Ito pointed at himself, bewildered. "Is it really appropriate for Teacher Guy to have me train him?" Shaoli was also aware of Ito, having known him during his time at the academy. Ito had made a point of establishing connections with the Konoha 12, so they were familiar, though their relationship was rather neutral. While he admired Shaoli, the latter seemed somewhat resistant to him due to his own talents. Thus, when Guy suggested that Ito train him, Shaoli immediately displayed reluctance. Bang! Recognizing Shaoli's hesitation, Guy swiftly delivered a punch that sent him flying. "You fool!" After knocking Shaoli down, Guy approached him, their eyes locking with deep emotion. "Shaoli, Teacher Guy! Shaoli, Teacher Guy!" As they exchanged these words, the two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. Ito felt a shiver run down his spine from witnessing Guy's overly dramatic display, which he had previously found amusing in anime. Now, seeing it unfold before him was quite an eye-opener. "Shaoli," Guy finally said, placing a hand on Shaoli's shoulder, "youth cannot be denied. Ito is of a similar age to you. His training will yield better results than mine." "Teacher Guy, you truly are remarkable for my sake," Shaoli replied. "Shaoli, Teacher Guy." As they spoke, they embraced once more, tears flowing freely. Chapter 30. Sparring with Kai. "Pardon my intrusion, although I hesitate to disrupt the ambience you have created. I must inquire, when did I ever agree to train Lee?" "Why would I?" Kai wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend why Ito Makoto would refuse. With a resigned shake of his head, Ito offered no further explanation, stating simply, "I have my own training to complete, so I cannot assist you with Lee." "Then what would it take for you to agree to train Lee?" Kai persisted, somewhat undeterred. Ito was genuinely at a loss. "I fail to understand why you insist on my training Lee. He does not possess any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, does he? He can only train in taijutsu to become a ninja, and frankly, who better to train him than you? You, Mike Kai, a J-nin of Konoha, are also someone who specializes in taijutsu rather than ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Would it not be most fitting for you to train Lee?" "Unfortunately," Kai said, affectionately ruffling Lee's hair, "I have a mission this afternoon and won't return for several days. I am somewhat concerned for this child, which is why I seek someone to oversee him, to prevent him from overtraining and collapsing." Ito pondered the situation. Lee may lack ninjutsu and jinjutsu and focus solely on taijutsu. But with his current aptitude and foundation, what was there to train? Might as well push him to his limits in taijutsu. It seemed that Kai merely sought a caretaker, preferably one who would not charge him for the service. In that case, why not simply issue a C-rank mission at the mission office? Such tasks are usually within the capabilities of a typical genin. Upon hearing this, Kai gave Ito a thumbs up, smiling broadly to reveal his 8 teeth, proudly declaring, "I have no money." "What? You take pride in being broke?" Ito retorted incredulously. "Surely, as a J-nin, you can afford to issue a C-rank mission? Well, training in taijutsu can be rather costly. Indeed, training in taijutsu requires not only adequate nutrition, but also the acquisition of various equipment and medications. Given Kai's level, ordinary items likely would not suffice for his training. which could explain the substantial expenses involved. However, Ito saw no reason to babysit Kai's child simply because he lacked funds. I must decline. Such a pity. Kai lamented dramatically. Seeing Kai's reaction, Ito anticipated yet another tearful reunion and decided it was time to leave. Wait, Kai exclaimed as he noticed Ito's intention to depart. Rushing to stand before him. What would it take for you to agree? You teach me the 8 gates, and I will consider it. Ito thought, but refrained from voicing such a foolish request. Kai's persistent pleas made it difficult for Ito to continue refusing without causing future awkwardness. Recognizing his lack of experience in combat with formidable opponents, he finally conceded. Since you were so insistent, very well, I agree. Yes. Kai flashed a peace sign at Lee. Exclaiming, see Lee? Youth does not allow for failure. Yes, Teacher Kai. Lee echoed, Teacher Kai? Noticing the two fools were about to embrace and weep, Ito interjected. Don't celebrate too soon. I have conditions. What conditions, Ito? My condition is simple. You must fight me. Kai's demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then follow me. Kai led Ito deeper into the forest until they reached a spacious area that appeared to be Kai's private training ground. Ito positioned himself firmly on the ground, adopting a stance for free combat without holding any kunai. Seeing that Ito was prepared, Kai wasted no time, stating, Here I come, and launched a spinning kick toward Ito. Kanoa Hurricane. Ito did not attempt to block with his hands. Instead, he lowered his body. Given his modest height of around 1.5 meters, this slight motion allowed him to evade the attack entirely. Kai, realizing his first strike had failed, immediately followed up with a downward kick. Ito, still crouched, quickly dodged to the right. Thud! Kai's foot struck the ground, creating a small crater. Goodness, that strength is excessive. Recognizing the futility of brute force, Ito understood that to win, he would have to rely on Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. However, Kai's speed was far superior to Ito's, and as Ito evaded, Kai unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving Ito no opportunity to cast Ninjutsu. Kai's speed was astonishingly swift, rendering his movements nearly invisible to the naked eye unless one possessed the Byakugan or Sharingan. While Ito's taijutsu skills were commendable in comparison to Kai, it was akin to a child competing against a university student, an insurmountable gap. Thud! Ito realized that despite his current ability to dodge, he could not sustain this indefinitely. One clean hit from Kai would likely spell his end. Thus, after narrowly avoiding another of Kai's blows, Ito utilized the impact to create some distance. Unfortunately, this distance was insufficient for him to launch any threatening ninjutsu, as typical offensive techniques posed no real danger to Kai. What he required was a technique that would afford him a moment to breathe. Thus, Ito opted for a simple yet swift technique, the shadow clone technique. In an instant, the training ground was filled with hundreds of Ito duplicates, momentarily distracting Kai, allowing the original to create distance. He then executed a Genjutsu, the Great Illusion technique. Ito believed that given his limited offensive ninjutsu, he could not hope to best Kai. Therefore, he resorted to Genjutsu instead. At that moment, he could only utilize 2 techniques. One was the Nirvana technique, which induced slumber, but its effectiveness diminished against strong-willed individuals. Undoubtedly, Kai's mental fortitude was formidable, rendering this technique ineffective and potentially exposing Ito's position. The other was the Great Illusion technique, which presented his only opportunity for a counterattack. Within the Genjutsu, Kai was transported back to his childhood, a time when his father Might Guy was still alive. In this illusion, Kai trained with his father, shared sleep, and undertook missions together, experiencing a world that felt extraordinarily blissful. Yet, he understood the nature of the illusion. He recognized it for what it was the moment he entered it. The flaw of D-rank Genjutsu lay in its susceptibility to detection by even moderately experienced ninjas, and while Kai felt a deep longing, he ultimately used his chakra to break free from the illusion. Back in reality, Ito assumed that Kai would remain entranced in the Genjutsu for a brief moment. In that fleeting moment, he intended to strike Kai. He did not harbor delusions of defeating him. He merely sought to land a blow. Confronting Kai, who was immersed in the illusion, Ito refrained from using any highly destructive ninjutsu. After all, Kai had a mission to undertake that afternoon. and it would be unfortunate if a sparring match resulted in injury that affected his task. Spiral Sphere, incomplete. The incomplete Spiral Sphere possessed minimal destructive capability. It could barely damage a tree, let alone harm Kai, whose physique was far more resilient than wood. Even if Ito managed to strike him, it would likely result in negligible harm. Just as he was about to strike Akai opened his eyes. Without evasion, Akai's gaze blazed with intensity, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. Facing Ito Makoto's Spiral Sphere, he unleashed a ferocious punch that shot forth with immense force. When their blows clashed, an astonishing sound reverberated through the air, and Ito Makoto, unable to withstand the pressure, was sent flying. All right, Akai, I concede. Ito Makoto admitted defeat, acknowledging Akai's superiority. He realized that Akai had indeed held back. Had he displayed such an attack from the outset, there would have been no possibility of evasion. Even under these circumstances of restraint, he was utterly overpowered, underscoring the extraordinary prowess of Akai's martial arts. You are impressive as well, especially that illusion technique. Akai extended his thumb, expressing approval of Ito Makoto's performance. By the way, you dared to confront the Spiral Sphere with your fists. Are you not afraid of becoming incapacitated? I have witnessed the fourth Hokage's Spiral Sphere as well, and in my perception, your version pales in comparison to his. Therefore, I do not consider it a threat to me. Perception? It must be the instinct of a beast. All right, I leave Lee in your hands. I shall take my leave. After a brief discussion with Lee about the essence of youth, Akai vanished into the depths of the forest, returning to the hidden leaf village. Chapter 31. New mission. After Kai departed, Xiao Li returned to the wooden stumps in solitude and resumed his daily routine of kicking them. While watching anime, Ito Makoto found it perplexing that a child, still in the throes of growth, would exert himself so ardently in training, fearing the potential harm to his developing body. It was only after his own transference to this realm that he discovered the existence of specialized training-enhancing substances. Reflecting on the fact that Kai had not even earned enough for a Class C mission, Ito Makoto surmised that Kai's funds were not solely for his personal training, but also partially allocated to Xiao Li. It was only through the combination of these substances and medical ninjutsu that Xiao Li dared to train so recklessly. A typical individual attempting such a regimen would surely meet an untimely demise. As Xiao Li engaged in physical training, Ito Makoto practiced ninjutsu alongside him. With the increase in his chakra points, he anticipated mastering an array of ninjutsu. Thus, familiarity with each technique was essential for effective combat application. The system's exchange merely enabled him to utilize ninjutsu, with proficiency capped at a basic level. Therefore, to enhance his combat prowess, he was compelled to practice diligently. He practiced techniques such as the Great Fireball, Fire Style, Fire Bullet, and Air Bullet, with the exception of the Great Waterfall technique due to its excessive chakra consumption. The sounds of Xiao Li's vigorous training echoed, punctuated by the explosive effects of Ito Makoto's ninjutsu. The variety of techniques demonstrated to Xiao Li the undeniable superiority of Ito Makoto. Contemplating how such a prodigious talent as Ito Makoto continued to strive for improvement, Xiao Li resolved to kick the stumps an additional 1,000 times. Observing Xiao Li's fervor, Ito Makoto was left bewildered, pondering whether Kai had administered stimulants to him. Shaking off such improbable thoughts, he focused on recovering his chakra while beginning to form hand seals. The speed of hand seals was fundamental to the execution of ninjutsu. The quicker the formation, the swifter the technique could be unleashed. The time taken to execute seals could significantly influence the outcome of a battle. Ito Makoto aspired for his sealing speed to rival that of Uchiha Itachi. In the anime, Konoha had been devastated by Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame arrived in Konoha, engaging in combat with Kakashi and Asuma. That battle was a showcase of Uchiha Itachi's unparalleled prowess. His rapid sealing speed and flawless ninjutsu usage culminated in the instantaneous defeat of Kakashi with his Manjiki Sharingan. Ito Makoto often mused that if he could attain a sealing speed akin to Itachi's, his own heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan would undoubtedly transform him into a formidable mobile artillery. It seemed that the third Hokage had, in his youth, embodied such a mobile artillery, earning the moniker of ninja hero. Some spectators even regarded him as the strongest Hokage in history, regardless of the veracity of that claim. The third Hokage's performance convinced many of his eligibility to vie for the title of the strongest Hokage. Itamekoto's current ambition was to emulate the third Hokage, aspiring to become a mobile artillery in his own right. Of course, this was merely a plan. The future was unpredictable. In the ensuing days, Itamekoto continued his training while keeping a watchful eye on Shaoli to prevent him from overexerting himself. During this period, Shaoli requested a sparring session, to which Itamekoto readily acquiesced, harboring a keen interest in overpowering the future Konoha's little strong. While the sparring was ostensibly a duel, it was, in truth, a one-sided thrashing. Despite appearing powerless against Kai, it was merely a reflection of Kai's immense strength. In comparison to Shaoli, the disparity was akin to the difference between Itamekoto and Kai, if not greater. Time passed in this manner of training. His sealing speed showed little improvement, still hovering around 3 seals per second. However, Itamekoto felt significant progress in his ninjutsu application, utilizing the same chakra. Both the power and familiarity of his techniques had improved compared to a few days prior. The gradual enhancement of his abilities filled Itamekoto with immense joy. One day, as Itamekoto arrived at his training spot as usual, he discovered that Kai had returned. "Hey, Kai, did the mission go smoothly?" "Perfectly completed." Itamekoto could hardly bear Kai's dazzling white smile and quickly responded, "Since you're back, I'll leave this place in your capable hands. Thank you so much for taking care of Shaoli these past few days. I truly appreciate it. No need for such formality. Just call me Makoto from now on." "Sure thing. I'll take my leave then. I suspect the old man will assign me another mission shortly." Itamekoto had no doubt that the third Hokage was well aware of his recent activities. Every move he made was likely observed. With Kai's return, he could relinquish his caretaker duties and enjoy a brief respite before embarking on new missions. As expected, once he began training in another location, it wasn't long before a member of the Umbu approached him with a summons from the Hokage. After changing into his Umbu attire, he navigated the familiar path to the Hokage's office. Upon entering and noticing the absence of others, Itamekoto casually remarked, "Old man, is there a mission for me?" "Indeed." The third Hokage replied, producing a scroll. "This mission involves tracking down a rogue ninja." "A rogue ninja?" "Konoha is the foremost village in the ninja world. Not only is it the safest place, but its living conditions are unparalleled. Who in their right mind would defect? The detailed information is contained within the scroll. You may peruse it on your way." The third Hokage handed the scroll to Itamekoto, signaling that he could commence his mission. "Wait a moment, old man. Where are my teammates?" The third Hokage replied, "You won't have any teammates." "What? Is it because the target is particularly weak?" The third Hokage nodded. "Correct. This individual is merely a nin, and his village does not hold him in high regard. Thus, I believe you can handle this alone." "Old man, I can't shake the feeling that you're setting me up." "I am not. I wouldn't dream of it. You are my disciple, and I would never betray you." The third Hokage firmly denied the accusation, his expression earnest. "You agree, don't you? Fine, I'll trust you this once." With the scroll in hand, Itamekoto exited the Hokage's office and headed straight for the village's outskirts. Outside the village, in a densely wooded area, Itamekoto unfurled the scroll and began to examine the details of his mission target. Chapter 32. The Great Fireball finally opens. The records indicate that the defector is named Wamiizi, an intriguing name that suggests she is a female ninja. Her rank is that of a nin, specializing in illusion techniques. As for her reasons for defection, the documents reveal that Wamiizi fell in love with a ninja from another village during a mission. However, their objectives were diametrically opposed. The Konoha team aimed to eliminate those they were tasked to protect. Ultimately, the team leader disregarded Wamiizi's pleas and ruthlessly killed her beloved ninja. Enraged, she seized an opportunity to assassinate the team leader and subsequently defected to the village of her beloved, becoming his widow and assimilating into that ninja village. The Grass Ninja Village, perhaps? It seems she merely sought to escape her homeland. Nestled within the Land of Grass, this village shares amicable diplomatic relations with Konoha, yet suffers from political corruption. Ninjas from the Grass Village are particularly adept at studying the techniques of foreign ninjas, making it a hub of learning. Reflecting on the teachings from ninja school regarding the Grass Village, Ito Akira comprehended why the third Hokage had expressed disdain for her. How foolish indeed. For a woman to defect and seek refuge in a village that maintains good relations with Konoha. With such intellect, it is a wonder she has survived at all. Ito Akira surmised that Wami-Easy would be regarded as a hot potato by the Grass Village. If they sheltered her, they would offend Konoha. If they turned her away, they would be rejecting the widow of a fallen comrade. One cannot help but wonder if this task was indeed commissioned by the Grass Village itself. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. If their own village could not handle the issue, they would let Konoha's shinobi resolve it, capturing the rogue ninja with justification. And even if the Grass Village noticed, they would likely turn a blind eye. With no time constraints on the mission, Ito Akira decided to take his time. Having spent considerable time in the Hokage world without truly exploring, he realized the last mission had concluded rather swiftly, and his encounter with Orochimaru had further hindered his adventures. He wandered leisurely, indulging in the beauty of the landscape. Whenever hunger struck, he would gather provisions to roast. When fatigue set in, he found a suitable resting spot. As he passed through various towns, the initial novelty soon gave way to monotony. The current state of the ninja world is marked by low productivity, with many struggling merely to fill their bellies. In such circumstances, the prevailing thought among the populace is to cultivate more crops to stave off starvation. Thus, entertainment is scarce throughout the ninja world. Compared to the towns outside, Konoha stands out as a far superior place. Realizing the need to expedite his mission, Ito Akira resolved to cease this leisurely wander and replenish his supplies in the town before hastening his pace. However, upon exiting the town, he noticed that he was being followed. At present, he was not clad in the discreet attire of a Konoha Anbu. He understood the importance of maintaining a low profile for his safety. What if he encountered a ninja harboring a grudge against Konoha? Ito Akira was acutely aware that, given his appearance, wandering alone in the ninja world would inevitably attract the attention of those seeking trouble. The only distinction lay in the fact that those bold enough to confront a Konoha Anbu were likely formidable adversaries, while those who would approach an ordinary-looking boy were probably mere weaklings. True powerhouses would not waste their time troubling a child, unless they were deranged. Hey kid, you've gathered quite a stash of supplies. Surely you can't use it all. Let us assist you in using some of it. What do you say? As he stepped beyond the town's borders, Ito Akira deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the pursuers to draw near. To his surprise, these individuals were rather naive. Quickly encircling him, one of the blonde-haired ruffians declared, "Don't worry, as long as you hand over your supplies, we'll let you leave safely." Ito Akira was baffled by their reckless bravado. They failed to consider that a child brave enough to wander alone must possess some form of capital. However, it dawned on him that many commoners in the ninja world were illiterate, making the actions of these 5 men somewhat understandable. Alas, the ignorance bred from a lack of education can be perilous, and when they eventually grasp the realities of their folly, the price may very well be their lives. Stop mumbling and hand over your supplies, or we will kill you and search your belongings ourselves. Hand over what? You lot are hardly worthy of my offerings. Setting down his small backpack filled with supplies, Ito Akira hurled a kunai at one of the ruffians. Mistaking his action for submission, the others anticipated a surrender of goods, only to be met with a swift, lethal response. The ruffian was caught off guard, falling victim to the projectile. "Run! It's a ninja!" cried a scrawny member of the group, prompting a hasty retreat. "Flee! Ah, this has nothing to do with me." 3 of the 4 attempted to escape, but the blonde ruffian bellowed, "What are you running for? He is just a child. Even if he's a ninja, he is likely a lowly genin. We've dealt with genin before. Why fear him?" Oh, hearing the blonde's words, Ito Akira could not help but regard them with newfound respect. They had bested a genin before. "Boss," stammered the thin fellow, "that ninja claimed to be a genin, but whether that was true remains unknown." "Silence. If I say he is, then he is." He pointed at Ito Akira and continued, "Look at him, a mere child. He ambushed and killed our comrade. Now that we are prepared, he cannot surprise us again. Are you still afraid of a child? Indeed, he is just a child. What is there to fear?" We are 4 against 1. Together, we. Before he could finish, Ito Akira, growing impatient, threw another kunai, sending the ruffian to his demise. At this moment, the remaining 3 sensed the gravity of their situation and opened their mouths to plead for mercy, but Ito Akira did not grant them the opportunity. Fire release, great fireball technique. A fireball 5 meters in diameter was unleashed, incinerating the remaining foes in an instant. Humph, who said the great fireball cannot kill? Today, I shall vindicate its name. It is indeed lethal. If one were to consider which jutsu in the Naruto series was the most pitiful, the great fireball would undoubtedly rank among them. Boasting immense destructive power and low learning difficulty, it is one of the most well-rounded techniques among C-rank jutsu. Yet, in the anime, it has never claimed a single life, rendering it quite the embarrassment. With the assailants now reduced to ashes, Ito Akira regarded the charred remains, shook his head, and chose not to retrieve his kunai. He hoisted his backpack and continued on his journey. Chapter 33. Encounter with Akatsuki at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, the environment of the Land of Grass. While not as splendid as that of the Land of Fire, is still considered one of the better regions across the Ninja World continent. It is certainly a far cry from the predominantly arid wind country or the desolate rocky terrain of the Earth country. Determined to complete his mission early, Ito Makoto hastened his journey, traversing over 100 kilometers of road until he finally entered the territory of the Land of Grass. The surroundings transformed from dense woods filled with towering trees to verdant grasslands. A gentle breeze swept through, and a few birds soared gracefully across the sky. The morning air in the grasslands was exceptionally refreshing, with dew dampening Ito's pant legs. Having grown weary of his rations, Ito decided to procure some game, setting a campfire to indulge in a barbecue. Despite the heaviness of the meal so early in the day, he felt no discomfort. As a native of Sichuan in his previous life, he had savored all manner of rich flavors. Breakfasting on barbecue was nothing new to him, and he would not shy away from hot pot either. As the aroma of grilling meat wafted through the air, the sizzling sound of fat dripping into the flames filled the space around him. After days of monotonous rations, he was relieved to find wild rabbits nearby to sample. Grabbing a piece of nearly cooked meat, he wasted no time in tearing into it. Alas, the lack of cumin made the barbecue taste considerably less delightful. Yet, for the majority of those in the ninja world, such a meal would be deemed a culinary delight, especially when many struggled to find enough to eat. Reflecting on the low productivity within the ninja world, Ito reached for another piece of meat. At that moment, he sensed the presence of others approaching. Looking up, he spotted 2 figures making their way towards him. A cold sweat broke out on his brow in an instant. He admitted to himself that he was startled. The newcomers donned black cloaks embroidered with red clouds, and their straw hats jingled softly with wind chimes. Only one organization in the ninja world bore such attire, Akatsuki. This was a group comprised of numerous S-rank rogue ninjas, with each official member being a formidable master of their craft. Should Ito encounter a formal member of Akatsuki, even if he could not defeat them, he felt confident in his ability to escape. However, Akatsuki typically operated in pairs, meaning he would have to face 2 official members. Damn it, could his luck be any worse? He merely sought to undertake a minor mission to hunt a rogue ninja, and yet fate conspired against him. His last task had been a B-rank mission, which escalated into an S-rank encounter with Orochimaru. Now, this current task, which should also rank as B, had yet to reveal its target, and he found himself confronting members of Akatsuki. Truly, his luck was abysmal. Moreover, he had forgotten to mention that Orochimaru was once a member of Akatsuki, having later defected. In this light, it seemed Ito had a peculiar connection with the organization. He could only wonder who these 2 Akatsuki members might be. Hey, Kakuzu, this is your fault. You insisted we finish the mission quickly, and now I had no breakfast. Silence, Haydn. I am doing this for the organization. Without completing our missions, how do we earn income? How can we sustain our operations without funds? Keep it up, and I shall break your limbs. The 2 figures were none other than Akatsuki's infamous immortal duo, Kakuzu and Haydn. Come on, we know each other well enough. If you could kill me, would you tolerate my incessant chatter? Humph. Haydn retorted dismissively. I know you well enough. Don't think that just because I can't kill you, you can keep rambling on. If you push me too far, push you too far? And then what? Haiden's tone remained nonchalant. If you annoy me enough, I want to stitch you up after battle. Haiden's expression turned anxious. As one blessed with immortality, his fighting style was rather reckless. He often returned from battle missing limbs, a fact he found embarrassing to admit. What to do when hands and feet were severed? Naturally, he sought someone skilled in suturing. And within the entire ninja world, few possessed such abilities. Kakuzu alone among Akatsuki had this talent. Yet Haiden was a proud individual who relished bickering with Kakuzu. Their first encounter had nearly led to Kakuzu's demise, but he had survived. Thus, despite being unable to kill him, Haiden found joy in irritating Kakuzu. Whenever Kakuzu threatened to withhold his medical services, Haiden would relent, and this instance was no different. Please, Kakuzu, we are teammates. Aren't we supposed to support each other? Don't be so cruel. If you want me to help you in the future, you must remain silent. Understood. At that moment, Haiden complied, appearing as obedient as a son. When Kakuzu commanded him to hush, he dared not speak, though this lasted only an hour or so. Hey? I smell barbecued meat. Indeed. Scarcely a minute passed before Haiden resumed speaking. Idiot, look ahead. Someone is grilling meat. Kakuzu pointed toward Ito, his expression one of condescension. Really? Haiden exclaimed, his excitement palpable. It seems breakfast is secured. With that, he dashed forward, leaving Kakuzu behind to join Ito. Hey there, young man. With all that barbecue, you certainly can't finish it alone. Shall I assist you? True to his nature, Haiden expressed his desire to eat directly under the guise of offering help. Observing Haiden nearly salivating, Ito felt bewildered. Assist? He would hardly need help with just 2 pieces of rabbit meat. However, he was no fool. Refusing would likely lead to conflict. To avoid confrontation, he opted to agree. Oh, you are indeed a great help, he said, gesturing invitingly. Haiden wasted no time, seating himself on the ground and grabbing a skewer of roasted meat. Kakuzu approached soon after. Kakuzu, you should try some of this rabbit meat. It's truly delicious. Help yourself. I'm not hungry, Kakuzu replied, observing Haiden devouring the food with fervor. Chapter 34. Haiden and Kakuzu was once an elite ninja from Takigakure, who became a rogue ninja after seizing the forbidden technique known as the Earth Grudge Fear. With the power of this technique, Kakuzu could assimilate the hearts of others into his own body, allowing him to possess a maximum of 5 hearts. As long as these hearts remained intact, he would be immortal, a being said to share the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. In a sense, Kakuzu had transcended the definition of humanity. Who among normal beings could possess 5 hearts? Thus, as a creature of monstrosity, he generally had no need for sustenance. In his view, eating was a waste of time. To squander time was to squander money, and to squander money was to squander his life, an absolute travesty he would never permit. Moreover, consuming food could expose him to the risk of poison from enemies, so he refrained from eating whenever possible. From the perspective of monstrosity, Haiden was also an undeniable aberration. Born in Yugakure, Haiden despised peace and thus devoted himself to the Jashin cult. After undergoing experiments by the cult, he attained immortality. Whether his head was severed or his body was ravaged, he remained unscathed. Yet, this peculiar creature required nourishment, otherwise, he would succumb to starvation, an absurdity that diminished the prestige of his immortality. Your grilled meat is exquisite. Would you consider joining our organization as a chef? Haiden whimsically invited Itachi after relishing the grilled meat. Itachi found the proposition amusing. Those who joined the Akatsuki typically did so out of ambition or coercion, in any case. They all possessed a certain level of combat prowess. Yet, Haiden, completely unaware of Itachi's capabilities, extended an invitation based solely on the deliciousness of his grilled meat. What a ridiculous reason to recruit someone. If this were to become known, Haiden might find himself the subject of ridicule among the Akatsuki members. Be quiet, Haiden. The organization is not a place for just anyone, Itachi replied, feeling conflicted about the invitation. Accepting it contradicted his future plans, while declining it might provoke Haiden into a confrontation. Although Itachi felt confident in his ability to handle Haiden one-on-one, he could easily use a shadow clone to escape. Kakuzu's presence complicated matters. Kakuzu's combat style resembled that of the third Hokage, employing the 5 nature transformations, making him a diluted version of that legendary figure. Facing Kakuzu's wide-ranging destructive ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique would be of little use. Thus, refusing was not an option, yet accepting was equally fraught with peril. What a dilemma. Fortunately, Kakuzu, not as whimsical as Haiden, promptly interjected, dismissing Haiden's proposal. Well then, I cannot simply eat your grilled meat without contributing. With that, Haiden produced a token resembling a medallion from his pocket, round and inscribed with the character for evil. Take this. It is the emblem of the Jashin cult. Should you encounter any followers of Jashin in the future, you can command them to assist you with a task. After handing the token to Itachi, he stood up to depart. Kakuzu nodded at Itachi before following suit. Once the two had distanced themselves, Itachi began to scrutinize the Jashin token. No matter how he examined it, he found nothing remarkable about it. It appeared to be an ordinary iron medallion. Could Haiden be trying to deceive me? He mused, recalling the anime's narrative. It seemed that after attaining immortality, Haiden feared that all the cult's followers would be eliminated. What, then, was the purpose of this token? Shaking his head, Itachi decided to surrender it to the system. To his surprise, the token granted him 100 source points, a delightful windfall. He resolved to hasten his journey. Aiming to rendezvous with his allies before lunch, complete his mission by evening, and return to Konoha by the next day. With that thought, Itachi began to pack his belongings and prepare to set off. In the distance, Haiden and Kakuzu continued their leisurely stroll, having feasted on grilled meat. Haiden was now picking his teeth with a kunai. Kakuzu, your refusal to taste that grilled meat is perhaps the gravest misfortune of your life. You cannot fathom how delectable it was. It is a pity that the young man declined to join our organization, otherwise I would have enjoyed his grilled delicacies during my downtime. Kakuzu, disinterested in Haiden's ramblings, chose to ignore him. However, he knew that Haiden would continue to chatter endlessly. So he explained, that boy is not an ordinary individual. I do not consume food prepared by unknown persons, and besides, I have no need for sustenance. Kakuzu, your words are nonsense. Anyone who can traverse the ninja world alone at such a young age must possess some skill. This does not preclude us from enjoying his grilled meat. Haiden retorted, are you truly that foolish? The taciturn Kakuzu struggled to adapt to such a boisterous teammate. Were it not for Haiden's immortality, he would have long since ended his life. Even if that young man's food were poisoned, it matters not to me. After all, I am immortal. And Kakuzu, your 5 hearts are no trifling matter. What is there to fear? Moreover, the young man has no reason to harm us, does he? You fail to grasp the concept of caution. You do not understand. When I approached him, my 5 hearts trembled with excitement. They quiver in the presence of strength. Had I not wished to avoid unnecessary complications, I would have acted long ago, for I am quite satisfied with my 5 hearts. Your hearts tremble with excitement? Are you suggesting that young man possesses such strength? Haiden inquired, intrigued. Indeed, he is at least of Jainin rank. Why did you not mention this sooner? Had I known of his prowess, I would have sent him to meet the great Jashin rather than merely bestowing upon him the Jashin token. If Itachi had heard Haiden's words, he would have been relieved that Haiden's poor eyesight spared him from an untimely demise. Enough of this chatter. Let us hasten to complete our mission. I have a feeling that we shall encounter that young man again. If he remains unscathed, we are bound to cross paths once more. When that time comes, I shall ensure he meets the great Jashin. As the sound of bells jingled from their conical hats faded into the distance, the immortal duo gradually disappeared into the vast expanse of the grassland. Chapter 35, Manure Collection? A gentle breeze wafted through the air, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Within the borders of the land of grass, Ito Makoto had arrived at a small town not far from the Grass Ninja village. Unlike the vibrant spirit of the townsfolk in the land of fire, the inhabitants here appeared desensitized, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. It could be said that this somber atmosphere was not confined to this place alone. Throughout the continent, the majority of people, save for those in the land of fire, lived in a state of numbness. In this perilous world of ninjas, one could be enjoying a harmonious life in the morning, only to face the ruin of their family by afternoon. Most commoners, apart from those in the Land of Fire, exhibited a similar malaise, resigned to the whims of fate, devoid of dignity. Ito Makoto felt fortunate to have traversed into the tranquil and serene village of Konoha. As he walked along the sparsely populated streets, he was not observing the behaviors of the townsfolk, but rather scanning for any special signals from his contacts. Indeed, this was the designated rendezvous point. The documents indicated that a Konoha ninja lay in wait here, ready to assist Ito Makoto in completing his mission. After wandering through most of the town, he finally detected the signal from his contact. This signal was not a conspicuous symbol. After all, being abroad, one could hardly expect all the ninja villages to be naive. A glaring symbol would surely raise suspicions among the ninjas. Thus, the signal this time was conveyed through a few lines of a nursery rhyme. Utilizing a rhyme as a signal seemed far less conspicuous. Who could dictate that others refrain from singing? Following the decryption method outlined in the documents, Ito Makoto deciphered the rhyme and made his way to a dilapidated farmhouse on the outskirts of the town. Caligula Masha, chicken kills, Marigulika. After exchanging the password with the homeowner, they locked eyes, confirming that they were indeed the correct individuals. Without further ado, tell me the situation, Ito Makoto urged. The man, taken aback by Ito Makoto's urgency, quickly replied, "The Grass Ninja Village is not far from here, only about 5 kilometers. The trader, Hanamiko, used to visit this town occasionally. But now she likely knows our ninja are after her and has been staying away from the village." Staying away? If what the contact says is true, and Hanamiko is indeed in hiding, this task could become rather complicated. The difficulty of assassinating a traitor is vastly different from infiltrating a ninja village to do so. However, Ito Makoto pondered, but wait, the people in the Hokage's office must have anticipated this situation. They are not fools and surely understand the challenges of infiltrating a ninja village. So why is this mission still classified as B rank? Can you assist me in infiltrating? He inquired. Of course, that is the purpose of my presence here. Indeed, if someone could aid in the infiltration, the task's difficulty would significantly diminish. The only remaining concern would be how to escape after the assassination. Although the Grass Ninja Village may be small, it still housed a considerable number of genin. If an attack were to ensue, escaping would be no easy feat now. Explain how you intend to help me infiltrate without raising suspicion, Ito Makoto pressed. It's quite simple. You see, I am posing as a farmer. A farmer? What of it? Is this identity truly advantageous? Ito Makoto queried, his expression one of confusion. The man continued, as a farmer, one must cultivate their own crops to avoid starvation. And then? Ito Makoto still appeared puzzled. To grow crops, you need various materials. Are you serious? I ask about infiltration, and you speak of farming? Ito Makoto glared at the contact, his presence imposing as he declared, "If you keep this up, I might just eliminate you and find my own way in." The contact, likely a nin and well into his 40s, felt intimidated by Ito Makoto's fierce demeanor. However, Ito Makoto quickly retracted his imposing aura, leaving the contact in a cold sweat. My current disguise is that of a farmer, and I have a substantial harvest. To procure fertilizer after lunch, I can take you to the Grass Ninja Village, claiming you are my nephew learning the art of agriculture. Thus, even if suspicions arise, there won't end oppose. TB many ninjas monitoring us. If we seize the right opportunity, infiltrating should not prove overly difficult. Now understanding, Ito Makoto realized the contact intended to leverage the farmer's identity for entry, as his occupation would not appear suspicious. Even bringing along a nephew could be justified, resulting in minimal scrutiny. Nevertheless, Ito Makoto felt an unsettling sense about the plan. Farming, fertilizer, collection? He mused, narrowing his eyes. You can't possibly mean to tell me you're going to collect manure in the Grass Ninja Village. Is there a problem with that? The contact replied cautiously. Indeed, you truly are going to collect manure. Ito Makoto exclaimed, rolling his eyes and gesturing dismissively. You've got some nerve. The contact appeared bewildered. Is lunch not ready yet? Oh, it will be shortly. After a simple lunch, Ito Makoto meticulously examined the map of the Grass Ninja Village provided by the contact. To be candid, the map was rather rudimentary, with several areas left blank. Ito Makoto understood that, as a farmer entering the village to collect manure, It was no small feat for the contact to have produced this map from memory. Having reviewed Hanamiko's residence and frequented locations, Ito Makoto began formulating a plan. The contact would assist him in entering but not in escaping. So the plan's foundation was that he must find a way out of the Grass Ninja Village, regardless of success or failure. As previously analyzed, the Grass Ninja Village likely held no affection for Hanamiko, suggesting that any pursuit would not be overly forceful. However, one must always prepare for the unexpected and be ready for a stronger response than anticipated. As Ito Makoto sketched on the map, time slipped away. After 2 hours of diligent effort, he finally developed a satisfactory plan and signaled to the contact that it was time to commence. The sun blazed overhead, casting a harsh light upon the cracked earth of the road. At this moment, Ito Makoto and the contact were leading a cart towards the Grass Ninja Village. Along the way, they engaged in hushed discussions about the events that were soon to unfold. Chapter 36. Smooth Entry and Commencement of the Mission upon entering the village. Remember to focus solely on your designated tasks, disregarding any matters pertaining to the mission. I shall act once you have departed to ensure you remain uninvolved. Understood, I comprehend. The liaison appeared remarkably composed, having encountered such situations numerous times throughout his ninja career, until Konoha either relinquished or communicated the next assignment. He must continue to play the role of a humble farmer. Fortunately, if the shadow clone is recognized upon our exit, you must quickly retreat to Konoha without concern for my well-being. I possess my own means of escape. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my capabilities. To you, my assistance would merely be a hindrance. Thus, I will ensure my distance. Ito Makoto nodded, recognizing the seasoned intelligence officer's self-awareness. In such missions, the greatest fear lies in the liaison's lack of self-awareness, leading to misguided attempts at assistance, which would ultimately cause chaos rather than aid. If one possessed formidable combat skills, they would not have been dispatched as an intelligence officer by the village. The 5-kilometer journey was not particularly lengthy, and soon Ito Makoto and the liaison arrived at the gates of Grass Ninja Village. Halt! What is your business? The guarding Grass Ninja called out to the two. Ninja-sama, I am Morishita Tsuchi from Kusa no Hanamachi. I have come to the village to procure some fertilizer materials. As he spoke, Morishita Tsuchi presented a document for the guard's inspection. The guard examined the document and, upon recognizing the unique seal of Grass Ninja Village, confirmed its authenticity. After establishing its legitimacy, the guard pointed to Ito Makoto and inquired, "And who is he?" Morishita Tsuchi, with a disarming smile, replied, "This is my nephew, hailing from a family of farmers. Recently, misfortune struck our household, leaving him orphaned. Since I have no sons of my own, I took him in to learn the art of cultivation, ensuring that he can sustain himself in the future. Is that so?" The ninja scrutinized Morishita Tsuchi intently, applying pressure. Morishita Tsuchi, wiping the sweat from his brow, responded, "I would never deceive a ninja-sama. I humbly request your continued support for our village." He then discreetly offered a few coins to the Grass Ninja. The guard inspected the coins and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, you may enter. However, mind your behavior within the village. There are places you must not venture." "Understood?" "Yes, I understand the rules," Morishita Tsuchi affirmed. "Good," the guard said, waving them through. Upon entering Grass Ninja Village, Ito Makoto exhibited the demeanor of a naive country bumpkin, observing everything with wide-eyed wonder. Of course, this display was intended for the eyes of those who might be watching. Despite the guard's seemingly lenient treatment, there were still watchers in place, albeit of questionable competence. Is there truly no one else in Grass Ninja Village? They sent a mere genin to monitor us, Ito Makoto remarked quietly as they walked. Grass Ninja is not Konoha. They have only a handful of jounin, all of whom are incredibly busy. The rewards they earn from missions account for 80 of the village south total income, meaning these jounin are the lifeblood of Grass Ninja Village, making it improbable for them to guard the gates. For a small village, having a chunin stationed at the entrance is already commendable, so deploying a genin for surveillance is entirely reasonable. Ito Makoto shook his head and fell silent, commencing a discreet observation of his surroundings. Ninja villages cannot be compared. As one of the 5 great shinobi countries, they boast vast territories and populous communities. which translate into abundant missions and, consequently, rewards. Furthermore, each year, the daimyo of every nation allocates funds to their respective ninja villages. It is precisely due to their larger populations that the 5 great shinobi countries have ascended to become the most formidable villages. Conversely, Grass Ninja Village suffers from limitations imposed by its nation's lack of resources. In times of peace, there is a collective effort to avoid conflict. However, during periods of war, such small villages find themselves struggling to survive, utterly defenseless against larger ninja villages. Take, for instance, the Rain Ninja. Hans, known as the Salamander, is formidable, often referred to as a demigod. The only other ninja to bear the title of god is the legendary Senju Hashirama. Yet, even with Hans' strength, the Rain Ninja must yield territory and pay reparations to larger villages like Konoha. Strength in isolation bears little significance. One powerful individual cannot single-handedly dominate the ninja world, leading to a life of humiliation under the shadow of larger villages. Ahem, I digress. Morishita Tsuchi led Ita Makoto from one latrine to another, until they reached the last one. At that moment, Ita Makoto utilized the shadow clone technique, creating a clone to accompany Morishita Tsuchi while he transformed into another persona. In truth, Ita Makoto was reluctant to exchange for the B-rank shadow clone technique. Unlike the A-rank multi-shadow clone technique, which can produce a staggering number of clones with the same chakra, the shadow clone technique, even at maximum effort, would yield at most 3 clones. Conversely, with the multi-shadow clone technique, he could conservatively estimate creating around 50 clones without issue. Had circumstances permitted, he would have chosen the A-rank multi-shadow clone technique instead of the B-rank shadow clone technique. Unfortunately, after much annoyance directed at the 3rd Hokage, the old man had refused to grant him access to the sealing scroll. Recognizing the potential necessity for tangible clones in the future, he begrudgingly exchanged for the shadow clone technique. Fortunately, the technique he acquired proved valuable, as it was about to be put to practical use. Once Morishita Tsuchi departed with the clone, Ita Makoto emerged from the latrine, sensed the absence of surveillance, and nodded in satisfaction. He then set off towards several locations frequented by his target. While Grass Ninja Village is designated as a ninja village, it pales in comparison to Konoha, resembling merely a larger camp. Most buildings are single-story, with only a few 2-story structures standing solitary within the village. The entire village is only half the size of Konoha, making it relatively straightforward to locate someone within such a confined area. The places frequently visited by Hanamiko are limited to 3, a bathhouse, a cloth shop, and most notably, a brothel. Chapter 37. Completing the task with ease. The 3 places that Ito Makoto frequently visited, the bathhouse and the fabric store, were understandable. However, the last establishment, a brothel, left him utterly perplexed. Had Haname truly fallen to such depths that she had to sell her own body to survive? After all, she was a chunin. Even in dire straits, surely she wouldn't resort to such measures. Shaking his head, Ito forced himself to dismiss these unwelcome thoughts. He glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set, and he needed to complete his task promptly before slipping away under the cover of night. Following his plan, Ito began his journey toward the nearest fabric store. Due to time constraints, he did not expect to find Haname there. He was merely passing by on his way to the bathhouse. After a short walk, he arrived at a modest fabric shop. A cursory glance revealed that Haname was not inside. He exchanged a few words with the owner, complaining about the exorbitant prices before leaving the store. Since Haname was neither at the fabric store nor likely to be at home at this hour, she must be at the bathhouse or the brothel. This posed a dilemma. Ito was not a rogue like Jiraiya. Even he, it seemed, had only engaged in voyeurism rather than infiltrating a women's bathhouse using transformation techniques. As for the brothel, he had little experience, but who said a virgin couldn't visit such an establishment? The bathhouse and the brothel were situated on parallel streets, and Ito had to choose which path to take. Given his reluctance to invade the women's bathhouse, he decided to head to the brothel first. As he walked toward the brothel, Ito noticed that this street was bustling with activity. Patrons indulging in entertainment included not only common folk, but also a few ninjas wearing headbands. After turning a corner, he soon spotted the brothel, a two-story building standing out prominently on the street. Just as he was about to enter, his eyes casually scanned the surroundings, only to sharpen with sudden realization. Indeed, after all the effort, I have finally found what I sought. With a mental sigh of relief, Ito abandoned his initial plan to enter the brothel, for he had spotted his target. Not far from him, Haname, clad in a yukata, was walking hand in hand with a red-haired girl. Though the girl held Haname's hand, Ito could perceive her resentment and hatred through her eyes. Without a second thought, upon seeing the girl, Ito resolved to intervene. Determined, he feigned casual interest as he approached Haname, inadvertently executing a clumsy maneuver. "Hey, watch where you're going. You bumped into me, didn't you?" He pretended to fall dramatically to the ground, adopting a shameless demeanor. "Did I bump into you? My apologies," he said, catching sight of Haname's indifferent gaze, as if she felt disdain for having been brushed against by a mere commoner. Such an insufferable woman. Attempting to walk away after colliding with me, Haname, indifferent to Ito's plight, was simply intent on continuing her own path, as she had no intention of engaging with someone of his status. Noticing Haname's intent to leave, Ito reached out with his right hand, grasping her ankle and pulling her down. Caught off guard, Haname stumbled and fell. Seizing the moment, Ito quickly stood and snatched the girl from Haname's grasp. "Come with me," he commanded, pulling the girl's hand as he hurried toward a more secluded area. Remarkably, the girl offered no resistance, seemingly resigned to her fate, or perhaps believing that Ito meant her no harm. "Stop! Don't run away." Haname, enraged at the abduction of the girl, sprang to her feet in pursuit. Convinced of her Chunin prowess, she thought she would easily catch up to Ito and teach him a lesson. However, after a short chase, she began to feel a growing sense of unease. Nonetheless, the importance of the girl spurred her on, forcing herself to chase after Ito. Ultimately, in a dead-end alley, Haname caught up to him. "You can't escape. Return her to me, or else." "Or else what? You'll kill me?" Upon realizing they were cornered, Ito felt a surge of relief rather than fear. "Escape? Did I ever say I was trying to escape?" Haname's heart sank as she sensed danger. She quickly began forming hand seals to counterattack. But Ito was quicker, casting a powerful illusion that ensnared Haname in a vivid hallucination, then swiftly advancing to her side with a kunai poised at her throat. Still lost in the illusion, Haname jolted awake, but it was too late. The outcome was sealed. Her life was extinguished in mere seconds, leaving no room for retaliation. After severing Haname's head and sealing it within a scroll, Ito turned to the girl and asked, "Are you frightened?" The young girl shook her head lightly, saying, "Not afraid." Yet, Ito noticed her teeth chattering. With a silent smile, he sealed Haname's corpse as well and wiped away the blood, ensuring that, to the naked eye, there was no trace of the gruesome scene that had transpired. Once the area was cleared, Ito approached the girl and said, "What do you say? Come with me. Rather than remain here to meet the same fate as your mother, wouldn't it be better to follow me to a safer place?" At the mention of her mother, the girl trembled, as if haunted by painful memories. Is it true? Is there really such a safe place? Absolute safety was unattainable. It could only be described as relative safety. At least there, no one would be able to harm her at will. Upon hearing that she wouldn't be subjected to random violence, the girl nodded vigorously. "I agree. I will go with you." Ah, a wise choice. Ito had no doubt that the girl would deceive him, for this place was undoubtedly a nightmare for her. Having witnessed her mother's brutal demise at the hands of the grass shinobi, she, sharing a similar fate, would be doomed if she remained. Very well, then. Let us depart, K-Rin. Chapter 38. Vortex Shakurin. Indeed, the young girl whom Ito Makoto rescued is none other than Vortex Shakurin, a former member of the Vortex clan. She possesses formidable chakra and remarkable sensory abilities. Due to her unique constitution, any injured individual who bites her skin and absorbs her chakra will be able to recover their own chakra and injuries. However, there exists a minor side effect. Not truly adverse, but rather a consequence of frequent contact. As the number of times her skin is bitten increases, Shakurin's chakra will begin to merge with that of the recuperator, which, while not inherently harmful, may disrupt certain genetic factors. This explains why, in the original narrative, Uchiha Sasuke's daughter, Uchiha Sarada, bears little resemblance to either Sasuke or Sakura, instead resembling Shikurin. After all, in the original work, Sasuke often resorted to biting Shikurin when injured. And considering his volatile temperament, it is indeed fortunate that he survived, largely thanks to Shikurin's nurturing abilities. As night enveloped the landscape, with the vanishing of his shadow clone, Makoto discerned that Morishita had safely returned home. Thus, regardless of his actions in the grass village, he would likely remain unscathed. Sensing the surroundings, he noted that the village remained as tranquil as ever, seemingly unaware of Hanami's demise. Makoto couldn't help but scoff at the lack of professionalism exhibited by many ninjas who, after committing murder, neglect to clean up the scene. The proof of their assassination missions often consists solely of the target's head. Thus, some ninjas, wishing to avoid complications, simply carry away the head, leaving the body and blood behind. Such unprofessional conduct explains the high casualty rates in assassination missions. Unlike Makoto, who, while not particularly adept, at least tidied up the superficial mess, he felt confident that he could stall the grass village for quite some time. As anticipated, when he and Shikurin approached the village exit, the grass ninjas remained oblivious to Hanami's death. "Who goes there? The village exit is closed. You may return tomorrow," warned a vigilant ninja as they neared the gate. Makoto, however, disregarded the warning and continued forward, hand in hand with Shikurin. "Halt! If you proceed, we shall be compelled to eliminate you," the ninja called out. Yet Makoto paid no heed. Just as the grass ninja contemplated intervening, Makoto halted and invoked a Jinjutsu, Nirvana's sanctuary technique, revised. With the activation of his illusion, the patrolling grass ninjas collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. "TCH, not even a jonin among them, yet they dare to obstruct me?" he scoffed, continuing onward with Shikurin in tow. Upon reaching the village gate, he embraced Shikurin and ascended the wall, exiting the grass village. With a soft thud, he released the transformation technique, reverting to his original form. Facing away from Shikurin, he crouched slightly and said, "Climb aboard, we must leave swiftly." Though Shikurin's mind was rife with questions, she understood the urgency of their departure. With the guards incapacitated, it wouldn't be long before others in the grass village became aware of the situation and dispatched ninjas in pursuit. Makoto, having assessed the danger had passed, began searching for a suitable place to set up camp. After arranging some rudimentary traps in the vicinity, he turned to Shikurin and inquired, "Do you have any questions for me?" "Indeed, I have many," Shikurin replied, raising her hand timidly. "Then ask away. I shall selectively respond to your inquiries." "How did you know my name?" Shikurin's first question caught Makoto off guard. He anticipated queries regarding his village or their destination, not her name. "Your name?" he pondered. Should he reveal that his knowledge stemmed from an anime in a past life? That would be implausible. Reluctantly, he resorted to deception. "It's because of your hair." "My hair?" Shikurin touched her vibrant locks, bewildered. There was once a renowned clan in the ninja world known as the Vortex Clan, whose members all bore fiery red hair. "Our village shares a deep connection with the Vortex Clan. Hence, when I saw you for the first time, it was evident you belonged to them. As for how I knew your name, consider it a fortuitous coincidence." Upon hearing his explanation, Shikurin appeared unsatisfied, muttering under her breath, "That doesn't clarify how you knew my name at all." Though Makoto heard her murmurs, he opted not to respond. After all, revealing the truth about his past life was hardly an option. "Then who are you? Are you one of my kin?" "I am not your kin. My hair is not red," he affirmed, shaking his head. "But..." Shikurin hesitated. Her innate chakra sensing abilities had always provided her warmth and comfort, and she felt that same sensation emanating from Makoto as he carried her away. Enough with the doubts, it's time to sleep. In a couple of days, we shall reach Konoha. Konoha? Indeed, did I not mention I am a Konoha ninja? You did not, Shikurin considered, realizing Makoto had only indicated his intention to take her to a safe place. Is the safe place Konoha? Precisely, Makoto confirmed with a nod. Konoha, being the strongest village in the ninja world, currently faces no threats from other factions. Currently, he mused, contemplating the Chunin exams in a year, the Pain invasion in 4 years, and the Fourth Ninja War. Makoto felt overwhelmed. Yet he found solace in the fact that there remained a year until the Chunin exams, a year in which he would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. Chapter 39. Returning to the village in the early morning, silence enveloped the world as the horizon in the east gradually brightened, delicately illuminating the pale blue sky. A new day was slowly approaching from afar. Not far away, a young boy was swiftly traversing through the woods, carrying a girl on his back. Perhaps due to the refreshing coolness of the morning air, or perhaps because of the vigorous motion, the girl, nestled on his back, let out a soft sound and awakened. As Xianglin slowly opened her eyes, she noticed the scenery around her was rapidly retreating, and she gradually began to come to her senses. Rubbing her eyes, she yawned. And once fully awake, she realized she was on the back of Ita Makoto. Coming into close contact with Ita Makoto once again, Xianglin's innate chakra sensing ability instinctively activated. Without thinking, her hands left Ita Makoto's shoulders and reached forward to embrace his neck. Her adorable face rested against his back as she relished this warm moment. This was not the first time Xianglin had sensed Ita Makoto's chakra, but each time, the warmth it radiated felt so comforting. If she were to find a comparison, it was reminiscent of her late mother, warm and peaceful, instilling an extraordinary sense of tranquility. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. The precocious Xianglin realized she had developed a fondness for this boy, who, although only slightly older than herself, was a powerful ninja. Though still somewhat shy, she knew the sensation of chakra could not deceive her. It felt as if they were meant to be together. Stealing glances from Xianglin's perspective, she could only see Ita Makoto's profile, his youthful yet handsome face. Xianglin is awake. Ita Makoto's sudden question startled her, pulling her from her reverie. Realizing she had been daydreaming, her face reddened even further as she shyly replied, I just woke up." A silence followed. Ita Makoto felt a bit awkward. How could he not notice the small movements of Xianglin on his back? Considering Xianglin's infatuated nature from the original work, he sensed that she had already developed feelings for him. Even if it hadn't reached the level of love, there was certainly a budding affection. This realization left Ita Makoto with a sense of guilt. Despite being only 12 years old, his soul was that of an adult. Faced with Xianglin, he didn't harbor any thoughts of exploitation. He wasn't a pervert. Moreover, he wasn't particularly attracted to younger girls, lacking the more mature traits he preferred. In his previous life, he had been fond of mature women. Perhaps if Xianglin were older, he would find her appealing, but at her current age, it felt almost criminal. Let us just focus on the journey ahead, he resolved silently, quickening his pace as they continued toward the village. 4 days later, in the afternoon, Ita Makoto finally returned to Kanahigakure. Although he could have arrived sooner, he slowed his pace, concerned that Xianglin might not be able to endure it. After a smooth journey, he reached the Hokage's office, where he reported the details of the mission to the third Hokage face-to-face. In summary, the mission had been relatively straightforward. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe, offering no comments on Ita Makoto's task, but instead pointed at Xianglin and said, "Aren't you going to introduce her?" Upon seeing the third Hokage gesture towards her, Xianglin felt a rush of nervousness. "Don't be afraid." Ita Makoto gently patted her shoulder. "Just think of him as a kind old grandfather." "Haha, I am indeed quite kind," the third Hokage chuckled. But Ita Makoto chose to ignore his bright smile and advised Xianglin, "Xianglin, you should go sit in the hall and rest for a while. Take this young girl downstairs to rest." The third Hokage instructed the hidden Umbu operatives. Understood. Though reluctant, Xianglin obediently followed the Umbu out. Once she had left, Ita Makoto turned to the third Hokage with a serious expression. "Don't you think she resembles someone?" At that, the third Hokage's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. "Kushina Uzumaki? Is that girl from the Uzumaki clan?" "Indeed, her full name is Uzumaki Xianglin." "Remarkable," the third Hokage mused. "Aside from Naruto, I never expected there to be another survivor from the Uzumaki clan." It had been mentioned before that the Uzumaki clan had deep ties to Kanahigakure. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's wife, was Mito Uzumaki, the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Furthermore, The previously mentioned Kushina Uzumaki was the fourth Hokage's wife and the mother of Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the Naruto world, also serving as a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. In addition to the two Hokage wives being from the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan also had a familial bond through marriage. Logically, with Konohagakure as their support, the Uzumaki clan should not have faced extinction. Yet, in reality, they had been wiped out. This situation was peculiar, and Ito Makoto believed that if one were to dig deeper, they would surely uncover some unexpected truths. However, the Uzumaki clan seemed unrelated to him. He saw no necessity to expend great effort investigating why they had been annihilated. If anyone should seek the truth, it would be Naruto and Xianglin. I wish for Xianglin to join Konohagakure. Is there any issue with that? Logically, given that Xianglin is from the Uzumaki clan and you brought her back, there shouldn't be a problem, but the third Hokage paused. But what? I fear she might attract Danzo's attention. Danzo? Ito Makoto's gaze sharpened. If he dares to act, I will cut off his claws. Danzo's injuries should still not have healed, and with his need to liaise with Orochimaru regarding the Sharingan, even if he attempted to create trouble, Ito Makoto felt entirely unfazed. In his prime, Danzo might have posed a challenge, but in his current weakened state, Ito Makoto was confident in his ability to confront him. Don't be so agitated. It's merely a consideration. What if Danzo isn't interested in Xianglin? Haha, do you truly believe that? Ito Makoto retorted. Among those most familiar with Danzo, who else could there be but the third Hokage? Thus, the third Hokage was acutely aware of Danzo's character and wouldn't genuinely believe he would find Xianglin, who possessed Uzumaki blood, uninteresting. Master, let us set aside Danzo for now. Just tell me, do you agree to Xianglin joining Konohagakure? I have no reason to disagree. Very well. I will go and register Xianglin immediately. Having received the desired answer, Ito Makoto was eager to resolve Xianglin's registration issue. Wait a moment. Master, is there something else? Ito Makoto turned back, puzzled. What are your plans for Xianglin's future? Chapter 40. Making friends. Xianglin's treatment in the Grass Ninja Village was far from favorable, prompting her to enroll as a transfer student at the Ninja Academy for a year. Her mother's tragic demise at the hands of a beast in Grass Ninja Village hinted at a harrowing experience for Xianglin. Placing Xianglin in the ninja school served dual purposes. It would allow her to forge friendships with peers, alleviating her solitude. And it provided a structured environment for her to hone her chakra skills, a practice she had initially learned from her mother. Only a year? The third Hokage mused. Isn't that a rather brief period? Ito Makoto shook his head. A year is sufficient. Xianglin possesses a foundational understanding, and we must also consider her pride. She may be sensitive to the prospect of being ridiculed by classmates if she were to join the school for a longer duration. We cannot predict such reactions, but we must endeavor to prevent any discomfort. Ito Makoto's intention in enrolling Xianglin was to foster social connections. Should she feel uneasy, the initiative would backfire. Thus, a year seemed appropriate, allowing her to graduate alongside Naruto and his cohort. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage acquiesced. Very well, let it be so. Ito Makoto nodded, ready to fetch Xianglin from the academy. As he approached the door, the third Hokage added, I will not arrange accommodation for Xianglin. She can stay at your home. Ito Makoto instinctively wanted to protest, but upon reflection, he realized that his frequent missions would leave the house empty, making it advantageous to have someone there to maintain it. Regarding the bedroom situation, a simple screen could create privacy. Upon entering the hall, Ito Makoto retrieved Xianglin, and they began their journey home. Xianglin, I intend to have you study at the ninja school for a year. Do you agree? Children in the ninja world mature quickly, and given Xianglin's experiences, Ito Makoto was prepared to respect her wishes should she desire a different path. I will follow your lead. Then let us return home. The school materials will arrive this evening. Xianglin nodded silently as they strolled home. Once they arrived, after a brief respite, Ito Makoto prepared to venture out for groceries. Are you going to leave me behind? I am merely stepping out for groceries. Xianglin's words tugged at Ito Makoto's heartstrings. He understood her vulnerability at that moment. Having acquired the Uzumaki lineage, Xianglin regarded him with a newfound respect. Following him to Konoha, she had remained in a constant state of vigilance, harboring distrust of her surroundings. I will accompany you. Shouldn't you rest a bit? Ito Makoto suggested, concerned for her well-being. After days of travel, even if she had ridden on his back, it had surely taken a toll on her stamina. No, I want to go with you. Very well, let us go together. Xianglin's stubbornness compelled Ito Makoto to concede. They set off together to procure groceries while familiarizing themselves with the neighborhood, which would be essential when Ito Makoto was occupied with missions. Leaving Xianglin to manage on her own. The market was not far from Ito Makoto's residence, situated in a well-equipped residential area. After casually gathering some vegetables, Ito Makoto took Xianglin to a stationery store to collect the necessary supplies for her upcoming studies, before meandering back home. Xianglin understood his intention, carefully observing her surroundings and memorizing the layout. As evening fell, the educational materials from the Ninja Academy had been delivered by the third Hokage's orders. Holding the textbooks, Ito Makoto hesitated before speaking. Xianglin, can you read? Xianglin nodded. My mother taught me to read before she passed. That's excellent. Ito Makoto sighed in relief. Grateful she could read. Otherwise, sending her directly to 6th grade would have been a calamity. Here are the books. Remember to inscribe your name. Xianglin took the books. Pondering briefly before writing, Uzumaki Xianglin. Oh, by the way, Ito Makoto exclaimed, there is a boy named Uzumaki Naruto at the academy. He is somewhat of your kin, though his circumstances are unique. I hope you two can become friends. Kin? Xianglin's brows furrowed in confusion. Having fled to Grass Ninja Village with her mother following the massacre of the Uzumaki clan, Xianglin had never been informed of her heritage. She learned of her lineage only through Ito Makoto's words, leaving her with no clear concept of what it meant to have kin. Very well, if that is your wish. I shall befriend him. Ito Makoto sensed that Xianglin misunderstood his intent, but opted not to clarify. He believed that, given Naruto's distinctive traits, Xianglin would eventually warm to him. Additionally, there is a boy named Uchiha Sasuke, whose experiences parallel yours. He is the sole survivor of his clan's massacre. He may appear aloof, but he possesses a good heart. You will come to understand this through your interactions with him. Naruto and Sasuke are among my closest friends at the academy. You will find them both to be wonderful individuals. At this stage, Sasuke was consumed by thoughts of revenge against Itachi, though not excessively so. Fostering friendships could ultimately benefit him. Ito Makoto dismissed any concerns over Sasuke's potential rejection of Xianglin, believing that her rescue would earn her some favor in Sasuke's eyes. As Ito Makoto finished speaking, he noticed Xianglin gazing at him with an inscrutable expression, which unsettled him. Xianglin, why are you looking at me like that? Xianglin replied, I merely wish to see if you have more to say. Ito Makoto opened his mouth, intending to mention other notable children in Konoha, but sensing her demeanor, he refrained from doing so. All right, I shall say no more. The matter of friendship is something you must experience for yourself. Now, it is getting late. After writing your name, let us retire for the night. With that, Ito Makoto exited the small room, and as he stepped outside, he faintly heard Xianglin muttering, I am not a child anymore. Ito Makoto couldn't help but feel bemused. Hearing such words from a 12-year-old girl was utterly incongruous. Chapter 41. Is the plot about to begin? As time flows and swiftly passes, a year has gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Ito Makoto once again flawlessly completed his mission and arrived at the Hokage office to report. That is the account of this mission, Ito Makoto said nonchalantly. Fully aware that in the office, it was just him and the third Hokage, who better than they to know each other. A year is ample time for a stranger to become familiar, especially when that individual is his master. Congratulations on completing another A-rank mission. Spare me the pleasantries. Ito Makoto was evidently unimpressed by the third Hokage's congratulations, and his demeanor hinted at a flicker of anger. I must ask, old man, what is happening? Throughout this year, every mission has unfolded in a bizarre manner. The first mission, encountering Orochimaru. Let's not even discuss that. The second, I unexpectedly faced a member of the Akatsuki organization. The most absurd was this latest mission, where I actually engaged in combat with one of their members. Had I not fled swiftly, I might have found myself in grave peril. Speaking of missions, Ito Makoto was filled with ire. Others embark on missions with clearly defined ranks, but for him, each time, what was supposedly a B-rank mission transformed into a convoluted ordeal. Take this recent task, a seemingly mundane escort mission. Yet, on the way back, he encountered the Akatsuki Sasori. For reasons unknown, upon seeing him, Sasori launched an attack. Thankfully, Ito Makoto was no pushover. If he couldn't win, he could certainly escape. Regarding the Akatsuki, I will arrange for personnel to investigate. How can such a dangerous organization exist with so few ninjas aware of it? It is utterly inconceivable. Ito Makoto selectively shared some intelligence about the Akatsuki with the third Hokage to prompt him to take it seriously, all the while hoping to elevate the mission's rank. Although he would forfeit any additional rewards, his record would shine brighter. Throughout this year, he had undoubtedly completed no fewer than 10 A-rank missions and 3 S-rank missions. All these missions had initially been B-rank, yet each time, he faced unexpected incidents or encountered formidable foes post-mission. In principle, encounters with fierce adversaries after mission completion should not be included, but Ito Makoto disagreed vehemently. He exerted himself tirelessly to gain experience, only to be met with unforeseen circumstances each time, never once completing a mission comfortably. Thus, he utilized his youth to stubbornly insist that the third Hokage elevate the mission ranks. Faced with his obstinate disciple, Sarutobi had little choice. Considering Ito Makoto's strength was at the level of a jonin, raising the difficulty would not require additional compensation, and so the third Hokage reluctantly acquiesced. Now, Ito Makoto's record was nothing short of illustrious. The only peer who could rival him was Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail. However, most of Gaara's completed missions were of lower ranks, rendering any comparison with Ito Makoto's achievements moot. Very well, I shall take my leave, Ito Makoto declared. Wait. The third Hokage called out, halting Ito Makoto's exit. It has been nearly a year since you became part of the Umbu, and with Naruto and the others about to graduate, I would like to consult with you. Should you return to your original form and team up with this graduating class? Or continue with the Umbu? Graduating, huh? Ito Makoto paused momentarily before responding. Never mind. The reason I joined the Umbu was merely to enhance my combat experience. I believe I have gained sufficient knowledge. I would prefer to team up with this graduating class. You rascal. The third Hokage rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of headache. He recognized his disciple's eccentricity, but had not anticipated it would manifest so starkly. Offering Ito Makoto a choice was more of a rhetorical gesture. After all, it was unusual for someone of Jonin caliber to align with Jinin. Was he not concerned about them being a liability? Moreover, in a team setting, he would need to heed the orders of a guiding Jonin. The mere thought of Ito Makoto not clashing with the guiding Jonin was a stroke of luck. Given these considerations, it was expected that Ito Makoto would continue in the Umbu or at least propose an alternative. However, to his surprise, he genuinely wished to team up with the Genin. This was utterly preposterous. Observing the third Hokage's incredulous expression, Ito Makoto understood his thoughts. However, he had no choice. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the only way to accrue source points was by altering the plot. Unless the third Hokage agreed to show him the Book of Seals, permitting him to submit those ninjutsu classified as forbidden, he was left with no options. Yet, despite Ito Makoto's best attempts to charm him, the third Hokage remained steadfast in his refusal. Thus, to earn source points, he had no recourse but to change the narrative. In truth, throughout the year, as he undertook missions, Ito Makoto had already begun to reshape the original trajectory of the world, albeit through minor alterations. The world's awareness could not expend much source energy to correct itself, which limited his ability to exchange for anything beyond a standard Manjiki Sharingan. He could not even afford the luxurious version from the system, a rather disheartening realization. Nonetheless, the thought of the plot imminently commencing and a wave of source points flooding towards him filled him with uncontainable excitement. However, for the sake of conveniently altering the narrative, he needed to team up with this graduating class, specifically with Naruto and Sasuke. Which two Jonin should I team up with? Who do you suggest as the guiding Jonin? Rest assured, I have already considered these matters. Then share your thoughts with me. As long as it's reasonable, I shall agree. The third Hokage was eager to hear Ito Makoto's choices for his teammates, as well as the crucial role of their guiding instructor. Looking around the hidden leaf, few remained capable of teaching Ito Makoto, and they needed to possess a good temperament. "We can discuss that later," Ito Makoto replied dismissively, then gazed at the Hokage rock not far behind the third Hokage. "By the way, aren't you going to do something about that?" The third Hokage turned, puzzled, only to find that his likeness had been defaced. Not only his image but those of the first, second, and fourth Hokages had also been marred. Just as the third Hokage pondered which fool had the audacity to vandalize the Hokage rock, an Umbu suddenly appeared in the center of the office. "Lord Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto has been causing trouble again. Should we dispatch someone to apprehend him?" Apprehend? The Umbu's words seemed routine, but Ito Makoto discerned something deeper. He swiftly approached the Umbu, seizing him by the throat and inquiring, "I didn't quite catch that. Did you just suggest apprehending him?" Chapter 42. The Deputy Minister of the Umbu? Ito Makoto found himself perplexed. Why was the Jinchuriki, the ultimate weapon of a village, subjected to disdain from his own people? Take the Hidden Cloud Village, for instance. There, two Jinchuriki, the Two Tails Ijito Ni and the Eight Tails Killer Bee, maintained amicable relationships with the villagers, incurring little animosity. Both had forged friendships with their respective tailed beasts, enabling them to harness their full potential. While it is well known that Killer Bee is the brother of the Reikage, Ujito Ni had no such backing, yet she thrived in harmony with her community. This clearly indicates that the policies of the Hidden Cloud Village do not discriminate against Jinchuriki. Even in the case of the Hidden Dragon Village, the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, enjoyed a close bond with the villagers, having received their care since childhood, untainted by any form of prejudice. In contrast, Konoha, the strongest of the ninja villages, allowed its citizens to harbor disdain towards the Jinchuriki, while the higher-ups turned a blind eye. This is utterly absurd. Do they not fear retribution from the Jinchuriki once they mature? Naruto, in particular, is a remarkable anomaly. Instead of retaliating against the villagers who scorned him, he dreams of becoming Hokage, seeking their acceptance. It is ludicrous. Gaara's vengeful disposition seems to be the more correct approach. It must be noted that protagonists often embody a sense of righteousness. Had Naruto not been the protagonist, he would likely have turned out like Gaara, which would seem more logical. While Ito Makoto refrained from criticizing Naruto's choices, acknowledging that everyone is entitled to their own decisions, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of injustice for his friend. After all, Naruto's father was the fourth Hokage, who perished alongside his mother in the defense of the village against the Nine Tails. Now, their son faced such discrimination within the very village they sacrificed themselves for. One could only imagine the emotions if the fourth were to resurrect. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?" Ito Makoto smiled, tightening his grip around the neck of the Umbu member, exuding an air that suggested he would not hesitate to act violently should he be provoked again. The Umbu, recognizing the peril of the situation, wisely chose silence. "All right, Makoto, do not press him too hard," intervened the third Hokage, prompting Ito to concede to the elder's request. "Let us leave Naruto's matter to Ebisu. He will bring Naruto to see me." "Yes, sir," the Umbu member replied before vanishing in a swirl of smoke, clearly intimidated by Makoto's demeanor. "Old man, the quality of the Umbu is indeed lacking. It seems anyone can join these days," Makoto remarked, reflecting on the past when only the most exceptional ninjas could become Umbu, such as during the second Hokage's era. Even during the third Hokage's tenure, many talented individuals graced the ranks, including a younger Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Now, however, the Umbu seemed filled with mediocrity, and Makoto questioned whether any of them possessed the strength of a Jonin. In the past, online discussions humorously dubbed the Umbu as a concentration camp for weaklings, suggesting that anyone could easily overpower them, as if being unable to defeat an Umbu member somehow disqualified one from being a formidable ninja. "You have distanced yourself from the Umbu. Thus, let me handle their affairs," the third Hokage stated. Upon hearing this, Ito scoffed. "As if I were ever part of the Umbu. You can't expect me to manage their affairs." "Really?" The third Hokage's eyes brightened. "If you do not resign from the Umbu, I could appoint you as the deputy minister responsible for the selection process. What do you think? He gazed at Makoto with anticipation. Wait, are you serious? Makoto exclaimed, taken aback. Of course, the third Hokage nodded affirmatively. Makoto pondered deeply. Becoming the deputy minister of the Umbu would elevate him into the upper echelons of Konoha, an extraordinary opportunity for someone of his age. However, accepting such a position would hinder his ability to intervene in the unfolding narrative of the original story. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately shook his head. No, I don't believe I am suited for the role of deputy minister. I prefer to follow the original plan. I see. The third Hokage noted, disappointment evident in his tone. He had hoped to instigate some change within the Umbu, but it seemed he was at a loss without the right materials to work with. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Do you have any specific requirements for your team? Certainly, Makoto replied. I would like Sasuke and Naruto as my teammates, and Kakashi as my guiding jonin. Was Makoto's request excessive? Certainly not. In the original narrative, they were indeed a team. All he needed to do was replace Sakura with himself. However, he couldn't help but wonder if having an all-male team might seem somewhat peculiar. After all, in the teams of the Konoha 12, there was typically at least one female member. Considering this, it felt somewhat odd to have no female presence in his team. Yet, it was hardly feasible to simply add another female ninja to the mix. With the team consisting of 5 ninjas, including the captain, the third Hokage would undoubtedly disapprove. Your selection is commendable, the third Hokage acknowledged. Sasuke and Naruto are not only your friends, but also well acquainted with one another. Their contrasting personalities could become problematic. But with you mediating, it should work splendidly. As for your choice of guiding jonin, Kakashi is indeed an excellent option. If there is anyone in the village capable of guiding you, it is undoubtedly Kakashi, who has mastered a plethora of techniques. Yes, at least in terms of ninjutsu. Kakashi is certainly impressive, the third Hokage concluded. I have approved your request. Thank you, old man. Makoto exclaimed, elated at the prospect of seamlessly integrating into the ongoing story. And what of Karen? Do you have any plans for her? Karen? To be honest, I do not have any specific plans for her. If arrangements need to be made, I believe it would be best to consult her first. I will ask for her opinion, but will this not pose a challenge for you, old man? Assigning me a disciple of the Hokage comes with certain privileges. Yet, arranging Karen could complicate matters, given that Konoha is not solely under your control. There are 2 advisors in the open and the ever-scheming Danzo behind the scenes. No worries, it is merely the assignment of 2 genin. Who would dare voice objections? I am the Hokage, after all. Genin? Makoto rolled his eyes. While Karen may still be a genin, was he truly still in the same category? Even with a disguise and mask, he doubted anyone would fail to recognize him. After all, during their first mission, Kakashi had already figured him out. In the Jonin circles. Who wouldn't know that Ito Makoto was the Umbu known as the Dragon? Only the Chunin and Genin would mistakenly believe he was merely an early graduate genin. Chapter 43, Naruto. Everyone present is trash knock, knock, knock. Just as Ito Makoto finished his discussion with the third Hokage, a knock echoed through the office. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Uzumaki Naruto, accompanied by Ebisu. Ah, Makoto, what brings you here? Naruto was quite displeased at being brought to the Hokage's office. He had hoped to vent to the third Hokage, but was taken aback to see Ito Makoto upon entering. Hey, Naruto. It's been a while. You seem full of energy. Life must be treating you well, Ito remarked. Indeed, it had been a long time since they had seen each other, during Naruto's year in the Umbu. They had not crossed paths even once. Yeah, not too bad. Naruto replied with a goofy grin, but Ito discerned that beneath that fade, Naruto had not been faring well. During his time at the academy, Ito had occasionally lent a helping hand to Naruto, preventing him from rummaging through trash bins. Without Ito's support over this past year, while Naruto might not have been reduced to dumpster diving, it was evident he had not been eating well, as his growth had stagnated. By the way, Makoto, you haven't answered me yet. What are you doing here? I'm here to see the old man about a matter. Ito chose not to disclose his Umbu affiliation to Naruto. Such information was best kept discreet. Even his apprenticeship under the third Hokage was known only to a select few high-ranking shinobi in Konoha. Have you finished your business? You and Appos, V been gone for a year. I don't care. We're going to grab ramen together. My treat. Please, Ita scoffed. With your meager finances, do you really think you can treat me? How about I treat you instead? Haha, I knew you'd say that. Naruto exclaimed. Ugh, Ita cursed under his breath, feeling tricked. It was unexpected for the usually sincere Naruto to employ such tactics. Ahem. Noticing that Naruto and Ita were engrossed in their banter, the third Hokage cleared his throat to regain their attention. Naruto, the reason I called you here is to discuss your recent graffiti on the Hokage rock. Huh, Naruto replied, taken aback. Is there really anything to discuss? It's obvious I was just playing a prank. Ita could clearly see the third Hokage's irritation manifesting as a large tick mark on his forehead at Naruto's nonchalant response. How dare you? Ebisu interjected. Who permitted you to speak to the Hokage in such a manner? Apologize immediately. The third Hokage felt a jolt of apprehension and glanced at Ita, who swiftly moved to Ebisu's side, locking him by the throat. Caught off guard, Ebisu, though a special jonin due to his teaching prowess, was merely a chunin in terms of combatability. Faced with an ambush by Ita, he had no chance of retaliation. How dare you interrupt when the Hokage hasn't spoken? Do you think you can dictate the Hokage's will? Ita held a disdainful view of Ebisu, not for his strength, but for his character. In the original narrative, Ebisu was a ninja who believed that lineage determined a ninja's achievements and was rather pretentious and lecherous. As Konohamaru's tutor, he thought that only by following his teachings could one aspire to the Hokage position, revealing his arrogance and ignorance. If lineage were the measure, Naruto would be the strongest, being a member of the Uzumaki clan and the son of the fourth Hokage. Unbeknownst to most, he was also the reincarnation of Ashura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths. The only one whose lineage could rival Naruto's was Uchiha Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra, the Sage's eldest son. As Ebisu struggled for breath, Ita eventually released him, allowing him to gasp for air. I didn't mean it. I didn't say that. Don't twist my words. Ebisu hurriedly protested. Ita rolled his eyes in disdain, uninterested in further tormenting him. All right, Makoto, if you have no other matters, you may leave. The third Hokage sighed, taking a puff from his pipe, appearing somewhat resigned. No way. I just said I'd treat Naruto to ramen. Ita countered, though he secretly looked forward to witnessing Naruto's new jutsu, curious if he would unveil it soon. Naruto, the third Hokage began, now that Ita had stepped back. To become a ninja, it requires more than mere pranks. Do you know what it takes to be a ninja? Or what you believe a ninja should embody? Given Ita's understanding of Naruto, he knew the latter was unlikely to ponder such questions, and he would likely provide an unreliable answer. Don't underestimate me. I know. As long as I can successfully use jutsu, that makes me a ninja, right? Naruto declared confidently, expecting praise. The third Hokage's eyelids twitched at Naruto's simplistic reasoning. Yet, in a certain sense, one could not entirely dismiss Naruto's answer, leaving the third Hokage in a state of indecision. To affirm or refute his response seemed equally problematic. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage resolved to go along with Naruto's logic. Since you believe that, what jutsu can you use? I know you can't even manage the shadow clone technique properly. It must be noted that Naruto was indeed a peculiar case, due to the nine tails sealed within him. His chakra control was utterly chaotic, causing his attempts at the shadow clone technique to fail miserably. His clones either lay limp on the ground or appeared as mere shadows, revealing their illusory nature. However, Naruto's uniqueness lay in his exceptional mastery of the transformation technique, unrivaled in all of Konoha. Well, Konohamaru might give me a run for my money when he grows up, but for now, I can confidently declare, in terms of transformation, everyone present is trash. Chapter 44. Naruto's bold maneuver. Seeing the third Hokage underestimating him, Naruto, feeling a surge of indignation, declared, I possess ninjutsu, and let me tell you, I have created a powerful technique that no ordinary person could withstand. With a smug expression, he gazed at the third Hokage. The third Hokage, perplexed, wondered how someone like Naruto, who could barely master the body flicker technique, could possibly have invented a jutsu. Thus, he inquired, what kind of ninjutsu is it? Can you demonstrate it for me? Naruto, grinning mischievously, replied, of course. Very well, then let us proceed to the training ground, the third Hokage suggested, beginning to move towards the training area. Wait, why do we need to go to the training ground? Naruto asked, puzzled. Did you not say your self-created technique possesses great power? Surely, it cannot be performed here? Realizing the intent behind the third Hokage's words, Naruto quickly responded, no need for that. We can do it right here. Skeptical, the third Hokage sat down and queried, are you certain this is suitable? After receiving Naruto's affirmation, he said, very well, then let us witness your prowess. Grandpa Hokage, Acheron, and the brooding uncle, just watch closely. With that, Naruto began weaving hand signs, while Ito Akira, standing nearby, pulled out a camera, excitement radiating from him as he muttered, it's about to happen. This is Naruto's dark history, and it must be preserved. With a loud shout of ha! A plume of smoke erupted from where Naruto stood. As the smoke began to dissipate, a youthful girl with golden hair and twin ponytails emerged, her form partially obscured by lingering mist, adding an alluring quality to her appearance. Ninjutsu, transformation technique completed. Indeed, this was a variant of the transformation technique, innovated and popularized by Uzumaki Naruto. Witnessing this spectacle, Ito Akira felt no surprise and was even inclined to laugh. After all, he had encountered far more outrageous scenarios. Naruto's transformation was trivial compared to the vast resources available on Earth. Ito Akira remained composed, unlike the third Hokage and Acheron, who were visibly flustered. The third Hokage, emboldened by his crystal ball that allowed him to spy on the village, had often indulged in voyeuristic antics, an influence that had undoubtedly contributed to Jiraiya's infamous lecherous reputation. In the face of such titillation, both men found themselves overwhelmed, nosebleeds flowing profusely, leading Ito Akira to wonder if they might faint from blood loss. Hee, am I impressive or what? Naruto exclaimed, noticing that Acheron and the third Hokage had collapsed. He promptly canceled the transformation, reverting to his original form. What a ridiculous ninjutsu! Utterly absurd. The third Hokage, unwilling to admit that he had been impressed by the technique, retained his dignity as Hokage, fearing the consequences should word of this spread. How can this be considered absurd? Look, you two are bleeding. Naruto taunted. See how powerful my jutsu is. Oblivious to the concept of knowing when to stop, Naruto continued to jab at the third Hokage, provoking the usually composed leader into a state of mild irritation. Perceiving the tension, Ito Akira interjected, attempting to smooth things over by reminding everyone that Naruto was still young and merely a child, which ultimately quelled the third Hokage's desire to teach Naruto a lesson. After the commotion in the Hokage's office subsided, Ito Akira and Naruto strolled along the street. Observing the passers-by, Ito Akira noted how they instinctively avoided Naruto, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Growing up in such an environment, Ito Akira couldn't help but admire Naruto. If he were in Naruto's position, he would have no inclination to protect those foolish enough to shun him, and might even entertain thoughts of world destruction. By the way, Acheron, where have you been for the past year? Both Sasuke and I have missed you, Naruto said. Are you implying that you missed me just so I would treat you to ramen? Ito Akira recognized the sincerity in Naruto's words, but found himself uncomfortable with such sentimental gestures. Therefore, he deftly redirected the conversation. Hee, it seems you truly understand me. Naruto replied, beaming with pride. What the hell? Ito Akira mentally cursed, surprised that Naruto had taken his offhand remark seriously. Faced with Naruto's unabashed enthusiasm, Ito Akira felt momentarily defeated. All right. I will treat you to ramen now. Yay, I knew you were the best, Acheron, Naruto exclaimed, gleefully hugging Ito Akira and using his shamelessness to nuzzle against him. Get off me. I'm a straight man, not interested in that. As they playfully bickered, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. After placing their order, Ito Akira noticed that Shikamaru was also present. Hey, Shikamaru, what brings you here? Turning to see Ito Akira, Shikamaru's face lit up with joy, but upon spotting Naruto, his expression darkened instantly. What happened between you two? Ito Akira inquired, sensing the tension. It's nothing, Shikamaru replied, slightly irritated. Are you two caught up in some misunderstanding? Ito Akira, quick to discern the underlying tension, pressed further. Naruto, what exactly transpired between you two? Naruto, equally confused, recounted, I demonstrated my transformation technique to Shikamaru a few days ago, and for some reason, she got angry and beat me up. I wasn't even mad. But she was furious. It's all so bewildering. Showing your transformation technique in front of Shikamaru? Ito Akira pondered. While it seemed like an ill-advised move, it hardly warranted Shikamaru's violent reaction. She shouldn't be that upset, Ito Akira suggested tentatively. You have no idea. Shikamaru interjected. Ask him what kind of woman he transformed into. As Ito Akira turned to Naruto, puzzled, Naruto explained, at the Ninja Academy, I mostly interacted with Shikamaru and Sakura, but since I like Sakura, I used Shikamaru's appearance as a reference. In other words, you transformed into her likeness, in a rather revealing manner? Ito Akira gasped, realizing that Naruto had indeed crossed a line. Transforming into a woman's form, especially in front of her, was a reckless move. And Shikamaru's restraint in not rendering Naruto incapacitated was a testament to her mercy. Chapter 45. Guiding K-Rin. This matter can be perceived in both grand and trivial lights. In a broader sense, Naruto is tarnishing K-Rin's reputation. In a narrower sense, it is merely a prank. Thus, under the counsel of Mikoto, K-Rin graciously forgave Naruto. After all, she understood that Naruto harbored no ill intentions, albeit he could be somewhat dim-witted and single-minded in his endeavors. The trio finished their ramen in high spirits. After it, Mikoto, with a conflicted expression, paid the bill. They parted ways. In Naruto's words, he intended to return home and intensively practice, determined to master the shadow clone technique, as tomorrow's graduation exam would hinge upon it. Failure to succeed would shatter his dreams of becoming a ninja. Mikoto refrained from discouraging Naruto. Instead, he encouraged him to strive diligently. With that, Mikoto departed alongside K-Rin. They did not return home, but rather ventured into the forest. During the past year, Mikoto had not spent much time with K-Rin and was thus unaware of her capabilities. Was she a genin or a ch-nin? The thought of her lacking even genin strength was beyond his consideration. K-Rin was inherently a promising candidate for a ninja upon their first meeting. Her chakra levels were already approaching the genin threshold. With proper training in physical techniques and proficiency in the clone technique, she would undoubtedly qualify as a genin. Clearly, Mikoto had brought K-Rin to the forest to assess her abilities. K-Rin, do you have confidence in tomorrow's exam? K-Rin rolled her eyes and replied, of course, it's just the clone technique. Among the entire class, it's likely only Naruto who will struggle. The class they belonged to was regarded as an elite group, with each member possessing the potential to become a ninja. This graduation exam was merely a formality. Otherwise, they would not be testing the clone technique rather than practical combat skills. Do you have confidence in securing first place? Not really. Mikoto was taken aback. K-Rin lacked confidence in claiming the top spot? He was aware that, apart from Naruto, K-Rin possessed the highest chakra levels in the class, undoubtedly exceeding the genin level. How could someone of her caliber lack confidence in achieving first place? What are you looking at? I'm confident in my abilities. But I'm not as foolish as Naruto. I can assess my own strengths clearly. All right, since you lack confidence in first place, might you share who possesses the ability to humble our esteemed K-Rin? Mikoto could swear he was entirely serious when he posed the question. Humble? Ah, Mikoto. I didn't expect you to become so lewd. Lewd? Who is more lewd here? Don't you have any self-awareness? Enough joking around. Is it Uchiha Sasuke? After some contemplation, Mikoto deduced that the only one capable of rivaling K-Rin for first place would be Sasuke. Exactly, it's him. His chakra levels may not be as high as mine, yet he can utilize the fire release, great fireball technique, while I can only perform the clone technique. In every practical lesson, I've been unable to best him. It infuriates me. It was evident that K-Rin was quite vexed, due to his lineage. Sasuke could access certain fire techniques within his clan, whereas K-Rin had not been so fortunate. Up to this point, she could only perform the clone technique, and her physical prowess was indeed somewhat inferior to Sasuke's. In summation, while she possessed slightly more chakra and stamina than Sasuke, it rendered little advantage in the genin level practical assessments. If only I could perform other jutsu, I would never lose to that stoic Sasuke. Stoic? Makoto found K-Rin's description rather peculiar. In the original narrative, K-Rin was infatuated with Sasuke, even after being abducted by Danzo. Despite Sasuke's indifference during her rescue, she still held a deep admiration for him. However, at present, it seemed K-Rin held no such fondness for Sasuke. Makoto could only interpret this shift as a result of his presence altering certain events, yet these changes did not disrupt the subsequent plot. Thus, the world as consciousness had not intervened. Now, let us set aside other matters. I wish to assess your strength. Should you perform well, I will consider teaching you some jutsu. Really? K-Rin asked, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Makoto affirmed. Having read the original narrative, he knew that K-Rin's chakra affinities included water, earth, yin, and yang. While he could not instruct her in yin and yang techniques, he possessed considerable knowledge of water and earth jutsu. Given K-Rin's unique physical attributes, Makoto had classified her as a support member of the team. Thus, regardless of her performance this time, he intended to teach her water and earth techniques. He would teach her one attribute at a time. Fearing that an overload of information might overwhelm her, a gradual approach seemed prudent. All right, prepare yourself, K-Rin declared, launching a straightforward punch toward Makoto's face. A successful strike would likely mar his visage. However, Makoto was not so careless. He swiftly leaned back to evade K-Rin's attack, and then leapt back to create distance between them. With a hint of pride, he remarked, "If you wish to ambush me, you have a long way to go. Is that so?" As K-Rin vanished in a cloud of smoke, Makoto felt a gust of wind rushing from behind him. Ah, the clone technique? Makoto had to admit that K-Rin had mastered her clone technique to an impressive degree. He had not even realized that the K-Rin he had been speaking with was merely a clone. The clone technique differs from the shadow clone technique. The latter creates physical clones capable of attacking and performing jutsu, while the former produces intangible clones that, although visually indistinguishable from the real thing, lack substance. Thus, if K-Rin were to strike at Makoto, he would sustain no actual harm if he did not evade. K-Rin had accurately anticipated that he would dodge, which emboldened her to allow her intangible clone to attack while she lay in ambush. One could not deny that K-Rin's strategy had proven effective. Makoto, as she predicted, evaded the attack and leapt backward. Had he been a mere genin, he would likely have faced defeat. However, Makoto was no ordinary genin. He reacted swiftly to the surprise attack, forming hand seals. As K-Rin's strike connected with him, he transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing a wooden stump in his place. TCH, a substitution technique? In truth, Makoto had numerous methods to counter K-Rin, but given she was merely a genin and only proficient in the clone technique, employing other jutsu would seem somewhat unfair. While he was indeed outmatching K-Rin, he wished not to make it overly apparent. Thus, he opted for the substitution technique, a variant of the clone technique, to evade her assault. Enough with your little tricks. Let me see how proficient your physical techniques are. With that, Makoto leapt down from the tree and gestured for K-Rin to attack. K-Rin pouted, likely feeling that Makoto was taking advantage of her, but she had no choice. After all, he was indeed stronger than she. Realizing that even her utmost effort would not harm Makoto, she resolved to give it her all. With that thought, K-Rin charged at Makoto once more. Chapter 46. Water Barrier and Hardening Technique. The outcome of the battle was evidently clear. In the face of Makoto, even with all her might, Shine was unable to gain the upper hand. However, Ito's primary intention was merely to gauge Shine's strength, and through this so-called battle, he gleaned her capabilities, an ordinary rank of a genin. In Ito's perspective, the three ninja ranks, lower, middle, and upper, were further divided into three sublevels: the novice level, the common level, and the elite level. The novice level represented those who had just reached the threshold of that rank, while the common level denoted those who were neither particularly outstanding nor exceptionally poor. The elite level was more self-explanatory. An elite at this rank possessed the potential to eliminate adversaries of the next tier. For instance, an elite genin could conceivably defeat a novice or a common chunin. Having been in the ninja academy for merely a year, Shine had already attained the status of an ordinary genin, which greatly pleased Ito. He believed that if she could overcome her deficiencies in other jutsu, she could soon achieve the rank of an elite genin. Based on the deductions regarding Cheyenne-S abilities, he surmised that Sasuke must possess the prowess of an elite genin, as he excelled in every aspect compared to Cheyenne, except for chakra volume. As for Naruto, his situation was rather dismal. Prior to mastering the shadow clone technique, and without unleashing the Nine Tails, he was merely a novice genin, capable only of defeating ordinary individuals. Regarding this evaluation, Idu was quite satisfied. After concluding their spar, he expressed contentment with Cheyenne-S performance. Now, since you are satisfied, as per our agreement, you must teach me some jutsu. Very well. Idu was aware of Cheyenne-S chakra nature, but she remained oblivious to it, thus testing her chakra was a necessary step. From his ninja tool pouch, he retrieved chakra testing paper. This is used to determine your chakra attributes. Give it a try. Upon receiving the paper, Cheyenne promptly utilized it. As she did, the paper first appeared to absorb moisture, then promptly disintegrated into shreds. Water and earth, a dual attribute, quite impressive. In truth, Cheyenne possessed 4 attributes, but the yin and yang natures could not be detected through this test, remaining as hidden attributes. Considering Cheyenne-S role as a support ninja, Idu resolved to teach her 2 defensive jutsu. For water release, I will instruct you in the water barrier technique. Although classified as a B-rank jutsu, it can be utilized by anyone regardless of their chakra volume. The only variance lies in the size and strength of the barrier, making it a highly practical defensive technique. For earth release, I will teach you the hardening technique. This jutsu fortifies the body, reducing physical damage, and crucially, it is simple to learn and requires minimal chakra, making it exceptionally cost-effective for you at this stage. Both techniques were defensive in nature. Once Cheyenne mastered these 2 jutsu, combined with her Uzumaki clan physique, her survival rate in combat would significantly increase. However, Cheyenne was somewhat displeased with Idu's choice of jutsu. She yearned for offensive techniques, yet found herself receiving only defensive ones. In response to her dissatisfaction, Idu remained unmoved, stating that she could either learn them or not. With no other options, Cheyenne begrudgingly accepted. At the very least, the water barrier can counter Sasuke's great fireball, she thought, feeling somewhat comforted, and her resistance towards the 2 defensive techniques diminished. Indeed, the spirit of self-deception knows no bounds. Meanwhile, while Idu was engaged in teaching Cheyenne, the 3rd Hokage was contemplating matters at the Hokage office. Report, Hokage-sama. The movements of Chunin Mizuki have been rather suspicious of late. Mizuki, you say? Listening to the Umbu-S report, the 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe. Falling into deep thought, ever since Idu had informed him of his occasional premonitions and warned of impending disaster for Konoha, the 3rd Hokage had discreetly issued orders. On the surface, Konoha remained as peaceful as ever, but behind the scenes, the village had begun to adopt measures of caution. For instance, inspections of personnel entering and exiting the village had become more stringent, and Umbu activities had increased in frequency. Particularly, the 3rd Hokage had specifically instructed a covert investigation into lower-tier ninjas. Over the past year, he had indeed uncovered several individuals harboring ill intentions towards Konoha. However, these individuals were merely minor players, posing limited threats to the village, and following interrogation by Ibiki Marino, they were promptly incarcerated in the ninja prison. The investigation into Mizuki was not due to suspicions of espionage, but rather because the Umbu had raised concerns regarding a previous mission he undertook. Subsequent investigations revealed that Mizuki had personally killed an injured comrade to fulfill a mission, suffocating him by covering his mouth and nose, yet reported the death as due to a leg injury. Initially, the Umbu had harbored doubts about this incident, but without pursuing an investigation. It lingered until the 3rd Hokage ordered a review of all lower-tier ninjas, which ultimately brought Mizuki's actions to light. What are your thoughts on Mizuki? In response to the Hokage's inquiry, the Umbu respectfully replied, based on our investigation, we believe Mizuki possesses a cruel disposition, one willing to resort to any means to achieve his objectives, having even killed his own comrade during a mission. Such a person is unworthy to be a ninja of Konoha. Our recommendation is to apprehend him and confine him to prison. I see. The third Hokage did not immediately endorse the Umbu's suggestion. After a moment of silence, he shifted the conversation to a matter unrelated to Mizuki. Tomorrow is the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy. Is the test on the shadow clone technique? Though puzzled by the sudden change in topic from Mizuki to the Ninja Academy, the Umbu had no choice but to respond. According to our intelligence, indeed, the exam will focus on the shadow clone technique. Very well, I understand. You may leave. The third Hokage did not issue an order to apprehend Mizuki, nor did the Umbu possess the authority to do so. It was clear that the third Hokage intended to orchestrate something concerning Mizuki, though the specifics eluded the Umbu's comprehension. Once the Umbu departed, the third Hokage began to ponder Naruto's predicament. He was aware of Naruto's struggles at the Ninja Academy, and with the exam on the shadow clone technique approaching, it was certain that Naruto would fail. The interference from the Ninetales chakra was far too severe, and given Naruto's displayed talent, he was yet unable to tame the chakra of the Ninetales. Nevertheless, Naruto was destined to become a ninja. Not only was he the son of the fourth Hokage, but the very fact that the Ninetales was sealed within him ensured he would not lead an ordinary life. It was imperative to prepare a life-saving technique for him for critical moments. Given Naruto's current situation, overflowing with chakra, far exceeding that of a low-level jonin, compounded by the presence of the Ninetales, the choice of technique had to be straightforward yet effective. After considerable contemplation, the third Hokage settled on a singular technique, the shadow clone technique. Chapter 47. The deceptive kaleidoscope. The multiple shadow clone technique is an advanced version of the shadow clone technique, classified as an A-rank ninjutsu. This technique allows the user to simultaneously create multiple, even vast numbers of shadow clones, thus requiring an immense amount of chakra. If mastered inadequately, it poses a risk of self-harm. Hence, this technique was sealed within the Book of Seals by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, as a forbidden art. This ninjutsu does not demand exceptional chakra manipulation skills. As long as one possesses sufficient chakra, they can produce an adequate number of shadow clones. These conditions suggest that this technique is ideally suited for ninjas with abundant chakra, yet poor control over it. Indeed, Uzumaki Naruto epitomizes this type. Contemplating this, the third Hokage began to devise a plan to instigate something following Naruto and Appo's anticipated failure in the examination the next day. The following day, during the graduation exam at the Ninja Academy, Uzumaki Naruto predictably did not pass. Although he successfully produced clones, they resembled nothing more than a heap of mud, unmistakably revealing their inferior quality. Consequently, despite the efforts of teacher Mizuki to mediate, the chief examiner, Iruka, decided against allowing Naruto to pass. After the examination, Naruto sat dejectedly on a swing in the schoolyard, observing his classmates who had successfully graduated, his expression a portrait of disappointment. At this moment, the seemingly amicable and gentle Mizuki appeared, informing Naruto of an alternative method to achieve graduation and become a ninja. Naruto, filled with joy, eagerly inquired about this method. Mizuki then revealed his ulterior motive. He wanted Naruto to steal the Book of Seals from the Hokage's residence. If Naruto succeeded, he would ensure Naruto's graduation and transformation into a ninja. Upon hearing of the opportunity to become a ninja, Naruto paid no heed to the act of thievery and readily agreed, eager to set off on his mission. Mizuki, taken aback by Naruto's audacity, had never witnessed such brazen foolishness. To steal during broad daylight, especially from the Hokage's residence, was audacious beyond measure. Even a seasoned jonin would not dare such a feat, let alone a mere student on the brink of graduation. Mizuki promptly suggested that Naruto wait until nightfall, when the moon was obscured and the winds howled, an ideal time for theft. Thus, Naruto was unwittingly duped by Mizuki. The third Hokage, observing through a crystal ball, was moved to tears, contemplating how to justify bestowing the multiple shadow clone technique upon Naruto. Meanwhile, Mizuki had orchestrated everything meticulously. Were it not for the knowledge of Mizuki's true nature, the third Hokage might have been compelled to award him a medal for civic virtue. Returning to the matter at hand, that evening, the third Hokage dismissed all guards at the Hokage's residence and substituted the Book of Seals with a counterfeit before instructing the Umbu to proceed with their plan. As for the audacious act of stealing the Book of Seals, Ito Makoto could hardly forget it. He was quite envious of the multiple shadow clone technique. Each time he requested his grandfather to teach him, the elder refused. Thus, when the opportunity to learn arose, he certainly would not let it slip away. That night, Ito stealthily followed Naruto, witnessing him enter the Hokage's residence and emerge with a scroll, the entire process astonishingly simplistic. Ito was well aware that under normal circumstances, the premises were heavily guarded, with 4 squads of Umbu visible, not to mention the unknown number of additional guards lurking in the shadows. How could Naruto manage to steal the Book of Seals against such formidable defenses? He could not believe there was no conspiracy at play. Remembering the original story, where the oblivious Mizuki reveled in his deceit, he was oblivious to the fact that every action was being monitored by the 3rd Hokage. Reflecting on the 3rd Hokage's capabilities, Ito surmised he had likely already been exposed, given the extraordinary nature of the crystal ball that could observe any location within Konohagakure. However, since the elder had not dispatched anyone to thwart him, it seemed likely he wished for Ito to learn the multiple shadow clone technique as well. Additionally, having Ito present served as a safeguard. With Mizuki's incompetence, even if he were to cheat, he could not harm Naruto. Having come to this realization, when Naruto arrived at the designated forest clearing to meet Mizuki, Ito revealed himself. "Huh, Makoto, what are you doing here?" Naruto exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then beamed with joy. "Makoto, come quick. This scroll contains so many ninjutsu techniques. You must see this." Initially, Ito intended to reprimand Naruto for the grave offense of stealing the Book of Seals. He sought to impress upon Naruto the seriousness of the situation, yet upon witnessing Naruto's exuberance and eagerness to share with a friend, he refrained from delivering harsh words. "By the way, Makoto, why are you wearing sunglasses at this hour? Can you even see the path?" The sunglasses were merely a disguise to conceal his 3-tomo Sharingan. He lacked Naruto's extraordinary talent to learn the multiple shadow clone technique with a mere glance. Ito could only utilize his Sharingan to copy the technique before gradually mastering it. This time, he resolved not to rely on the system for learning this technique, as the source points required for an A-rank ninjutsu were exorbitant. After submitting the multiple shadow clone technique to the system, Ito concluded that it would be wiser to conserve his source points for acquiring the luxurious enhanced version of the Manjiki Sharingan. The multiple shadow clone technique? He could certainly self-study. There was no reason Naruto could learn it while he could not. Using the Sharingan for copying proved to be swift. Before Naruto had finished perusing the ninjutsu, Ito had completed the copying process and submitted it to the system, earning a handsome sum of source points. However, when he inspected the counterfeit Book of Seals, he discovered that the back of the scroll was filled with nonsensical phrases, lacking any actual ninjutsu records. Ito could not deny his disappointment. Initially, he had assumed that even if it were a sham, the scroll would contain substantial content, but the 3rd Hokage was indeed stingy, filling it with meaningless ramblings, leaving Ito profoundly disheartened. Nonetheless, having submitted an A-rank ninjutsu brought him a step closer to redeeming the luxurious enhanced version of the Manjiki Sharingan, which offered him a modicum of solace. Speaking of the Manjiki, Ito felt that the system was rather deceitful. When redeeming the ordinary Manjiki Sharingan, the system did not guarantee the awakening of the 3 unique ocular techniques exclusive to each eye or the ability to utilize Susanoo, which required the power of both eyes. Of course, since Ito had previously redeemed the Uchiha bloodline, Ultimate, he would be able to awaken the ocular techniques through his own efforts if he redeemed the ordinary version of the Manjiki. However, the timing remained uncertain. It could happen immediately or perhaps never, reliant entirely on luck. The so-called luxurious enhanced version of the Manjiki, however, was different. Upon redemption, it would guarantee the awakening of ocular techniques unique to Ito, and Susanoo would also be successfully awakened. Given these 2 choices, if you were in his position, which would you select? One with the potential never to awaken, and the other that guaranteed immediate awakening upon redemption, albeit requiring a vast number of source points? Ito believed it wiser to seize the opportunity rather than gamble on his luck. He was thoroughly eager to possess his own unique ocular techniques. Chapter 48. Group Opinions, Part 1. As Naruto lamented that the first jutsu he was learning was the shadow clone technique, his teacher, Orochimaru, approached them. Naruto, what are you doing? Do you have any idea the trouble you're in? Before he could finish his sentence, Iruka stood directly in front of Naruto and noticed the presence of Makoto Ito beside him. Ito, why are you here? Well, Makoto Ito had no intention of explaining. After all, Iruka was merely a low-ranking Chunin instructor, and some matters were not suitable for him to know. Hey, Iruka-sensei. Mizuki-sensei told me that if I hand him this sealing scroll, I would be able to graduate from school and become a ninja. Unbeknownst to the gravity of the situation, Naruto gleefully presented the sealing scroll to Iruka. Mizuki? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Iruka felt a jolt of alarm. His instincts warned him that there was an underlying conspiracy at play. Just then, the sound of shuriken slicing through the air reached Iruka from behind. Caught off guard, Iruka was struck in the back by several shuriken. Naruto, can you give me that scroll? It turned out that the one who threw the shuriken was Mizuki. Seeing Mizuki's arrival, Makoto Ito contemplated making a quick escape, having already witnessed the ensuing chaos in the anime. To be frank, he was disinclined to interfere in Naruto's affairs. Had it not intervened, Naruto would have learned some truths from Iruka, such as the fact that he housed a fox within him. This was a pivotal moment for the bond between Iruka and Naruto, so Ito decided to discreetly hide aside and await the unfolding events. Why not just slip away? Ito thought. The reason I'm staying is to ensure that matters do not spiral out of control. What if Naruto fails to learn the multiple shadow clone technique? Because of me. What if he can't defeat Mizuki? Although the odds were slim, Ito felt it necessary to ensure Naruto's safety. Host, do you even believe that reason? The long-absent system reactivated, hearing Ito's inner thoughts, and immediately began to mock him. Believe it or not, I certainly do. That word and oppos, shameless and oppos, fits you perfectly. Ito rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore the system and oppos' remarks. He then retrieved a camera from his trousers, preparing to capture the potential dramatic scenes that might unfold. Admit it, you just want to indulge your morbid curiosity by lurking around. Shut up, system. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. But I've been offline for so long, I worry the readers might miss me. Get lost. This is my novel. I'm the protagonist. And you, a mere supporting character, won't steal the spotlight. You'll be out of the picture sooner or later. Huh, the title of the novel says it all. As Ito and the system exchanged banter, Naruto had already commenced a dramatic performance with Iruka. Unable to accept such a gaiety scenario, Naruto abandoned Iruka and made a run for it. Mizuki, witnessing Naruto's escape, disregarded the fallen Iruka and pursued Naruto instead. Ultimately, Mizuki was overwhelmed by hundreds of shadow clones created by Naruto and was subsequently captured by the arriving Umbu ninja, leading him to a life of ease in Konoha prison, a rather fortunate turn of events. The following day, the mastermind behind it all, the third Hokage, granted Naruto a pardon, allowing him to graduate and receive the coveted ninja headband. From this moment forth, he was an official ninja. As Naruto left with a blissful expression, Ito entered the Hokage and Appo's office. Ah, Ito, you and Appo's V arrived, the third Hokage said, pulling a sheet of paper from his drawer and handing it to Ito. This is the grouping situation for this graduating class. Take a look. What is going on? Ito, perplexed, accepted the paper and inquired, what does this mean? Do you think this grouping is appropriate? What circumstances are these? The third Hokage is actually seeking my opinion on the groupings? Ito thought incredulously. Surely, he doesn't hold me in such high regard, does he? Could it be that the old man is nurturing me as a future Hokage? The more Ito pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The current Konoha was somewhat lacking in strong shinobi. Among the capable jonin, aside from a few clan ninjas, there were only Kakashi and Guy who stood out. However, in some respects, they were still not qualified to assume the role of Hokage. The truly qualified ones, like Jiraiya and Tsunade, were currently absent, either roaming the world or engaged in their own pursuits. Of course, Ito himself did not consider himself qualified. But he was young and possessed remarkable strength at this age, a rarity in the annals of ninja history. It would be more beneficial to cultivate a promising young talent than to focus solely on adult ninjas. After all, Ito was a disciple of the Hokage. a figure of the Hokage lineage. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to survive the impending chaos in Konoha, he could still hold the fort for a few more years. What would happen years down the line, aside from Ito? No one could foresee. When Ito's strength reached the level of Hokage, it would be entirely reasonable for him to succeed to the Hokage position. As Ito contemplated the paper in his hand, only a few seconds had elapsed in reality. Since the third Hokage was inquiring about his opinion, he decided to voice his thoughts. Aside from some unnamed minor characters, Ito noticed that aside from his inclusion in the original 7th squad to replace Sakura, the other groupings had remained unchanged. However, the fact that Sakura and Ino were paired with Hinata Hyuga took him by surprise. Hinata Hyuga, whom Ito had once faced in a practical exam at the Ninja Academy, was, in his view, a considerable talent. The absence of any mention of such a genius character in the original narrative was puzzling. She must have perished during a mission as a genin. Ito was indifferent to Hinata's fate, as she was not a familiar face. However, the potential consequences for the other two made him uneasy. Sakura's placement in that group was a direct result of Ito taking her spot. Thus, he felt a pang of guilt at the thought of her facing danger. Moreover, given Sakura's capabilities, Ito believed that her best path as a ninja would be to become a medical ninja. Firstly, Sakura possessed an extensive knowledge base, excelling in cultural studies among this graduating class. Secondly, she demonstrated precise chakra control, fundamental qualities for a medical ninja. As for Ino, it was even simpler. She was a close friend whom Ito had rescued from the grass village, and he had no desire to push her into peril. Therefore, he pointed to the list and said, "I have some concerns regarding Sakura and Ino's grouping." The third Hokage nodded and promptly asked, "What suggestions do you have?" Chapter 49, Group Opinions, Part 2. My suggestion is straightforward. Let Sakura go to the ninja hospital to train as a medical ninja and allow Karen to join my team. Allow Sakura to become a medical ninja? The third Hokage paused for a moment before responding. That is indeed a commendable suggestion. I shall contemplate it. Itamasara nodded. Since the elder had expressed his willingness to consider the idea, he decided to refrain from further comments. He had already advocated for Sakura, and whether the elder agreed was beyond his control. However, given the pressing demand for medical ninjas in the ninja world, it was highly likely that the elder would acquiesce. In the entirety of the ninja world, from retired ninjas to freshly graduated genin, the number of ninjas totals approximately 100,000. Based on the ratio of medical ninjas in Konoha, which stands at roughly 7-to-1. Other ninja villages likely have an even lower proportion due to their less favorable circumstances. Thus, it can be inferred that there are only around 8,000 to 10,000 medical ninjas across the entire ninja world. These medical ninjas are expected to serve all the ninjas, resulting in a rather high doctor-patient ratio. However, when factoring in the general populace, the ratio becomes quite alarming. With the vast population of the ninja continent, ongoing conflicts, and the existence of formidable beasts, the number of injured and ill individuals is substantial, creating an immense demand for medical services. Naturally, there are also some civilian doctors, as the cost of treatment by medical ninjas is quite steep, making it unaffordable for the average citizen. Therefore, numerous barefoot doctors employing traditional methods still exist. Nevertheless, the combined number of barefoot doctors and formal medical ninjas remains insufficient to meet the demands of the entire continent. Thus, sending Sakura to become a medical ninja is indeed an excellent choice. You propose that Karen join your team, which would bring the total number of team members, including the instructor, to 5. This contradicts Konoha and Appo's as traditions. Traditionally, a team consists of 1 instructor and 3 ninjas, a structure refined through years of experience to maximize the utilization of ninjas and prevent overproduction waste. Now, as Itamasuru seeks to expand his team, the third Hokage finds himself in a quandary. Is it impossible? Seeing the elder's troubled expression, Itamasuru felt a twinge of disappointment. It is not entirely unfeasible. The third Hokage did not dismiss Itamasuru's proposal outright, but suggested, "How about this? Karen may join your team, but the total number of members will remain unchanged." Unchanged? Yes, unchanged. After taking a puff of smoke, the third Hokage continued, "Frankly, with your abilities, there is no need for you to be a team member. You could easily be assigned as the team leader. However, since you insist on this arrangement, I shall not refuse you. Given the current issue with team size, we can find a compromise. Without further preamble, the third Hokage elaborated, you may operate as a free ninja. A free ninja? Indeed, a free ninja. You can choose whichever team you wish to join for missions, moving from one team to another at your discretion. The third Hokage's proposal sounded appealing. Itamasuru would henceforth be a free ninja, unbound by the constraints of a specific team. Yet, would this not disrupt the cohesion among the ninjas within a team? When ninjas embark on missions together and engage in battles, they gradually evolve from strangers to a well-synchronized unit. Introducing an additional ninja under such circumstances could jeopardize the rapport they painstakingly cultivated. I'm pleased that you can grasp this concern, the third Hokage remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Itamasuru. However, with your capabilities, I have faith that you will navigate this challenge successfully. Do you place such trust in me, Elder? The Elder's confidence weighed heavily on Itamasuru. Whether it was his speculation of being groomed as a future Hokage or the present proposal of being a free ninja, both indicated that the third Hokage held him in high regard, hoping he could become a great ninja. To be the subject of such expectations is a double-edged sword. While it is undoubtedly a blessing, it often manifests as pressure. The greater the expectation, the more formidable the pressure becomes. Very well, I accept. Itamasuru realized that he was not the only one bearing the weight of this decision. The third Hokage was shouldering his own burdens as well. He comprehended that when the third conveyed this decision to the higher-ups, it would undoubtedly cause a significant stir, Konoha's first free ninja since its founding. All right, since you have agreed, I shall make the necessary arrangements forthwith. The third Hokage waved his hand, signaling that Itamasuru could take his leave. By the way, Elder, how will you arrange for Hinata Kanya? With Sakura going to the hospital and Karen joining Team 7, Kanya's placement remained uncertain. Kanya, yes. I recall he is also quite the prodigy. Do you have any suggestions? Is the Elder getting too old and lazy to think for himself? Itamasuru mused inwardly, but maintained a calm facade as he replied, perhaps we could try placing him in the Umbu? The Umbu? The third Hokage pondered. It is worth noting that, according to the second Hokage and Appo's principles for establishing the Umbu, Hinata Kanya would typically be deemed unfit for entry. Given his current status as a genius with insufficient strength, merely a genin. Looking back over the past decade, those who successfully joined the Umbu at such a young age were extraordinary individuals. Two prominent examples include Uchiha Itachi, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at 7, became a Chunin at 10, and joined the Umbu at 11, and Hitaki Kakashi, who graduated at 5, became a Chunin at 6, and achieved Jounin status at 12. In comparison, Hinata Kanya pales significantly. However, the Umbu of today is not the same as in the past. Referring to the events in the anime regarding Orochimaru's plan to decimate Konoha, the Umbu of this era is far from ordinary. Having spent a year within the Umbu, Itamasuru may not possess an exhaustive understanding, but has garnered some insights. Among the 10 or so Umbu he encountered, only one was a special Jounin. The rest were Chunin. This ratio raises concerns regarding the combat capabilities of Konoha's Umbu. Thus, the decline in the Umbu standards presents opportunities for individuals like Hinata Kanya. While Kanya is indeed a budding talent, his current abilities are lacking. I will communicate with the head of the Hyuga clan. The head of the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hizashi? Speaking of Hizashi, Itamasuru recalled the substantial information he had once exchanged to acquire the gentle fist techniques from Niji. He had even inserted a bit of his own commentary into it. He wondered if, upon learning of Niji's genius, Hizashi would still extend an apology to Niji as depicted in the original narrative. Through the incident involving Karen, Itamasuru discerned that the world's consciousness does not rectify every event. As for Niji's situation, he was uncertain whether it would be amended. If it were, he might gain some source points. If not, he would be treated to a captivating spectacle. What a gamble that guarantees a win. Chapter 50, A Good Person. In Makoto 2 days later, in the classroom of the graduating class of the ninja school, Naruto, brimming with excitement, flaunted his ninja headband to Sasuke, who, as usual, dismissed him with a curt remark, calling him an idiot and then paid little attention to him. In the classroom, small clusters of graduates gathered, chatting about their respective teams and dreaming of their future lives as ninjas. The most prominent group was undoubtedly the one led by Sasuke, comprising the original Konoha 11. However, Sasuke never regarded himself as the pillar of this group. The aloof individual believed Naruto to be the core, due to his endearingly foolish demeanor and his ability to connect with anyone. Naruto, you didn't steal that headband, did you? Among the group, the one who most disdained Naruto was Kiba Inuzuka. As a prodigious member of the Inuzuka clan, he had a competitive spirit and enjoyed being in the limelight. Seeing Naruto so lively stirred a twinge of jealousy within him. This headband was stolen. It was personally given to me by Grandpa Hokage. Strictly speaking, the headband could indeed be considered stolen, but not in the conventional sense. It was acquired through a rather circuitous method involving the theft of a sealing scroll. Kiba, your words are a bit excessive, Ino Yamanaka remarked, somewhat perplexed about the origin of Naruto's headband, given his abysmal academic performance apart from a decent score in physical training. Nevertheless, she felt indignation at Kiba's insinuation, as it was an affront to Naruto, who aspired to be a ninja. Kiba's comment was unintentional. He bore no animosity towards Naruto, just a mild irritation. After being reminded by Ino, he recognized his words were indeed out of line, yet his pride prevented him from apologizing. With a dismissive huff, the matter was left unresolved. The others, well aware of Kiba's temperament, did not take the incident seriously, and Naruto, believing Kiba meant no harm, soon returned to light-hearted banter about the next topic. Meanwhile, Makoto, concealed by a transformation jutsu, observed the scene with a sense of nostalgia. Having previously attended the ninja school, he noted that the bonds among the Konoha 11 were significantly stronger than in the original narrative. Although Naruto and Sasuke often engaged in playful banter, their relationship, aside from its, was the closest in the group. This realization left it feeling somewhat helpless. He had infiltrated the classroom in hopes of witnessing a romantic moment between the prince and his princess. However, observing the dynamics, it seemed they would not encounter the same scenarios as depicted in the original storyline. This feels a bit dull. Perhaps I should take my leave. Just as it was about to exit, circumstances began to shift. Sasuke-kun, may I sit next to you? Sakura, who had only just arrived, blushed and shyly addressed Sasuke. Naruto felt a surge of annoyance. Sasuke's position was at the edge, right next to him. Everyone in their group was aware that both Sakura and Ino had affections for Sasuke, while Naruto harbored feelings for Sakura. Hearing her words elicited eager glances from their peers. Anticipating the unfolding drama, Ino, irked by Sakura's boldness, contemplated confronting her to assert her claim on Sasuke. However, Shikamaru, understanding Ino's temperament, restrained her, signaling her to remain calm and simply observe the spectacle. Ino, admiring Shikamaru's intellect, reconsidered and chose to stand with the others, anticipating Naruto's inevitable outburst. Among the group, it was clear that Sakura was the one who irritated Sasuke the most. He could never fathom why she was perpetually orbiting around him, as he had no interest in romantic entanglements. Thus, when faced with Sakura's question, he remained unresponsive, maintaining his icy demeanor. Disheartened by Sasuke's silence, Sakura began to withdraw. But just then, Naruto, seemingly possessed by some whim, leaped onto Sasuke's desk, perching himself above Sasuke and staring down at him, their faces alarmingly close. Hey Sasuke, do you know how much your demeanor irritates me? Irritated? What can you do about it? Sasuke retorted, tilting his head back with a look of disdain. Hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto leaned even closer, undeterred. Sasuke, who typically shunned any semblance of weakness, reciprocated by inching his face closer to Naruto's. It, hidden away, felt a thrill of excitement. This was precisely the moment he had come to witness. Stealthily retrieving his camera, he prepared to immortalize this historic encounter. Yet, he found himself puzzled. No one occupied the seats behind Naruto, leaving no one to offer support. Realizing the situation, it resolved to make a contribution to this momentous occasion. Quietly, he retreated to a secluded corner, utilizing Shadow Clone Jutsu to create a duplicate to hold the camera while he leisurely approached Naruto. With a subtle touch, It pretended to accidentally bump into Naruto. "Oh, my apologies, I didn't mean to." And then he witnessed the extraordinary moment. Naruto and Sasuke shared a kiss. "You idiot, Naruto." That was Sasuke's first kiss. Sakura erupted in fury. "Shikamaru, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill Naruto." Ino, equally incensed, struggled against Shikamaru's grip. Having played his part, it joined his shadow clone, camera in hand, and discreetly exited the classroom, reveling in the anonymity of his success. The farce did not linger for long. With the arrival of Iruka-sensei, the graduating students settled down, eagerly anticipating the division of teams. Clearing his throat, Iruka addressed the newly seated students. "I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Congratulations on your graduation. We will now commence the official team assignments." The assignment of teams was undeniably a pivotal moment that would shape the graduates' futures. Having good teammates could make all the difference. Pair pairings would undoubtedly lead to challenging days ahead. Chapter 51. Free Ninja. At Mikoto, as the students were being assigned to groups at the Ninja Academy, the third Hokage convened the guiding teachers for this year's graduates in the Hokage office building, commencing the allocation process. The instructor for the first group was Katori Yokuda. "Yes, Hokage-sama," he acknowledged. The assignments for the second and third groups followed, and soon the final group was announced. Now that everyone is aware of the groups they will oversee, and the list of assigned members is in your possession, do you have any objections? The third Hokage, seated in his position, displayed an air of authority as he addressed the gathered ninjas. Those qualified to instruct Genin were, at the very least, elite nin, with some being J-nin. These ninjas held a certain degree of influence within the entire Konoha ninja hierarchy. It was an unspoken rule that stronger ninjas would be assigned capable members, a norm that the elite nin and special J-nin had no intention of challenging. Thus, most accepted their assigned members without question. However, confusion arose over the absence of the talented Hokage, who had performed admirably in school, and the appearance of the name free agent, Mikoto, on the list. Despite their puzzlement, they were acutely aware of their limitations. Possessing some influence did not grant them the right to voice every concern. The arrangement of this list was clearly orchestrated by the Hokage himself, and voicing their doubts would be tantamount to questioning his judgment. Their thoughts were further complicated by their lack of direct interaction with the third Hokage, which left them uncertain about his character. "Hokage-sama, forgive my audacity, but why are Hokage and Haruno Sakura absent from this list?" Both were notable figures at the Ninja Academy, one being a prodigy of the Hokage clan and the other the top scorer in written exams. Their prominence naturally drew the attention of those poised to become guiding instructors. The question was posed by none other than Asuma Sarutobi, the Hokage and Appo's son and J-nin himself. His status alleviated his concerns about inquiring, unlike others who might hesitate. "I have made alternative arrangements for Hokage and Haruno Sakura, and I have obtained the consent of both the Hokage clan head, Hokage Hisashi, and Sakura's parents. Is there still an issue?" The third Hokage concluded, prompting Asuma to point to the list again. "And what of the free agent, Mikoto?" While elite nin and special J-nin might be unfamiliar with Mikoto, the J-nin present certainly knew who he was. A disciple of the Hokage, possessing strength at the J-nin level, it would not be an issue for him to lead a team. Yet, why was he listed as a mere team member? Is he to be assigned as an ordinary participant? Quite literally, the third Hokage responded. Mikoto will serve as a free agent, capable of joining any team as needed. Bang! Asuma slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous." With the Hokage's explanation, whispers began to circulate among the nin and special J-nin, revealing their incredulity at such a decision. They understood that having an unexpected member join during missions could disrupt their team dynamics, which could prove perilous when confronting formidable foes. nin and special J-nin, you may now proceed to the Ninja Academy to gather your team members. The third Hokage dismissed Asuma's outburst, directing those unaware of Mikoto's capabilities to leave. After they exited, the Hokage spoke again. "You are all aware of Mikoto's strength. It is precisely because of his prowess that I find this decision absurd." Asuma took the lead, unrestrained by any reservations that might have plagued his fellow J-nin. Why is that? It is because of Makoto's J-nin level strength that I made this decision. Why? Asuma echoed, bewildered, and others shared his confusion. After a year in the Umbu, I asked Makoto what he wished to do next, and he expressed a desire to join a team alongside the graduates. What? He harbors such an intention? That's preposterous. The third Hokage glanced at Asuma. I too find it ludicrous, but I value Makoto's unique circumstances. However, assigning him as a standard team member would indeed be excessive. Hence, I arranged for him to be a free agent, allowing you to treat him as a specialized support ninja during missions. The assembled ninjas understood that since the Hokage had made such arrangements, there would be no further changes. Yet, they remained puzzled. What did he mean by unique circumstances? What made it Makoto so special? Asuma was the one to voice this thought. What makes him so unique? As for the specifics of Makoto's uniqueness, the third Hokage refrained from divulging. This matter is of great significance, and I will not disclose any details without Makoto's consent. The Hokage's reference to Makoto's uniqueness pertained to the prophetic abilities he had previously mentioned. Initially, the third Hokage had been skeptical of Makoto's claims. However, recent intelligence gathered by the Umbu had revealed concerning information, such as the instability of the Jinchuriki among the Sand Ninja and Orochimaru's machinations. These pieces of intel lent credence to Makoto's earlier prophecy, which influenced the Hokage's somewhat indulgent decision regarding Makoto. As for the rationale behind withholding this information from others, it was self-evident. Should Makoto's foresight prove true, revealing it to many would only increase his danger. Such a powerful ability would undoubtedly place Makoto in peril, as Konoha would rely on him in the future. Therefore, it was imperative to keep him from being placed in a position of excessive risk. Conversely, if Makoto's foresight were false, revealing it would imply that the Hokage had been gullible, susceptible to manipulation. In that case, it would not only be others who would criticize him. Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to create turmoil. Thus, it was best that this matter remained known to as few as possible. Chapter 52. Mentor, Hatake Kakashi Konoha Ninja Academy, Graduation Classroom. At this moment, only a few individuals remained in the classroom. After Ascar J-nin took his team away, only 3 remained: Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Hey Sasuke, what kind of person do you think our mentor is? It's been so long, and he still hasn't arrived, Naruto complained. His usual energetic demeanor now tinged with impatience as he watched others leave with their mentors. I don't know, Sasuke replied, his typically cold demeanor now showing signs of annoyance as he found the prolonged wait tedious. He pondered that this time could have been spent honing his jutsu to enhance his strength. How about we play a prank? Naruto suggested. Seizing a chalk brush from the podium and placing it above the classroom door, anticipating that anyone who entered would be hit by the falling brush. Idiot. Anyone who can be a mentor is at least an elite chunin. They won't fall for such a simple trick, Sakura remarked. Her words grounded in reality rather than directed at Naruto. Hey, what if it actually works? Naruto replied, unfazed by the potential consequences, which made Sakura lose her desire to retort. As time passed, the trio began to consider whether they should inquire at the Hokage's office about their mentor's whereabouts. Just as they contemplated this, they heard footsteps in the corridor. Looks like someone is coming, Naruto exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he not only anticipated meeting their mentor, but also wondered if his prank would succeed. With a swift motion, the classroom door swung open, and their attention immediately shifted to the chalk brush above the door, neglecting to observe the appearance of their mentor, curious only about whether he would evade the impending chalk shower. With a thud, the chalk brush struck Kakashi, who promptly brushed off the chalk dust. Looking at the 3 before him with a mixture of thoughts. One was the son of the 4th Hokage, another was a member of the Uchiha clan, and the last was a girl saved by Itu Makoto, also of the Uzumaki clan. Each of them shared a connection to him, and he felt a strange sense of nostalgia as he prepared to guide them. You 3 give me the impression that you're rather annoying, he remarked. Now, let's not waste time. Follow me. Kakashi led the 3 novice ninjas to the roof of the teaching building. There, they briefly acquainted themselves and were instructed to gather at a specific time the following morning. As he prepared to leave, Kakashi turned back to them and said, "Oh, and remember, do not eat anything in the morning. You will throw up." With that, he vanished without a trace. After Kakashi's departure, the trio engaged in conversation, discussing potential challenges they might face the next day and devising some strategies before parting ways. "Hey, don't you have a mission?" Sakura inquired, surprised to find Ida Makoto cooking upon her return home after grocery shopping. "Are you surprised to see me?" Itu replied without turning from his task. "Of course. Didn't you mention a mission was coming up? I woke up today and thought you had already left for it," she responded after placing the vegetables and fruits on the table. Itu refrained from disclosing that he had withdrawn from the Umbu. "Yes, there is a mission tomorrow," he said, eagerly anticipating Sakura and her companion's reactions upon seeing him at the training ground, particularly Kakashi's expression. "Heh, if he dares to involve me in the bell test, I'll make sure he regrets it." Itu could never forget his first mission in the Umbu, which he had undertaken with Kakashi, who had nearly abandoned him when confronted by the Poop Man. This grudge remained fresh in his memory. "By the way, how was your class division? What kind of person is your mentor?" Sakura sighed. "Our mentor is Hatake Kakashi, just as you described. I didn't believe you when you said he was a bit unreliable. But after today's brief interaction, I see you were right. An elite Jonin, and yet he fell victim to Naruto's prank. During his self-introduction, he rambled incoherently, leaving them knowing only his name, Kakashi Hatake, without any further details. Moreover, he instructed them to gather in the morning without specifying the purpose, leading Sakura to conclude that Kakashi was indeed quite unreliable. "Huh, that's just how he is. Speaking of which, you would never guess who my teammates are," Sakura said mysteriously, her expression inviting curiosity. "Isn't it Naruto and Sasuke?" "How did you know?" she asked, astonished that Ida could predict this. "I'm a disciple of the third Hokage. I can manage to uncover such information." Sakura realized that it wasn't a secret, and given her connection to Ida, it made sense for him to inquire about her teammates. Feeling a blush rise to her cheeks, she suddenly found it difficult to meet Ida's gaze. "All right, all done." Ida turned to see Sakura's flushed face and asked, "Why is your face so red? Are you ill?" "Ah, it's nothing," she exclaimed, hastily retreating to her room. "You eat first. I need to change." "What's wrong with you? You need to change just to eat?" Ida shook his head but decided to wait for her, setting the table but not starting his meal until she returned. Chapter 53. Sasuke. No road race regarding Kakashi Hatake. Those unfamiliar with him may perceive him as a laid-back and unreliable individual. However, those who know him well understand that while he may indeed be relaxed, he is far from untrustworthy, especially after experiencing the consequences of his own impulsiveness that led to Obito's demise. On that morning, Cheyenne recalled Kakashi's words from the previous day. After completing her morning routine, she chose not to have breakfast. "Cheyenne, aren't you going to eat something?" In light of the day's significance, Makoto Ito also rose early and prepared breakfast. "No, Kakashi-sensei advised us against having breakfast. Considering Kakashi's character, he surely fell victim to Naruto's prank yesterday, and today he will undoubtedly play tricks on you. I suggest you eat something." "Really?" Cheyenne was skeptical, wondering if Kakashi could be so unreliable. Was it truly the first day of their squad, and he was already toying with his team members? Though she found it hard to believe, she ultimately chose to trust Makoto. "All right, then I'll have a little." Subsequently, the two began their breakfast. After a short while, Cheyenne felt she had eaten enough and prepared to leave. "Wait." Before she could reach the door, Makoto called out to her. "I noticed you haven't eaten much. You must still be hungry. Take this." He produced a small box filled with rice balls and other snacks, clearly enough to satisfy an adult. "No need. I can't eat that much." Cheyenne waved her hands, not wanting to gain unnecessary weight. "Take it. Even if you don't consider yourself, think of your teammates." "Are you referring to Naruto and Sasuke?" Makoto nodded. "They don't know Kakashi well and will definitely heed his nonsense about skipping breakfast. They must be starving at the destination right now." Achoo! On a small bridge, Naruto was squatting in boredom, and as a cold breeze passed, he sneezed and rubbed his nose. "Sasuke, what's up with Kakashi-sensei? He clearly knew the time and place, so why hasn't he shown up? And where's Cheyenne?" "Shut up." As Makoto had predicted, the two had skipped breakfast and had been waiting for over half an hour, feeling increasingly bored. Just then, Cheyenne arrived. Wow, Cheyenne. Why are you so late? Naruto exclaimed upon seeing her. Rolling her eyes, Cheyenne ignored Naruto and tossed the box to Sasuke. Frowning, Sasuke opened the box to find food inside. What's this? What else could it be? Food. Aren't you hungry? Sasuke maintained his cool demeanor, staring at the food box with evident conflict. Kakashi said we shouldn't have breakfast. Suit yourself. With that, Cheyenne moved to the bottom of the bridge to practice water walking, honing her chakra control. Hey, Sasuke, if you're not going to eat, just give it to me. Before she finished speaking, Naruto had already snatched 4 rice balls while Sasuke was distracted. Sasuke held his stomach, rational thought yielding to hunger, and grabbed a rice ball to eat. He spoke to Cheyenne below. Isn't practicing water walking a waste of chakra? In truth, water walking and tree climbing are methods that consume minimal chakra, especially for Cheyenne, a member of the Uzumaki clan, known for their abundant chakra reserves and sealing techniques. I'm fine. I have plenty of chakra, Cheyenne replied, observing as Naruto devoured the 4 rice balls and joined her in water walking. After years of training, Naruto's water walking was becoming quite proficient. Although he couldn't yet battle on water, running and walking on it was no longer a challenge. Naruto, aren't you worried about exhausting your chakra? Sasuke inquired. With a carefree attitude, Naruto replied, No worries, I have plenty of chakra. Darn it, Sasuke thought, feeling frustrated. Why did he, a genius, have less chakra than these two? Their chakra levels exceeded that of a typical genin. What kind of child has chakra levels of a chunin upon just becoming a genin? My chakra is low. I truly apologize. Reflecting on his chakra levels, even the cold-hearted Sasuke couldn't suppress his inner turmoil. Jealousy makes me ugly. Jealousy drives me mad. This is not good. Not good at all. So what if they have more chakra? I am still the top genin of this session. With this thought, Sasuke's expression softened a bit. Noticing Sasuke's twisted expression, Cheyenne, perceptive as ever, inferred his feelings from their earlier conversation and remarked, Stop thinking about it. Makoto is the top genin this year. He graduated early. Shut up. He graduated early and is no longer a part of our cohort. When you see him, shouldn't you call him senpai? No road race. No road race. At some point, among the three, not only did Naruto enjoy bantering with Sasuke, but Cheyenne also began to occasionally engage in playful exchanges with him. Unlike Naruto's disdain for Sasuke's tendency to steal the spotlight, Cheyenne, despite her dislike for Sasuke's personality, found something endearing about his anger after their exchanges. Just like now, with his angry face uttering no road race, it was utterly adorable. Wait, have I awakened some strange trait? She thought. Next time Makoto returns, I must ask him about it. While interacting with Makoto, Cheyenne often found herself puzzled by some of his remarks. For instance, phrases like beauty is justice, eat my big eagle, and screw you, Liang Fifan. Over time, her understanding evolved from complete confusion to becoming quite the connoisseur of such expressions. Cheyenne's transformation, attributed largely to Makoto's influence, was indeed commendable. Time swiftly passed, and Cheyenne and Naruto had ceased their water walking half an hour ago. The trio squatted together on the bridge. Their synchronized posture resembled that of the beggars' sect, ready to embark on their journey. It's nearly noon. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet? Naruto looked up at the sky and continued, Thank goodness you brought food, Cheyenne. Otherwise, we would have starved. Ah, my lovely team. Just as Naruto was complaining, Kakashi appeared in a flash. My apologies, I got lost at the crossroads of life. By the time I came to my senses, it was already this late. You're lying. Naruto immediately exposed Kakashi's fib. Indeed, such insincerity in your deceit. Cheyenne murmured. Though Sasuke said nothing, his gaze at Kakashi suggested he viewed him as a fool. Noticing the discontent of the trio, Kakashi, unfazed, lazily replied, Well, whether you believe me or not, I certainly do. Shameless, the three chimed in unison. TCH. I evidently learned from the wrong person. Achu Itaru Makoto, who had been staying at home, sneezed and, after contemplating the passage of time, concluded that it was indeed time for him to embark on his journey. Chapter 54, The Battle for the Belza. It seems I have arrived at the perfect moment. Upon reaching the training ground, Ito Makoto observed Kakashi engaged in idle chatter with Naruto and his companions, explaining the purpose of their presence here. In truth, Kakashi and Appo's intent was quite straightforward: to assess their capabilities and determine whether they possessed the ability to work as a cohesive unit. Kakashi firmly believed that individualism was detrimental. Only through unity could a team attain true strength. Thus, the objective of this assessment was to gauge their teamwork and whether they regarded each other as genuine allies. Initially, he had devised a plan to let the three novices endure hunger for an entire morning, only to bind them at noon and present 2 portions of food, observing whether their desperation would lead them to share with the least competent among them. However, as he stood on the bridge and caught sight of the food boxes below, he sensed that an unforeseen twist had emerged. Contemplating the relationship between Cheyenne and Ito Makoto, he found solace in knowing that this minor incident did not significantly conflict with his intended goals. It merely transitioned the trio from a state of hunger to a more manageable level of appetite, allowing for some strategic adjustment without major repercussions. Who are we, after all? We are the embodiment of thousands of ninjutsu, known in the realm as Kakashi Hitaki, the copy ninja of Konoha. A mere trifling setback such as this is easily manageable. Thus, despite the fact that the trio had neglected his directive to forego breakfast, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. But who can elucidate why Ito Makoto has graced the training ground with his presence? Upon seeing him, Kakashi's instincts warned him that trouble was imminent. Indeed, when Kakashi, adopting a calm demeanor, produced 2 bells and proclaimed that those who seized them would become ninjas, while those who failed would be returned to the academy, Ito Makoto interjected. "Wait a moment," Ito called out. The 3 genin remained oblivious to the tension in the air, yet Kakashi felt foreboding as if a storm were approaching, his eyelids twitching incessantly. "Surely the 3rd Hokage has briefed you about me," Ito continued, to which Kakashi nodded silently. "Since you are aware of my reputation, I would like to join your team. Do not feel burdened. Simply consider me as one of your own. Don't you dare impose any burdens upon me." Kakashi's calm exterior belied the turmoil within. He was acutely aware of Ito's prowess. Allowing him to join would undoubtedly disrupt the assessment. These 3 were meant to become his fixed team members, while Ito was not, and thus he would not permit his inclusion in this trial. Upon realizing Kakashi's resolute refusal, Ito Makoto understood that his entry was firmly denied. However, a refusal did not preclude him from sowing discord. "If you deny me entry, I shall create chaos. Let us see who can outlast whom." "Ito, do not push me," Kakashi warned. "And what if I do? Are you aware of the psychological turmoil your earlier actions inflicted upon me? Whose fault is that for your recklessness? This is hardly a justification for abandoning me." Hey, Sasuke, do you not find the dynamic between these 2 rather peculiar?" Observing the quarrel between Ito and Kakashi, even the usually oblivious Naruto sensed something amiss. It appeared that they had a history. Sasuke, equally in the dark, had only recently re-encountered Ito and was unaware of his activities over the past year. "Cheyenne, do you know anything?" Naruto inquired, turning to her for answers. Cheyenne was at a loss for words. Initially, she believed that Ito harbored some disdain for Kakashi, as he often spoke of him in a peculiar manner. However, the current exchange suggested a rather amicable rapport between them. Could this be what Aiching referred to as a relationship of love and rivalry? Cheyenne pondered, her cheeks flushing as she remarked to Naruto, "I know nothing. If you have questions, you should ask Aiching yourself." Naruto scrutinized the bickering duo, muttering, "Their relationship seems quite close." Yet this scene evokes an uncanny sense of deja vu. Naruto's observation sparked a realization in Sasuke. This very scene mirrored his own tumultuous exchanges with Naruto. TCH. What a nuisance. The proud Sasuke would never admit to any camaraderie with Naruto, even if it were undeniably true. After several minutes of verbal sparring, Kakashi conceded. If he did not acquiesce, Ito would undoubtedly disrupt his assessment. "Very well, I agree to your inclusion." "Huh, I knew you would relent." Ito wore a smug expression, provoking Kakashi's desire to kick him. However, let us be clear, the primary aim of this exercise is to evaluate the 3 of them. You are merely an additional participant, and until I have completed my assessment of them, you are not permitted to intervene. After a moment's contemplation, Ito agreed. Initially, he had simply wished to confront Kakashi openly. Whether he could collaborate with Sasuke and the others was of little consequence. Furthermore, Demonstrating the gap between them and AJ Nin would provide them with a motivation to strive for improvement. Seeing Ito's agreement, Kakashi exhaled in relief and gestured for him to withdraw. TCH. Understanding Kakashi's signal, Ito promptly found a concealed spot to observe from the shadows. Now, the bothersome individual has finally disappeared. Kakashi produced a timer, setting it before announcing, "The challenge is set for 12:30. If you can seize these 2 bells from me before the time elapses, you will continue your journey as ninjas and enjoy a delectable lunch. As for those who fail to obtain a bell, I regret to inform you that you will be returned to the academy for further study and will forego lunch today. Now, let us see if you possess the qualifications to be ninjas." Upon hearing this, the trio finally grasped why Kakashi had insisted they skip breakfast. He had been awaiting their arrival. Fortunately, they had consumed Cheyenne-s breakfast that morning, and hunger had yet to set in. Otherwise, faced with an empty stomach, they would lack the confidence to snatch the bells from AJ Nin. The 3 fledgling ninjas, emboldened by their camaraderie, believed that despite the considerable gap in skill, there was still a chance if they worked together. Enough dawdling. Unless you are prepared to eliminate me, you will find it impossible to seize the bells. Chapter 55, The Essence of Konoha's Taijutsu, the 1,000-Year Kill Preparation. Begin. Kakashi announced the commencement of the bell contest, and the 3 immediately dispersed, seeking concealment. Unlike in the original narrative, Naruto did not remain in place to confront Kakashi. Instead, he chose a supposedly hidden spot alongside Sasuke and Karin. It seems these 3 newcomers are quite competent. Regarding the hidden trio, Kakashi felt no pressure whatsoever. He casually retrieved a well-known book, the infamous Ica Paradise, and leisurely wandered around, allowing the trio opportunities to strike. "Hey, Sasuke, do you have a plan?" Karin and Naruto, having found their way to Sasuke's hiding spot in the tree, inquired about his strategy. Karin's quick discovery stemmed from her innate sensitivity to chakra, while Naruto relied on his instinctive prowess. Sasuke shook his head, indicating he had no effective battle plan. After all, attempting to snatch something from AJ Nin was daunting, despite their outward confidence. "How about I distract Kakashi-sensei while you 2 seize the chance to act?" Naruto proposed, this being the only idea he could muster. Sasuke and Karin doubted Naruto's ability to hold off Kakashi, yet they found themselves at an impasse. They couldn't all rush in recklessly. "All right, Naruto. Do your best to divert Kakashi-sensei. If anything feels amiss, retreat immediately," Karin warned, a hint of concern in her voice. "Don't worry, I'm stronger now," Naruto responded, though Sasuke and Karin remained oblivious to his recent mastery of the shadow clone technique, still viewing him through the lens of his past inadequacies, leaving them perplexed by his newfound confidence. "Be careful then." With both agreeing to the plan, Naruto swiftly departed from his hiding place, repositioning himself before charging toward Kakashi. In midair, he formed hand seals and unleashed the shadow clone technique. With a series of bangs, Naruto produced a multitude of clones, conservatively estimated to be around 20. What? Naruto can create so many clones? And they all feel tangible? Karin and Sasuke were incredulous at Naruto's demonstration of the technique. "Is this your trump card?" Kakashi mused, aware that while he could also use the shadow clone technique, his limited chakra meant his clones lacked any real combat effectiveness, serving merely as a distraction. Thus, in his view, Naruto's multitude of clones was a mere waste of chakra. Dodging, striking, leaping, and kicking, Kakashi effortlessly dismantled each of Naruto's clones, confirming his earlier assessment that they were ineffectual. However, as the clones dissipated, they released a cloud of smoke, obscuring Kakashi's vision. Suddenly, 3 shuriken flew through the haze, aimed at him. Realizing the danger, Kakashi began to evade, only to find more shuriken following his movements. With no alternative, he drew a kunai to block. The quality of AJ Nin is not to be underestimated. None of the shuriken found their mark, either evaded or deflected by Kakashi's skill. Well, if it were ordinary ninjas, you might have actually succeeded. This tactic of using visual obfuscation to attack poses a significant threat to inexperienced ninjas. Yet it proved insufficient against AJ Nin. As the mist cleared, Kakashi found himself encircled by Naruto's clones once more. More clones? This is quite troublesome. Realizing he had to be cautious not to injure Naruto and the others, Kakashi refrained from unleashing a devastating area of effect jutsu that could easily obliterate the clones. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm coming to flatten you," Naruto declared. "Bring it on," Kakashi replied nonchalantly, one hand still holding Ica Paradise, the other gripping a kunai. With Naruto's command, all clones surged toward Kakashi once again. He continued to dispatch them with ease, but then, unexpectedly, a clone behind him executed a fire jutsu. Kakashi was caught off guard, letting out a pained cry. Observing Kakashi's distress, Naruto turned to the nearby clone and asked, "Sasuke, you didn't just kill Kakashi-sensei, did you?" With a bang, the clone revealed itself to be Sasuke in disguise, having attempted to launch a surprise attack while Kakashi was distracted. The tactic had succeeded spectacularly. "Something's off. Kakashi-sensei's chakra hasn't vanished," Karen remarked. Just then, the Kakashi struck by Sasuke's fire jutsu transformed into a wooden log. "Substitution technique, huh?" Naruto muttered in frustration. "Indeed it is." Kakashi's voice echoed from behind Naruto, startling him. "A ninja shouldn't expose their back to the enemy, you fool." Sasuke and Karen were momentarily stunned by Kakashi's sudden appearance. By the time they reacted to assist Naruto, it was too late. Konoha Taijutsu's secret art, the 1,000-year kill. Kakashi formed the Tiger Hand seal, forcefully targeting Naruto's vital area. As the 1,000-year kill landed, Naruto's expression morphed into one of utter shock, sending shivers down Sasuke and Karen's spines. "One down," Kakashi said, stepping back to create some distance. "Damn it. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique." Seeing Kakashi retreat, Sasuke unleashed the newly learned jutsu, sending several small fireballs toward him. These fireballs were expertly directed, sealing off Kakashi's escape routes given their proximity. Seizing the opportunity, Karen prepared to utilize Earth Style, hardening technique, hoping to dash in and snatch the bells. Chapter 56, Itachi Makoto vs. Kakashi, Part 1. Seeing that the escape route had been completely sealed, Kakashi swiftly placed down the object in his hand and immediately formed hand seals, unleashing the water release, water barrier technique. In an instant, a curtain of water materialized before him, successfully shielding against several of Sasuke's small fireballs. Witnessing Kakashi's adept defense against his offensive move, Sasuke could not help but mutter. Truly worthy of a jonin, such quick reflexes. However, he uttered no more, as this was not the time to concede. Karen had already mastered the earth release, hardening technique, which significantly enhanced her resilience. Thus, after Kakashi defended against the Phoenix fire technique, she maneuvered around the water barrier, positioning herself at his flank. Without hesitation, she launched a powerful punch aimed squarely at Kakashi's head. However, a jonin's reflexes are not to be underestimated. Upon sensing the impending strike, Kakashi swiftly raised his right hand to block Karen's punch. Realizing her initial attack had failed, Karen resorted to a sweeping kick aimed at Kakashi's vulnerable area. Anticipating this, Kakashi skillfully brought his legs together to thwart her malicious attempt. With her left arm and right leg effectively restrained, Karen refused to relent. She executed an elbow strike directed at Kakashi's face. Faced with such a straightforward assault, Kakashi easily defended himself with both arms. "Give it up. You are under my control now. Just admit defeat to avoid further suffering," Kakashi urged, hoping to conclude this test swiftly to prevent excessive energy expenditure. After all, Itachi Makoto was waiting nearby, and he feared that if he exhausted himself, he might soon find himself on the receiving end of a severe beating. Kakashi had initially intended to experience the might of the three ninja arts, taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. Taijutsu had already been tested by Naruto, and against Naruto's relentless shadow clones, Kakashi had to exert considerable effort to eliminate him. Now, facing the duo of Karen and Sasuke, Kakashi realized he might need to expend some chakra to quickly resolve this encounter. Therefore, persuading them to surrender would be the most favorable outcome. "Kakashi-sensei, are you truly certain you have me under control?" Karen's defiance remained unshaken by Kakashi's words. Instead, she flashed a peculiar smile and, summoning all her strength, countered his hold. In a dazzling display of movement, she managed to turn the tables on Kakashi. However, the position was slightly indecorous. It would certainly be inappropriate for children to witness. "Sasuke, I can't hold on much longer." Sasuke, lurking nearby, saw Karen successfully restrain Kakashi and rushed forward. As he kept Kakashi immobilized, he stealthily pilfered 2 bells from the Jonin. Thus, the bell-snatching contest between the 3 came to a conclusion. Yes, we successfully stole the bells, Karen exclaimed joyfully, leaping with elation at Sasuke's triumph. Despite Sasuke's lingering doubts, he remained silent, for the mere possession of the bells indicated that he and Karen had passed the test. All right, your mission is nearly complete. Now, wake Naruto and go stand over there, Itachi Makoto announced, stepping forth as the time was ripe. Sasuke had no objections and called upon Karen to rouse the unconscious Naruto. The trio then retreated to a distance, silently observing the tense standoff between the two. Once the 3 had moved far enough away, Itachi turned to Kakashi and remarked, "To conserve your strength, you truly put in quite the effort, allowing such a significant degree of leniency." Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? You were watching intently from the sidelines, and that previous test was not merely a measure of their combat prowess." Itachi nodded in understanding. I see. Are you ready now?" With that, he retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his ninja tool pouch and donned them. Seeing Itachi wear sunglasses at this moment, even the composed Kakashi felt an urge to scoff. "Hey, that's a bit excessive. You're wearing sunglasses while fighting me. Is this a sign of contempt?" Silence. "Only by wearing these sunglasses can I achieve my full potential. They serve to conceal my Sharingan," Itachi countered, unaware that Kakashi misconstrued his actions as disdain. "Are we about to engage in a psychological battle? The art of ninja combat is not solely about direct confrontations through ninjutsu. The clashes of taijutsu, the duels of jinjutsu, and the mind games are equally vital. You think too much. Now, are you truly prepared?" Faced with Kakashi's excessive chatter, Itachi's patience wore thin. He understood that Kakashi's dialogue was merely an attempt to seize a moment's respite. Against a Jonin of Kakashi's caliber, even a slight recovery could prove advantageous. Realizing Itachi's growing impatience and that he had regained his composure, Kakashi declared, "I am ready. Now, let us begin." Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Itachi swiftly threw 3 shuriken at him. "Despicable!" Kakashi cursed under his breath, swiftly evading the shuriken. Although he successfully dodged the attack, he understood he had lost the initiative and would soon endure a barrage of Itachi's onslaught. As anticipated, once Itachi unleashed the shuriken, he began forming hand seals. By the time Kakashi had evaded the shuriken, Itachi's ninjutsu was already prepared. Fire release, great fireball technique. During the bell-snatching contest, Sasuke had also utilized this technique. Albeit his fireball had a diameter of only 3 meters, whereas Itachi's was approximately 5 meters in circumference, a stark contrast. Faced with such a massive fireball, Kakashi's reflexes kicked in. He swiftly formed hand seals and slammed his hands to the ground, invoking the earth release, earth flow wall. In an instant, a wall of earth rose from the ground, effectively blocking the great fireball. Truly impressive, Kakashi, instead of employing the water barrier, which would be susceptible to elemental weaknesses, you opted for the earth flow wall to obscure your movements, Itachi remarked, noting Kakashi's strategic choice. Unlike the water barrier, which allowed visibility, the earth flow wall not only defended against the attack, but also concealed Kakashi's subsequent actions. However, should one assume this would enable a counterattack, they would be gravely mistaken. Prepare yourself, Kakashi. Water release, hidden mist technique. Chapter 57, Ito Makoto vs. Kakashi, Part 2. As Ito Makoto successfully employed his ninjutsu, a thick mist enveloped the training ground, significantly reducing visibility. Observing this, Ito silently activated his Sharingan. Although his chakra sensing was not as formidable as Shine's, the enhancement provided by the Sharingan rendered Kakashi's position utterly discernible. Kakashi, concealed behind an earthen wall, contemplated his counterattack, but with the mist obscuring his sight, he realized he must locate Ito before striking. However, finding a prepared Ito in such dense fog was no simple task. While deep in thought, Kakashi raised his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. It seemed he was prepared to exert his full strength. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Which of these will I target? Ito's sinister voice echoed through the mist, sending chills down Kakashi's spine. Was this the silent killing technique? This technique utilizes the mist to stealthily assassinate foes. Indeed, Ito had emulated the methods of Zabuza Momochi, but unlike Zabuza, who lacked the advantages of the Sharingan and Uzumaki lineage, Ito was in an exceptionally favorable position to execute this strategy. Hey, Ito, you truly wish to kill me? Kakashi thought, realizing that the absence of chakra signatures around him indicated that this duel was far from a casual sparring match. The chakra infused within the mist effectively obstructed the inside of his Sharingan. In a typical spar, would anyone expend such a vast amount of chakra to deploy the mist technique? Kakashi, give it your all, or you might genuinely perish, Ito declared, though, in truth, he had no desire to kill Kakashi. Setting aside whether he could actually do so, he certainly did not wish to become a rogue ninja. Kakashi's past abandonment of him, hoping he would hold the line, was a grievous offense that warranted a beating rather than death. Yet, as the battle commenced, he was eager to witness the prowess of an elite Jonin. Although he too was of Jonin rank, in terms of chakra, he was not inferior to those seasoned shinobi. However, when it came to combat experience, a significant disparity existed, one that could not be bridged in just a year. Thus, he sought to gauge how his current strength compared to that of an elite Jonin. In this mist, you cannot see me, but I can see you. So do take care not to be struck down, Ito taunted, initiating his harassment of Kakashi anew. No sooner had he spoken than a water dragon bullet surged towards Kakashi. The tremendous noise alerted Kakashi, yet due to his impaired vision, he could not discern the nature of the impending attack. Without hesitation, he summoned an earth wall for defense. Unlike the fireball technique, which primarily inflicts damage through burns and heat, the water dragon bullet's lethal force stemmed from its impact. Consequently, the earth wall could not fully withstand the assault. Fortunately, Kakashi's swift reflexes allowed him to evade, or he would have surely sustained injuries. However, as previously noted, having lost the initiative, Kakashi now faced Ito's relentless barrage. Unlike a year prior, when he had to cautiously conserve his chakra, he now possessed the resilience of the Uzumaki clan. As long as he refrained from recklessly employing S-rank and A-rank jutsu, he could freely utilize B-rank and C-rank techniques, confident that his chakra would replenish in due course. Moreover, in this fog, Ito shamelessly reclined, exploiting the lazy fish technique to recuperate. Water release, iron cannonball. Water release, water bullets. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Ito summoned several shadow clones, indiscriminately unleashing ninjutsu towards Kakashi while his true self rested nearby. Once the chakra of the shadow clones was depleted, he would simply create more. This tactical approach was undeniably audacious. Audacious? Who else can play like this? This is my unique combat style, Ito mused. Indeed, few in the shinobi world would dare to engage in such a manner. With his formidable recovery abilities and the benefits of the lazy fish technique, he could afford to fight this way. Otherwise, he would be swiftly drained. Yet, even Ito was wary of squandering chakra recklessly. This strategy of utilizing shadow clones to deploy ninjutsu could only be sustained momentarily due to the immense chakra expenditure. Currently, he was mostly employing C-rank techniques against Kakashi, but should he escalate to B-rank or A-rank, he would find himself completely drained before he could recuperate. Kakashi, after enduring a relentless onslaught of 20 to 30 techniques, appeared somewhat disheveled, yet remarkably unharmed. Truly impressive, he thought. However, he could not continue this way. Otherwise, his chakra would be irretrievably depleted. With his reserves diminished by more than half, Ito resolved to alter his approach. Having withstood the barrage, Kakashi found himself in a rather beleaguered state. The frustration of being unable to see his opponent while being visible to them was overwhelming. Nevertheless, he refused to concede. He understood that such reckless use of chakra could not persist indefinitely. If he could endure until Ito's chakra waned, he would seize the opportunity to counterattack. Yet, the sheer magnitude of Ito's chakra was truly alarming. Reflecting on this, Kakashi felt a pang of injustice. As an elite Jonin, he meticulously conserved chakra for every technique, longing for the day he could unleash attacks with abandon as Ito did. How infuriating. I envy him. Has the assault ceased? Kakashi, evading further attacks, found himself momentarily disoriented by the silence. However, the cessation of hostilities was a silver lining. It indicated that Ito's chakra was not infinite. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to locate Ito and deliver a swift reprimand. Do not misconstrue. When Kakashi mentioned delivering a reprimand, he referred to giving Ito a light smack. To Kakashi, Ito was akin to a mischievous child. Such a child must learn the authority of adulthood. A smack on the rear was undoubtedly an apt method. Earth Release, Tracking Fong Technique. Chapter 58, Makoto Ito vs. Kakashi, Part 2. The technique known as Chasing Fong Technique is a ninjutsu developed by Kakashi, which combines summoning arts with Earth Release. By employing this technique, he can summon the animals he has contracted with to track enemies beneath the ground. Kakashi's summoning beasts are several ninja dogs, which, while lacking in combat prowess, possess commendable support abilities and an exceptional sense of smell, making them a perfect complement to the Chasing Fong technique. Each of these ninja dogs has its own unique means of communication, not through spoken language, but via a form of mental connection akin to telepathy. Kakashi sent all 4 of the ninja dogs underground, leaving only a pug named Parker on the surface. Hey, Kakashi. Have you encountered a formidable opponent? Just so you know, I'm not much of a fighter, so don't expect me to serve as your meat shield, Parker remarked. I have no intention of using you as a shield. I summoned you to help me locate the enemy, Kakashi replied. Parker surveyed the area. The thick fog was beginning to dissipate, yet visibility remained limited. Nodding, he said, understood. Just watch me. With that, he began to sniff the air for scents. Before long, Parker exclaimed, I've detected 2 distinct odors. One is a mixture of multiple scents, while the other is singular. Which one do you wish to pursue? The singular one. The mixed scent must belong to my students, Kakashi clarified. Oh, you have students now? Parker remarked, surprised. Enough chit-chat. Go find them, Kakashi urged, disregarding Parker's comment. All right. No need to be so harsh, Parker replied, bouncing off toward Makoto Ito's direction. Meanwhile, the dogs underground followed Parker, stealthily maneuvering through the earth. At Kakashi's command, they would spring forth to seize the enemy, rendering them immobile. Not far from Kakashi, Makoto Ito sensed several chakra signatures materializing near Kakashi. He understood that Kakashi had summoned his dogs. Ah, the Chasing Fong technique, is it? You won't catch me off guard with that, he mused. Having exhausted much of his chakra from the shadow clone and ninjutsu bombardment, Makoto had dispelled the fog and closed his Sharingan. Now, he was using this moment to recuperate his chakra through a technique he referred to as lazy fish resting. Foolish host, you've only lasted 3 minutes. Are you truly capable? The voice of the system taunted. A man must not concede defeat. Though I may appear somewhat fatigued, I assure you. Kakashi is in no better shape, Makoto retorted. Ultimately, your limitations are evident, the system shot back. Be silent. You know nothing, he dismissed, sinking into the sofa. Waiting for Kakashi's arrival. The surroundings were silent, enveloped in fog. Kakashi, drenched in sweat, followed Parker closely, his kunai at the ready. He remained vigilant, wary that Makoto might leap out of the mist to engage him in taijutsu. Kakashi was nearing his limits. The onslaught of Makoto's ninjutsu had taken a toll. Had it not been for Makoto's reluctance to inflict serious harm, he would have already been in dire straits. In this fog-laden environment, he was at a significant disadvantage. Despite possessing the Sharingan, he could only manage a meager defense. Had he utilized the Byakugan, which excelled in support, the outcome might have been different. Alas, there were no alternate realities, and Kakashi felt utterly drained, both physically and mentally. As he progressed, he noticed the fog beginning to lift, revealing a clearer environment. To his surprise, Makoto Ito stood less than 50 meters away. With the fog dissipating, Parker felt somewhat awkward. His purpose had been to locate Makoto. But now that he was visible, his role seemed diminished. However, realizing that Makoto bore the Leaf Village forehead protector, Parker discerned that he was not an enemy. Or perhaps Kakashi and this individual were merely sparring. Since they were both from the same village, Parker felt safe as Kakashi's summoning dog, and thus decided to fulfill his duty. This time, he did not bounce playfully, but instead approached Makoto with the demeanor of a fierce dog, advancing swiftly until he stood before him. Hey there, could you enlighten me on what you're up to? Parker inquired. Makoto found Parker's demeanor amusing. Not only did he have an affinity for dogs, but Parker also exhibited intelligence surpassing that of ordinary canines. It's quite clear. I'm sparring with Kakashi, he replied. Is that so? Would you mind if I took a bite out of you? Don't worry, it won't hurt, Parker said with a playful glint in his eye. Makoto was taken aback by Parker's directness. I'm afraid I would mind greatly. Well, that's not up to you, Parker retorted with a mischievous grin, lunging at Makoto. At that moment, the ground beneath Makoto erupted as 4 ninja dogs burst forth. These dogs were not the small, slender types like Parker, they were large, formidable beasts. I anticipated this maneuver, Makoto smirked, recognizing Kakashi's chasing Fong technique. He would not be foolish enough to fall for it. Just as the dogs lunged at him, he utilized the substitution technique, deftly evading their assault. Damn it, a substitution technique, Parker exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. His earlier playful demeanor had been an attempt to catch Makoto off guard, but he hadn't expected the latter to be so prepared. Return to your posts, Kakashi, appearing weary, arrived at the scene. Noting that the chasing Fong technique had failed, he called the dogs back, realizing they were no longer of assistance. Very well. We shall take our leave. Until next time, Parker and the other ninja dogs signaled to Kakashi before vanishing back into the summoning realm. Oh dear, Kakashi. You seem rather disheveled, Makoto observed, stepping out from behind a tree, amusement dancing in his eyes as he beheld Kakashi's sweaty visage. All right, you've won this round. May I concede defeat? Kakashi asked, exasperated. Not yet. I haven't had my fill of fun. I refuse to accept your surrender, Makoto replied playfully. Chapter 59. Makoto Ito vs. Kakashi, Final Surrender? How naive. He would not let Kakashi off easily without delivering a proper thrashing first. Hey, didn't we agree that surrendering means losing half? Who would surrender for half a loss? Prepare yourself. Without further ado, seeing that Kakashi was indeed in a weakened state, Makoto abandoned ninjutsu and opted for taijutsu to attack Kakashi directly. Leaf Whirlwind. With a swift, spinning kick, he targeted Kakashi's upper body, who barely managed to block it with his arm. But that was not the end. With a mighty shout, Makoto pivoted on his hands, executing a maneuver in an inverted position, launching a leg strike at Kakashi. Yet, true to his reputation, even in his current condition, Kakashi flawlessly defended against Makoto's relentless onslaught. Thus, they continued their exchange for a minute, with Makoto attacking and Kakashi defending, though the latter found his defenses increasingly strained. The adage a defense that lasts too long will inevitably falter proved true when, after feigning an attack that caught Kakashi off guard, Makoto finally landed a kick to Kakashi's abdomen. This blow signified the collapse of Kakashi's defense, ushering in Makoto's moment of unrestrained assault. You thought you could just watch? Huh? You thought you could play the rearguard? Well, today, I will unleash my fury upon you. While Makoto mercilessly pummeled Kakashi, the mist began to dissipate, allowing Naruto and his companions to clearly observe the training ground. As the fog cleared, they were stunned to witness Kakashi seemingly being beaten by Makoto. Well, has Achan become this formidable? Kakashi-sensei is completely outmatched. Watching Kakashi take a beating, Naruto felt no concern. Rather, he was thrilled to see Makoto's impressive growth. Even he, despite his occasional foolishness, understood the rank of a J-nin. Witnessing Makoto overpowering Kakashi implied that he had risen to J-nin level himself. And a rather formidable one at that. Sasuke remained silent, his clenched fist betraying his inner turmoil. Only Hanabi, standing aside, voiced her apprehension. Is Achan's behavior going to cause trouble? Hanabi, why do you say that? Naruto inquired, puzzled. After all, Kakashi-sensei is a J-nin, and Achan should still be a genin, right? The hierarchy in the ninja world is quite strict. Didn't you notice that even after Naruto gained earth-shattering power, Kakashi remained the 6th Hokage until his retirement, allowing Naruto to become the 7th? Why is that? Because at that time, Naruto was merely a genin. He had to ascend to Ch-nin and then J-nin before he could qualify to become Hokage. This underscores the strict nature of the various ranks within the ninja world. I see, but it's fine. Makoto is the disciple of the Hokage. The Hokage would never punish him for something trivial like this. Let us hope that that's the case. Having witnessed the darker sides of the world, Hanabi understood that every village harbors its shadows. Konoha is no exception, and the Hokage does not wield absolute power. There are still those who can counterbalance the third Hokage's authority. Stop. Finally, unable to endure any longer under Makoto's relentless assault, Kakashi called for a halt. Although Makoto was still reveling in the moment, he ceased his attacks, eager to hear what Kakashi would say. If you continue this, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Is that so? Don't be fooled. While it may seem like I'm enjoying myself, I'm not using all my strength. I merely need to vent my frustration, not to leave you gravely injured. My strikes only inflict minor injuries. I really can't last much longer. If you don't believe me, go ahead and hit me again. Well, if you insist, I shall oblige. Regardless of Kakashi's seemingly masochistic request, Makoto acquiesced. However, when he landed another blow on Kakashi, an unsettling sensation coursed through him. Bang! The struck Kakashi transformed into a cloud of smoke. Makoto stared in disbelief at the scene before him. The Kakashi he had been attacking was merely a shadow clone? If that was the case, then where was the real one? Quickly, he scanned his surroundings, glancing upwards, but found nothing. Then, he thought, could it be underground? Realizing the situation, Makoto attempted to leap away, but Kakashi was not one to grant such an opportunity. Earth-style, inner decapitation technique. A hand erupted from beneath him, ensnaring his right foot. Before he could resist, he was pulled down into the earth. How despicable, Kakashi! Emerging from the ground, Kakashi exhaled deeply. He had endured considerable discomfort while hiding underground, but he was relieved to have caught Makoto. Despicable? I would call it tactical, indeed, tactical. You sly dog. If it weren't for my carelessness, you wouldn't have succeeded. Makoto was incensed, left with only his head above ground. He could hardly accept that, despite his overwhelming advantage. A simple mistake had led to his downfall. Faced with Makoto's discontent, Kakashi remained calm, asking, "So, why were you careless?" At that moment, Makoto had no retort. He recognized that, regardless of how much he protested, he had still lost this sparring match. Had he maintained vigilance from the beginning, he would not have been deceived by Kakashi's shadow clone. Had he struck Kakashi unconscious at the first opportunity instead of letting off steam, he would not have been ensnared underground. In essence, throughout this battle, he had approached it with a playful attitude, believing his ample chakra and the environment he created would allow him to do as he pleased. It must be said that since acquiring the system, he had grown rather overconfident. Well, it seems you've come to realize that fighting is not solely about strength. Even a genin can defeat a genin. Though such instances are rare, I have learned my lesson. Clearly, Kakashi had imparted a vital lesson to Makoto. If he approached battles with a cavalier mindset, even if he triumphed this time, he would inevitably face setbacks in the future. This was merely a sparring match. In a true confrontation, he might not even comprehend how he met his demise. When did you hide underground? Oh, you mean that? It was when I employed the tracking Fang technique, I suppose. Upon receiving the answer, Makoto fell silent. As for Kakashi's need to hold his breath, for a genin, enduring for a few minutes was hardly an issue. Chapter 60, Return to Ninja School. The battle between Kakashi and Ita Makoto has concluded. Naruto and his companions stood in astonishment, mouths agape, as they witnessed Kakashi's astonishing comeback. Well, you all seem quite spirited, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly as he approached the trio, appearing unfazed as if the earlier clash had not compelled him to exert his full strength. However, it was evident, even to the most simple-minded, that the cacophony of explosive ninjutsu and the pockmarked training ground bore testament to the ferocity of the conflict between Ito and Kakashi. Thus, Kakashi's facade of composure was somewhat disingenuous. Deep down, he was undoubtedly fatigued. Having come to this realization, Ito emerged from the ground, trailing behind Kakashi to join Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. "Are you all right, Ito?" Both Naruto and Sakura inquired in unison, their concern palpable. Sasuke, though silent, cast a worried glance at Ito, unwilling to see one of his few friends come to harm. "Rest assured," Ito replied, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. "I'm fine." After reassuring his friends, he turned to Kakashi and said, "All right, I'll take a moment to recuperate. You can handle these three on your own." Kakashi nodded. offering no response as he scrutinized the trio. Moments later, he produced a length of rope. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what are you planning to do with that rope?" Naruto exclaimed, realizing the potential trouble and instinctively attempting to flee. "Trying to escape? Come back here," Kakashi declared as he swiftly threw the rope. It seemed almost enchanted, coiling around Naruto multiple times, ensnaring him securely. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Let me go," Naruto protested, struggling against his bonds. "Give it up, with your strength. You cannot break free from this specially crafted rope," Kakashi retorted, dragging Naruto to a wooden post and binding him there. "Now, you two come here." Seeing the situation unfold, Sasuke and Sakura hurried over. "Kakashi-sensei, is there something else you need?" Sakura stammered, intimidated by Kakashi's stern demeanor. "You two successfully acquired the bells. Thus you are entitled to enjoy lunch. Go fetch it," Kakashi instructed. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain of Kakashi's intentions. Finally, they inquired, "Lunch? Is it wrapped in a colorful cloth with 2 bento boxes inside?" "Indeed," Kakashi affirmed. Upon hearing his confirmation, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the bound Naruto chimed in with a grin. "Heh, we already ate everything in those bento boxes." "Ate them?" Kakashi's brow twitched. "When?" "While you were fighting with Itsu," Sakura meekly confessed. "You finished them all?" "Yes." "Does that mean you devoured my portion as well?" "Yes." Kakashi rubbed his forehead, exuding exasperation, unable to fathom that his 3 students had the audacity to pilfer the food he had brought. "Well, it is what it is," he conceded, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Tell me, did all 3 of you partake in the meal, or was it just the 2 of you?" As Sakura prepared to respond, Kakashi interjected, "I must remind you, I stated at the start of the test that only those who obtain the bells are entitled to lunch. If the unsuccessful participants also partake, you should be aware of the consequences. So, think carefully before you answer." Kakashi's ominous tone made Sakura break out in a cold sweat. Sasuke and Sakura understood that since only victors could be ninjas and enjoy lunch, allowing the defeated to share in the meal, thus defying the orders of their Jonin instructor, was an egregious breach of protocol. Such insubordination, if encountered by a stringent mentor, could very well result in their reassignment back to the academy. Undoubtedly, Naruto had consumed that lunch, a fact Kakashi was keenly aware of, which was why he applied pressure to elicit a response. As previously stated, this test was not merely to assess their combat prowess, but rather to evaluate their unity as a team, for once they officially became his students, they would function as a cohesive unit. The choice Kakashi presented was stark. Either acknowledge that Naruto also ate lunch, risking the possibility that all 3 would return to the Ninja Academy, or deny Naruto and Appos as participation, potentially allowing 2 to remain while Naruto alone faced dismissal. Time passed, and soon Sasuke and Sakura found their clothes dampened by perspiration. This internal interrogation of choices was indeed harrowing. "What lunch?" "I had no idea," Naruto thought to himself, realizing that regardless of the choice made, he would ultimately return to the academy. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he did not wish to drag his 2 friends down with him. Thus, for the first time, the typically forthright Naruto uttered a falsehood. "Huh?" Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment at Naruto's unexpected declaration. Simultaneously, they grasped that if Naruto could lie for their sake, they too could take action on his behalf. "So, Kakashi-sensei, the only one returning to the Ninja Academy is me, right?" Naruto said, his voice quivering as tears streamed down his face. Becoming a ninja and one day becoming Hokage had always been his dream. The impending shattering of that aspiration filled him with profound sorrow. "Silence, Naruto," Sasuke shouted, rallying his courage, both for himself and to inspire Sakura. "Kakashi, we are a team, are we not?" Kakashi shrugged, non-committal in his response. "Since we are a team, what is wrong with sharing food?" At that moment, Sakura gathered her resolve and proclaimed, "Exactly. If achieving our ninja careers means sacrificing Naruto, then I would rather return to the academy. It's just a year, and I can wait. I will never abandon my comrades." Sasuke and Sakura's declaration struck a chord with Naruto, whose tears flowed freely now. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Having a few cherished friends made his life feel worthwhile. Chapter 61. Kakashi's Evolution. Invincible in the tranquil training ground. A gentle breeze wafted through as Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke anxiously gazed at Kakashi, fearful that he would announce their return to the Ninja Academy. It must be said that Kakashi was indeed a master at manipulating emotions. The tense atmosphere had even made Makoto break into a sweat on their behalf. I have made my decision. All three of you have passed. Huh. When Kakashi proclaimed their success, the trio was momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. The transition from despair to elation was instantaneous. Mere moments ago they were in the depths of despair, and now they found themselves in the realm of joy. Long live Kakashi-sensei. Naruto was the first to recover, unconcerned with the reasons behind it, only knowing that he would not have to return to the academy. That's wonderful, Naruto. We don't have to go back to the ninja school. Sakura hurriedly untied the ropes binding Naruto, her face adorned with a smile, even as tears streamed down her cheeks. Kakashi, why? Sasuke, too, was elated. If Kakashi had deemed him a mere package to be sent back, he would have vehemently refused. Well, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, the tasks we will undertake from now on are life-threatening endeavors. Therefore, the most crucial element within a team is not anything else, but teamwork. During this bell test, I witnessed your seamless cooperation rather than individualistic struggles, which is commendable. Then, was that bento a part of the test as well? Sasuke's quick mind immediately connected the dots regarding lunch. Indeed, that was also a component of the assessment. A ninja must maintain composure and make sound judgments. Those who defy the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. Do you understand? Understood, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied loudly as she wiped her tears away. Got it. Sasuke maintained his usual cool demeanor. Well then, I hereby declare the test concluded. All of you have passed, and Team 7 will commence mission starting tomorrow. Kakashi felt a surge of excitement. This was his inaugural experience leading a team. In the past, every student had complied obediently with his commands, and none had succeeded in passing the bento test. Disregarding the still excited trio, Kakashi approached Makoto, who was resting on the ground, and casually remarked, "Tomorrow, Team 7 will embark on their first mission. Be sure to arrive early." As he finished speaking, Kakashi attempted to leave with a suave demeanor, but was interrupted by Makoto, who called out, "Wait, what missions? What does it have to do with me?" Makoto was well aware of the mundane tasks they would be assigned, such as fetching items, babysitting, or assisting with agricultural duties. Although these tasks posed no danger, they were indeed tedious, and the meager rewards offered little incentive to engage in them. Huh, aren't you now part of Team 7? Kakashi was perplexed by Makoto's response. Seeing Kakashi's astonishment, Makoto casually continued, "Well, you did say now, not tomorrow." Kakashi finally grasped Makoto's intention. He was evidently uninterested in participating in those tedious missions. To be honest, Kakashi himself was reluctant to undertake them and had been contemplating excuses to evade work. He was surprised to find that Makoto shared the same sentiments. By the look on your face, it seems you have no desire to engage in those tasks either. Are you planning to make your escape tomorrow under some pretext? I'm not. I have no such plans. Don't make baseless accusations, Kakashi hastily denied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Unlike Makoto, he was not bold enough to openly admit he wished to enjoy leisure while leaving the labor to his subordinates. TCH, Makoto rolled his eyes. Do I not know you? You are shameless enough to do it, but not to admit it? Well, life is tough. Some things are better left unspoken. Ultimately, Kakashi felt too sheepish to confess. Since the test is over, let us all return home. With that, Makoto stood up and ignored Kakashi, calling out to the trio in the distance, Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto. I'm leaving. Are you coming? Of course. Let us go celebrate together. Hiki, Naruto, you finally suggested something sensible. I'll treat everyone to ramen. Naruto exclaimed. Thrilled at the prospect, for ramen was his favorite. Affordable and filling, it was quite easy to satisfy one's hunger. What? Ramen? I'm going for barbecue. Sakura expressed strong discontent at Naruto's choice of celebration. Ramen seemed far too low-key for such an occasion. Barbecue, Naruto found himself in a dilemma. His savings were limited. And while he could afford ramen for everyone, He would have to subsist on instant noodles for the following days if he treated them to ramen. However, if they opted for barbecue, he likely wouldn't even be able to cover his own share. All right, enough deliberation. Today's treat is on me. Makoto approached them, sensing Naruto's financial constraints. It had been a while since he had treated his friends, and he seized the opportunity to reward them. "Hey-chan, I love you." Upon hearing that Makoto was treating, Naruto felt an overwhelming urge to leap and hug him. "Get off. Don't be so disgusting." Makoto deftly dodged Naruto and Appo's enthusiasm. "Speaking of barbecue, I haven't had it in ages," Kakashi chimed in, having joined the group. "Huh, didn't you say you were leaving?" "Yes, but I heard someone was treating to barbecue." "Hey, I didn't invite you," Makoto retorted. "Besides, as a Jainin, you must have a considerable income. How could you let me treat you?" Kakashi ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "Well, if it were someone else, they might feel a bit embarrassed. So you're saying it's acceptable for me to treat you, right?" Hee. Makoto rolled his eyes at Kakashi. The carefree Kakashi from the anime had vanished, replaced by this even more laid-back and shameless version. "All right, let us head to the barbecue restaurant. We're off." Seeing Kakashi shamelessly tagging along, Makoto decided not to protest. As the saying goes, a person lives with a face, a tree lives with its bark. A tree that sheds its bark is doomed. And a person without shame is invincible. Very well, from now on, do not refer to Hatake Kakashi as merely Hatake. Henceforth, he shall be known as Hatake Invincible. Chapter 62. Encountering an old friend at the barbecue restaurant. A party of 5 arrived at the Konoha barbecue restaurant. Initially, according to Makoto's estimation, it was already past 1 in the afternoon, well beyond the peak lunch hours, so even if there was business, it shouldn't be too bustling. However, upon entering the restaurant, they were taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. "Xinghue, why is the restaurant so busy today?" Kakashi greeted a middle-aged, portly man as he entered. "Oh, it's you, Kakashi," the man replied. His name was Akidu Xinghue, a former ninja who had participated in the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Tired of the ninja life, he retired to manage the family barbecue business. In Konoha, there were about a dozen barbecue restaurants, with 90% of them belonging to the Akidu family. After all, their barbecue was simply superior to the rest. Utilizing their exclusive sauce, the Akidu family essentially monopolized the barbecue market in the village, leaving only a few struggling competitors. There's a reason for the bustling business. As you know, yesterday was the graduation day for the 6th grade at the Ninja Academy, and our restaurant's location is prime. Many teams came to celebrate here, Xinghue explained, glancing at Kakashi's companions. "Look, you're here too, aren't you?" "Hiki." Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head. Had it not been for Makoto's suggestion to dine on barbecue, he might not have thought of this at all. In truth, the business had only surged in the past few days. Otherwise, it wasn't this lively. "All right, could you help us find a table?" "Of course," Xinghue replied readily, promptly calling over a staff member to make arrangements. Soon, he informed Kakashi, "Your table at Group A, number 12 is ready. Let me take you there." Typically, there is no strict time limit when dining at barbecue restaurants, but this particular establishment operated on a buffet system, thus each table had a time constraint. On ordinary days, the clientele primarily consisted of ninjas, as regular civilians would likely hesitate to spend here. Hence, ninjas, who often crossed paths, generally wouldn't be rushed by the staff, merely incurring an additional fee for exceeding their time. However, given the current situation, Kakashi and his group were still waiting, and the staff would not charge the overstaying guests. "Hey, Kakashi, I didn't Appo's. Expect you to bring your team here," a voice called out as they approached Group A, number 12. Looking over, Kakashi recognized it was Guy and several of his team members. "Sorry, we'll just take that table," Kakashi replied to the staff, deciding to join his acquaintances rather than make the staff's job harder. Some ninjas could be rather temperamental. While they might not lash out in the restaurant, they could easily take their frustrations out on the staff later. The staff were merely ordinary people, lacking evidence against masked ninjas, and could only receive minimal compensation from the Akidu family. Thus, when Kakashi indicated he would join Guy's table, the staff member breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, Mr. Kakashi, I'll arrange the utensils right away." Kakashi approached Guy and Appo's, Gai's table and, without waiting for an invitation, sat down casually. "Hey, Gai, Warren and Appos, to you on a mission? Just returned today. We're celebrating our completion of a major task," Gai replied. Upon seeing Kakashi arrive with his team, Gai and Appos' teammates naturally made room for Sasuke and the others to sit. Ito Makoto was well acquainted with Gai's team members. Hokage, the previous year's top student at the Ninja Academy, had forged a connection with Ito due to his gentle fist techniques, and had learned from him the truth about his father's death, which facilitated a bond. Then there was Tintin, the female ninja with a bun hairstyle, who often supplied Ito with ninja tools from her family's shop. Lastly, there was Rock Lee, the hard-working genius. While Neji practiced gentle fist, Lee was known for his strong fist techniques, and Ito had previously taught him as well. As Kakashi engaged in conversation with Gai, Ito also exchanged pleasantries with Gai's three teammates, creating a jovial atmosphere. However, Sasuke, Naruto, and Karen found themselves in an awkward position, as they were the only ones unfamiliar with the others. "Hey, Ito, don't just chat away. Introduce us," Karen exclaimed, unable to bear the uncomfortable silence. "Right, my fault," Ito replied, tapping his head. "This is Hokage, Tintin, and Rock Lee." He pointed to Gai's team members before indicating his own. "And these are Sasuke, Naruto, and Karen." Their introductions complete. Karen, with her fiery temperament, might have reacted explosively had it been the original story. "Is that how introductions are done? Just a simple name?" she complained, irritated by the lackluster introductions. Fortunately, since they all came from the Ninja Academy, even if they hadn't team met before, they had heard of each other's reputations. "I heard you were the top student last year?" Sasuke inquired, his excitement palpable at the mention of Neji, the renowned previous champion. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans had a long-standing rivalry, both possessing ocular bloodline limits, Sharingan and Byakugan. Thus, even before the Uchiha clan's downfall, there had been animosity. Now, as the top student of his class, Sasuke was eager to test his abilities against Neji. Ito was aware of Sasuke's intentions, but refrained from hindering him. Even if he warned that Neji was superior, Sasuke would likely still seek a confrontation. Some lessons could only be learned through personal experience. Noticing Sasuke's eagerness, Neji, however, had no such intentions. After a brief glance at Ito, he remarked calmly, "I am not the top student." Upon hearing Neji's denial, Sasuke questioned, "Then who is?" Neji pointed at Ito. "This guy is the top student from the previous year." Well, Neji's assertion was not unfounded. Being someone who graduated a year early, it was entirely reasonable for Ito to be considered part of the previous class. "Don't look at me," Ito said, feeling the weight of their gazes. "The utensils are here. Everyone, let us get some meat and eat." Upon hearing that food was ready, Naruto eagerly followed Ito to the meat station. Chapter 63, Drunken Fist? "Lee, how long have you and Gai been here? If you've finished eating, you may leave," Kakashi urged, trying to alleviate the awkwardness among the team members, who were not particularly familiar with one another. Ito, Makoto, and Naruto had gone to fetch more meat, and Kakashi wished to make room for them. "Hey, Kakashi, that's rather ungracious of you. I kindly invited you over, and now you want me to leave?" Kakashi shrugged, clarifying that was not his intention. He merely aimed to enliven the atmosphere. He glanced at the meat on the grill and inquired, "By the way, how long have you been here?" "We just arrived and were about to indulge in the joys of barbecued meat when you showed up." Kakashi pondered, baffled by the connection between barbecued meat and youth. Just as he was at a loss for words, Ito, Makoto, and Naruto returned, sparing him from further awkward conversation with Gai. As they settled down, Naruto eagerly piled a generous amount of meat onto the grill, filling it to the brim. "Didn't you already eat at the training ground? Why do you act like a starving ghost now?" Neji and the others were unaware, but the trio knew they had devoured the lunch Kakashi had prepared. Although they claimed to come for the barbecue, Shine and Sasuke were already quite full, and they doubted they could consume much more. Ito Makoto must have eaten lunch before arriving at the training ground, leaving Kakashi as the only one who had not dined. Before their arrival, Gai's team had already taken a significant amount of meat, but Kakashi's team arrived just as they were about to begin grilling. Thus, Shine assumed that even if Ito, Makoto, and Naruto fetched more meat, it wouldn't be much. To her surprise, Ito, Makoto, and Naruto returned with an astonishing 8 plates of meat, a quantity that could easily feed 4 adults. Would they truly be able to finish such a vast amount? Cheyenne, don't be so shocked. Just know that this guy can eat a lot. Indeed. In the original story, Naruto had achieved the feat of devouring 20 bowls of ramen. Just this amount of meat might not even be sufficient for him alone. The grill soon sizzled as the meat cooked, releasing tantalizing aromas that made it impossible to resist. Holding a bottle of sake, Guy poured a drink for himself and Kakashi. Raising his glass to toast, to the establishment of Team 7 and the successful completion of Team Guy's mission. While the adults indulged in sake, the younger ones settled for beverages. After the toast, everyone began to enjoy the delectable barbecue. Typically, the group would finish the grilled meat before adding raw meat to the grill, a tradition followed by Neji, Sasuke, and Tintin. However, Naruto was an oddity. After picking up a piece of cooked meat, he flipped his chopsticks and used the other end to grab raw meat, placing it on the empty space left by the grilled meat. This peculiar eating habit opened Neji and the others' eyes, while only Sasuke and Cheyenne felt a sense of embarrassment. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Naruto asked, puzzled by their strange expressions. It was only when Ito Makoto whispered the reason into his ear that Naruto realized, exclaiming, "Oh, so that's why?" Without a trace of embarrassment, he grinned. "Don't you think this method is the most efficient way to eat?" Hearing this, Neji and the others conceded that he had a point. However, their traditional upbringing made it difficult for them to adopt Naruto's carefree style. Naruto reveled in this, knowing it meant others wouldn't encroach on his share of the barbecue, allowing him to eat the most. "Guy-sensei, may I also have a taste of that?" As the barbecue neared its end and satisfaction filled the air, Guy was preparing to settle the bill when Lee, who had been quiet throughout the meal, expressed his desire to try the sake. "Of course, you should embrace new experiences." Guy, perhaps a bit tipsy himself, allowed the underage Lee to partake in alcohol. Strangely, Kakashi did not intervene, lazily lounging in his seat as if he were merely there to enjoy the food and drink. Neji and Tintin felt uneasy about the situation but chose not to interfere, deeming it a minor issue since it was their leader's choice. Sasuke and Cheyenne had even less reason to intervene, as it was not their team's affair and they were not close enough to meddle. Observing the scene, Ito Makoto found himself unperturbed. Having witnessed such occurrences on Earth, he refrained from intervening. Yet oddly, he felt a sense of familiarity with the unfolding events. What was it? Ito Makoto pondered deeply. "Thank you, Guy-sensei." Lee accepted the small cup of sake from Guy and downed it in one gulp. Having never tasted sake before, Lee mimicked Guy's earlier actions, believing this was the proper way to drink. As the alcohol hit his throat, Ito Makoto suddenly recalled why this scene felt so familiar. Oh no, Lee is about to get drunk and cause a scene. Unlike others, Ito Makoto knew that Lee's alcohol tolerance was non-existent. Even a tiny sip would lead to inebriation. While most people, or ninjas, might merely act foolish when drunk, Lee's drunken state would be quite different. He had an uncanny knack for executing the drunken fist. In his inebriated state, Lee's flexibility and intuition would heighten dramatically, and his attack patterns would become exceedingly unpredictable. In the original story, this altered state allowed Lee to overpower an ordinary version of Kimimaro, a formidable subordinate of Orochimaru, who possessed elite J-level skills in his normal state. Were it not for Kimimaro's bloodline limit, Lee would have had a significant advantage over him in his drunken state. Ito Makoto had no desire to harm Lee, but the latter's drunken antics could prove troublesome. Fortunately, unlike in the original narrative, there were now 3 adults present, Guy, Kakashi, and Neji, who would likely intervene given their relationships. Chapter 64. Ningji, come here. Huh. Achom. Why did you run out? The time is nearly 2 in the afternoon. Even if the barbecue restaurant is thriving, there are only a few tables occupied now. To avoid any disruption later, Ito-chung had already dashed out of the barbecue establishment. Akai had secured a prime spot by the window. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the group turned to see Ito-chung outside. Huh, it sounds as if you won't be joining us soon, Ito-chung scoffed. Unperturbed, they dismissed his remark, knowing they would exit after settling the bill, merely curious about why he had bolted so quickly. Don't worry, Akai, today it's my treat. Akai, thinking Ito-chung was attempting to skip out on the bill, gave him a thumbs up, indicating he would cover the cost. Observing the straightforward Akai, Ito-chung remained silent. As he noticed Xiao Li was beginning to act strangely, swaying slightly in place. Not just Ito-chung, the others noticed too. Xiao Li, what's wrong? Have you had too much to drink? Akai asked, draping an arm around Xiao Li's shoulder, grinning, believing Xiao Li was merely tipsy. I'm not drunk, Xiao Li mumbled, pushing away Akai's arm from his shoulder. Xiao Li, you? Akai was taken aback by Xiao Li's unexpected response, as he had never seen Xiao Li act this way before. What are you talking about? Stop being annoying. Ignoring Akai's surprise, the inebriated Xiao Li began to wreak havoc, kicking over tables and brandishing a bench to smash around. The other patrons, initially moving to intervene, retreated upon seeing that Akai and Kakashi were present, choosing not to escalate the situation. It was absurd, with two elite jonin present. Could they not handle a drunken chunin? What is happening? The commotion drew Xinghui out from his lounge, and he surveyed the disorderly scene in the restaurant. After being informed by the staff, he quickly grasped the situation. Just another instance of Kai's team members causing a ruckus while intoxicated. Having experienced such events numerous times, he recognized this one was merely more chaotic than usual. As for the damages, they would be compensated, and with Akai and Kakashi around, he felt no need to intervene. Akai, think of a way to stop Xiao Li, Kakashi urged, uncertain how to proceed. His taijutsu was no match for Akai's, and any attempt to subdue Xiao Li might inadvertently injure him, which would surely provoke Akai's wrath. As a close friend, he understood just how much Akai valued Xiao Li. This isn't the right place. We need to get Xiao Li outside first. Facing the rampaging Xiao Li, Akai felt equally helpless. The barbecue restaurant was cluttered with overturned furniture, and trying to restrain Xiao Li here was impractical. Yet, getting him outside posed its challenges. The walls were not as flimsy as those in films, and their high-end materials could withstand general attacks. We can break a window and throw Xiao Li out, Kakashi suggested. That's the only way. All right, let us do it, Akai agreed, stepping forward to engage Xiao Li. However, he had no intention of hurting Xiao Li. And despite Xiao Li's erratic moves, he found it hard to exploit any weaknesses. The weakness referred to here was not about overpowering, but rather about discerning an opening to exploit. If Akai disregarded Xiao Li's safety, he could easily kick him out, but that would likely result in serious injury. Something Akai wished to avoid. Ugh, Xiao Li's taijutsu is quite troublesome. After a brief exchange, Akai reluctantly retreated, signaling to Kakashi that he was at a loss. Sasuke, didn't and Appos, do you want to test the skills of the previous graduating class? Well, Xiao Li is right there. You could give it a go. Outside the barbecue restaurant, Ito-chung urged Sasuke provocatively. Sasuke shot him a glance, replying, Do you think I'm an idiot? Observing Xiao Li battling the two elite jonin, Sasuke had to concede that entering the fray would likely result in him being easily overpowered by Xiao Li. Though proud and aloof, he was not foolish. Ito-chung's baiting would not work on him. By the way, what is up with that guy with the thick eyebrows? Naruto, still puzzled, asked. Xiao Li is drunk. Ito-chung replied succinctly. Can someone truly become that strong when intoxicated? Naruto's eyes lit up upon hearing Ito-chung's words. He was unaware of Xiao Li's true capabilities, but he knew that under normal circumstances, he would not stand a chance against two jonin. Now, inebriated, Xiao Li was holding his own, which intrigued Naruto, prompting him to consider a similar experience for himself. Simple-minded, Naruto was quite easy to read. Ito-chung recognized his intentions, but chose not to intervene. As previously mentioned, certain lessons could only be learned through personal experience. Shaking his head, Ito-chung turned to Ningji. Ningji, why not try to entice? No? I mean lure Xiao Li out? From the moment Xiao Li began his drunken antics, Ningji had been dragged out of the restaurant by Tian. Are you serious? What can I possibly do? Ningji replied skeptically. Unfazed by Ningji's doubt, Ito-chung assured him, Trust me, it's a good plan. Just do this and this, and you'll be fine. Are you certain? Ningji asked. Absolutely. The task of luring Xiao Li out is yours, Ito-chung affirmed, giving Ningji a thumbs up. Reluctantly, Ningji decided to give it a shot, calling out to Xiao Li from the window. Xiao Li, don't you want to surpass me? I'm right here outside. Why not come out? Seeing that he had captured Xiao Li's attention, he pointed at him with his index finger and bent his pinky backwards, shouting, "Come here." Ningji hiccup. I want to prove that hard work can defeat genius. Chapter 65. Makoto, handsome or perfect? Little Li burst through the window, swiftly approaching Niji, who had already assumed a combat stance. Niji was well aware of Little Li's tenacity, a dedicated individual who vowed to surpass him, a genius, through sheer effort. Initially, he dismissed such claims with scorn, but out of respect for a teammate, he refrained from mocking him. He recognized Little Li's formidable strength, which had surpassed that of an average genin, yet Niji himself was not to be underestimated. He was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, diligently training each day, albeit not to the frenzied extent of Little Li. Thus, he quietly regarded Little Li as no match for him despite the latter's repeated challenges. However, upon witnessing Little Li's remarkable prowess while intoxicated, Niji felt a surge of competitive spirit. "Niji, do not harm Little Li," Guy observed as Little Li leaped through the window, noticing Niji's battle-ready demeanor. He refrained from intervening, eager to see if Little Li could indeed defeat Niji in this state. Ignoring Guy's warning, Little Li called out, "Niji, take my punch. Bring it on. Byakugan, activate." Niji, undeterred, opened his Byakugan in response to Little Li's fierce advance, meeting him head-on with the gentle fist technique. The ensuing exchange of punches, kicks, and elbow strikes left Niji scrambling to keep up, bewildered by the unpredictable nature of Little Li's attacks, which had shifted dramatically in this inebriated state. Thankfully, Niji had activated his Byakugan. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by Little Li's relentless onslaught. Had it been Sasuke or the others, they likely would have succumbed in mere moments. "Tell me, do you still hold any thoughts?" Makoto, with nothing else to occupy his time, began teasing Sasuke once more. This time, however, Sasuke was not in the mood for jest. Clenching his fists, he remarked, "Is it truly only a year of early graduation that has led to such a disparity in strength? You, and those two as well." Noticing Sasuke's serious demeanor, Makoto refrained from further teasing and solemnly stated, "Listen, I am an exception. You cannot compare me to you all, as it would be unjust." Sasuke, with a skeptical expression, retorted, "Are you serious, or are you merely jesting?" "Yes, I am quite serious." Makoto spoke truthfully, endowed with system assistance. His rate of advancement surpassed even that of the Child of Destiny. As for Niji and Little Li, it continued, "Do not be misled by their fierce engagement. Their true capabilities extend far beyond what is presently displayed." Sasuke remained unconvinced. He acknowledged that both combatants were superior in taijutsu. Yet to claim they were not utilizing their full strength seemed absurd. In response to Sasuke's doubtful gaze, it shrugged, "Do not let Little Li's drunken ferocity fool you. He has yet to unveil his ultimate technique, a forbidden art that inflicts considerable harm to the body, which Guy typically forbids him from employing. As for Niji, observe, he has not resorted to his family's signature techniques, the gentle fist chakra points or the 8 trigrams palm. Surely, you do not believe Niji lacks mastery of the latter?" Sasuke focused intently, realizing that Niji, amidst the fierce exchange, had indeed refrained from using both techniques. Niji, burdened by unspoken constraints, was prevented from employing the gentle fist or the 8 trigrams palm due to Guy's directive not to harm Little Li. Should those techniques land, Little Li would require an extended stay in the hospital, despite his robust constitution. Moreover, Little Li and Appo's unorthodox attacks only added to Niji and Appo's hesitance. Where he could strike with his hands, Little Li opted for kicks, and when capable of using his feet, he chose elbows. Niji felt increasingly restrained in the face of Little Li's unpredictable assault. Yet, he could not deny that in this state, Little Li possessed the capability to defeat him. No, it was not merely the capability to defeat him. If this continued, it would simply be a matter of time before Little Li emerged victorious. This was a realization shared by Guy and Kakashi as well. "Guy, are you not going to assist? It appears Niji may be losing." Kakashi observed the duel with a look of admiration. Niji was to be expected. He was a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, practicing their traditional techniques. However, Little Li was a different case altogether. Coming from a civilian background, He had been unable to practice ninjutsu or jinjutsu, dedicating himself solely to taijutsu. To see this child, through sheer physical prowess, suppress the former champion, renowned as the strongest genin, was truly commendable. Kakashi reflected on his own lack of diligence, realizing that had he exerted himself as Little Lee did, he would not have merely settled for the title of copy ninja. You speak the truth. If Little Lee continues in this manner, I may well have to resort to selling blood to repay debts. With that, Guy charged toward Little Lee, enduring several blows before exerting all his strength to embrace him tightly. Kakashi, quickly knock Little Lee unconscious, but be mindful of your strength. Understood. Kakashi instantly appeared behind Little Lee and struck the back of his neck with a precise chop. Little Lee let out a small sound before promptly losing consciousness. With Little Lee subdued, the subsequent matters were rather straightforward. Compensations were settled, and everyone took their leave. Notably, after calculating his losses, Guy concluded that he could not afford the damages. Thankfully, Kakashi was nearby, and after a brief encounter with him, Guy successfully departed with his team. Oh, what a tremendous loss. As they walked back, Kakashi felt a shiver down his spine at Makoto's mournful gaze. I say, enough of this. You claimed you would treat us, yet when it came time for Guy to settle the bill, you vanished. I did say I would treat. But I never claimed I would cover the expenses, it replied cheekily. Do you think my finances are so easily dispensed? Had Kakashi not been present, I would have surely been the one footing the bill. Upon learning of Kakashi's participation, it had no intention of paying. He could simply feign an excuse to slip away, leaving Kakashi to bear the costs. As for Guy's compensation, with Kakashi as a close ally, Guy would never demand money from it. Unless their combined funds were insufficient to cover the expenses, it would naturally step in to assist. Do you know? Since meeting you, I have developed a new understanding of a particular term. Oh, which term is that? Handsome or perfect? Makoto queried, ruffling his hair with shameless bravado. Kakashi regarded it for a moment before uttering two words, shameless. Chapter 66. The fountain of life. The sun shone brightly, and the gentle breeze caressed the sky, heralding yet another peaceful day in Konoha. Idly, Makoto found himself at home, brewing tea and savoring the tranquility. He pondered the well-being of Naruto and his companions, reflecting on the incident a few days prior when Rock Lee had caused quite a stir at the barbecue restaurant. During these days, Team Kakashi had returned to the routine of D-rank missions, reminiscent of the original narrative. Their tasks ranged from locating lost items to assisting in farming, taking care of children, and performing various mundane chores. Such trivial endeavors held no allure for Makoto, who found himself at a plateau in his training. Mindless practice had grown futile. It became clear that substantial breakthroughs could only be achieved through systemic exchanges or through the trials of life and death battles. Pragmatic and valuing his own life, Makoto had never entertained the notion of risking his life for a breakthrough. He was not a battle maniac. Such methods of advancement were clearly ill-suited for him. He mused, could the exchange for the kaleidoscope Sharingan not be a tad more affordable? Currently, he yearned for a significant enhancement in strength, specifically through the acquisition of the Senju bloodline. The combination of the Senju and Uzumaki bloodlines would grant him the Sage Body, transforming his physical constitution dramatically. With the Sage Body, he would possess an abundance of chakra, recover more swiftly, and enjoy enhanced self-healing capabilities. Regrettably, he had yet to acquire Senju cells to submit to the system, rendering the exchange for the Senju bloodline impossible. At this stage, obtaining Senju cells from the few individuals who possessed them appeared quite daunting. Tsunade, the legendary Sannin, was notoriously elusive. Meanwhile, White Zetsu and Obito remained entrenched in the Akatsuki's lair. Danzo was still recuperating from his injuries, and Makoto remained unaware of his whereabouts. As the leader of Root, his movements were shrouded in secrecy. The only feasible option lay in obtaining them from Yamato, codenamed Tens within the Umbu. However, during his year with the Umbu, Makoto learned that Tens had gone abroad on a mission, the details of which remained a mystery, leaving Makoto without a sight of him for over a year. With no prospects for Senju cells, the second avenue for enhancing his strength lay in the exchange for the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Makoto had amassed numerous source points specifically for this purpose. Although his current stock of source points was substantial, it was only sufficient for the standard version of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This basic variant came with no accompanying ocular techniques, requiring personal mastery of the abilities. This was quite disappointing, prompting him to aim for the deluxe version, which would grant him unique ocular techniques upon exchange, truly an essential for the lazy. Yet, the cost of this version was exorbitantly high. The source points he had saved for over a year would only suffice for 1/3 of the price. The system did not allow exchanges for individual eyes. It required the full pair. Both options presented their challenges, the first being the difficulty of locating individuals, and the second the insufficiency of source points, which left him in a state of discontent. Fortunately, the imminent Konoha collapse plan offered a glimmer of hope for a potential windfall. The Konoha collapse plan had been in the works for quite some time. Makoto had been strategizing since his days at the Shinobi Academy, seeking the best approach to maximize his benefits. Two key elements consistently occupied his thoughts. The first was the Book of Seals. When Orochimaru launched his attack on the village, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, even with the Hokage's preparations. He doubted Konoha's ability to respond promptly after such a long peace. Orochimaru was no ordinary adversary, a formidable antagonist in the early parts of the story. He later redeemed himself and joined the protagonists, ultimately surviving into the Boruto era while cloning a child to serve as his own. A master of strategy. If Orochimaru could incite chaos within Konoha, he would have the opportunity to steal the Book of Seals, a prospect Makoto considered virtually assured. The second point involved attracting Orochimaru's attention. It was worth noting that his first Umbu mission had brought him face-to-face with Orochimaru, leaving a lasting impression. If he could orchestrate another incident during the upcoming conflict that piqued Orochimaru's interest, it might open a door for negotiation. Indeed, Makoto aimed to draw Orochimaru's focus to his research and forbidden techniques. As a man who devoted his life to ninjutsu, Makoto believed Orochimaru would possess numerous secret techniques. He had no doubt that Orochimaru would be amenable to trade for the sake of his so-called immortality. This confidence stemmed from the system itself. He recalled the exasperating random items the system would occasionally present, 2 new items from other worlds each month. According to the system, these items could range from valuable to mundane. Over the course of a year, Makoto discovered that the random items were often disappointing. Out of 12 refreshes, only 2 had proven useful. One was a potion, and the other a special skill. The moment these items appeared, he exchanged them without hesitation. Although it cost a significant amount of source points, he deemed it worthwhile. These 2 items would ensure he reaped substantial rewards from this upcoming event. One must give to receive, he mused. Contemplating further, Makoto retrieved a sealing scroll and extracted a vial of potion contained within. In a simple glass cup lay a clear, transparent liquid. To call it a potion seemed a misnomer, as it resembled spring water more than anything else. Fountain of Life. This water contains a potent life energy capable of rejuvenating one's youth, healing wounds, and extending lifespan. A truly miraculous elixir. P.S. This vial is 50 years old. Initially, Makoto had inquired what this P.S. meant, whether it referred to the age of the spring water or the lifespan it could extend. The system clarified that it was the latter, noting that the 50-year increase in lifespan was contingent upon certain conditions. For instance, if the user were merely 30 years old, it would be impossible to revert them to a state of infancy. Thus, the lifespan added would represent an upper limit. Should the user be 60 years old, the spring water would restore them to peak condition at 30 while extending their lifespan by an additional 20 years. The aforementioned examples applied only in the absence of severe illness or injury, should the user suffer from grave ailments. Part of the water's energy would be diverted to healing, thus not perfectly extending lifespan. Chapter 67. The Mission in the Land of Waves. This vial of life-giving spring water contains approximately 500 milliliters. I shall administer 300 milliliters to the 3rd Hokage, restoring him to an age reminiscent of his 40s. While this age does not represent the pinnacle of his prowess, it is certainly a marked improvement over his current 69 years. This will allow him to delay Orochimaru, thereby creating advantageous conditions for me to obtain the sealing book. Thus, it is settled. The plan is in motion. In the ensuing days, Ito Makoto continued to remain at home. Yet he dispatched a shadow clone to accompany Naruto and the others on their mission. This decision was not born of altruism. Rather, it stemmed from his uncertainty regarding the timeline of Naruto's mission in the Land of Waves. He only knew that prior to their assignment, they were tasked with locating a cat named Little Tiger. Once Naruto and his team received this mission, Ito would have a clearer understanding of the timeline. Fortuitously, Ito did not have to wait long. On the third day of his shadow clone undertaking the mission, Naruto's team was assigned the task of finding the lost kitten. With Ito's shadow clone present, they successfully captured the cat and returned it to its owner. Observing the kitten's unwilling demeanor, Ito surmised that it would likely run away again, and given the apparent wealth of the owner, this task would probably become a recurring assignment for the Hidden Leaf Village. Today marks the official day when Naruto and his team will embark on the mission to the Land of Waves, a task that has caused Ito considerable hesitation. He grappled with the decision of whether or not to save Zabuza and Haku. The advantages of rescuing them were evident. Altering the course of the narrative could yield source points, and Konoha would gain two formidable allies. Zabuza, capable of ranking among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, was certainly no weakling. In the original story, he had consistently kept Kakashi on the defensive, indicating that his strength was at least that of a Nin, with the potential to reach elite status. Haku, too, was a promising individual. Saving him would grant Ito access to the Haku bloodline, thereby unlocking the water release techniques. While the benefits of their rescue were numerous, the drawbacks were equally significant. The third Hokage was known for his extreme pacifism. If Zabuza and Haku were saved, the old man might fear provoking a war with the Mist Village, leading to potential rejection of their asylum. This was the crux of the dilemma. As for Ito's capability to rescue the two, his confidence had been bolstered after acquiring a particular skill. Graveyard Disco, personal permanent skill. Source points required, 10. 000. Effect, at a designated location, grave, and within a specified time frame. Within 7 days, performing certain actions, disco dancing, can resurrect the deceased within a defined range. P.S. The more intact the corpse, the better the resurrection outcome. PS2. Cooldown period of 6 months. PS3. Dance carefully at the gravesite, as the resurrected may retaliate. This skill represented a true resurrection, unlike the inferior Edo Tensei. Those revived through this method would possess flesh and blood, rather than being mere shadows of their former selves. This skill provided Ito with the assurance he needed to save both Zabuza and Haku. Naturally, he preferred to avoid using it, given its lengthy cooldown period of 6 months. Should he manage to save Zabuza without resorting to this skill during the mission, he could reserve it for a more opportune moment following his plans for Konoha's collapse. At that juncture, while the village mourned its fallen shinobi, Ito could step forward to resurrect them, creating a profoundly impactful scene. As for the potential consequences of harboring such power, Ito remained unperturbed. According to his plans, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would have successfully exchanged for the Manjiki Sharingan by then, experiencing a qualitative leap in strength. Even if he were unable to contend with pain, he would still manage to escape unscathed. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Today, Ito followed Kurenai into the Hokage Tower. After waiting briefly downstairs, he ascended to the office. Upon entering, he noticed an elderly man standing to the side, while Sasuke and Kurenai were attempting to restrain a furious Naruto. It became evident that he had arrived at a critical moment. Ito, what brings you here today? The third Hokage inquired. As a specially designated free ninja of Konoha, Ito had the liberty to join any team without obligation to appear here. I've been on missions with Naruto and the others these past few days. When I did not find them in the mission hall today, I decided to come and check, and lo and behold, they were indeed here, Ito responded, his words seeming innocuous. However, both Kakashi and the Hokage were aware that the missions he had undertaken previously were performed by a shadow clone, while his true self now stood in the Hokage's office, indicating that his intentions were far from simple. Kakashi chose not to expose Ito, but the third Hokage was less tactful. Enough of this. Speak your true purpose. Ito bristled slightly at the Hokage's bluntness, but quickly replied. I wish to leave the village. Remaining in Konoha feels rather stifling. A subtle instinct warned the third Hokage that Ito was not being entirely forthright. Yet he refrained from pressing further. Instead, he addressed the mission's coordinator, stating, "This is Ito Makoto, one of Konoha's elite ninjas. Mr. Dasna, I assure you that his involvement in your mission will pose no issues." Is that truly the case? Dasna's expression remained skeptical, as he had only just witnessed the trio of children, prompting his earlier conflict with Naruto. The arrival of another young ninja did little to ease his concerns. Rest assured, Mr. Dasna, I am Kakashi, an elite J-nin of Konoha. These three are my students, and I will accompany them on this mission, Kakashi reassured him. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dasna's demeanor softened. Very well, the mission in the Land of Waves shall be entrusted to Team 7 and Ito Makoto. With the mission coordinator's approval, the third Hokage finalized the arrangements. Understood, Hokage-sama. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Kakashi granted Sasuke and the others an hour for preparations, agreeing to reconvene at the village gate. Ito and Kakashi, however, had little need for such preparations. Kakashi considered the assignment to be a mere C-rank mission, not warranting extensive preparation, with the primary focus resting on Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurenai. Yet, he found himself pondering why Ito displayed such enthusiasm for this relatively trivial task, even making a personal visit to the Hokage's office. Was there something about this mission that piqued his interest? Ito, may I inquire as to why you are participating in this C-rank mission? Chapter 68, The Urine Brothers? A C-rank mission? Upon hearing Kakashi's remark, Ito Makoto refrained from elaborating further, merely offering Kakashi a peculiar smile and saying, "Heh, you will find out soon enough." Kakashi shook his head. And since Ito Makoto was unwilling to divulge more, he chose not to press the matter further. The three of them, along with Tazuna, stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. Half an hour later, the trio was prepared and arrived at the village gate. Once the group had gathered, Kakashi presented the entrance permit to the two guarding ninjas, facilitating their smooth exit from the village. As they walked along the road outside the village, Naruto incessantly glanced left and right, captivated by the allure of the outside world, a realm he had never ventured into before. In contrast, Sasuke, who also had never left the village, maintained a calm demeanor, attentively observing his surroundings with ease and vigilance. Similarly, Hanabi felt no particular inclination towards the world beyond the village. For her, it represented danger, and if given the choice, she would prefer to remain in the safety of Konohagakure for eternity. The six-member team formed an optimal formation. Kakashi led at the forefront, followed by Naruto, Sasuke, Hanabi, and Tazuna, with the three Genin safeguarding Tazuna at the center to mitigate any unforeseen incidents. Ito Makoto trailed at the back. This formation ensured Tazuna's safety, with elite ninjas positioned both ahead and behind, capable of delaying or providing support in case of an emergency. However, the oblivious Naruto, lacking basic awareness of team formations, continued his idle exploration, disregarding Tazuna's presence entirely. As they journeyed for over an hour, moving further away from Konoha, the others began to sense something amiss ahead. A peculiar sight, given that it hadn't rained in days. Puddles of water on the ground. Could it be that they were formed by the urination of passers-by? The group continued forward, maintaining their composure, until Ito Makoto stated, "You all go ahead. I need to take a moment." Kakashi cast a meaningful glance at him before replying, "Make it quick." Understanding the underlying tension, Sasuke and Hanabi exchanged perplexed glances at Ito Makoto, bewildered by his unusual behavior. "Heh. So you wish to become the Urine Brothers, huh?" With the release of his bodily fluids, Ito Makoto felt a sense of relief, while the two brothers, who were keenly aware of their plans, knew they had to endure this moment. They were determined to eliminate Kakashi first, otherwise, their mission would surely fail. Reflecting on their task, the brothers resolved to bide their time, but once the mission was complete, they would ensure Ito Makoto would not meet a swift end. "Wow, these two are remarkably patient," one brother mused. "Alas, my kindness betrays me. I opted for a simple relief rather than a more drastic measure. Few in the ninja world possess such benevolence." After indulging in his shameless self-adoration, Ito Makoto hastily readied himself and rejoined the group. No sooner had he caught up than the Urin brothers activated their transformation technique and launched an attack from behind Makoto. Perhaps they were reluctant to end his life too quickly. They merely kicked him aside before charging at Kakashi. Kakashi feigned panic, playing his part in the brother scheme as they defeated him. Within mere seconds, Makoto was sent sprawling, incapacitated, while Kakashi was cleaved in two by the brothers. At that moment, the brothers were filled with a sense of triumph. What a joke! Leaf ninjas are nothing but weaklings, easily dispatched. They thought. The famed copy ninja Kakashi? He fell to us effortlessly. Only Dazuna and the three Genin remained on the scene. As the brothers exchanged excited glances, the overwhelming advantage in their favor bolstered their confidence. 2 Chunin against 3 Genin. How could they possibly lose? With Kakashi out of the picture, they charged toward Tazuna without a moment's hesitation. Tazuna, wide-eyed in terror, was rendered speechless. In this critical moment, Sasuke hurled several shuriken to fend off the brothers. Meanwhile, Naruto, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, reacted swiftly. Unlike his bewildered self from the original story, he summoned several shadow clones, positioning his original self beside Tazuna as protection, while the clones brandished kunai and charged at the Urin brothers alongside Sasuke. Though Hanabi considered joining the fray, she realized that her taijutsu was only marginally superior to Naruto's. Lacking offensive ninjutsu and possessing only defensive techniques, she opted to remain beside Dazuna, ready to intervene if necessary. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke wasted no time, unleashing a formidable fireball at the brothers. They barely evaded the attack, but Naruto's clones and Sasuke pressed forward, engaging them in close combat. Despite being Chunin, the brothers found themselves struggling against the combined onslaught of Naruto's clones and Sasuke. While Sasuke managed to hold his ground against the elder brother, Naruto's clones succumbed quickly to the onslaught. Fortunately, Naruto was cunning enough to avoid direct confrontation, continuously sending his shadow clones into battle while keeping his original self safe and sound, much to the brothers' frustration. The standoff persisted until Naruto executed the multi-shadow clone technique for the 3rd time, prompting Makoto to consider it time to intervene. Kakashi, sharing the same sentiment, appeared on the scene simultaneously. Utilizing hand and foot techniques, they effortlessly subdued the Urin brothers. See, I told you. Makoto and Kakashi-sensei could not have been so easily defeated, Naruto remarked, dispelling his clones without showing any signs of fatigue. Are you alright, Ito? Did you sustain any injuries? Hanabi inquired, her concern for him evident. I'm fine. These two were nothing but trash. They are far from capable of taking me down. Makoto shrugged nonchalantly, displaying an air of indifference. Chapter 69. Eliminate them, Mr. Dazna. Please explain what is happening here. As Itachi and Kakeru conversed, Kakashi had already bound the demon brothers to a large tree. After extracting some intelligence, he turned to Dazna to pose a few inquiries. I do not comprehend what you are saying, Dazna replied, his expression betraying a hint of panic, revealing his deceit. Hearing Kakashi question Dazna, Naruto, perplexed, remarked, Huh? What's going on? Why is Kakashi-sensei asking this old man such questions? Bang! Itachi delivered a light smack to Naruto's head, saying, While I also harbor disdain for Dazna, he is, after all, the initiator of our mission. Given his age, Naruto, you ought to show him some basic respect. Rubbing his sore forehead, Naruto replied, I know. But you still haven't told me why. He gestured toward Kakashi and Dazna. I've told you to read more, Itachi sighed, then turned to Sakura and Sasuke, saying, One of you should explain this to him. I'll do it. Knowing Sasuke's cold demeanor, Itachi anticipated he would not elaborate on such fundamental matters. So Sakura volunteered to elucidate the situation to Naruto. The classification of ninja missions serves a purpose. This task is merely a C rank, indicating that while some violent encounters may occur, the presence of ninja is unlikely, meaning the danger to us is minimal. However, given the current circumstances, the appearance of 2 Chunin-level ninjas in a C-rank mission is highly irregular. Thus, this mission seems quite suspicious. Indeed, Kakashi interjected. Just now, I pretended to be defeated by the enemy alongside Itachi, one objective being to observe your performance. You all did fairly well. The second aim was to ascertain the enemy's intentions. At this juncture, Itachi added, Clearly, judging by the actions of the demon brothers, their primary target is you, Mr. Dasna. As he pronounced target, Itachi's tone grew significantly more severe, fixing Dasna with a piercing gaze. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Dasna collapsed onto the ground. Itachi approached Dasna, towering over him, and said, "Mr. Dasna, are you still unwilling to clarify the situation?" "Yes," Kakashi echoed, "if you continue to withhold the truth. I may have to consider abandoning this mission for the safety of my students." The thought of possibly losing the mission shattered Dasna, and he promptly confessed everything. It turned out that a powerful figure in the Land of Waves named Kato wielded control over all maritime transport through his wealth and brutality. As an island nation, the Land of Waves was utterly reliant on its shipping routes, and being under Kato's dominance was tantamount to a death sentence. He held the nation's wealth, politics, and its very people firmly in his grasp. After enduring years of oppression, the citizens of the Land of Waves could no longer tolerate their plight. They aspired to gather funds to construct a bridge connecting to the Land of Fire. Once built, they could free themselves from Kato's control. However, Kato would never allow them to easily construct such a bridge. Each time the citizens prepared materials for the project, Kato would intervene, thwarting their efforts. Time and again, many had given up, believing that no one could resist Kato's might. Only a few, led by Dasna, persisted. They had spent their remaining funds hiring ninjas to protect them in their quest to build the Bridge of Hope. The scant resources available only permitted the issuance of a C-rank mission, and thus, Dasna humbly apologized for falsifying the task's severity. Dasna spoke candidly, revealing his fear that if Kakashi abandoned the mission, their nation would be left with no hope. Regarding Kato, Itachi deemed him a narrow-minded fool. A tycoon controlling the economic lifeblood of a nation, his tactics were unimaginably crude and foolish. In the original narrative, as Team 7's confrontation with Zabuza approached its climax, Kato appeared, intent on reaping the rewards. However, the individuals he brought along were laughable. Politely stated, they were warriors. Bluntly, they were nothing more than thugs. Expecting them to contend with ninjas, particularly Kakashi or Zabuza, was utterly absurd. Itachi believed Kato's perspective was too limited, confined to the Land of Waves, rendering him utterly ignorant of the capabilities of ninjas. Why label him a fool? Ninja missions inevitably conclude, and once Dasna completed the bridge, would they not be able to destroy it again? Why must they strike while construction was underway when, post-completion, the bridge could be obliterated? The logic was baffling. Itachi simply could not fathom the mindset of a small nation as populous. Believing that a bridge represented their hope was utterly ludicrous. After contemplating Dasna's words, Kakashi fell silent for a moment before seeking Itachi's opinion. Itachi, of course, was in favor of continuing the mission. After all, if Itachi opposed it, Naruto would undoubtedly cause a scene. Such simple-mindedness was disconcerting. Did he not notice Sasuke and Sakura's lack of expression? Very well, since we all agree to proceed, let us continue our journey. Wait, Kakashi, have you forgotten something? Itachi pointed at the demon brothers, saying, shouldn't we deal with them? In the original story, Kakashi merely bound the demon brothers and then resumed his journey without addressing their fate. You mean them? Kakashi scratched his head. What do you suggest? Your suggestions are irrelevant. Itachi thought, noting the similarity to the third Hokage's tone. He then tossed 2 kunai to Naruto and Sasuke, stating, you two, eliminate them. Seeing Itachi's decision, Kakashi's pupils dilated in surprise. He was taken aback by Itachi's resolve, for this was no trivial matter. It was a question of taking lives. After a moment of silence, Sasuke stepped forward, swiftly slashing the throat of the elder demon brother. Naruto, however, stood frozen, struggling with his resolve. Are we really going to do this, Acheron? He murmured weakly. Chapter 70. Strike first. Enough of this nonsense, Naruto. It was Itachi who did not respond to Naruto's inquiry. Instead, Sasuke, who had just returned, spoke with a cold demeanor. We are ninjas. Have you ever heard of a ninja who does not kill? The cycle of killing or being killed has become the norm among ninjas. To avoid being slain, one must wield their weapon and eliminate others. That is not true. Naruto shouted vehemently, trying to escape this harsh reality. Let me handle it. Seeing Naruto's pained expression, Karen stepped forward, volunteering to take action. Having witnessed the dark side of the ninja world, she felt no aversion to taking a life. No, let Naruto decide. Itachi and Kakashi simultaneously rejected Karen's suggestion. Both had a singular purpose: to observe how Naruto would choose, whether to evade the brutal truth of murder or confront it bravely. In the end, Naruto chose to face reality. Holding a kunai, he approached the brother of the demon and softly said, "Don't blame me. It's nothing." The dying brother of the demon began to counsel Naruto. "Since I became a ninja, I have known that someday I would be killed by another ninja. This is the fate of a ninja. I cannot escape it. Nor can you. So I want to hold it against you. Go ahead." With that, he closed his eyes. "Ah!" Naruto yelled, gripping the kunai tightly. And with a swift motion, he slashed the brother's neck. Blood sprayed forth, splattering Naruto's face. "Enough. Don't dwell on it," Itachi remarked, noticing Naruto's troubled state. He approached to offer comfort. "This world is as it is. If you cannot change the rules of this world, you must choose to abide by them. Do you understand?" After patting Naruto's shoulder, Itachi began preparing to continue their journey. "Aki." After taking a couple of steps, Itachi heard Naruto call out to him and turned, puzzled. Naruto, with utmost seriousness, declared, "I swear, I will change this world." Could it be that Naruto was awakening his savior form prematurely? Might the most powerful technique in the ninja world, talking no jutsu, soon manifest? Itachi had merely intended for Sasuke and Naruto to witness bloodshed and recognize the essence of the ninja world, but he had not anticipated this awakening. "What? You say Naruto's awakening is of any use?" It seems to have little utility. However, saying it was of no use would be incorrect. During their journey, at every rest, Naruto could be seen either walking on trees or treading water. He understood that his strength lay in his vast chakra reserves while his weakness was his lack of control over it. Thus, he seized every opportunity to practice his chakra control. In these few days, with the Nine Tails causing chaos within him, it was improbable for Naruto to make significant improvements. Yet, witnessing his diligence and seriousness, Itachi felt that if Naruto continued this way, he would surpass even his original self. Days later, they finally reached the territory of the Land of Waves. They merely had to traverse a short distance to reach Tazuna and Appo's home. "Don't be nervous, Uncle Tazuna." Walking along the forest path, Karen noticed Tazuna's anxiety and sought to reassure him. "How can I not be nervous? Kato is certainly not going to let me return home safely. You have no idea how terrifying Kato is. Destroying this bridge of hope is of utmost importance to him. Therefore, I believe I will face an attack before I reach home." Karen remained noncommittal. In her view, Tazuna's words reflected a severe misunderstanding of a ninja's strength. With 2 jonin escorting him, it would only be conceivable for Kato to send 2 jonin of his own to challenge Tazuna. However, hiring jonin is not a trivial matter. Given Kato's status, the only ninjas he could likely summon would be rogue ninjas, as evidenced by the demon brothers. Any ninja from a legitimate village, upon seeing the strength of Team Konoha, would likely retreat unless they were intent on opposing Konoha. Thus, Karen did not believe they would encounter an attack on this journey. Itachi chose not to inform them. This was also a form of training. Should they genuinely face an ambush, Karen should come to understand that without precise intelligence, one should refrain from jumping to conclusions, lest they inadvertently set a flag. As is widely known, those who set flags typically do not meet favorable outcomes. After a quiet stretch of travel, Naruto, as in the original narrative, threw a kunai into the underbrush. Karen was not Sakura. She would not strike Naruto without reason. Instead, she and Sasuke cautiously parted the foliage. Phew, it was just a rabbit. Upon discovering that the commotion was caused by a mere rabbit, Karen breathed a sigh of relief, as neither she nor Sasuke perceived anything amiss with it. This exemplified the disparity in experience and knowledge. Even if Karen and Sasuke had excelled in ninja school, some lessons cannot be taught in an academic setting. "Is it a snow rabbit, Kakashi?" Itachi quietly approached Kakashi and whispered, "This rabbit seems a bit off." Kakashi nodded, his instincts heightening as he quietly replied, "The snow rabbit itself poses no issue. However, its white fur indicates that it only appears during the brief winters of the day. This suggests it has been kept indoors, away from sunlight, specifically for use in substitution techniques." With this information, The conclusion became evident. Itachi was aware that Zabuza had arrived, though he was uncertain of Zabuza's exact position. Surely he was somewhere, perched atop an unseen tree, observing them. "Karen, come here." After contemplating for a moment, Itachi decided not to wait for Zabuza to emerge. He would take the initiative, subduing Zabuza first. Only then could he persuade him to join Konoha, thereby contributing to its strength. "What's the matter?" Karen, sensitive to chakra, noted the heightened vigilance in both Itachi and Kakashi's chakra, which made her increasingly tense. As Karen approached, Itachi instructed her softly, "You have good perception. Now, sense whether there are any other chakra signatures around us besides our own. Inform me if you find any." Understood. Following Itachi's directive, she promptly began her search. Before long, she detected a chakra that did not belong to their group. Pointing to a tree less than 10 meters to Itachi's left, she stated, "I found it. It's over there. Water style, iron cannonball." Without hesitation, Itachi unleashed a water ninjutsu attack. Chapter 71. The title of Ita Makoto perched on a tree. Zabuza was keenly aware of his surroundings. Upon noticing Kagaya pointing in his direction, he realized he might have been exposed. Although the means of his exposure eluded him, he deemed it irrelevant. His primary mission remained to eliminate Tazuna. The Leaf Village ninjas would undoubtedly obstruct his goal, which meant confrontation was inevitable, whether sooner or later mattered little. With a resounding thud, a cannonball struck the tree, the immense force of the water technique toppling it. At that moment, a shadow darted through the air, casually hurling a weapon as a projectile. "Everyone, take cover." The group had already been on high alert during Ita Makoto's use of jutsu, and upon hearing Kakashi's command, they immediately crouched down. The massive weapon spun like a boomerang, whizzing past their heads. Had they hesitated, they might have faced dire consequences. With a loud thud, the weapon became lodged in a tree. When they looked up, they saw a half-naked ninja, his lower face obscured by tattered cloth, standing atop the weapon, a large blade. The infamous beheading sword of the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen. I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be the rogue ninja from the Mist. One of the 7 swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's tone was somewhat flippant, likely due to Ita Makoto's presence. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi's demeanor contrasted with Zabuza's, who was decidedly more somber and serious. "Although I know it is unlikely, may I ask if you could hand that person over to me? My task is simply to eliminate him." Realizing the impossibility of such a request, Makoto felt a twinge of annoyance as he gazed at Zabuza. "Oh, and who might you be?" Zabuza expressed interest in Ita Makoto. The recent water jutsu he employed was beyond the capabilities of a mere Jinin, leading him to speculate whether Makoto was a Chunin or perhaps even a Jonin. Zabuza was audacious. His attempt on the Mizukage's life showcased his boldness. Thus, even in the face of a potential Jonin like Ita Makoto, he remained unperturbed. To him, the number of opponents present was insignificant. "I am Ita Makoto, a Genin of the Leaf Village, though you may not have heard of me." He had used a code name during his time in the Umbu, and to some, he was known as a prodigious ninja, the Divine Dragon, while his true identity remained unknown. Yet, Zabuza was not as oblivious as Makoto assumed. "A Genin from the Leaf? Do you take me for a fool?" The prodigious ninja who emerged a year ago. An Umbu member, known as the Divine Dragon, whose prowess is formidable, such a person claiming to be a mere Genin? Makoto, I didn't realize you were this formidable," Naruto exclaimed. Ever the loud one. He understood Makoto's strength surpassed his and Sasuke's, but he was astonished by Makoto's reputation in the ninja world. Calm down. It's just basic protocol." After pacifying Naruto, he turned to Zabuza. "I never claimed otherwise. At present, I am merely a Genin. By the way, how did you come to know of me?" "I thought I had kept my information concealed." "Don't underestimate others." Zabuza, still standing atop the large blade, looked down with an air of superiority. "Given your reputation, anyone with even a modicum of skill in the ninja world is aware of you. After all, during your missions, you've encountered many. Considering your stature, it's evident you are youthful yet powerful. One could easily deduce you are Ita Makoto, disciple of the 3rd Hokage." Zabuza's assertions went unchallenged by Ita Makoto, who acknowledged that he had indeed appeared quite youthful during his early missions. "By the way, have you assigned me any impressive titles?" Look at this lazy fellow beside me. He has the title of copy ninja. My strength is not inferior to his, so surely I deserve a grand title as well. Makoto's expression was cheerful, while titles were of little consequence to him. He felt a tinge of envy akin to that of two close friends where one received a toy while the other did not. Wait a moment. Zabuza, momentarily taken aback by Makoto's bold inquiry about his title, flipped through a small notebook containing information about powerful ninjas, including Kakashi and Ita Makoto. If Makoto had indeed been awarded a title, it would surely be recorded. Hey, Kagaya, what is the situation? Sasuke, observing Zabuza's serious demeanor as he perused his notes, found it difficult to reconcile the situation. We are enemies, are we not? And you are a formidable rogue ninja. Why the comical behavior? Why is it asking questions? And you are answering him so earnestly? Are you here to complete a mission or merely to indulge Itu's curiosity? Sasuke internally lamented, questioning if stronger ninjas were prone to peculiar quirks, Kakashi's laziness, Guy's eccentricities, and the third Hokage's lechery. He understood some of Ita's less desirable traits, such as his cunning and penchant for mischief, stemming from their shared childhood. Found it. After flipping through half the notebook, Zabuza finally discovered the entry for Ita Makoto. As you wished, you indeed possess a title. Oh, what is it? Hearing he had a title excited Ita Makoto. I doubt you will want to hear what it is. Zabuza appeared awkward, though the reason for his discomfort was apparent to those observing. Quit stalling and tell me. Fine. You asked for it, but I bear no responsibility. Zabuza, maintaining a serious demeanor, recited from his notes. Ita Makoto, Leaf Umbu, codenamed Divine Dragon, during his first mission, employed an extraordinarily powerful jutsu that resulted in numerous enemies perishing in the restroom. Hence, the title bestowed upon him by the ninja world is. He paused deliberately. Makoto sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene before Zabuza could continue. However, he was too late, as Zabuza declared, the title is The Explosive Defecation Maniac. Chapter 72. The battle begins? Go to hell, you blasted fool. I have only employed that tactic once. Pray tell, from where did you acquire such a ridiculous title? Upon hearing this designation, Ito Makoto immediately erupted. Although he held a disdain for the naming conventions of the shinobi world, titles such as Golden Flash, Sands of the Scorpion, or Demigod were at least tolerable. However, what was this absurdity of being called the Exploding Feces Demon? Were you attempting to make me die of laughter so you could inherit my fortune? Ha ha ha, Exploding Feces Demon. Ha ha, you have me in stitches. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. My stomach aches from laughter. Such an outrageous laugh could only belong to Uzumaki Naruto. Ito Makoto turned to see not just Naruto laughing heartily, but also the shoulders of Ino and Sasuke shaking, clearly struggling to contain their mirth. Ito Makoto wore a grim expression, uncertain whether to intervene and halt their laughter or to allow Ino and Sasuke to indulge in their amusement lest they suffocate from holding it in. Kakashi, you haven't let anything slip, have you? He inquired, a forced smile masking his unease. Kakashi, sensing the tension and knowing he was on the brink of a breakdown, responded earnestly, rest assured, we are comrades. I would never betray your trust. During their previous mission, Ito Makoto had shown mercy, refraining from exterminating all adversaries. Thus, those who survived the explosion might have divulged the details. Yet, he soon realized that those individuals were unaware of his code name. Even if rumors spread, they should not originate from such lowly figures. Could it be him? Zetsu of Akatsuki, absolute? Regardless of the truth, Ito Makoto resolved to pin the blame on him, given that he was the primary antagonist in the story. After all, attributing blame was inconsequential. As he observed the farce below, Zabuza felt utterly fatigued. Wasn't he supposed to be a villain of some repute? Yet, why did he feel more like a clown? Hey, where are the enemies we agreed upon? Your merriment seems to disregard my presence entirely. The more Zabuza pondered, the more unsatisfactory it became, prompting him to bellow, enough. At this moment, Kakashi's team recognized that there was indeed an enemy present. Had they been too carefree, too dismissive of Zabuza's stature? Ito Makoto, I have revealed everything you wish to know, so I will ask once more. Will you hand over that old man? Zabuza's tone was forceful. exuding an air that suggested he would eliminate them all if they refused. Ito Makoto, already displeased with his title, felt further aggravated by Zabuza's audacity to confront 2J Nin without retreating. Mr. Tazuna is our mission's instigator. Your demands complicate matters, Kakashi stated as he revealed his Sharingan, clearly indicating to Zabuza that they were prepared for battle, yet they could also choose to depart. After all this talk, it seemed a confrontation was inevitable. With that, Zabuza leapt forward, drawing his massive sword and landing atop a small pool of water, declaring, "It appears I must eliminate you two before I can deal with the old man." He then initiated the technique, Mist Concealment Jutsu, shrouding the surroundings in a thick fog that rapidly diminished visibility to a perilously low level. "This is bad. The mist is becoming denser," Naruto exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. The trio formed a protective formation around Tazuna, ensuring that no harm would come to their client regardless of the direction of the impending attack. "Don't panic, Naruto. Doesn't this situation remind you of something?" Sasuke reassured him, while Ino chimed in, "Exactly. Remember our bell-snatching battle with Kakashi-sensei? Who are you?" "Ito?" Naruto directed his gaze toward Ito Makoto. It was almost comical. During the earlier encounter with Kakashi, Ito Makoto had genuinely replicated Zabuza's tactics. If Zabuza sought to employ the same strategy against them, he was gravely mistaken. "Hey, you're not trying to pull a fast one with Zabuza, are you?" Kakashi questioned, suspicion creeping in. "Not at all. That masked fool must be hideously ugly. I've always steered clear of such grotesque creatures," Ito Makoto replied, leaving Kakashi speechless. "And here's another individual concealed by a mask. Could you be a tad more tactful when speaking?" Ito Makoto shrugged. "I can't help it. I'm just being honest." Kakashi was at a loss for words. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Guess where I will strike? Zabuza's voice echoed through the thick mist. Kakashi shot Ito Makoto a knowing glance. The resemblance in their dialogue was uncanny. "And you claim you have no connection to him? Even the punctuation is identical." Ito Makoto had no retort. The intangible voice instilled considerable pressure on the three young ninjas, causing their hands to tremble under the weight of the moment. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ito Makoto proclaimed, "Zabuza, is this jutsu merely your confidence against 2J Nin?" Zabuza remained silent, which further irritated Ito Makoto. Having previously executed this strategy himself, he understood that the fog was infused with Zabuza's chakra, granting him insight into their actions. With that in mind, he initiated water-style, Mist Concealment Jutsu, thickening the mist even further. Previously, visibility was around 2 meters. Now, it had shrunk to a mere 50 centimeters in front of them, engulfing everything else in a blinding white haze. "Is this truly advisable?" Kakashi questioned, grasping Ito Makoto's intent to obscure his chakra within the mist to disrupt Zabuza's senses. However, the question remained, could the trio withstand the mounting pressure without faltering? "Fear not. We shall thwart whatever plans the enemy harbors. My chakra is now mingled within this mist, and under its influence, Zabuza will think twice before making any reckless moves." Chapter 73. A tiger's head and a snake's tail. As for those three fellows, haha, do not be deceived by their slight tremors. It is merely their first encounter with a truly lethal expert. This experience will undoubtedly prove beneficial for them, and I firmly believe they shall not falter. It would be absurd for a leading man and a supporting male, along with Xianglin, who is also a significant female character, to succumb so easily. If they did, they might as well return home to sell sweet potatoes. The trio remained alert, guarding against the dense fog. Even Xianglin's chakra sensing was rendered ineffective, for the mist was permeated with the chakra of Zabuza and Ito Makoto. It was indeed a case of mutual existence within one another, a harmonious unity, a seamless blending. While the trio was on edge, Ito Makoto and Kakashi appeared relatively relaxed. Having disrupted Zabuza's reconnaissance system, Zabuza was rendered a mere blind man in the thick fog, and thus, there was no need for fear. In light of this situation, Zabuza's mind was rife with countless expletives. With the use of the hidden mist technique, he had earned the moniker of the demon, for in the fog, he could silently and stealthily eliminate enemies, akin to a specter. Many could wield the hidden mist technique, yet he alone had elevated it to prominence. Moreover, he had not heard of anyone from Konoha mastering this jutsu, and now, confronted with a similar technique, he found himself momentarily vexed. "Hey, Zabuza, I am unaware of your circumstances, just as you are of ours. Continuing this stalemate serves little purpose. How about we disperse the fog and engage in a genuine battle?" Itamakoto's voice echoed through the mist, but Zabuza promptly rejected the proposal without a second thought. It would be ludicrous. His confidence in eliminating the elders stemmed from his silent kill technique. Now that this tactic had been shamelessly undermined by Itamakoto, he would rather prolong the stalemate than dissipate the fog. Facing two formidable ninja renowned across the shinobi world, he was not foolish enough to underestimate their prowess. Zabuza was brave and self-assured, yet not arrogant. At this moment, he felt an urge to retreat. However, his pride prevented him from doing so. As the famed Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, how could he simply release the hidden mist technique and withdraw without even engaging in combat? If word of such an act spread, how could he ever show his face again? His pride left him in a precarious position. Zabuza's silence and refusal to disperse the fog incited a hint of irritation in Itamakoto. Damn it, refusing a toast only to drink a penalty. Naruto. Huh. What do you need? Utilize shadow clones to flush Zabuza out. The tactic of overwhelming numbers proves highly effective in many scenarios. In this case, unless Itamakoto could employ a large-scale wind release technique to disperse the mist, the only option was to utilize sheer numbers to locate Zabuza. As for why Itamakoto asked Naruto to use shadow clones rather than doing it himself, he simply believed Naruto's abundant chakra was an asset not to be wasted. Understood. Naruto displayed no resistance to Itamakoto's command and promptly created dozens of clones. Despite the fog being dense around them, its coverage was not as extensive as anticipated. Based on Itamakoto's previous use of the technique, it was roughly confined to a radius of about 100 meters. Within such a range, utilizing dozens of shadow clones was more than sufficient. Had it not been for the surrounding trees, even a mere 10 clones would suffice. Simultaneously, Itamakoto also created 3 shadow clones, not for reconnaissance, but as offensive units. Before long, Naruto received information that one of his clones had been eliminated. Pointing to a specific location, he exclaimed, "Found it, over there." Itamakoto, acting decisively, commanded both his main body and shadow clones to execute a jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Together, his body and shadow clones unleashed a barrage of 20 fireballs. Uncertain of Zabuza's exact position, these fireballs were merely meant for area suppression. Combined with the advancing clones, they aimed to uncover Zabuza's whereabouts. After the first volley of fireballs, Itamakoto immediately repeated the Phoenix Fire technique, inadvertently harming one of Naruto's clones. Yet Naruto, undeterred, merely created more clones to continue the search. Finally, after Itamakoto unleashed 8 successive volleys of fireballs, the fog began to dissipate significantly. It appeared Zabuza had managed to lift the technique. Seeing the fog's density diminish, Kakashi instructed Itamakoto to disperse the technique. Itamakoto complied, and shortly thereafter, the mist vanished entirely. "Naruto, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Seeing Naruto brimming with vitality, Itamakoto could only sigh inwardly. This fellow was truly a monster. Despite creating numerous clones and losing some to both himself and Zabuza, Naruto showed no signs of fatigue. Truly, he was exceptional. It seems Zabuza has retreated. As the mist cleared, Kakashi found no trace of Zabuza, realizing he had likely withdrawn while the fog was being dispelled. Retreat was indeed the wise choice. If it were him, he would flee as well. Engaging in a head-on confrontation would be sheer folly. Upon hearing this, Kakashi silently lowered his forehead protector to conceal his Sharingan. Initially, he had anticipated a fierce battle and had prepared to reveal his Sharingan. But Zabuza's ineffectiveness had resulted in a rather anticlimactic conclusion. "Let us escort Dazna home first. I have a feeling Zabuza will surely return to cause more trouble." "Surely not. With both of us here, his return would be futile, just as it was this time, a tale of a tiger's head and a snake's tail." Itamakoto's words did not instill much belief in Kakashi. As he stated himself, Zabuza was no fool. knowing they were there to protect Dasna. He would recklessly return to stir chaos. If he did, it would be tantamount to courting death. Meanwhile, as Makoto continued to escort Dasna home, Zabuza returned to his base, nursing his wounds. Damn, what kind of monsters are these? Zabuza seethed with anger. As a rogue ninja, undertaking missions was inherently challenging, and after much effort, he had finally found a patron for what he deemed a simple task. Was it not merely to kill? Zabuza had taken countless lives. Even daring to attempt the assassination of the Mizukage, what was an old man capable of building bridges? Too easy. However, upon locating the elder, he unexpectedly encountered Kakashi, the copy ninja, and Makoto, the explosive madman, two elite jonin. Confident in his battle tactics, Zabuza thought to himself, stay calm, as long as I don't act recklessly. Victory is assured. Chapter 74. Kato, what was the outcome? The technique of hidden mist was unleashed, accompanied by a self-assured proclamation of the assassination maxim of 8 locations. It is laughable to think that not even a single hair of the enemy was harmed. Such behavior is not only juvenile but utterly disgraceful. It would undoubtedly be a regrettable chapter in modern history. Who exactly is that young lad? The numerous shadow clones linger in my mind, and Zabuza cannot help but feel that his luck has run out, encountering nothing but oddities. He is well aware of the shadow clone technique. Should any clone be destroyed, the original would endure the same psychological trauma. To his astonishment, this mere genin can withstand such damage while producing an impressive number of shadow clones. Without these clones, that chaotic fiend would have certainly eluded him. Recalling the overwhelming barrage of fireballs from Makoto, Zabuza feels a twinge of fear. Faced with a veritable storm of fireballs, he could not completely evade the onslaught and thus suffered several hits, which explains his hasty retreat. It is not a matter of his inadequacy, but rather the overwhelming strength of his adversary. Even in retreat, he managed to provide himself with a plausible excuse. Zabuza-sama, how are you faring? A strikingly handsome individual spoke, whose delicate features might lead many to mistake him for a woman. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple that confirms his masculinity. This person is Mizunozuki Bai, endowed with the bloodline limit of the Ice Shield. Makoto's insistence on undertaking a mission in the Land of Waves is partly motivated by the desire to acquire Bai's cells, or DNA. Once submitted to the system, he could exchange it for the Ice Shield bloodline limit. Please wait a moment, Zabuza-sama. I will prepare the medicine right away. Just as Bai was about to gather the necessary supplies, an irksome voice interrupted the moment. Where's Zabuza? Where can I find him? Bai and Zabuza turned toward the doorway, where 3 individuals had entered. A short, stout man with thick hair and sunglasses led the way, flanked by bodyguards with sheathed swords at their waists. How surprising that even you have been defeated. It seems that the ninjas of the mist are nothing but useless trash. What a farce. Zabuza remained silent, but Bai could not tolerate such disrespect. Zabuza was his most revered figure, and he would not allow anyone to insult him. Please show some respect, Kato. It was then that Bai realized the short man was Kato, the fool who held the economic lifeblood of the Land of Waves in his hands. Ignoring Bai, Kato approached Zabuza and said, Zabuza, don't be silent. Tell me how you were defeated. With a smile, Kato reached out to touch Zabuza. Remove your filthy hands. Bai seized Kato's wrist, applying just enough pressure to elicit a yelp of pain from him. The 2 bodyguards accompanying Kato could not stand idly by, witnessing their employer's discomfort. They drew their swords and lunged at Bai's head. However, their efforts were in vain. Though the bodyguards appeared formidable, they were bound to fail against Bai. Bai released Kato's hand and, with a swift motion, positioned himself before the 2 bodyguards, striking their sword handles with precision. They were left powerless to react as their weapons were sent flying. You would do well not to provoke me, lest you find yourselves dead. Bai's gaze was lethal, rendering the bodyguards momentarily paralyzed with fear. Seeing his bodyguards overwhelmed, Kato felt a flicker of unease. To mask his vulnerability, he blustered, All right, I'll give you another chance. If you fail again, there will be no refuge for you here. Prepare for your demise. With that, he motioned for his bodyguards to follow him out. Bai, you need not meddle. After Kato's departure, Zabuza finally spoke, his first words a reproach towards Bai. I sincerely apologize, Zabuza-sama, Bai replied, casting a glance at the hand gripping a kunai beneath the table. It seemed that without Bai's intervention, Zabuza might have taken Kato's life. Zabuza-sama, I believe it is premature to eliminate Kato. Should we do so and incite chaos, we would attract the very pursuers we seek to evade. Patience is our only option. The mere thought of those pursuers rendered even Zabuza, a formidable presence, silent. These adversaries were not mere ninjas but members of the assassination unit of the Hidden Mist. The Umbu. Even Konoha would dispatch Umbu to eliminate rogue ninjas, and other shinobi villages would similarly pursue their traitors. After all, traitors are regarded as enemies by any power, deserving of total eradication. While no individual among the Mist's Umbu possesses strength greater than Zabuza's, they do not engage in one-on-one combat. Missions often involve multiple teams working in concert. Zabuza is powerful, yet he cannot afford to disregard the numerical superiority of his foes. Not every ninja possesses the prowess of Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha. Indeed, you speak the truth. With Zabuza's tacit approval, I felt a surge of relief and casually inquired, "So, shall we continue with this mission?" As for the mission, Zabuza was hesitant to proceed. Even with Bai's support, the risks were considerable. However, the prospect of losing the only sanctuary they had found weighed heavily on his mind. If they abandoned this mission, who knew when or where they might find refuge again? They might very well fall victim to the Umbu of the Hidden Mist on their journey. Thus, with a determined resolve, Zabuza gritted his teeth and stated, "Rest assured, I will seek assistance. We cannot abandon this mission, no matter the cost." I understand, Zabuza-sama. It was no surprise to Ita Makoto that Zabuza chose to persevere with the mission. He was acutely aware of Zabuza's predicament and knew well that Zabuza would not relinquish the task unless he wished to continue being hunted by the Mist's Umbu. What surprised him, however, was that Zabuza would call for help. The individuals Zabuza deemed worthy of aid would undoubtedly be of his caliber. Unbeknownst to Ita Makoto, Zabuza had already dispatched someone to seek assistance. Yet, even if he were aware, he remained unfazed. He would confront any challenge head-on. After all, who feared whom? As long as the newcomers were not of the caliber of shadow-level figures, anyone else would stand little chance. If the incoming aid were more commonplace, Ita Makoto might even entice them to join Konoha. Chapter 75. The Assistant. The elite shinobi is indeed a formidable force. Despite his current lowly state, he is, after all, the host of the God system. In the future, he will traverse the myriad realms to create chaos. The more subordinates one possesses, the better. Indeed, in Ito Makoto's vision, he does not intend to seal away even Kagayaheim. Instead, he plans to make her a reincarnator to serve his purposes. Such a powerful boss should not be sealed away. Doing so would be a waste. The experts of the Naruto world are all potential subordinates of this, and he would rather not lose even one. Thus, should a normal person arrive, capable of communication, Ito Makoto would undoubtedly engage in persuasive manipulation. However, if persuasion fails, then, alas, he would have to bid them farewell. After defeating Zabuza, Ito Makoto and his companions traveled not long before arriving at a village. This was the home of Tazuna. Upon reaching Tazuna's residence, they were warmly welcomed. Yet, amid this hospitality, a little boy named Inari sparked some irritation in Ito Makoto. Nevertheless, recognizing that Inari was merely a child, Ito Makoto chose not to dwell on it. Such a troublesome youth was better left to Naruto to handle. In the following days, Tazuna regularly visited the construction site of the Grand Bridge to finalize the timeline for its commencement. During this period, the three young ninjas trained diligently. They practiced water walking, tree climbing, and engaged in sparring, dedicating every moment outside of eating and sleeping to their training. This was particularly true for Naruto and Sasuke. Driven by a grand ambition to change the ninja world, Naruto worked tirelessly. Sasuke, always striving not to fall behind, set aside his usual arrogance and cold demeanor, focusing solely on training to grow stronger once again. As for Sakura, she felt compelled to keep pace with her two teammates, not wanting to appear lazy. With a solid foundation and an ample chakra reserve due to her physique, she merely needed to master the two ninjutsu techniques Ito Makoto had entrusted to her. Amid this atmosphere of positive determination, Tazuna finally declared that the construction of the bridge would commence the following day. That night, Kakashi stood in a clearing. Gazing at the stars, lost in thought. Beside him, Ito Makoto was quietly plotting. Tomorrow marked the official start of the bridge construction, and according to Tizuna's warnings about Gato, trouble was certainly on the horizon, most likely involving Zabuza once again. Yet, what of it? With both Ito Makoto and Kakashi Hitaki present, Zabuza would only meet his demise. Kakashi shrugged in response, saying, "While that may be true, I can't shake the feeling that it won't be that simple." Ito Makoto patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not overthink it. Even if Zabuza brings reinforcements, you have already faced his tactics twice. Surely you have gleaned some insights." Kakashi had indeed encountered Zabuza's silent assassination techniques on 2 occasions. The first was during his battle with Ito Makoto, where he experienced the overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu, an experience he was not eager to repeat. The second was just days prior, when Zabuza attempted to unleash his techniques, only to be driven away by Ito Makoto's prowess. Although neither encounter involved direct confrontation with Zabuza, they provided Kakashi with significant insights. Zabuza prided himself on being a master of silent assassinations, which would undoubtedly differ from Ito Makoto and Appo's explosive style. Few in the ninja world dared to wield ninjutsu with such ferocity. Therefore, Zabuza and Appo's combat style likely leaned towards close-quarters engagement. In such scenarios, Kakashi had the advantage of summoning his spirit beasts to assist him, significantly increasing his chances of victory. Should Zabuza indeed summon allies, Ito Makoto would step in to ensure their defeat. In summary, the anticipated battle for tomorrow held great promise for victory. There was no need for excessive worry. It was best to get a good night's rest. With that, Ito Makoto excused himself to retire for the night. The following morning arrived without incident. Tizuna had gathered the villagers and ensured that all necessary construction materials were adequately prepared at the site. They believed that if they could successfully construct the bridge, the Land of Waves would surely usher in a brighter future. Observing the spirited villagers, Ito Makoto chose not to dampen their enthusiasm. After all, who does not harbor dreams? Those with aspirations, regardless of their magnitude, deserve respect. Meanwhile, Zabuza's subordinate returned, successfully bringing the reinforcements he had sought. In his chamber, Zabuza donned his gear, his body having healed from the injuries inflicted by Ito Makoto's fireball. Upon exiting his room, he encountered a man with long, unconventional hair, wielding dual swords and carrying a satchel on his back. Upon seeing this individual, Zabuza stated, "Rei, we shall set off now. Is that acceptable?" Rei, brimming with excitement, replied, "Absolutely. I can hardly wait to conduct their funeral." Zabuza frowned at this response. He had reservations about bringing this individual along, as Rei seemed a bit mentally unstable. However, as a rogue ninja, Zabuza could only rely on fellow rogue ninjas for assistance, and among them, Rei's strength was the most promising. After all, as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his abilities were on par with the best. "Fear not, Zabuza. With me, Rei, by your side, we shall eliminate every Konoha ninja." Haha. Zabuza rubbed his temples in frustration. Could this lunatic truly be a reliable ally? Was he about to lead himself into a trap? Konoha's ninjas were no mere pushovers. Was this level of confidence truly warranted? "Zabuza-sama, breakfast is ready," came the voice of Haku. Seeing Haku, Zabuza nodded and said, "Take some rice balls. We can eat on the way." "Understood, Zabuza-sama." As Haku prepared to leave, Rei interjected, "Zabuza, tell your tool to bring more food. I have a hearty appetite." Upon hearing Rei's words, Zabuza's frown deepened, not due to the request for more rice balls, but because of the terminology used. While Zabuza outwardly treated Haku as a mere tool, in his heart, he regarded her as someone very dear to him. Thus, Rei's words were particularly irksome. "Of course, Rei. I will ensure we have ample provisions," Haku quickly replied, sensing the tension in the air. "Your tool is quite considerate," Rei remarked. Zabuza clenched his fists. If it were not for the necessity of Rei's assistance, he might have been tempted to eliminate this annoyance right then and there. Chapter 76. Kirakuro Raiga on the shores of the Land of Waves. Dasna and the villagers were fervently engaged in their work. Dasna had deliberately chosen to commence today, as the weather was exceptionally fine. Being an island nation surrounded by sea, the Land of Waves often experienced heavy fog. However, it was a rare treat today to have clear skies, prompting them to hasten their progress. In fact, they had constructed nearly half of the bridge already. But construction had stalled due to the interference of Kato. With the assistance of the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village, they were now able to continue their work with renewed confidence. Master Dasna, if we maintain this pace and Kato does not interfere, we shall complete the bridge in no time, a villager exclaimed, filled with excitement at witnessing the bridge gradually taking shape. Indeed. We owe much to the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf, another added. With their protection, Kato would surely think twice before causing any trouble. Dasna felt deep gratitude towards Kakashi and his companions, not only for their protection, but also because Kakashi accepted the mission despite Dasna's earlier omission of crucial details. Suddenly, a thick fog began to roll in. Why is it foggy all of a sudden? Dasna wondered aloud, surprised. The villagers, seasoned by decades of living in the land of waves, were equally astonished by the unexpected mist. Mr. Dasna, we must evacuate the villagers immediately. Kakashi, patrolling the area, sensed the unnatural fog and recognized it as a man-made phenomenon. Dasna quickly deduced Kakashi's apprehension and recalled the formidable ninja wielding a large blade from recent encounters. He promptly urged the villagers to leave, fearing they could be caught in the crossfire. Dasna's authority in the village was respected upon his command. The villagers hastily abandoned their tasks without question. As they departed, Dasna explained the urgency of their retreat. What? Kato is truly here to cause trouble? One villager gasped. Doesn't he fear the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf? Another fretted. The atmosphere grew tense, with some villagers contemplating surrender while others, filled with courage, yearned to confront Kato. Dasna realized it was time for him to assert his stance, otherwise, morale would wane, and unity would falter. Indeed, we cannot merely watch as the ninjas engage in battle. We must fight too, but only ninjas can confront ninjas. We shall lay in ambush and strike when Kato and his men approach. Dasna, being a man of experience, understood the perils of ninja combat. The villagers were ill-equipped to match even a low-ranking ninja. However, Kato and his henchmen were merely ordinary men, and their mercenaries were only marginally stronger than the average person. If a confrontation ensued, their numerical advantage could prove beneficial. Meanwhile, as the villagers retreated, Zabuza finally emerged into Kakashi's line of sight. Well, if it isn't Zabuza, back for more punishment? It was a jest from Itachi, who bore a grudge against Zabuza for the unflattering moniker he had earned. What vendetta do you harbor? I merely recorded the titles. They were not my invention, Zabuza retorted, feeling a tinge of frustration. The irony was not lost on him. He never anticipated that the title of Demon of the Mist could be surpassed, had circumstances permitted. I would have laughed heartily. Finally, someone with a worse title than mine. Cough, Itachi, do not act rashly, Zabuza interjected. I'm just a bit annoyed, Itachi shrugged, conceding to Kakashi's presence and dropping the subject of titles. So, Zabuza, will you not introduce the individual beside you? Both Kakashi and Itachi were intrigued by the hooded figure standing next to Zabuza, who was feigning mystery. Do you think I am a fool? This information is best kept from you. Zabuza's words were cut short as Raiga removed his hood with a grin. Behold, Kurakairo Raiga. Kurakairo Raiga? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. What is the matter, Kakashi-sensei? Is this fellow formidable? Indeed, he is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Known for wielding the lightning blade, Kakashi replied succinctly. The 3 young ninjas recognized his name as being on par with Zabuza's. Itachi added. This man is infamous for his ruthless and cold-hearted nature, dubbed the Thunder Man of the Mist. His blade can summon the thunder from the skies. And he was once a member of the Mist Umbu. Now, like Zabuza, he has turned rogue. Furthermore, he was involved in a trap set for Guy and his 2 teammates, leading to a disastrous confrontation where Guy's father was defeated. Of the 7 swordsmen, only 3 managed to escape, and Raiga was among them. 7 against 1, and they couldn't secure a victory? He can't be that strong, Naruto interjected, posing a naive question. Itachi, unimpressed, delivered a light smack to Naruto's head. This man is no weakling. Guy's father unleashed a forbidden technique, defeating 4 of them, but he perished in the process. Overall, Raiga's strength is comparable to Zabuza's. Naruto, wanting to ask more, fell silent under Itachi's glare and began to prepare himself. It seems this battle will be quite arduous, Sasuke contemplated. While Kakashi and Itachi could handle Zabuza with relative ease, the addition of Raiga, whose prowess matched Zabuza's, suggested that both sides now boasted two formidable opponents. Typically, this assessment would be reasonable. However, they remained unaware that Itachi possessed an extraordinary ability, capable of overcoming any adversary that did not rank among the elite. Chapter 77. Individual Battles, Part 1. Rest assured, Sasuke, our opponents are Kakashi and myself. You will face others. Who are they? A boy named Mizunoke's Bai, who wields the ice-release bloodline. He is indeed your adversary. Itachi answered succinctly, establishing the current distribution of combatants. He and Kakashi would confront Zabuza and Raiga, while Sasuke and his companions would engage Bai. In the original narrative, due to Sakura's hindrance and Naruto's oversleeping, the battle was delayed, leaving Sasuke to face Bai alone. Sasuke, at his peak, was merely an elite Chunin, while Bai's minimum level was that of a regular Chunin, with the potential to reach elite Chunin status. For an elite Chunin to confront a regular Chunin head-on and emerge victorious would indeed be remarkable. Now, however, the hindrance posed by Sakura had been replaced by Karin. Although Karin lacked offensive ninjutsu, her proficiency in defensive techniques ensured her survival. Sasuke's abilities had slightly improved compared to his depiction in the original work, yet his strength remained limited. The greatest variable in this scenario was Naruto, who this time had not overslept. 3 against 1. Itachi believed that if they coordinated effectively, they might not secure victory but would certainly avoid defeat. I can hardly restrain my desire to conduct your funeral. Raiga laughed heartily as he launched the first assault. Lightning release, lightning ball. A significant amount of lightning chakra amassed at the tips of his dual blades. Once it reached a critical mass, Raiga swung his blades toward Itachi and his team, sending a lightning ball hurtling in their direction. Dodge. Upon witnessing the initiation of the attack, Itachi's side could not lag behind and called out to his 3 companions before charging forward. Raiga, you handle the one coming at you. I'll face Kakashi. Is that a child? Then I shall give him the most extravagant of funerals, Raiga retorted, disregarding Itachi's words. He had no intention of warning him. Itachi was indeed a formidable opponent, though their relationship was not as amicable as it appeared. They merely utilized one another for their own ends. In fact, Zabuza would prefer to contend with Kakashi rather than face Itachi. Recalling the terrifying barrage of firepower from earlier, Zabuza would rather take his chances with Kakashi than be pitted against Itachi. Let us hope Raiga can hold out a bit longer. Zabuza never forgot his mission, to eliminate Tazuna. If he could dispatch Kakashi while Raiga kept Itachi occupied, he would have ample time to finish Tazuna off. As for the 3 Chunin, he generally considered them beneath his notice. Besides, wasn't Bai also present with them? Zabuza held great confidence in Bai. The technique, demonic ice crystal, was formidable even for him, and he deemed 3 mere Chunin inconsequential. Shadow clone technique. As he sprinted, it summoned 3 shadow clones. This time he opted not to employ ninjutsu for long-range bombardment, but rather intended to resolve the confrontation with Raiga through taijutsu. Having observed the original work, he knew Raiga's taijutsu was abysmal. In the anime, Raiga faced off against Naruto in a taijutsu match and was utterly defeated, had it not been for his dual blades. He likely would have met his end at Naruto's hands. Itachi found it puzzling how Raiga had earned a place among the 7 ninja swordsmen. Based on his performance in the anime, he seemed inferior to even some special jounin, let alone elite jounin. In the anime, he was bested by Naruto, Neji, Tenten, and Lee, all jounin honing their skills. Truly, a disgrace. Is there something inexplicable about the elite jounin from the Mist Village? Ha ha ha, bring it on. Seeing Itachi charge at him, Raiga calmly unleashed another lightning ball. How troublesome. The lightning ball's attack speed was slow, and its power was moderate, but any contact, even a mere graze, could induce a state of paralysis. Hence, Itachi's remark of it being troublesome. At last, Itachi crossed the distance of several meters and stood before Raiga. Die, scum. He threw a punch, which Raiga hastily blocked with his dual blades, successfully deflecting Itachi's strike. One block is not enough to withstand them all. Itachi was not alone. He had 3 shadow clones at his disposal. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Raiga's taijutsu was already lacking, and with an additional opponent, he found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught of 4 Makotos. Damn it, perish! Unable to endure the relentless assault, Raiga plunged his dual blades into the ground. Lightning release, lightning feast. Guided by his blades, the power of lightning surged from the earth, converging directly upon Itu. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shadow clones were obliterated. And Ita's main body was caught off guard and struck as well. If one were to assign blame, it was his own fault. Who told him to be so arrogant? Believing he could engage in close combat without consequence due to Raiga's lack of skill? It would have been far better to endure a beating in relative safety, but alas, Raiga had provoked his ire. Upon discovering that Zabuza was Raiga's ally, Ita felt a twinge of uncertainty. Raiga's demeanor had an unsettling quality. And with his potential to coordinate with Ranmaru, Ita found himself conflicted about whether to eliminate or spare Raiga. Raiga, I believe retreat would be prudent. You cannot defeat him. From behind Raiga, Ranmaru spoke up. Why, Ranmaru? I don't perceive him as particularly strong. Ranmaru, possessing the bloodline limit, red eye, was a frail boy who had been unable to walk since childhood. Due to his red eye, he could see through objects, sense power and danger, and disrupt Byakugan with chakra, making him a natural nemesis to it. With such abilities, he had been taken in by Raiga, acting as Raiga's eyes while Raiga served as his legs. Thanks to Ranmaru's capabilities, Raiga had successfully escaped from formidable foes on several occasions, so he valued Ranmaru's counsel. Very well, since you suggested. Trying to run away? Seeing Raiga attempt to retreat, Ita would not permit it. Offending the abbot. To offend Itu and still wish to escape was an unthinkable notion. Wind release, vacuum bullet. An air cannon shot directly toward Raiga. Naturally, Raiga would not engage directly. He deftly evaded the vacuum bullet. At that moment, Ita closed in once more and struck Raiga several times before swiftly retreating, eager to avoid repeating his earlier mistake. Damn it! Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Raiga was provoked into a fierce rage. Until he was certain he could not defeat Itu, he would not entertain thoughts of escape. Chapter 78, Individual Battles, Part 2, the confrontation between Ita Makoto and Raiga unfolded without much turbulence. Had it not been for his concern for Ranmaru's safety, Ita Makoto could have effortlessly vanquished Raiga in an instant. In contrast, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza was considerably perilous. Unlike Raiga, Zabuza relied entirely on his formidable sword, the Kubikura Bocho. For Zabuza, the executioner's blade was merely a powerful weapon. Even if he were to exchange it for another large sword, his prowess would not diminish significantly. To put it plainly, Zabuza was not someone who depended solely on weaponry. His mastery of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and combat experience surpassed that of Raiga, compounded by the fact that their skirmish was taking place at the heart of a dense fog. Kakashi faced immense pressure against such a formidable opponent. A single misstep could lead to his demise. What is the matter, Kakashi? Zabuza's voice emerged from the mist. With Ita Makoto and that brat absent, do you find yourself at a loss against me? The visibility was exceedingly poor, and against Zabuza's hidden weapons and strikes, Kakashi could only rely on his Sharingan to fend off the attacks. This is troublesome. This tactic is quite vexing, Kakashi thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Although he had encountered such strategies on 2 previous occasions and had garnered some experience, facing it in reality left him feeling somewhat impotent. Despite his title as the Copy Ninja, known for having replicated over 1,000 jutsu, his chakra reserves were limited. Faced with such an expansive hidden mist technique, even wind release, great breakthrough could not disperse the fog. He needed to conserve his chakra. Capturing even the slightest opening could lead to a decisive blow. Kakashi, I've heard you've copied thousands of jutsu. Why don't you utilize any? Zabuza taunted while attacking Kakashi, attempting to distract him with words. In a ninja battle, one would employ every possible means to eliminate their opponent, regardless of how underhanded the tactic may be. Zabuza's banter was not particularly crude. It was merely a common psychological tactic. It served to divert Kakashi's attention and agitate him, a rather effective strategy. However, Kakashi was no ordinary ninja. His extensive experience rendered him largely immune to such verbal distractions. After several exchanges, Zabuza recognized this and chose to remain silent, silently searching for Kakashi's vulnerability. intent on delivering a lethal strike, completing his mission, and ascending to glory. Meanwhile, the three young warriors encountered the figure Makoto had mentioned, the enigmatic Haku. At the edge of the mist, where visibility was remarkably clear, rendering the fog inconsequential to them. "Are you our opponent?" Sasuke queried, brandishing a kunai with a stoic expression. Haku, masked and obscured in expression, simply replied, "I suppose so. Since you are an enemy, we shall not hold back." Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Shadow Clone technique. Earth style, Hardening technique. The trio unleashed their respective jutsu. As the fireball surged toward him, Haku remained composed, executing a one-handed seal. Water release secret technique. 1,000 flying water needles. In an instant, a multitude of water-formed needles surrounded Haku, launching towards the advancing fireball and Naruto's shadow clone, obliterating them before they could reach him. A one-handed seal. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Sasuke discerned Haku's single-handed technique. It seems our adversary is indeed formidable. Makoto had only informed them of Haku's ice techniques, but had not mentioned his ability to perform seals with one hand. The number of ninjas capable of such a feat was limited, and witnessing it for the first time, Sasuke could not hide his surprise. Naruto, however, was not preoccupied with Haku's one-handed seals. Instead, he turned to Sakura, inquiring, "Hey, Sakura, why didn't you charge in just now?" "Idiot, my offensive power is insufficient. Charging in would be futile. If I had followed your shadow clone, I would likely be lying down right now," Sakura retorted, rolling her eyes. Had it not been for the imminent threat, she would have relished the opportunity to teach Naruto a lesson. "In this battle, you two are the main forces." "I shall not interfere," Sakura stated, clearly indicating her intention to remain on the defensive. "Understood. Sakura, just ensure your own safety. This opponent is for Naruto and me to handle. Naruto, cover me. Let us advance." Sasuke, having only mastered the Great Fireball and Phoenix Fire techniques, realized the latter would not yield better results than the former, opting instead to engage in close combat to conserve chakra. "Understood." Naruto grasped Sasuke's intent and immediately created a multitude of shadow clones, blending into the throng, making it difficult to discern him. As Haku saw a swarm of shadow clones charging toward him, he attempted to employ the same tactic, using the 1,000 water needles to eliminate the clones. However, the same technique proved ineffective against seasoned ninjas. All of Naruto and Appo's shadow clones formed a line, with the front clones serving as shields. After losing a handful of clones, they finally reached Haku. Without hesitation, Sasuke leaped into action with a whirlwind kick, which Haku blocked with his left hand. At the same time, a shadow clone of Naruto sought an opportunity to attack, but Haku's taijutsu surpassed theirs. While blocking Sasuke's strike with his left hand, Haku drew several needles with his right and hurled them at the shadow clones. Bang! 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 The shadow clones were caught off guard, suffering significant losses. "Damn it!" Sasuke cursed under his breath, propelling himself off the ground and executing a spinning kick aimed at Haku's head. This time, Haku did not attempt to block. Instead, he retreated several steps to create distance before unleashing more needles. Naruto's clones once again sustained heavy casualties. How incredibly strong. After only a few exchanges, Sasuke realized just how formidable this opponent was. Even while he was attacking, Haku still had the capacity to contend with Naruto's clones. "Naruto, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Despite losing numerous clones, Naruto remained unfazed, displaying no signs of fatigue. "Alright, let us continue." "No problem." Shadow clone technique. The clones surged forward once more. This time, Haku had learned from his previous encounter. While using the 1,000 water needles, he also released a few genuine needles. Real needles possessed far greater penetrating power than their water counterparts. If Naruto were to line up his shadow clones, they would undoubtedly be decimated by the true needles. Water release, water barrier. Chapter 79. Individual battles. Part 2. At the forefront, the shadow clones suddenly encountered a semicircular wall of water that thwarted all the shurikens. It turned out that when Kankuro first witnessed Haku employing the 1,000 flying water needles, he had already resolved to merge with the shadow clone, ready to intercept the water shurikens at a critical moment. At this juncture, she could only manage this much. Well done, Kankuro. Heh, I'm not merely paddling along here. Enough chit-chat, let us charge together. Thanks to the wall of water, the three shadow clones suffered no harm and began to press forward, swiftly closing the distance. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Observing the proximity, fearing Haku might unleash the water shurikens again, Sasuke took the initiative and expelled several fireballs, not seeking to inflict damage, but merely to buy time for them to close in once more. Ice release, Ice rock dome. Haku remained composed, erecting a wall of ice around them, successfully blocking the Phoenix fireballs. At this point, Sasuke and the others had once again closed the gap. This time, you shall not escape so easily, Sasuke called out, launching a flurry of attacks towards Haku. Everyone join in. Naruto rallied his shadow clones into action. Meanwhile, Kankuro refrained from engaging in close combat, opting instead to stand at a distance, occasionally hurling kunai or shuriken to disrupt Haku's movements. A frenzied assault, a desperate split into shadow clones, and a lurking figure in the rear launching concealed weapons. This strategy infuriated Haku. This is truly troublesome. It appears I must resort to my ultimate technique. Determined, Haku endured a punch from a shadow clone and unleashed his most potent secret technique. Ice release secret technique, crystal mirror ice. Suddenly, numerous ice domains appeared, encircling the combatants, including Kankuro. Haku deftly moved onto the ice surface, with his reflection visible on each ice domain, as if he had infiltrated all of them. What is happening? Regardless, the objective remains clear: shatter all the ice domains. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned dozens of shadow clones, each charging towards the surrounding ice. I cannot allow you to act with impunity, Haku declared, and simultaneously, all the reflections began to hurl shurikens. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Naruto's shadow clones fell one after another. How is this possible? Sasuke gaped in disbelief. He had assumed that among the reflections, only one was the real Haku, with the rest being mere illusions, meaning that even if they used shurikens, the attacks would only target a single direction. Yet, what he witnessed was that every reflection was capable of launching shurikens. This is absurd. Nevertheless, as long as these ice domains can be destroyed. Since these are mirrors of ice, then. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke's idea was splendid. By utilizing the high temperatures of the fire release to weaken the ice domains, he believed he could successfully destroy the crystal mirror ice. However, how could Haku's trump card be so easily vanquished? The temperature from the great fireball had no effect on the ice domains whatsoever. How is this possible? Sasuke exclaimed, astonished that his great fireball had proven utterly ineffective. This level of heat simply cannot melt the ice. Haku's calm words undoubtedly provoked Sasuke, who realized that had his chakra been stronger or his firepower greater, perhaps these ice domains could have been shattered. However, it was too late to contemplate such matters. His strength could not suddenly increase, and now he had to face the enemy's attacks with utmost caution. Here it comes, Haku kindly warned before launching his onslaught. Coming? Kunai in hand, Sasuke remained vigilant. Suddenly, water shurikens rained down from all directions, striking him before he could react. The intense pain caused Sasuke to scream. Sasuke, damn it. Naruto once more summoned shadow clones, attempting to draw some of the fire, while Kankuro hastily formed seals to execute the water barrier, hoping to defend against the water shurikens. Yet, it proved futile. The moment Naruto's shadow clones emerged, they were obliterated by the water shurikens. Kankuro, still forming his seals, was also struck down by the relentless assault of the water shurikens. Overwhelmed by the endless barrage, the three fell into despair. Makoto Ito was unaware that Kakashi and the three young ninjas were engaged in a grueling battle. He was currently focused on finding a way to dislodge Ranmaru from Raiga's back. Ranmaru was innocent, and Ito intended to eliminate Raiga without involving the innocent. Raiga, I'd like to discuss something with you. Raiga, battered and bruised by Ito's attacks, paused momentarily before retorting, let us talk about it after I've killed you. Great. It seems a lunatic is impossible to reason with. I'll have to think of a different approach. Donning sunglasses, it has swiftly created 5 shadow clones, encircling Raiga in a circle. Lightning release, lightning banquet. Oh no, not this technique again. Upon seeing Raiga plant his dual blades into the ground, it sensed impending danger and leapt into the air. Itu believed that the lightning banquet merely allowed electricity to flow through the ground, so by jumping, he could evade its effect. Sure enough, when he and his shadow clones landed, the effects of the lightning banquet dissipated. A perfect opportunity. Now that Raiga's ninjutsu was on cooldown, Itu seized the moment. He positioned 4 shadow clones to confront Raiga directly, while another shadow clone aimed to safely extract Ranmaru from Raiga's back. Raiga, unaware of Itu's true objective, was caught off guard and lost Ranmaru. The shadow clone immediately retreated from the battlefield, placing Ranmaru in a safe location away from the conflict. Ranmaru. Seeing Ranmaru fall into the enemy's hands, Raiga was taken aback and, after dispatching several shadow clones, attempted to pursue. Itu had just liberated Ranmaru. There was no way he would allow Raiga to reclaim him so easily. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. With just a few measly fireballs, Raiga and Appo's pursuit was thwarted. Glaring at Itu, who wore a smug expression, Raiga refrained from questioning how he knew about Ranmaru, instead seething with rage. Raiga bellowed, crossing his blades. Unleashing lightning release, lightning dragon tornado. Oh dear. Faced with the electrified whirlwind, Itu had no choice but to evade its lethal edge. Chapter 80. Their respective battles. Part 3. Die. Lightning ball, lightning ball, lightning ball. Ito Makoto sought to evade. Yet the frenzied Rhea was determined to deny him this chance, relentlessly bombarding him with lightning orbs and confining his escape. At last. When Ito Makoto was struck by a lightning orb and paralyzed, he was ensnared by a lightning tornado, whisked away into the sky. Observing Ito Makoto being swept up, Rhea believed he had triumphed and erupted into raucous laughter upon the ground. What could possibly be so amusing? The manic Rhea's smile began to stiffen as he turned to find Ito Makoto standing unscathed just behind him. Impossible. Rhea gasped in disbelief. He had witnessed Ito Makoto being lifted into the air. How could he be unharmed now? With your intellect, it must be perplexing, Ito Makoto remarked. A hint of mockery in his tone. Rhea felt insulted, attempting to recall the details of their encounter. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he looked at Ito Makoto with uncertainty. Shadow clone? Now it was Ito Makoto's turn to be astonished. Rhea had actually deduced the truth. It seemed even the deranged possessed a measure of wisdom. With this thought, Ito Makoto regarded Rhea with a newfound respect, as if he had uncovered something remarkable. You bastard. What kind of look is that? I am one of the 7 swordsmen, not a fool. Of course, I can comprehend such trifles. He continued, crossing his twin blades to summon the lightning from above. At that moment, Rhea was enveloped in electric energy. What the hell? Is he transforming like a scion? The prelude of his technique bore a striking resemblance to the transformation of a scion. Lightning release, rending sky lightning serpent. Enraged, Rhea unleashed his most formidable jutsu. As he gathered his energy, he struck toward Ito Makoto, the lightning on his blades morphing into a swarm of attacking electric serpents. Facing this onslaught, Ito Makoto was not reckless. He hastily dodged the incoming strikes. However, with each swing of Rhea's blades generating hundreds of electric serpents, and the frequency of his attacks being alarmingly rapid, could he evade a third or even a fourth? Ito Makoto was struck by an electric serpent, pain coursing through him as if thousands of needles were piercing his flesh. Die. Hearing Ito Makoto's cries of agony, Rhea's excitement surged, and his attack rate intensified, embodying a resolve to perish alongside his foe. This technique was immensely taxing on Rhea. Although he could charge one blade while attacking with the other, his fury consumed him, leaving no room for such strategies. Ito Makoto had not only stolen Ranmaru, but had also insulted his intelligence, an affront he could not endure. After a minute of relentless assault, however, Rhea could bear it no longer, halting his attacks, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Surely, he must be reduced to ashes by now. Following this exertion, it seemed he would need a month of rest. Rhea's chakra was severely depleted, and he appeared unable to engage in combat for some time. As he took a moment to recuperate, he intended to search for Ranmaru when he heard a sound that astonished him. With the sound of clapping, Ito Makoto emerged from Reia's blind spot. I must say, your position as one of the 7 swordsmen speaks to your capabilities, Ito Makoto remarked playfully, observing Reia's reaction. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. It can't be real. Reia was on the verge of collapse, genuinely perplexed as to why Ito Makoto had not perished. Despite having seemingly obliterated him. Why won't you die? Are you some kind of monster? Heh, do you think I wear these sunglasses for no reason? Ito Makoto pointed proudly to his shades. Sunglasses? What does that have to do with anything? Everything, Ito Makoto replied. The moment I donned these shades, I activated my Sharingan. With the enhancement of the Sharingan, Ito Makoto cast an illusion on Reia, who, unable to react, fell prey to the technique. Had Reia been aware of Ito Makoto's Sharingan, he might have taken precautions. After all, those in the ninja world understood the dangers of direct eye contact with the Sharingan. Regrettably, Reia was unaware of Ito Makoto's abilities. So his fate was sealed. Enough of this farce. It is time to conclude. Indeed, to Ito Makoto, this was a mere farce. Whether it was the task of bridging the land of waves or the battle itself, he considered it a jest. If he were to take things seriously, neither Zabuza nor Reia would pose a challenge to him. With abundant chakra and numerous hidden cards, he reveled in his capriciousness. Meanwhile, Kakashi faced Zabuza. After an extended battle of wits, Kakashi was drenched in sweat. Seizing the moment when Zabuza's attack faltered, he retreated into hiding while employing the tracking Fong technique. This time, Pakken, along with the other Ninken, did not appear above ground. Instead, they all burrowed underground. Kakashi did not command them to seek out Zabuza, but chose to wait patiently for an opportunity. The protracted confrontation had left both Kakashi and Zabuza weary. Every attack carried inherent risks. As Zabuza struck at Kakashi, the latter could retaliate, further complicating Zabuza's maintenance of the hidden mist technique, which placed a significant strain on his chakra. Boom. In the distance, where Ito Makoto clashed with Reia, Zabuza witnessed a torrent of lightning cascading from the clouds. He realized Reia must be embroiled in a fierce battle, otherwise, he would not resort to his ultimate technique. It was imperative to swiftly conclude matters with Kakashi. Zabuza did not believe Reia could defeat Ito Makoto. Should Ito Makoto overcome Reia while Zabuza remained occupied with Kakashi, his own situation would become perilous. Thus, he resolved to take risks. Clang, clang. After yet another failed ambush, Zabuza did not retreat immediately, but instead engaged Kakashi in close combat, severing the chakra supply for the hidden mist technique. Taking advantage of the surprise attack and his weapon's superiority, Zabuza pressed the advantage, forcing Kakashi to defend with great difficulty. Fortunately, the Sharingan allowed him to persist despite the odds. Kakashi, surrender. You've seen the lightning. That was Reia's ultimate technique. Ito Makoto is undoubtedly dead. Heh. Ito Makoto will not be so easily vanquished. Chapter 81. Each fighter's battle. End. Kakashi remained unfazed, meticulously observing every movement of Zabuza. He was biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to let the dog surge forth from the ground and subdue Zabuza in an instant. This was a battle of patience. Kakashi was not in a hurry, but Zabuza was growing increasingly anxious, his offensive becoming more fierce and his techniques more extravagant. Finally, when Kakashi deftly evaded Zabuza's decapitating strike, he forcefully slammed his left hand onto the ground. In an instant, the dogs concealed underground erupted, each one biting down on a specific spot, effectively restraining Zabuza. What? Zabuza was completely unaware that Kakashi had reserved a trick up his sleeve. Now, ensnared by the powerful dogs, he struggled with all his might, but could not break free. Am I truly to perish here? No, I believe I can still salvage this. Zabuza's inner turmoil was lost on Kakashi. He was now entirely subdued. With a single ninjutsu, Kakashi could bring Zabuza's fate to an end. Many knew that I had copied thousands of ninjutsu techniques, yet few were aware that I had actually created one myself. With the situation in my favor, Kakashi, having exhaled a sigh of relief, began to flaunt his prowess. Now, I shall demonstrate to you my self-created ninjutsu. For the sake of effect, Kakashi deliberately slowed the speed of his hand seals, ensuring that Zabuza could see every detail. It must be said that this display was refreshingly unique, not only showcasing his own might, but also instilling profound psychological dread in his adversary. Just as Kakashi was about to complete the technique, both he and Zabuza felt a surge of powerful and malevolent chakra. They simultaneously turned their attention to the battlefield where Naruto and the others were engaged. A pink chakra burst forth skyward, potent and sinister. Oh no, is that the Nine Tails? Kakashi, being a seasoned elite shinobi of Konoha, was aware of certain truths. For instance, he knew that Naruto was the host of the Nine Tails. Now, seeing Naruto harnessing the chakra of the Nine Tails, it became apparent that their situation was perilous. It seemed he must resolve this matter swiftly. With that thought, he immediately began forming hand seals. This time, the speed of his seals was extraordinarily rapid. Within a second, all were completed. As the technique culminated, a sound akin to the chorus of many birds filled the air, hence the name Chidori. Additionally, given that he had once cleaved through lightning using this technique, it was also referred to as Raikiri. Prepare to receive my uniquely crafted ninjutsu. In this dire moment, Kakashi remained undeterred, his right hand charged with lightning, ready to strike Zabuza's heart. Zabuza, brace yourself for defeat. With that, he took off, sprinting towards Zabuza. The Chidori required rapid momentum to unleash its full potential. Yet such speed could obscure the enemy from view, necessitating the wielder to possess the Sharingan. Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, as did Sasuke, which allowed them to elevate this technique to its pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, Kakashi, propelled by his swift dash, arrived before Zabuza. His electrified right hand aimed at Zabuza's heart. Hold on, do not kill him. At this critical moment, the voice of Itu Makoto echoed in Kakashi's ears. Kakashi was perplexed as to why Itu would intervene. Had he not yet attacked, he would certainly have withdrawn. However, it was too late to halt his assault. His right hand was nearly upon Zabuza's left chest, and all he could do was exert more force, pulling back just slightly from Zabuza's heart. The Chidori struck Zabuza's chest, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood. At that moment, Ita Makoto arrived at Kakashi's side, wielding what appeared to be a lifeless Raiga, while his shadow clone carried Ranmaru on his back. What is happening? Now is not the time for explanations. You must hurry to Naruto and the others. Understood. Given the urgency of the situation, Kakashi posed no further questions. After dispelling the summoning technique, he dashed towards Naruto's location. I must say, Zabuza, had it not been for me just now, you would be dead. Tell me, does that not count as saving your life? If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Zabuza was not one to fear death. Otherwise, he would not have attempted to assassinate the Mizukage. Do not be so pessimistic. If you agree to join us in Konoha, I will spare your life. Join Konoha? Will the Hokage agree to this? Who wishes for death when life remains? Joining Konoha would not only ensure his survival, but also liberate him from the assassination squad of the Mist. Truly, who would refuse such an offer? However, he was a rogue ninja. Would Konoha accept him? Fear not. If I dare to propose this, then there is absolutely no issue. Just tell me, will you join or not? Cough, do I truly have a choice? Of course, I will join. Haha, a wise decision. Having confirmed Zabuza's intention to join Konoha, Ita Makoto produced a vial of the Fountain of Life and poured out approximately a milliliter for Zabuza to drink. What is this? A precious elixir. Open your mouth and consume it. Zabuza, gravely injured, had narrowly avoided a fatal blow. The Chidori's electric damage was no trifling matter. If left untreated, he would surely perish. To prevent Zabuza from dying, it had no choice but to waste a bit of the precious Fountain of Life to save him. 1 milliliter would not restore Zabuza's full health, but it could certainly elevate him from a state of near death to merely gravely wounded. It was no joke. The Fountain of Life was exceedingly rare, and he would not squander excess amounts on Zabuza's recovery. Such an act would be sheer waste. Upon consuming the Fountain of Life, Zabuza felt his bodily functions being revitalized. The wound on his chest was healing at a rapid pace, and his internally damaged organs were also recovering swiftly. This sensation was tingling and exhilarating, unlike anything he had ever experienced. After 10 seconds, this pleasurable sensation abruptly ceased. I feel completely healed? This is merely an illusion. Itu, lacking insight into Zabuza's experience, merely stated, "You appear fine now. This small quantity of elixir only mends superficial injuries. Should you sustain further damage, even from a C-rank jutsu, you would revert to your previous state of near death." Zabuza cast a deep glance at Idu, refraining from inquiring why he did not provide additional elixir. It was evident that such elixirs were precious, and he was already grateful for what Idu had offered to save him. "All right, as long as you avoid injury. You should be no different from a normal person now. Let us hasten to join Naruto." Zabuza nodded, following closely behind Itu as they raced towards the battlefield where the young ones were engaged. Chapter 82. Mission complete by the time Zabuza and Itamokoto arrived. The battle had already concluded. Sasuke and Naruto lay unconscious, while Karen struggled to sit up on the ground, breathing heavily. Not far in front of her, Kakashi held a kunai against Haku's neck, indicating that he had gained control of the situation. "All right, Kakashi, the fight is over," Itamokoto said as he approached, prompting Kakashi to lower his weapon and examine the injuries of the three young ninjas. "Kakashi-sensei, how are Sasuke and Naruto?" "They're fine, merely exhausted," Kakashi reassured, glancing at Haku as well. Despite the terrifying appearance of their wounds, Kakashi could discern that they had narrowly avoided fatal injuries. Their current state of unconsciousness was primarily due to their own physical limits rather than the severity of their wounds. "That's good," Karen sighed in relief. She had contemplated asking Sasuke to bite her when he was on the verge of collapse, so he could regain chakra and continue fighting. However, after Itamokoto rescued her from the Grass Village ninja, he had advised her against using such abilities lightly, suggesting they should only be employed on those whom she truly trusted. If her powers were revealed, the consequences could be dire, as exemplified by her deceased mother. Thus, she hesitated. Faced with Itamokoto, she felt no uncertainty in asking for his help, yet with Sasuke, their relationship had not yet reached that level, leaving her in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, just as she was grappling with her decision, Naruto erupted with energy. Karen was unaware of the nature of the chakra that surged forth, but she sensed its immense, malevolent power, nearly overwhelming her senses. Thankfully, Naruto seemed able to distinguish friend from foe, striking Haku down and shattering the ice barrier before succumbing to unconsciousness himself. Afterward, Kakashi approached. "No one has died. This is indeed a joyous outcome." With the safety of his three subordinates assured, Kakashi turned to Itamokoto for an explanation of the events that had transpired. "The matter is quite simple, Zabuza, you incompetent fool. You failed such a straightforward mission and even ended up in the enemy's camp. Truly, a rogue ninja is still a rogue ninja, a bunch of worthless trash." Just as Itamokoto prepared to elaborate, Kato appeared with a group of ruffians, accompanied by a multitude of villagers. "Damn, Kato, I will not allow you to sabotage the bridge. We outnumber them. Do not fear." Kato's group consisted of no more than a dozen individuals, while the villagers numbered at least 50. In terms of sheer numbers, Kato's faction was at a complete disadvantage. Unfamiliar with high-stakes confrontations and only aware of petty squabbles, Kato was intimidated by the throng of villagers and shouted to his bodyguards, "Get me out of here. Do not let Kato escape. Kill him." As Kato attempted to flee, the villagers surged forward, weapons in hand. Fortunately, Kato was clever enough to retreat to his ship, and once he felt safe, he began to boast. "You rabble, I will gather forces upon my return, and you shall all pay." Kato's bluster failed to instill fear in the villagers, who stood upon the unfinished bridge, cheering loudly. After this incident, they realized that Kato was not so fearsome. United, they could intimidate him. With Kato's retreat, the bridge construction could continue. Zabuza and Haku also agreed to join Konohagakure, rendering this mission in the Land of Waves nearly perfect. This final touch became truly flawless when Itamokoto's shadow clone returned, delivering a scroll to him. "So, this contains all of Kato's assets?" A week later, as the bridge was completed, it signified that Kakashi and his team had fulfilled their mission and were ready to return to Konoha. They had set out as 5, but would return as 9. Along the way, Itamokoto tossed a scroll to Kakashi, explaining its contents. It does not contain all of Kato's wealth, but rather all of his cash. Kakashi had no objections to Itamokoto's actions of eliminating Kato and seizing his money. Such opportunistic behavior was not foreign to him. After all, it was the money of a villain, and why not take it? What do you imply by giving me the money? You are the captain. Naturally, you will distribute the spoils, Makoto replied. Kakashi frowned at the suggestion that he was now considered the leader. Why now? Shall we split it evenly among ourselves? Kato had controlled the land of waves for many years, and his wealth must be considerable, even in cash. Kakashi's inclination to ensure his subordinates were well compensated aligned with his character. Do as you wish. Very well. I will ensure the money is distributed appropriately upon our return to Konoha. As Kakashi tucked away the scroll, he added, You have informed me of Zabuza and Haku's intentions. But regarding their joining Konoha, I have no authority to intervene. That decision rests with the Hokage. However, what of this man? The day after the battle, Makoto had mentioned Zabuza and Appos as potential induction into Konoha, to which Kakashi neither agreed nor opposed, reiterating that it required the Hokage and Appos as approval. Yet, he remained silent about the matter of Raiga. Are you also considering having him join Konoha? In the days that followed, Kakashi had interacted with Haku and Karen, gaining some insight into their personalities. However, Raiga had remained unconscious, leaving Kakashi without the opportunity to assess him directly, although he had learned some information from Zabuza. These revelations led Kakashi to conclude that Raiga could never be permitted to join Konoha. He was a lunatic, incessantly muttering about conducting funerals. And not only was he mentally unstable, but he was also a killer. Rest assured, I have no intention of including him in Konoha. The reason I am bringing him back is that I wish to present a gift to Guy. This is the gift? Currently, Raiga remained in a comatose state, carried by Makoto's shadow clone. It was only during mealtime that Makoto would awaken him, and soon after, render him unconscious once more. You're giving a man as a gift to Guy? I don't recall him having any peculiar preferences. Makoto shot Kakashi a knowing glance. You are aware of how Guy's father met his end. I intend for Guy to take vengeance on his enemy. I see. Kakashi was well aware of the incident involving Guy's father, which had caused quite a stir back in Konoha. No one expected a seemingly useless genin to become so formidable after employing the 8 Gates technique. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist lost 4 members and 3 fled, resulting in a battle that not only saved his son, but also restored his own name. Might Guy was anything but a failure. Chapter 83. Return to Konoha at last. We have returned. After 3 days of swift travel, Kakashi and his companions finally arrived at the gates of Konoha. The journey had been slow on the way there due to the presence of the ordinary Dazna, and now, upon their return from completing the mission, the pace was further hindered by the presence of several lower-ranking ninjas. Otherwise, they could have made it back in 2 days. All right, Naruto. You 3 head back to rest first. I will accompany Makoto to the Hokage Tower to report our mission. Understood, Kakashi-sensei. During their time together, Naruto and his companions had grown quite familiar with Haku. After the battle, Kakashi informed them that had it not been for Haku's mercy, they would not have survived. This revelation instilled a sense of fondness for Haku within the trio. Throughout their interactions, they came to realize that Haku was, in fact, a genuinely kind-hearted individual. With this newfound understanding, they naturally befriended Haku. As for Zabuza, his masked visage hinted at a rugged appearance that could hardly compete with Haku's striking looks. One cannot deny that the importance of appearances transcends worlds. Lord Hokage, we have returned. Upon reaching the 2nd floor of the Hokage's office building, Makoto gestured for Zabuza and the others to remain outside for the moment, indicating he would call them in shortly. He did not bother to knock, but instead kicked the door open and strode in. As he entered, Makoto noticed the Hokage hurriedly tidying up some items, a faint blush of embarrassment gracing his features. Familiar with the Hokage and Appos' habits, Makoto smirked. You aren't and Appos' engaged in that again, are you? Clearing his throat theatrically upon seeing Makoto and Kakashi, the 3rd Hokage replied, It and Appos' merely a C-rank mission. Why are you only just returning? Did something unexpected occur? The Hokage skillfully shifted the topic, avoiding any further discussion of his earlier activities. Indeed, there were some unexpected developments. Makoto indicated to Kakashi that it was his turn to report. Lord Hokage, the situation unfolded as follows. After a lengthy recounting of events, the 3rd Hokage sighed, acknowledging the complexities of the mission. Ah, Makoto, you seem to attract trouble. Why is it that every mission you undertake leads to unforeseen circumstances? Ita Makoto shared the sentiment, recalling how he once thought the Hokage was the source of such misfortunes due to the tasks he assigned. However, this time, the mission to the Land of Waves had been clearly outlined in the original narrative, yet it still resulted in the emergence of the rogue Raiga. Now, regarding the matter of Zabuza joining Konoha, what are your thoughts? After some light banter, the third Hokage turned serious. I had foreseen that in the not-so-distant future, Konoha would. Before Ita Makoto could finish, the third Hokage interrupted, addressing Kakashi. Thank you for your efforts, Kakashi. You may return to rest. Clearly, the Hokage did not wish for Kakashi to learn about Ita Makoto's foresight, finding an excuse to send him away. Kakashi, understanding the unspoken cue, departed without further ado. So, you wish for them to join us to bolster Konoha and Appo's as strength? Indeed, Zabuza possesses the prowess of an elite Jonin, while Haku is at the level of an elite Chunin and wields the ice-release bloodline. Although Lamuru lacks significant power, his red-eyed bloodline is a natural counter to the Byakugan, posing a potential threat if it falls into the wrong hands. Have you considered the implications for the Mist Village? Zabuza and Haku are both rogue ninjas from there. It won't be long before they realize their presence in Konoha, and when they demand their return, will we comply? Absolutely not, Ita Makoto asserted resolutely. The Mist Village is currently embroiled in its own turmoil. As long as we maintain that Zabuza has perished, do you believe the Mist would dare to engage us in conflict? Recently, the fifth Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had ascended to power. Having inherited a village ravaged by the tyrannical reign of the fourth Mizukage, who was under Obito's control during his tenure. The village, once a formidable force, had been significantly weakened. Now, with Terumi Mei in charge, her priority would be to stabilize her village rather than provoke Konoha. Let Zabuza acquire a new weapon and then join the Umbu. Perfect. While Ita Makoto's plan seemed simple, the third Hokage was evidently intrigued. As Ita Makoto posited, the Mist would not initiate a conflict with Konoha. Thus, accepting Zabuza and Haku would yield a powerful shinobi and a promising Chunin, making it an advantageous deal. As for Lanmaru, the Hokage was less concerned. His lack of personal strength meant that as long as he didn't fall into unfriendly hands, he posed no real threat. All right, summon them in. Understood. Turning around, Ita Makoto internally celebrated, realizing the Hokage had agreed to his proposal. Otherwise, he would have been instructed to summon Zabuza directly to the Umbu. Hello, Lord Hokage. Zabuza, with Haku bearing Lanmaru, entered the office. The first order of business being to greet the third Hokage. Raiga remained unconscious, carried by Ita Makoto's shadow clone. Disregarding Raiga, the third Hokage addressed Zabuza directly. In principle, I agree to your joining Konoha. However, as a condition, the three of you must be separated. Lanmaru was indifferent to this arrangement, as he was not particularly close to either Zabuza or Haku. However, Haku found it difficult to accept. He had been by Zabuza and Appo's side for many years. Had it not been for Zabuza, he would have perished long ago. Hearing the Hokage propose their separation stirred a deep discomfort within him. Of course, this is not a permanent separation. It will only last for a time, the Hokage clarified, though he did not specify how long, implying it would not be brief. Lord Hokage, what arrangements do you have in mind for us? Quite simple. Zabuza will relinquish his executioner and Appo's blade and assume a covert identity within the Umbu. Haku will teach at the Ninja Academy, and Lanmaru will be fostered by a family. Do you accept this arrangement? Zabuza's strength was not solely reliant on his weapon. Even without the executioner's blade, his capabilities would remain largely intact. Joining the Umbu would also aid in concealing his identity. Yet the thought of separating from Haku filled him with a sense of reluctance. I assure you, 3 years, maximum 3 years, and you and Haku will be able to appear openly anywhere. Understanding the bond between Zabuza and Haku, Ita Makoto provided a clear timeline. 3 years was neither excessively long nor short. In the original narrative, 3 years hence marked the beginning of the Shippuden era. However, given Ita Makoto's influence in this world, one must ponder whether another so-called ninja world war would be necessary. 3 years. Makoto was confident that, should his plans unfold smoothly, he would be capable of overpowering various forces in the shinobi world, asserting dominance over any dissenters. With the system at his disposal, such confidence was well-founded. Chapter 84. Deception. It was a curious thing that the third Hokage did not reject the deadline proposed by Makoto. He could not fathom why Makoto was so confident that they could emerge unmasked after 3 years. He merely placed his trust in him, believing that he would not act recklessly. Just as Akira had expressed, in a maximum of 3 years, they would no longer need to conceal their identities. How about that? Consider it. 3 years is but a fleeting moment. In truth, the moment Zabuza stepped into Konoha, he found himself devoid of choices. He could either accept the terms laid down by Konoha, thus surrendering his life to them, or perish in that very place. Konoha was no charitable institution. Harboring Zabuza was a risk for them. Should Zabuza prove ungrateful, his demise would be inconsequential, and his head could be presented to the Mist Village, potentially yielding some benefits. Every ninja village possessed means of gathering intelligence, and even in death, one could extract information from the mind. As a formidable genin, Zabuza undoubtedly held secrets that the Mist would be keen to unearth, such as the motives behind his assassination attempt on the Mizukage. Now, it hinged upon Zabuza's decision. Very well, I consent, Zabuza declared. With his agreement, White also acquiesced. As the third Hokage had stated, 3 years was indeed a brief span. Now, you may take your leave. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. With a bow to the third Hokage, Zabuza and Haku prepared to exit, accompanied by Rimuru. Wait a moment, Makoto called out, halting Zabuza in his tracks. Since you are replacing your weapon, might I acquire this great sword? Zabuza nodded in affirmation. No problem. After which, he handed the weapon over to Makoto. Upon receiving the blade, Makoto, without a moment's hesitation, submitted it to the system, reaping a handsome reward. AKA, where is the sword? Such a large blade. Where did you put it? The executioner's sword vanished from Makoto's grasp within mere seconds, leaving even the well-seasoned elder somewhat astonished. The sword? I have sold it. Sold it? The elder gasped, utterly perplexed by Makoto's statement. Presenting the executioner's sword before the elder was a decision that Makoto had pondered deeply. He sought to convey to the elder that he was not akin to the flamboyant rogues outside. His uniqueness was unparalleled. Elder, I possess certain peculiarities, as you are aware. The third Hokage nodded, assuming Makoto referred to his prophetic abilities. Due to these unique circumstances, there were matters known solely to him, knowledge that, if divulged, would obliterate his distinctiveness. Have you discerned something? Although Makoto's foresight had yet to be verified, various indicators suggested that his prophetic skills might manifest in the not-so-distant future. This is not something I can disclose, Elder. You merely need to understand that I entrusted the sword to a profoundly significant entity. From them, I may exchange certain rare treasures. The more precious the item, the higher its quality, and upon reaching a particular threshold, I could acquire something of great utility. Is that how you acquired your talents? Initially, Makoto had intended to present the Fountain of Life, but the elder's mention of his abilities caught him off guard. Nevertheless, Makoto felt no compulsion to deny it. Indeed, I once surrendered certain items to obtain these talents, and recently, I have sensed that if I offer up high-quality items, I will gain something of great worth. What is it? Makoto shook his head. I cannot say. It is merely an intuition. But this item would indeed prove invaluable to you, Elder. Is that why you rescued Zabuza? For that great sword of his? It must be said that the elder's imagination was quite remarkable. Makoto had not considered this, which spared him considerable explanation. Precisely. Upon hearing Makoto's unabashed admission, the elder, still in the dark, regarded him with a sense of satisfaction. He believed Makoto had taken Zabuza in solely to procure that sword. As for whether Makoto could genuinely obtain such items, the elder harbored some skepticism, yet the swift disappearance of the sword had indeed astonished him, leading him to reluctantly trust Makoto's words. If what Makoto claimed were true, it indicated that the boy had truly learned well and was a worthy disciple. How much more do you require to exchange for that item? Perhaps I still need a few more items? Rare treasures, is it? Understood. For the next few days, remain in the village and refrain from wandering. I shall gather some for you. Thank you, teacher. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt. If the elder could indeed procure rare treasures, it would yield him another source of energy points. Furthermore, it would provide him with an opportunity to present the fountain of life. Now, let us conclude our extraneous discourse here. The elder gestured toward Raiga. What do you intend to do with this individual? Itamokoto shrugged. I plan to hand him over to Guy and let him handle it. Given the uproar surrounding the incident with Mike Dai, the third Hokage was undoubtedly aware. Now that Itamokoto had captured Raiga, the Hokage raised no objections. I concur. After an interrogation by the torture division, I shall personally deliver him to Guy. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Raiga was bound to possess a wealth of information, and directly handing him over to Guy would be somewhat wasteful. Since he was destined for death, it would be prudent to extract whatever intelligence he might possess. Make the necessary arrangements. Itamokoto had no objections to the elder's approach. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well, you may rest now. After Itamokoto departed, the elder took a deep drag from his cigarette and murmured, Akira, I hope you do not disappoint me. As the Hokage, he bore considerable burdens. Whether it pertained to Itamokoto's prophetic dream or the items he had presented today, such matters would seem ludicrous to an ordinary person. Yet, the third Hokage believed that Itamokoto would not deceive him. He had invested too much in him. If Makoto's foresight proved unreliable, the Hokage would face considerable backlash despite the rejoicing over Konoha's freedom from disaster. After all, he had disregarded many objections to pursue various matters just to verify the authenticity of that prophecy. Now, all that remained was to see what Itamokoto would unveil in a few days, as that would allow him to gauge whether Makoto was truly worthy of trust. Chapter 85. The Third Hokage. Let me tell you, this urinal is extraordinary. After having successfully deceived the third Hokage, several days had elapsed. On this day, the old man summoned Itachi to the Hokage office building. Old man, I'm here. What is the matter? With the Chunin exams approaching, Itachi had been training Kaguya, hoping to ensure she wouldn't falter during the test. Unbeknownst to Kaguya, she was puzzled by Itachi's sudden interest in her training, as it seemed he had undergone a transformation. Nevertheless, she was eager for the opportunity to train alongside him. As a mature woman, Kaguya occasionally introduced some benefits during their training sessions. For instance, she would wear an outfit that appeared perfectly normal, yet would become transparent when wet. During sparring, she would intentionally collide with him. Itachi, unaccustomed to such antics, found himself increasingly agitated, momentarily forgetting certain matters amidst the training. It's only been a few days, and you've already forgotten? The third Hokage shook his head, not wishing to press the issue further. The items you requested are nearly prepared. Upon hearing this, Itachi finally recalled. Oh, how many have you prepared? Are they of sufficient quality? Ordinary items certainly won't please him. Rest assured, they are anything but ordinary. The old man clapped his hands, and in an instant, a member of the Umbu appeared, delivering a scroll before vanishing again. Here, the items are within. Let us hurry then. Itachi felt a surge of anticipation, after all. The Hokage wouldn't present him with anything subpar. If the items proved valuable, he could reap additional rewards. Look at you, so eager. The old man walked to the center of the office, a spacious area where an abundance of items could be unveiled. With a resounding thud, he unfurled the scroll, revealing a plethora of items. Itachi's eyes widened as he beheld an assortment of treasures. There was the armor once donned by the first Hokage, imbued with unique properties that accelerated the chakra recovery of its wearer. There were also the forehead protectors used by the second Hokage, bestowing clarity of mind and immunity against low-level illusions. And then there was a basin once used by Lady Mido, the first Hokage's wife, which could save on soap when used for bathing. The Hokage pointed to the various items, detailing their functions. Some were indeed remarkable, such as the first Hokage's armor and the second's forehead protectors. Yet, others were rather disappointing, like the bowl donated by the third Hokage himself. Yes, it was his eating bowl, which he claimed would make meals extraordinarily delicious. A rare treasure indeed. Watching the old man boast about it, Itachi felt exasperated. While the bowl might possess a modicum of merit, the last item, a mysterious urinal, seemed utterly pointless. The old man proclaimed it would provide unparalleled comfort during use, preventing splattering and ensuring complete evacuation. It has served the first, second, and even myself, the third Hokage. Alas, when I attempted to pass it to the fourth, unfortunate events transpired. Seriously? The Hokage's ancestral urinal? How impressive. It doesn't even splatter. Please, I don't have that issue. Are you certain this isn't some sort of jest? Very well, old man. I shall test these items to see if they are worthy of submission. Itachi had long since turned in items that could be purchased with money. If these lacked unique properties, submitting them would yield no rewards. He could only hope that, as the old man had claimed, these items possessed extraordinary qualities. As he touched each item, they vanished one by one. Soon, he had submitted them all. Old man, you've truly surprised me, Itachi exclaimed, astonished to discover that each submitted item bore special functions. The old man had not deceived him. Of course, the items varied in value. Some could equate to an A-rank ninjutsu point, while the least worthy could still yield a C-rank point. Most astonishingly, the urinal clearly indicated that it could enhance the user's kidney function. Enhance kidney function? Really? Using a urinal can improve kidney health? Well, the world is full of wonders. I've learned not to underestimate anything. Even a urinal may possess unique properties. Now, what is the situation? The third Hokage, seeing that all items had been accounted for, looked at Itachi with keen anticipation. Things are quite favorable. It has expressed satisfaction with the items I delivered, and tonight, it shall bestow upon me something necessary for every human who is yet to transcend. Itachi was not about to reveal the fountain of life just yet. How could he present it now? The system did not provide him with a space to store items. Presenting the fountain of life from a scroll before the third Hokage? Did the old man truly think him foolish? Well, it's only a day. I can wait. Seeing Itachi's intent to procure the item, the third Hokage was not disappointed. After all, it was merely a matter of time. Old man, if you're anxious, I can deliver the item to you the moment I acquire it tonight. No need. The old man waved his hand, exuding an air of grandeur. Very well then. I shall return at this same time tomorrow, so there's no need for you to send someone to fetch me. Agreed. If there's nothing else, you may leave. As Itachi exited the office building, the old man approached his desk and retrieved a crystal ball he often used for surveillance. On his way, Itachi felt an inexplicable sensation of being watched. After scanning his surroundings, he found no one observing him. After a moment's contemplation, he deduced that the old man was using the crystal ball to monitor him. Naturally, those items did not belong solely to the Hokage. Some were acquired from prominent clans. Until he presented the item the old man sought, the Hokage would ensure Itachi remained within the confines of Konohagakure. If he were to send someone to watch Itachi, and that person were discovered, it could jeopardize their relationship. Thus, using the crystal ball was the ideal solution. Even if Itachi became aware, the Hokage could always deny it. Though understanding the old man's motives, Itachi couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. He grasped the Hokage's reasoning, yet comprehension did not equate to acceptance. Fortunately, his feelings for the old man were not overly profound. According to the game's design, a maximum affection value of 100 means that his feelings towards the old gentleman would be merely between 70 and 75. Chapter 86, Hydration System. Why do you lack even a single storage space? If you had one, I could have directly handed the potion to the old man earlier, instead of waiting until tomorrow. Upon returning home, Ito Makoto felt uneasy at the thought of the old man using the crystal ball to surveil him. The more he pondered, the more he blamed this pathetic system for its shortcomings. Had it possessed a storage space, he could have retrieved the items without delay, and the old man would not have resorted to such tactics. What can I do? I am utterly despondent. I am merely a broken main god system. Who knows why I lack storage space? The system, too, felt helpless. In its prime, it could have provided not just storage spaces, but also an abundance of storage rings and necklaces. This is all your fault. I refuse to take responsibility. You must compensate my wounded spirit. Ito Makoto, in a state of exasperation, realized that his complaints were likely futile, yet he still wished to test whether the system truly had nothing of value to offer. Come on, do you think such petty tricks can deceive me? The system promptly exposed his ruse, leaving Ito Makoto rather disheartened. Ah, I am currently under the old man's watch. How can I retrieve the fountain of life? If I directly draw it from the scroll, it would be too conspicuous. Why not wait until the old man is asleep? Even if he were to vigilantly observe you around the clock, he must eventually attend to his personal needs. With your keen perception, how long would it take to retrieve an item once you sense he is unaware of your actions? Ito Makoto cursed under his breath at the system's lack of intelligence. It was astonishing that such a simple principle needed reiteration. The following morning, Ito Makoto set out towards the Hokage office. He had extracted the fountain water late at night, dividing it into 20 small cups. One slightly larger cup contained 300 milliliters, while the remaining 199 milliliters were distributed among the other cups, each varying in quantity from 1 to 10 milliliters. This was to prepare for any potential emergencies. For instance, a single milliliter could suffice for minor injuries, while 10 milliliters would be necessary to save Gaara, should he ever find himself in dire straits after losing his tailed beast. Old man, I brought you something special, Ito Makoto exclaimed, kicking the door open. To his surprise, he found not only the old man but also Guy present in the office. Ah, Guy, what brings you here? Ito Makoto casually greeted him. Typically, even high-ranking ninjas would not be summoned this early for missions. I specifically awaited your arrival, Guy replied solemnly, bowing deeply. Thank you, Makoto, for granting me the opportunity to take revenge on my enemy. Upon hearing Guy's gratitude, Ito Makoto understood that the old man had entrusted him with the task of handling Raiga, allowing Guy to exact his vengeance. Had it not been for the 7 ninja swordsmen, his father would not have unleashed the 8 gates, ultimately leading to his demise. As one of the few who escaped, Raiga held a deep-seated grudge against Guy. It's nothing, just a minor task. You need not bow so deeply. Ito Makoto helped Guy to his feet, well aware that he should not reveal his own intentions. A polite exchange was necessary, and he knew Guy would not allow him to suffer a disadvantage. Absolutely not. You've helped me immensely, and I must repay you. Speak, Makoto, what do you desire? I will fulfill any request within my capacity. Really? Ito Makoto seized the opportunity. With someone as straightforward as Guy, pleasantries could be exchanged once, but extending them further would only belittle him in Guy's eyes. Very well, teach me the 8 gates. The 8 gates? No problem, Guy readily agreed. Let us proceed with that. I shall find you once I finish my tasks. I shall wait for you at the training grounds in the forest. Hokage-sama, allow me to take my leave. Once Guy departed, Ito Makoto approached the desk, without hesitation, retrieving a scroll to produce the 300 milliliters of fountain water. Is this what you intend to bestow upon me? The old man regarded the small vial of transparent liquid with an expression of skepticism. Indeed, at first glance, the fountain water appeared no different from ordinary water. Old man, this is an extraordinary vial of fountain water. Its effects could drive any individual to madness. The old man chuckled lightly. Very well. Enlighten me on the properties of this water. Words alone cannot convey its worth. I believe it would be best for you to drink it and experience its effects firsthand. After all, personal experience is the truest testament, while others' words remain mere illusions. With the old man monitoring him, Ito Makoto felt a degree of discomfort. His words were merely a test. If the old man refused to drink, suspecting poison, he would cease to care about any future matters within Konoha. Conversely, should the old man choose to imbibe, it would signify his trust in Ito Makoto, ensuring that he would remain attentive to the village's affairs. Oh, you are indeed a tease. Very well, I shall see if this water is as miraculous as you claim. After a brief moment of silence, the old man reached for the vial. Wait, Ito Makoto interjected, grasping the old man's hand. First, dismiss the Umbu. The Umbu, loyal to the old man, were indeed trustworthy. But given the gravity of the situation, caution was prudent. Although the old man did not understand Ito Makoto's reasoning, he complied, dispersing the Umbu before taking a hearty swig from the vial. Gulp. Chapter 87. Returning to the pinnacle in a few gulps. 300 milliliters of spring water vanished into the old man's belly. Ito Makoto felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed the old man still trusted him, or else he would not have disbanded the shadow guards and consumed this mysterious liquid. Ah, old man, the moment to witness a miracle is upon us. After Saratobi Hiruzen drank the vial of water, he initially felt no remarkable change. Just as he pondered whether Ito Makoto was deceiving him, he suddenly sensed a fiery warmth surging rapidly within his lower abdomen. This sensation was not violent, but rather comforting, as if a gentle flame coursed through his body. A feeling so delightful that he could scarcely suppress a moan. Observing the old man seated before him, wearing an expression of sheer ecstasy, Ito Makoto wore a peculiar grin. He had not anticipated such a lecherous demeanor from him. The sounds of blissful moaning were best left unmentioned. Anyone unaware might assume they were engaged in some unspeakable act. Yet, old man, could you please wipe the drool from the corner of your mouth? Your expression is quite reminiscent of senility at this moment. Fortunately, he had dismissed the shadow guards earlier. Otherwise, this spectacle would have tarnished the revered image of the old man in their eyes, leading to accusations against Ito Makoto for drugging the Hokage. What kind of drug, you ask? Obviously, it would be an aphrodisiac, judging by the old man's rapturous expression. Ito Makoto had never tasted this spring water, so he remained oblivious to the extraordinary experience the old man was undergoing. The sensation of the flame traversing his body, mending hidden injuries, was a pleasure that far surpassed any other. As the pain subsided, the flame dissipated, and the old man opened his eyes, rising to express his gratitude to Ito Makoto. However, he soon realized that the flame had vanished, but a refreshing current emerged. This sensation was equally invigorating. If the flame had enveloped him in warmth, then the current brought a crisp, exhilarating chill. The delightful feeling nearly caused him to stumble, but Ito Makoto was quick to support him. The old man let out a moan and collapsed into Ito Makoto's embrace. In that instant, he looked enchanting, his lips slightly parted, exuding a fragrance akin to orchids. Ugh! Ito Makoto gagged and promptly hurled the old man away, sending him crashing against the wall with such force that he could not slide down. Fortunately, the old man regained his composure just as he was flung, adjusting his posture and standing against the wall. Ah, Makoto, this old body cannot withstand such tumult. The old man did not blame Ito Makoto. He understood that his earlier state was indeed rather off-putting. Had their roles been reversed, he imagined the outcome would have been far more severe than merely crashing into a wall. Old body, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. The third Hokage, puzzled, complied with Ito Makoto's suggestion and retrieved a mirror. The scene evoked a strong sense of déjà vu in Ito Makoto, almost compelling him to play a certain melody as background music. It was impossible to ignore the resemblance at that moment. The third Hokage resembled a character who had received 3 beauty marks from a celestial maiden, gazing into a demon-revealing mirror. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "Makoto, what is happening? Why do I appear so youthful?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily flustered. Anyone would be taken aback by such a sudden transformation. However, being the Hokage, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of panic. Ah, this is the effect of the spring water. It not only heals internal injuries, but also restores youth. He gazed into the mirror once more, gently caressing his rejuvenated cheeks, murmuring to himself, No wonder. Master, how do you feel now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Ito Makoto a thumbs up, declaring, "I feel unprecedentedly well." Due to the severity of his previous injuries, the spring water, which could have restored him to 39, ultimately reverted him to the age of 45. The 6 years he lost were merely to treat the internal wounds. Now, he had returned to the peak of his former self, or perhaps even surpassed it. After all, in the world of ninjas, who was without their share of ailments? Yet now, Sarutobi Hiruzen was entirely unscathed. If the original Sarutobi Hiruzen's peak combat ability was rated at 90, then his current prowess undoubtedly soared to a perfect 100. "Thank you, Makoto." The third Hokage sincerely expressed his gratitude. "No need for such formality, Master. Without your earlier contributions, I would not have been able to present this to you," Ito Makoto replied. The third Hokage regarded him with a profound gaze, nodding thoughtfully as he fell into contemplation. It was undeniable that Ito Makoto had brought him unexpected joy. Not only had all his internal injuries healed, but he had also reverted from 69 back to 45, regaining his peak combat ability. The Hidden Leaf Village desperately needed such elite strength. Ever since the demise of Konoha's White Fang, the exodus of the legendary 3 And the death of the fourth Hokage, Konoha had been in a state of decline. On the surface, Konoha remained the foremost ninja village. But only he understood that if war were to break out, only the Sand Village and the recently pacified Mist Village would pose no threat. The Cloud and Rock villages were certainly not to be underestimated. This was precisely why, when Hinata Hyuga was abducted, Konoha dared not make a sound. The only option was to allow Hinata's father to sacrifice himself to quell the enemy's wrath. The truth was that they lacked the strength to confront a conflict and ultimately chose a path of disgraceful appeasement. Now that he had returned to his former prime, he could summon Tsunade and Jiraiya back, and with Kakashi, Guy, and Ito Makoto among the elite ninjas, Konoha would no longer fear any village in the event of war. As for whether Jiraiya and Tsunade would return, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not considered that. Their departure had been due to ideological differences with Konoha, and at that time, he was too old to instigate any change. The circumstances had shifted. Now he possessed the ability to effect some alterations. Once he eradicated the parasites within Konoha, there would be no reason for Jiraiya and the others not to return. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a stack of papers from his drawer and handed them to Ito Makoto, saying, "Take a look and share your thoughts with me." Ito Makoto naturally accepted the papers, examining them one by one. This is Chapter 88. Before the CH Nin exams in a short while. The CH Nin exams will be held in Konohagakure. The list of participants is now available. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke nonchalantly, yet his fingers continued to fiddle with his pipe, revealing a restless heart that could not find tranquility. Beyond the rejuvenating spring waters, what troubled him most was the possibility that Ito Makoto's earlier words might come true. Ito Makoto skimmed through the list quickly, not paying much attention to the minor roles. He was already aware of the expected participants, and, upon reaching the final page, he spotted the details of the Sand Ninja's entry. Gaara? It feigned confusion as he glanced at Sarutobi. Indeed, Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the One Tail from the Sand. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, then fixed a serious gaze upon Ito. Allowing a Jinchuriki to participate in the CH Nin exams is unprecedented. From this alone, it is evident that your foretelling is likely to become reality. In the original narrative, Sarutobi was probably unaware that Gaara was a Jinchuriki. After all, allowing a Jinchuriki from another village into one's own would require immense courage. Given that Konoha had been ravaged by the previous Hokage a mere decade ago, everyone knew the catastrophic consequences if a tailed beast went berserk. However, the circumstances had changed. Thanks to Ito Makoto, Sarutobi had already dispatched numerous Umbu to gather intelligence, learning that the One-Tail's Jinchuriki was indeed Gaara. Thus, when he laid eyes on this list, Ito's earlier words echoed in his mind. Can we prevent the Sand from participating? Sarutobi shook his head. The Sand has registered through proper channels. Without a valid reason, we cannot refuse them. If they could indeed stop the Sand from entering the exams, Sarutobi would have fewer headaches. As he stated, Konoha had no grounds to obstruct the Sand's participation. There must be a justification for denying others. Could they claim that the Sand's entry of a Jinchuriki was against the rules? That would be absurd. The regulations for the CH Nin exams did not prohibit Jinchuriki from competing. Moreover, should Konoha make such a claim, the uninformed spectators might mistakenly believe that Konoha was afraid. The strongest ninja village, Konoha, terrified of a single Jinchuriki? It was comical. Thus, this reasoning was not an option. What other rationale might exist? Sarutobi pondered, but could not conceive a suitable argument. Firstly, the Sand was Konoha's ally. Secondly, they had legitimately registered to participate. Denying them entry would violate protocol. Makoto, do you have any bright ideas? Ito scratched his scalp, admitting that he too had no viable solutions. If he could successfully prevent Gaara from participating, he surely would, for altering significant plot points could yield vast rewards. Such an opportunity, one that did not require eliminating the protagonist nor disrupt the forthcoming major events, was something Ito genuinely wished to seize. Regrettably, he too was at a loss for effective strategies. I'm afraid I lack any brilliant ideas as well. Seeing that Ito was equally stumped, Sarutobi did not blame him. Expressing a hint of melancholy, it seems our only recourse is to prepare adequately for what lies ahead. As for defense strategies, Sarutobi was not particularly versed, but he mused. I believe it is prudent to keep your current circumstances discreet. Initially, he had intended to urgently inform the village's higher-ups of his situation, so they would understand that he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had returned to his prime, restoring Konoha's elite combat capabilities. However, after hearing Itu's suggestion, he contemplated the idea of concealing his condition to catch any ill-intentioned individuals off guard. Your wisdom is commendable, as always. I merely offered a gentle reminder. And you grasped it instantly, he chuckled, indicating that despite his age, his mind remained sharp. Since you understand, I shall take my leave. My purpose here has been fulfilled. It is stated, noting that the Ch-Nin exams were just days away. Sarutobi would undoubtedly convene the village's advisors to discuss defensive strategies, and he did not wish to impede that. Very well, return for now. Should I require your assistance, I shall send for you. Ita nodded and exited. The moment he closed the door, Sarutobi transformed back into his elderly self using a transformation technique. Time flew swiftly, and several days had passed since their last conversation. Ita had acquired the 8 Gates technique and was now awaiting the Ch-Nin exams. A few days prior, he had informed Karui about the upcoming exams, clarifying why he had been training with her recently. At this juncture, Ita felt compelled to critique Kakashi. The Ch-Nin exams were hardly a secret. Yet as the exam date drew near, Kakashi had not informed his 3 students about the event. In the original story, it was only due to Konohamaru accidentally colliding with Sand Ninja Kankuro that they learned about the exams. One could not help but note Kakashi's lack of diligence in his role as a mentor. On that day, Naruto strolled through the village as usual, deliberating whether to seek out Sasuke for training or to visit at his home for a meal. Decided, I'll go to Itu's for food, he declared, slapping his forehead in determination. To take a shortcut, he veered onto a less traveled street. As he walked, he reflected on the many unfamiliar faces he had seen earlier, including some ninjas from other villages. With his typically simplistic mindset, he suddenly sensed that Konoha felt somewhat different today. However, he could not quite articulate what was amiss. It was not until Konohamaru, in a manner reminiscent of the original tale, bumped into Kankuro that clarity struck. Naruto recognized Konohamaru as the grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Although they were not particularly close, he could not stand idly by while Konohamaru was bullied. The present-day Konohamaru was a far cry from the one depicted in the original narrative. At this point in time, he had been portrayed as a spoiled brat, relying on his family as status. However, having interacted more with Itu, who held a fondness for him, Konohamaru had matured considerably. After returning from missions, Itu would often visit him, helping to shape his worldview positively. Chapter 89. Come with me in stark contrast to the original narrative where no apologies were exchanged after a collision, despite being knocked to the ground. Konohamaru immediately offered his apologies to Kanjiro. However, Kanjiro remained unrelenting, gripping Konohamaru's collar and lifting him off the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of Konohamaru. You freakish clown. It was uncertain whether it was a tradition among the Sand Ninjas, but many puppeteers adorned themselves with paints, rendering their appearance particularly bizarre. With a resounding slap, Kanjiro, incensed by Naruto's comment, let go of Konohamaru, allowing him to tumble to the ground. After staring at Naruto for a few moments, Kanjiro mockingly retorted, You, with whiskers on your face, what right do you have to criticize me? Oh, those are natural for me. I can't help it. Unlike you, who chose to paint your face voluntarily. Thus, you are indeed a clown. The 6 whisker-like markings on Naruto's face had always been a source of irritation for him. Yet he felt powerless to change them. As he stated, they were a natural trait, unalterable even with cosmetic surgery, which was beyond his means as a mere genin. Damn it, this is art. You wouldn't understand. This is not art at all, it's merely the scribbling of a child. The two engaged in a heated exchange along the secluded street, each volleying insults back and forth. Enough, you rude brat. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. After a while, Kanjiro realized he was no match for this blonde-haired boy. Engaging in a battle of wits with Naruto was clearly a path to self-destruction. Understanding that words were futile, Kanjiro contemplated resorting to violence. He was not alone. Beside him stood a blonde girl wielding a large fan, his sister, Tamari. Hey, Kanjiro, remember we are in Konoha. don't act impulsively. Temari, remaining calm, found the argument between Kanjiro and Naruto rather amusing, which is why she refrained from intervening until she sensed Kanjiro was about to escalate the situation. It's fine. There are hardly any people around. I can deal with him in an instant. Seeing Kanjiro's determination to engage, Temari chose silence. Believing Naruto was no match for her brother, and a minor scuffle would not jeopardize the relationship between Konoha and Sunagakure. Kid, it seems you are unaware of whom you have offended. Remember to watch your tongue in the future. With that, Kanjiro clenched his fist, preparing to strike Naruto. As Kanjiro raised his hand, Naruto heightened his vigilance, ready to utilize the shadow clone technique at the first sign of aggression. Want to fight? I, Naruto, have never feared anyone. Just as Naruto was about to unleash his clones, a small stone was hurled from a nearby tree. Kanjiro, oblivious to the presence above, failed to dodge the incoming projectile, which struck his hand. Who was that? Kanjiro gritted his teeth, glaring at the tree, revealing his evident pain. Attacking a ninja in Konoha? You must have some audacity. It was Sasuke who appeared, having coincidentally planned to visit Itachi for some training advice, not for a meal. He stumbled upon Naruto embroiled in a conflict. Initially reluctant to intervene, he quickly reassessed when he noticed the forehead protector around Temari's neck. Realizing they were not from Konoha, not wishing to see Naruto harmed, he threw the stone as a warning. Ugh, another annoying guy. Kanjiro was infuriated by Sasuke's interference. Not only had he been attacked, but he also found Sasuke's good looks and demeanor intolerably pretentious. Calmly loosening his burden, he decided to retaliate against Sasuke. Hey, Kanjiro, what are you doing? Temari was astonished. As a puppeteer, Kanjiro's true strength lay in his puppets. His earlier intent to teach Naruto a lesson was merely a fist fight, but now he seemed poised to escalate things. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Despite Kanjiro's assurance, Temari still wished to prevent him from proceeding, but he disregarded her, readying his puppets for an attack on Sasuke. Stop, Kanjiro. Frustrated, Kanjiro felt increasingly irritated as everyone interrupted him just as he was about to strike. Did they not realize how furious he was? If he didn't receive a satisfactory explanation, he would make them regret it. Yet when he turned to face the speaker, his anger dissipated. He felt a wave of calm wash over him. Dare to attack the grandson of the third Hokage in Konoha? You all will accompany me. The speaker was none other than Itachi. Chapter 90. Registration. Who are you? Temari recognized that Kanjiro was currently in a heated situation, and considering Gaara's notoriously difficult disposition, it fell upon her as the elder sister to intervene. To be honest, she was genuinely taken aback upon learning that Konohamaru was the grandson of the third Hokage. Assaulting the grandson of a Hokage was a matter of great significance. On one hand, it could be dismissed as mere childish play, for Kanjiro had not even struck Konohamaru, his hand being stayed by Sasuke. On the other hand, it represented a blatant disrespect towards Konoha, and if the higher-ups in Konoha were inclined, they could very well seize the opportunity to instigate a ninja war. However, Temari was not well acquainted with the dynamics of Konoha's leadership. She was merely projecting her own experiences from Sunagakure onto this situation, and upon doing so, she realized the potential complications that lay ahead. As Temari stepped forward, Ito Makoto waved his hand with a smile and said, I'm just a lowly genin here to participate in this exam, just like you. TCH, speaking so arrogantly, yet he turned out to be just a genin. Have the genin in Konoha grown so brazen? Earlier, Ito had spoken with such authority, as if he were of a higher rank, leading Kanjiro to perceive him as a formidable presence. Now that it was clear he was merely a genin, Kanjiro couldn't help but scoff, letting out his frustration. Ito did not comprehend why Kanjiro was so irritable, but he dismissed it. In an instant, he appeared beside Kanjiro, placing a hand on his shoulder and calmly stating, Do you harbor some misconceptions about Konoha's genin? What? How is that even possible? Ito's body flickered with such speed that even Gaara's sand was caught off guard. Only as he finished speaking did the sand begin to react. I advise you to behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to resort to violence. After patting Kanjiro's shoulder, he calmly surveyed the three, particularly Gaara, sensing the agitation of his sand. This statement served as both a warning and a deterrent. And if they were wise, they would comprehend the necessary course of action. Gaara, don't act impulsively. Unlike Kanjiro, who was intimidated by Gaara, Temari, while equally afraid, also cherished her formidable younger brother. As the elder sister, she felt a duty to protect her siblings. This was Konoha, and if Gaara were to lose control, he would not last long. Thus, she sought to calm him and prevent any reckless behavior. Now, will you accompany me quietly, or must I take more aggressive measures? The more indifferent Ito appeared, the more apprehensive Kanjiro and his companions became. It must be said that his body flicker technique had indeed left them in awe. Very well. We shall follow you, but you must inform us where you intend to take us. Kanjiro clasped his hands together, a look of humiliation etched on his face, while Gaara remained calm, though his gaze towards Ito was filled with excitement. The two were clearly in a peculiar state, leaving Temari with no choice but to acquiesce. Where? You ask. Naturally, we are headed to the Hokage office. After all, you have bullied the Hokage's grandson and even contemplated assaulting him. This matter must be addressed directly with Lord Hokage. Temari nodded in agreement. Konoha and Tsunagakure were still allies, and as long as they clarified that this was a misunderstanding, everything should be fine. By the way, could we return to the inn first? Our supervising teacher is still there, and I don't want him to worry. Your supervising teacher? Maki. Upon hearing Temari's words, Ito waved his hand dismissively and replied, No need to worry. I will send someone to notify him. With that, Ito gestured towards a tall building in the distance. Just as everyone was puzzled by his actions, a member of the Umbu appeared before Ito. Lord Ito, how may I assist you? During the Chunin exam period, all sorts of individuals were present, and it was to be expected that the higher-ups would dispatch personnel for covert protection or surveillance of Naruto. Ito did not mind their presence, as Naruto's strength had increased compared to the original story, albeit still limited. Having these Umbu around would reduce his risks. Send someone to the Tsunagakure Inn to inform their supervising teacher that the genin have been brought to the Hokage office by me, and that he needn't worry. Understood. Lord Ito. The Umbu received the command without protest and swiftly vanished. Who exactly are you? Seeing Ito summon an Umbu who referred to him as Lord Ito, Temari grew increasingly aware that this individual was not to be underestimated. Didn't I mention? There's no need for alarm. I am merely an ordinary genin. Trust you? That is absurd. Temari wore a skeptical expression. How could someone execute a body flicker technique that even Gaara's sand could not detect and summon Umbu members at will? Claim to be an ordinary genin? It was utterly preposterous. Naruto, Sasuke, I've taken them to the Hokage office. If there are any inquiries, direct them to Kakashi. Got it. Naruto responded nonchalantly, initially intending to mooch a meal at Ito's place, but ended up nearly igniting a conflict, which left him rather disgruntled. Sasuke, intrigued by the Chunin exam, acknowledged Ito and proceeded to seek out Kakashi for clarification. As Ito led Gaara and the others towards the Hokage office, a multitude of ninjas had gathered within. Regardless of their rank, these ninjas shared one commonality. They were all supervising teachers of genin. You should know why I have summoned you all. Yes, Lord Hokage. It was clear they understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having taken Ito's advice, refrained from revealing that he had returned to his peak state. Using a transformation technique, he presented himself as an elderly figure before the crowd. So, what will your decision be? Kakashi and Guy exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Guy's team. All three genin will participate in this Chunin exam. Kakashi's team. All three genin will participate in this Chunin exam. Yuhi Kurenai's team. Asuma's team. Before long, nearly all supervising teachers had registered their students for the Chunin exam. Excellent. You should all be aware of the specifics. Notify your respective students' instructors to prepare thoroughly. For those who have yet to inform their students, make haste to conduct some motivational work, as the first exam begins tomorrow. With matters concluded, the ninjas began to disperse, each wearing expressions of relaxed confidence regarding their teams. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not share in their ease. He sat at his desk, a grave expression etched upon his face. Lost in thought,